Chapter 1. Such misfortune in crossing over. In the golden autumn of October, the day was remarkably delightful, coinciding perfectly with the National Day holiday. Liu Xu found himself in a state of profound discontent, gazing at the empty office, idly scrolling through his phone. While others concocted excuses to sneak away for a vacation, he, along with his fellow recent graduates, remained on duty at the construction site, feeling akin to a forgotten little cabbage in the world. Just as Liu Xu was wallowing in his boredom, a sudden realization struck him he had seemingly forgotten to arrange something important. Hastily, he grabbed his phone and dialed, "Old Wang, don't forget to excavate the foundation pit for the tower crane in front of building number 3 today. We must have the base ready by tomorrow. This matter cannot be neglected." Old Wang promptly replied, "Rest assured, Liu, I have it all under control. How about this? Once I finalize the arrangements, they'll take the project leaders out for a meal and a few drinks. Given the festive occasion, it's likely no one will come to check on us." Liu Xu hesitated for a moment, contemplating the situation. That it was true everyone was preoccupied with their holiday escapades. He had just been browsing through his social media, and his peers were flaunting their travel photos, with one even taking the whole family to Sanya for a leisurely getaway. Thus, he gritted his teeth and agreed. "All right, let's proceed with that plan." As night fell, the group, slightly inebriated, stumbled out of the taxi, swaying like weebles toward the construction site. Liu Xu had indulged a bit too much and felt the urgent call of nature. Upon entering the site, he shouted, "Brothers, you go ahead. I need to relieve myself over there. I can't hold it any longer, or I might burst." With that, he staggered toward the dimly lit corner to his left. The project office was situated on the right, constructed from shipping containers, serving both as office space and temporary accommodation, resembling a makeshift fortress. Liu Xu quickened his pace, but after just a few steps, he suddenly felt his footing give way, plummeting downward as if on a roller coaster. Before he could comprehend the situation, he landed with a thud at the bottom of a deep pit, jolting him awake from his stupor. As he groggily sat up and looked around, he realized, to his dismay, that he had fallen into the very foundation pit he had arranged to be excavated for building number 3. A wave of frustration washed over him as he felt a sharp pain in his forehead, liquid trickling down his face. "Ouch, that hurts! Damn the safety officer. Digging a pit without erecting any barriers. Are they trying to kill me?" He completely forgot that the safety officer was also out drinking and having fun. Behind Liu Xu lay a black diamond-shaped crystal, the very object that had caused his injury. Unbeknownst to him, his blood soaked into the crystal, which was visibly absorbing his lifeblood. At that moment, a voice echoed in Liu Xu's mind. "Ding. Carbon-based life form detected. The system is binding." "Huh? What's going on?" Liu Xu was utterly bewildered. "Is my phone acting up?" He quickly pulled out his phone, scrutinizing it in vain, but found no abnormalities whatsoever. "Alas, I must have indulged a bit too much, for surely this is but a figment of my imagination. No time to linger. I must attend to urgent matters." Liu Xu, disregarding the throbbing in his head, hastily stood up, unfastened his trousers, and prepared to relieve himself. Ding! System binding successful. Ding! Energy level detected below 1. Initiating system traversal. Ding! Scanning for the nearest temporal anchor. Ding! Traversal functionality nearly complete. Ding! Countdown 3, 2, 1. As Liu Xu absorbed the series of notifications echoing in his mind, he was rendered utterly bewildered. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and when his vision cleared, he found himself in a dramatically altered environment. While it was still night, he had just been in a deep pit over 3 meters in depth. How had he now appeared in an alley? Before he could comprehend the situation, a high-pitched shriek pierced the air. "Ah, scoundrel, I shall end you." It was only then that Liu Xu realized he was awkwardly holding his trousers with one hand while the other awkwardly supported his little brother. Out of nowhere, a woman in her 30s emerged, brandishing an object he could not identify, hurling it towards him. Startled, Liu Xu bolted, fumbling to pull up his pants as he ran. His escape was nothing short of chaotic. He ran a good 3 miles before finally halting, breathless. What in the world is happening? And where am I? Liu Xu, now regaining his senses, gazed around in confusion. The surroundings were dominated by low buildings, with few rising to 2 stories. Occasionally, figures passed by, but the darkness obscured their attire. Continuing forward, he soon encountered a wide river, spanning what appeared to be over 100 meters. Following the riverbank, he spotted a cluster of buildings illuminated by increasing lights in the distance. Half an hour later, after considerable effort, Liu Xu reached his destination. Upon arrival, he was rendered speechless. The architecture was strikingly ancient, predominantly single-story structures, with only a few 2- or 3-story buildings, and even the taller edifices barely reached 6 or 7 stories. The ambience evoked that of a quaint European town, yet, under the glow of streetlights, the passers-by bore familiar Eastern features, much like his own. Could it be that he had encountered a specter? How had he arrived in this place? Suddenly, he recalled the voice that had echoed in his mind, and he froze, mouth agape. System? Is it true? Have I stumbled upon such fortuitous circumstances? Am I experiencing the legendary traversal? With this thought, Liu Xu was overcome with exhilaration, shouting at the top of his lungs, "System, reveal yourself." System, reveal yourself, huh? No response? Don't jest with me. Oh, esteemed system, I implore you, manifest. Liu Xu was frantic, akin to an ant on a hot pan without the system. How could he explain the evening's bizarre occurrences? Ding! System charging at last. A voice resonated in his mind once more. Ha ha ha! Liu Xu beamed with joy. As long as the system was present, all would be well. All right, you recharge first. But could you possibly tell me where this is? Even a manual would suffice. System. Ding! System is charging. Come on. Can't you say something else? What about a panel? If you won't speak, at least provide a panel, right? Surely there must be a novice gift pack? Liu Xu shouted for a long time, yet received no response, leaving him utterly perplexed. Liu Xu began to fret over his predicament on this late evening. He was devoid of any coins. Feeling through his pockets, he found only his phone, a pack of cigarettes, and a lighter. How unfortunate. I to wander the streets like a vagrant. This is hardly my style. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he recalled the watch strapped to his wrist. Never mind. Let me ascertain where I am first. I could see that moment. He took a moment to observe his surroundings. What on earth? Why is everything in traditional characters? Liu Xu noticed that the shop signs lining the street were all written in traditional Chinese. As he pondered, a rickshaw whizzed past him, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. What was happening? Was this some sort of cosplay event at a tourist attraction, or had he truly traversed back to the Republic of China? Just then, a middle-aged man approached. Liu Xu hurriedly stepped forward. "Excuse me, sir. Could you tell me where I am?" "Young man, are you lost? This is Baiying Road." "Baiying Road? Where is that?" "No, what is the name of this city?" "Goodness, how did you come to be here?" "This is Binhai City." "Ah, I ended up in Binhai. What year is it?" "Good heavens, how can a young man like you be so confused?" "It is 1950. Upon hearing this, Liu Xu felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him, rendering him completely dazed. He could no longer process the subsequent words, repeating 1950 in his mind, his gaze vacant as he walked ahead. "Hey, what is going on?" The middle-aged man shook his head and continued on his way. After walking for a while, Liu Xu suddenly came to a startling realization. I have truly traveled back in time. System, you wretched thing, can I return? Come out, system. Ding, system is charging. Chapter 02, An Unintentional Journey to the 1950s. Was Binhai City truly liberated in 1950? My knowledge of history seems to have taken flight, leaving me bereft of any understanding. Observing the situation around me, it seemed likely that liberation had indeed occurred. Had it not, there would be two factions clashing, tensions running high. Now, however, all appeared harmonious, adorned with banners celebrating National Day, a festive atmosphere prevailing. Upon witnessing this scene, a heavy weight lifted from Liu Xu's heart. Safety was paramount above all else. Yet, only a few steps later, he smacked his forehead, realizing, oh dear, that during this time, enemy agents were as numerous as the stars, and society was still tumultuous. He must be cautious not to be mistaken for a spy, for that would be a grave injustice, leaving him with no place to lament his fate. Liu Xu hurriedly glanced at his attire. A beige, high-quality casual jacket, light gray trousers, and blue and white casual shoes. Observing the passers-by around him, the contrast was stark. He felt as though he resembled an alien. This simply would not do. He could not linger on the street any longer. It was too perilous, and he feared being apprehended. As he fretted, a large sign with the character pawn appeared around the corner, akin to a beacon in the night, instantly capturing Liu Xu's attention. Ah, Indeed, the heavens do not forsake the blind sparrow. There is always a glimmer of hope. Upon entering the pawn shop, a young attendant, brimming with enthusiasm, greeted him. "Ah, sir, what can I assist you with today?" Liu Xu promptly replied, "I would like to pawn this watch." The attendant swiftly led Liu Xu to the counter, where he found himself staring at a surface that nearly reached his neck. He had only seen such a counter on television before, and now, encountering it in reality, felt surreal. The attendant, with a playful demeanor, turned to a middle-aged man behind the counter and said, "Master, would you kindly evaluate this item?" The middle-aged man inquired, "Sir, are you looking for a dead pawn or a living pawn?" Liu Xu, understanding the implications, pondered briefly and replied, "A dead pawn. I just returned from abroad and have had the worst luck. My luggage was stolen as soon as I disembarked, and my pockets are emptier than my face." This excuse was something Liu Xu had concocted on the way, considering his attire hardly matched the current era, and he needed a plausible explanation. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man responded, "Ah, a dead pawn is acceptable. To be frank, our pawn shop's business is nearing its end. I wouldn't dare accept your goods for a living pawn." Liu Xu, puzzled, asked, "Why is that? Has your esteemed shop encountered some difficulties?" The middle-aged man sighed. "Ah, you've just returned from abroad and are unaware of the domestic situation. Businesses like ours are now under scrutiny. Gold shops, pawn shops, and brothels are all in jeopardy. This month marks the end. We must close our doors by the month's end." The middle-aged man then examined Liu Xu's watch and remarked, "Sir, if I may be blunt, I have seldom seen a watch as exquisitely crafted as yours. A team must have cost a considerable sum. However, business is business, and I cannot offer a high price for it." Liu Xu responded readily, "I understand. Please tell me, what can you offer?" Although he was unfamiliar with the market value, Liu Xu was aware that pawn shops typically undervalue items. "I can offer you a maximum of 2.4 million. How does that sound?" "What? 2.4 million? Liu Xu was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. Nevertheless, having come this far, he decided to take a chance and exclaimed, "This watch is arguably the most accurate in the world. Feel free to compare it with any other." Liu Xu was not exaggerating. The industrial precision of the future was unmatched at that time, and the higher the precision, the more accurate the timekeeping. "Well, sir, very well then, since I'm closing shop anyway, and since this is a dead pawn, I can increase the offer by 300,000. If you're not satisfied, then I am at a loss," Liu Xu replied, nodding in a daze, as if ensnared in a dream. The ticket booth, with its rusted, dilapidated iron sign, is priced at 2.7 million, the ticket seller bellowed, and as Liu Xu listened, a surge of indignation welled within him. He thought, "Just wait. One day I shall prosper and purchase this shabby establishment." Indeed, as by Lao Chi had said, all those in this trade were taught by the same master. Now, with wealth in hand, Liu Xu stuffed his pockets to the brim, clutching a banknote of 10,000, inspecting it repeatedly as if it were a newfound treasure. Having lived for so long, he had never before encountered such a high denomination of currency. The bill, a vibrant yellow-green, bore the image of a warship on its front, while the reverse showcased a rich brown hue. With provisions in hand, there was no cause for alarm. Liu Xu resolved to find a hotel to settle in. Aimlessly wandering the streets at night was ill-advised, for fear of being mistaken for an enemy agent and facing dire consequences. As he contemplated this, a rickshaw wobbled into view. Liu Xu smacked his thigh. Realizing that it would be wiser to ride than to roam aimlessly, he raised a hand to hail the driver. "Sir, please take me to a decent hotel, preferably one that is spacious and secure." "Shall I take you to the renowned Li Xu across the river? It is a famous establishment," the driver suggested. "Yes, do as you see fit," Liu Xu replied. "Very well. Please hold on tight. We must navigate to the former International Bridge. Oh, my mistake. It is now called Liberation Bridge. In no time, the rickshaw driver delivered Liu Xu to the entrance of the Li Xu Hotel. "Sir, the fare is 1,200. Upon hearing this, Liu Xu nearly leapt in shock. Was this not akin to robbery? Such a short journey costing 1,200. Yet, there was no recourse. He begrudgingly paid the fare, avoiding eye contact with the driver and storming into the hotel. "I would like a room. A standard one will suffice. 46,000 per day, with a deposit of 100,000. How long do you intend to stay?" A woman in her 30s at the front desk asked without lifting her gaze, her tone icy. "How much? 46,000 a day? Why don't you just rob me? Liu Xu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to trust his own ears. Are you staying or not? The woman shot him a disdainful glance, her demeanor exceedingly arrogant. I will stay. Liu Xu gritted his teeth, pulling out 10 1,000 banknotes and handing them over, feeling his heart bleed. Ascending to his room on the second floor, Liu Xu was like a curious child, exploring every nook and cranny. After a day of excitement, fatigue from the wine set in, and he soon succumbed to slumber, drifting into dreams. The following morning, hunger roused Liu Xu from his sleep. After a hasty wash, he ventured out in search of food. He amused himself that since he had arrived, he might as well acclimate to this era otherwise. Survival itself would become a challenge. What vexed him most was the system, having cast him here without further assistance. If he were to store energy for years, he feared he might never return. As the saying goes, relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. He must prepare for the possibility of never going back. Liu Xu strolled through the alley and noticed a modest food stall selling breakfast, with only a few patrons. Approaching with curiosity, he was delighted to find jianbing guozi and tofu now, which were precisely to his liking. Starving, Liu Xu settled down and barely took a few bites before witnessing a nearby customer finish his meal. The man retrieved a wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to the vendor, exclaiming, "Boss, hey, raise 2,500 yuan. Please keep it." Liu Xu nearly spat out a mouthful of tofu now, struggling to swallow as he pondered, is consumer spending truly this outrageous in this era? I thought 2.7 million was a fortune, but now I feel like a pauper. Given the current prices 2,000 yuan for a jianbing guozi and 500 yuan for a bowl of tofu now, his modest savings seemed insufficient for even a few days. The inflation was disheartening, and his sense of urgency escalated. Throughout the day, Liu Xu meandered about, enchanted by the pure essence of the Republic-era ambience, particularly in the former concession areas, which exuded unique charm. Several times, he contemplated capturing the moment with his phone, but refrained, fearing discovery, leaving him with an insatiable itch to document his experience. After a day of wandering without clarity, he returned to Lashunda after a hasty dinner. Despite calling the system multiple times throughout the day, he was disheartened to receive merely a notification that it was still in energy storage. He couldn't help but think of his colleagues at the construction site, wondering if they had reported his absence. His thoughts then drifted to his family, although his parents were alive and well, and despite being single, he longed to escape the confines of this era. Lost in contemplation, he was suddenly greeted by the long-awaited system notification. Ding. Energy storage complete. You may return to the dimensional space. Would you like to return, host? Liu Xu was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, yes, yes. System, please whisk me back immediately. I cannot bear to remain here a moment longer." Ding. Initiating system traversal. Chapter 03. The unreliable system. Liu Xu felt as though darkness had enveloped him, akin to being struck unconscious by a heavy blow. When his vision finally cleared, he found himself once again in that ill-fated pit. It clung to him like an indelible first love, refusing to let go. Despite being trapped in this pit, Liu Xu was overjoyed, as if he had won the lottery. He danced wildly within the confines of the pit, exclaiming, "Hey, what a delight to be back. This familiar hole feels even more comforting than home." One could only wonder at the source of his exuberance. However, the thrill faded quickly as he realized he was as helpless as a fly ensnared in a bottle, unable to escape no matter how he flailed. His expression turned sour, reminiscent of someone who had just consumed a mountain of bitter melon. With no other option, he pulled out his phone and called his colleague, Gao Dapeng, his voice tinged with desperation. "Dapeng, my friend, I've fallen into a pit. Hurry and come rescue me, or I might just take root and sprout down here." On the other end, Gao Dapeng yelled, "What in the world? Where have you been today? Calling you is like trying to summon a ghost. There's been no signal. You didn't spend the entire day in this pit evolving into a subterranean creature, did you?" Upon hearing this, Liu Xu stomped his feet in frustration. "Enough with the nonsense. I'm still soaking in this pit. Hurry up and stop dawdling." While he grumbled, he couldn't help but vent his frustrations about this unreliable system. This cursed system is like a sealed gourd, offering no explanations. It keeps whisking me away to other realms without warning. as if I were mere refuse tossed aside. What have I done to deserve this? Before long, Gao Dapeng, accompanied by a few colleagues still at the construction site, arrived at the edge of the pit. Upon spotting Liu Xu, they erupted into laughter, as if they had encountered a rare species. One of them, laughing so hard he nearly fell over, exclaimed, "This guy is truly exceptional." He managed to fall into the pit with pinpoint accuracy even from behind the barricade. What skill! After thoroughly mocking Liu Xu, a couple of them, undeterred by the commotion, pulled out their phones to capture the moment, as if to say, "This splendid spectacle deserves to be immortalized." With no choice left, Liu Xu tied a rope securely around his waist, gripping it tightly as though it were his last lifeline. Gao Dapeng, noticing that he was ready, deliberately elongated his tone. "Hold on, Liu Xu, don't you have anything to offer in return? My friends are about to exert considerable effort. You ought to show some appreciation, or we might lack the motivation." Hearing this, Liu Xu quickly pleaded, "Brothers, my life rests entirely in your hands. Please don't let go. Once I'm up, I'll treat you all to skewers, plenty for everyone." With no alternatives, Liu Xu signed this metaphorical treaty of surrender. After much effort, they finally hoisted Liu Xu out of the pit, and they ventured out to a nearby barbecue stall. While drinking, Liu Xu's mind wandered far from the festivities. Although everyone had already dined, the gathering soon dwindled as they returned home to sleep. This day felt surreal to Liu Xu. Had it not been for the over 200,000 in old bills in his pocket, he might have doubted his own reality. With no one to disturb him, he resolved to delve deeply into the workings of this enigmatic system. Liu Xu shouted into the air, "System, do you not intend to provide me with an explanation? After all, I am your host. You cannot disregard me like this." A mechanical voice responded, "Ding, what would the host like to understand? System, where do you come from? And what is your primary function?" Ding, this system is the supreme, intelligent crystallization of the Furlayami tribe, the apex of the 7th-level civilization of the Audra Hader Alka supergalaxy. The Furlayami tribe, which created this system, is also evolved from carbon-based life forms. This system was designed to manage all lower and higher civilizations within the supergalaxy. Liu Xu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, that sounds impressive. How did you end up in this corner of Earth?" Ding, due to an accident during the initial fusion, I was cast into the void turbulence until I landed on this planet. At that time, my energy was exceedingly high, and the host who accepted the fusion could not withstand it, resulting in an explosion akin to a balloon bursting. Ah, are you implying that as your energy increases, I might also suffer a similar explosion like that unfortunate host? Liu Xu trembled in fear. Ding, that will not occur. This system will gradually transform the host's body in accordance with the increase in energy, thereby enhancing the host's physical capabilities. If the host were to perish, this system would likewise cease to exist, as the energy it carries is insufficient for independent survival while searching for another host. Oh, you scared me. How do you recharge? Then, what kind of energy do you require? Ding, the energy required by this system is the highest energy in the universe, the cosmic primordial force. Only 7th-level civilizations can harness it, but cannot create it. Currently, this system can only absorb cosmic primordial force generated during spatial traversal. Once in the dimensional space, the environment will instinctively repel this system, producing a faint cosmic primordial force. Oh, I understand now. No wonder I was thrown back to 1950 right after merging with you yesterday. So, you mean I have to keep traversing to absorb energy? Ding, correct. The greater the alteration in the dimensional space, the stronger the repulsion against this system, resulting in a greater generation of cosmic primordial force. Upon hearing this, Liu Xu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Haha, that's great. I can traverse time and space. Soon, I shall be wealthy. Once I have money, I will find a partner and travel the world, living a life akin to that of an immortal. Ding, host, I advise you to abandon such aimless aspirations. Should this system perish due to insufficient energy, the host would also meet the same fate. What? Damn it. Are you imposing this on me without my consent? I must have fallen into misfortune for 8 generations. Liu Xu felt a mix of anger and helplessness, his heart torn between laughter and tears. However, he recognized that it was too late to voice any grievances. The die was cast. Forget it. I won't dwell on it. Being a time-traveling merchant doesn't sound too bad. Perhaps I might even strike it rich. Liu Xu shouted again into the air. System, if you're forcing me to work, you must at least offer some benefits. Such as a novice gift pack? Ding! No. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in the air. What a miserly fellow. In novels, systems are often generous, offering everything one could desire. Mine, however, is nothing but a stingy old hen, refusing to part with even a dime. Liu Xu muttered to himself. Then I shall call you Nebula One. I prefer Little Star. It feels rather awkward to refer to you simply as System all the time. Ding. That is acceptable. Little Star, do you not possess a panel or something of that sort? Communicating with you from a distance makes me feel rather unhinged. Ding, that can be arranged. Suddenly, a translucent screen materialized before Liu Xu, revealing the following information. Master, Liu Xu age, 22 height, 178 centimeters weight, 65 kilograms physical ability, 7 languages, Chinese, Mandarin, 87, English, American, 40 skills, none knowledge, 13 energy, 002 space. 100 Upon seeing this, Liu Xu's eyes widened in disbelief. Good grief. This is far too simplistic. Can't you provide more detail? System, what is the matter with this energy? How much can I gain with each traversal? Please clarify. Ding host. Each traversal can increase energy by 0.01. If the items brought have a significant impact on the dimensional spacetime, the energy gain will also increase. The system will make automatic assessments. And why is the energy so scant? Am I not going to perish at this rate? Little Star, please explain this energy situation to me. How long can I sustain myself? Ding host. 2 months will suffice. Damn it. I feel as lively as ever. Yet your words make it seem I can only survive for 2 months. Remember to call me Master from now on. It's clearly written on your panel. Liu Xu et Galim in Fuzai det. Ding, Master, you should consider what items to bring to the dimensional space. Only by making significant changes can you harness greater cosmic energy. Ding. Notice, there is no need for concern regarding your well-being. The system will gradually enhance your various capabilities and mental strength. Once the system energy exceeds 5 points, your physical attributes will surpass that of the majority of individuals on Earth. Understood. Liu Xu promptly closed the panel and tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep as he contemplated what to bring with him. As a member of the Light Tribe, his pockets were emptier than his face, devoid of any capital, which left him greatly distressed. Should he go back and ask his father for some funds? Perhaps not. His father had always opposed him pursuing this line of work. Liu Xu's father, Liu Aigua, had once been a technical director at a state-owned enterprise, but after the wave of closures, he found himself unemployed. However, Liu Aigua was resourceful. He purchased the machinery from the factory at a low price and established a small mechanical factory. Yet in those tumultuous times, he was severely deceived, which shattered his confidence in continuing the business. He planned to sell off all the machinery, but unexpectedly, he made a significant profit from the second-hand equipment. Eventually, Liu Aigua decided to start a trading company, specializing in various machines and equipment, just as private enterprises began to spring up like mushrooms after the rain. These fledgling businesses were reluctant to invest in new machinery, making second-hand equipment the preferred choice. With his technical background, Liu Aigua was well-versed in all types of machinery, and his business flourished remarkably. When Liu Xu was preparing for university, his father had hoped he would pursue a degree in mechanical engineering. However, Liu Xu had no interest in mechanics whatsoever and secretly enrolled in the School of Architecture, which infuriated his father, Liu Aigua, who barely spoke to him for an entire year. Liu Xu aspired to make a name for himself in the architecture industry, determined to impress his father. However, returning home to ask for money was out of the question. That approach was futile. It seemed clear that he could no longer hold a job. As Liu Xu lay awake, he decided to rise and open his computer, searching for items he could take to the dimensional space, hoping to discover treasures that might lead him to wealth and prosperity. Chapter 4. An unexpected windfall. As I settled down, preparing for an epic battle with my computer, my eyes inadvertently caught sight of a pile of items on the table. Upon closer inspection, I was astounded to discover that it was over 2 million yuan from my previous watch sales. Goodness, this was the first series of RMB notes. Could they be considered antiques now? My heart raced with excitement as I swiftly retrieved my phone, snapping several pictures and sharing them online, initiating a treasure hunt of sorts, eagerly awaiting insights from internet enthusiasts. To my surprise, the online community is indeed a marvel. In no time, enthusiastic netizens began to respond. It turned out that these were the first edition 10,000 yuan notes from the initial series of RMB, each reportedly valued at around 4,000 yuan. During the photo session, my hand trembled, inadvertently capturing all of them, and the resulting family portrait drew a flurry of comments like snowflakes falling in winter. Hey, are you selling this treasure? I'll take them all. Just pack them up. Friend, at 4,000 each, I'll take them all. The photos aren't clear, but if they're all in such great condition, I could offer a bit more. Reading these messages filled me with immense joy, nearly causing me to burst into laughter. Truly, it felt like a divine blessing. Fortune had smiled upon me. If I managed to sell all these treasures, I could instantly transform into a millionaire. Such luck surged faster than a rocket. Delighted, I arranged to meet the most earnest-looking buyer the following day, exchanged contact information, and logged off, feeling as though I had accomplished a monumental task. That evening, I slept soundly, after a day filled with surprises and thrills, finally at peace. The next morning, I awoke to the sun already high in the sky. I had long planned to resign from my job, then enjoy a couple of leisurely days at home before heading straight to Binhai City. Why, you ask? Because the dimension I had been longing for was located there, making the trip feel as effortless as returning home. Casually presenting an excuse to my boss, I was surprised when he didn't even raise an eyebrow and promptly agreed. Why? The turnover in this industry was as fluid as water. There was no need for anyone to make things difficult. Once I wrapped up my work, I hummed a tune as I made my way to the designated CAF. Upon arrival, I ordered a latte and leisurely entertained myself with my phone. Just around noon, the eager buyer rushed in, having driven over from the neighboring city. His sincerity nearly brought me to tears. After some haggling, we settled on a price of 300 yuan per note, and I sold 200 of them in one swift transaction, instantly adding 860,000 yuan to my bank account. The sensation was surreal, akin to a dream. Although I wished to sell them all, a thought crossed my mind. Upon reaching my destination, I would need funds for sustenance. Thus, I reluctantly decided to keep a portion for myself. With a substantial sum of money in hand and a suitcase in tow, he hurried towards the train station, feeling the wind beneath his feet. By the time he reached home, the sky had darkened as if it were the bottom of a pot. As he stepped through the door, his father's voice boomed. Hey, you little rascal. Why are you back at this hour? Didn't you say you wouldn't return for the National Day? Liu Xu, grinning sheepishly, replied, Dad, I just missed you too much. I've been so distracted that I couldn't eat or drink. His father rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical, but his mother, ever nurturing, quickly retorted, You old grump. Our son finally returns, and you still find fault. Xiao Su, come eat, just in time for dinner. Just as Liu Xu settled down to relish the meal, his father's phone rang, sounding like a death knell. Hello, President Wang? Yes, how are you? What? Why have you suddenly backed out? I've already used your deposit to purchase goods. If you cancel now, not only will the deposit be non-refundable, but you'll also owe me a penalty fee. After a brief conversation, his father hung up, looking as despondent as a wilted plant. He slumped onto the sofa, sighed deeply, and lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. Seeing this, his mother's worry was palpable, her brows furrowed tightly. Lao Lu, let us eat first. We can think of a solution later. Liu Xu, concerned, asked Dad, What's going on? Did the deal fall through? His father lamented, Indeed, the economic climate has been dire these past few years, and we're stuck with outdated machinery. Everyone is now switching to automated equipment, which significantly reduces labor costs. Liu Xu attempted to console him. Let us eat first. If it comes to it, I can return and help you sell. His father waved him off, saying, You returning? Let us not. It seems your original choice was indeed wise. This industry is tough now. Worst case, we'll sell everything as scrap and I'll retire. It is worth noting that his father had built a substantial business over the years, controlling over a quarter of a market spanning thousands of acres, filled with various machines and production lines. As they ate, Liu Xu's mind raced. A sudden spark of inspiration struck him, realizing he might be able to assist. He remembered that in 1950, there was a dire need for such machinery. After dinner, he resolved to research thoroughly online. However, he decided to keep this idea to himself. The notion of time travel was too extraordinary, and if it got out, he could very well be treated as a specimen for study. Born in the 1990s, Liu Xu was utterly ignorant of the societal structure and history of the early founding years, having only encountered glimpses through films and dramas, which provided little more than superficial knowledge. After dinner, he swiftly returned to his room and powered on the family computer. His father's previous business success had afforded them a comfortable life. They resided in the only villa district in the prefecture-level city. Although the elderly couple was not particularly adept at navigating the internet, they had never defaulted on their broadband payments, fearing that Liu Xu might return to find himself without internet access. Such attentiveness was truly commendable. Upon opening the computer, he began to search for what was most scarce in the 1950s. The plethora of responses left him bewildered, ultimately concluding that there was a dearth of nearly everything. However, this only compounded his uncertainty about where to begin, akin to searching for a thread in a tangled mess. Deciding to set aside his worries, he resolved to experiment with his father's old equipment. Yet, a dilemma arose. He lacked sufficient capital. If his father's devices were sold at market value, acquiring even a couple of modest goals would be challenging. Liu Xu contemplated that selling these mechanical devices in the 1950s should not be overly difficult, but thorough preparatory work was essential. First, a sufficiently large venue would be necessary, followed by the recruitment of sales personnel. He could not remain there indefinitely as a permanent fixture. It appeared imperative to devise a feasible plan. The initial step was to address the issue of startup capital. The little money he possessed was merely a drop in the bucket, and adequate funds were required on both sides of the dimensional divide. Securing this initial capital would prove arduous. At the outset, he would need to transport small, high-value items, particularly since he was unfamiliar with the area and had to proceed with caution. In the primary dimension, obtaining funds was relatively straightforward. Antiques, gold, jewelry, and jade were high-value commodities. However, it seemed that the 1950s realm lacked substantial goods that were in demand here, and Liu Xu was utterly ignorant of such matters. He would address it later. The immediate priority was to identify a product that could be supplied in large quantities over an extended period, while also holding significant value. As he pondered this, his eyes lit up upon discovering a historical article online stating that mass production of half a ton of penicillin only commenced in May 1953, with prior supplies relying entirely on imports, which were woefully insufficient to meet domestic demands. He was nearly propelled from his chair in excitement. This was an opportunity that felt serendipitous. A suitcase could carry quite a bit, and fortuitously, he had a high school acquaintance whose family operated a chain of pharmacies. This friend, Lennon, was a quintessential playboy. Timid as a mouse, he enjoyed revelry without courting trouble. Unable to gain admission to university, he had been sent abroad by his father for 2 years, yet returned without speaking a word of English, leaving his father disheartened regarding his academic prospects. Now, he merely managed the family pharmacies and had recently lamented boredom, expressing a desire to visit Liu Xu. With this thought, Liu Xu became invigorated, immediately pulling out his phone to call his friend. "Anzi, do you have penicillin at your pharmacy?" he inquired. "Oh, Xiaosu, why do you ask? Do you need some?" "Indeed, prepare a suitcase for me. I'll come by tomorrow to collect it." "Wait, that is not a staple food. What kind do you want? Injectable or oral tablets? Is it that complicated? Let us get some of both." "All right, I'll prepare 2 boxes of each for you. 50 boxes per suitcase for injectables, and 24 tablets per box for the potassium pills." "Very well. Let us converse further upon our meeting tomorrow." Chapter 5. The time-space trader goes online at the break of dawn the following day. Liu Xu, as if ignited by an unseen flame, hurriedly reached out to Lennon, who had been eagerly awaiting his call, insisting that he was waiting at the nearest pharmacy to his home. Liu Xu first rushed to purchase an unassuming large suitcase, resembling a mysterious agent preparing for a significant undertaking. Upon exiting the store, Liu Xu encountered an unwelcome figure, his former middle school classmate, Wang Guoxing. Wang Guoxing had never been a source of comfort during their school days. He was often found loitering aimlessly engaging in petty thievery, and frequently accompanied by a band of unruly companions, resembling a local ruffian as they extorted money from students at the school gate. On one unfortunate occasion, he cornered a female classmate of Liu Xu's, robbing her of her money and harboring nefarious intentions. Liu Xu, like a righteous guardian descending from the heavens, intervened and thwarted Wang Guoxing's malicious plans. From that moment on, a bitter rivalry ensued, with Wang Guoxing persistently seeking to trouble Liu Xu, akin to a relentless debt collector. Eventually, Liu Xu, pushed beyond his limits, rallied a few classmates and confronted Wang Guoxing, delivering a thorough thrashing. Remarkably, this punishment proved effective. Wang Guoxing became considerably more subdued, though his sharp tongue remained unyielding, consistently hurling barbed remarks at Liu Xu whenever they crossed paths. "Ah, look who it is. Liu Xu, I heard you've graduated from university, yet you still appear in such a pitiable state." Wang Guoxing's caustic tone was enough to make one cringe. "Why don't you just shut your mouth if you can't speak civilly?" Liu Xu retorted, his temper flaring, and he walked away without a backward glance, dismissing the odious figure entirely. Behind him, Wang Guoxing tilted his head, his eyes glinting mischievously, plotting some new mischief. In just a few steps, Liu Xu arrived at the pharmacy, where Wang Guoxing also observed the scene. "Xiao Su, what do you need all this medication for?" Lin inquired, watching Liu Xu, who resembled a diligent little bee, meticulously organizing the boxes of medicine within the suitcase, a look of curiosity etched upon his face. "Just helping a friend," Liu Xu replied casually, his hands remaining busy. At that moment, the pharmacy manager approached, her brow slightly furrowed as she addressed Lin and Xiaoan. "This penicillin is a prescription medication. It cannot be sold this way. Rest assured, Xia Jie, he is my steadfast brother. There's no way he could cause me any trouble." Lin replied nonchalantly, as if unconcerned. Upon hearing this, Liu Xu quickly added, "Xia Jie, you can trust me. There will be no issues." After stuffing 4 boxes of medicine into the suitcase, Liu Xu glanced inside and noticed ample space remaining, contemplating whether he could manage to fit in one more box. "Ansi, do we have any more medicine? Look at another box of injectables." "It would be such a waste if this space goes unused," Liu Xu said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at Lin and Wow. "I've never seen anyone buy medicine like this. Are you restocking?" Lin exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. "If you keep this up, you're bound to lose your shirt. Enough chit-chat. If you have it, bring me another box quickly. Money is no object for me," Liu Xu declared grandly, waving his hand as if he were a billionaire. After stuffing the 5th box of medicine into the container, he snapped the lid shut with a satisfying click and grinned triumphantly. "Perfect. By the way, Sister Xia, how much do I owe you?" "Forget it, just go. I wouldn't dream of charging you. There's no need for formality between us," Lin replied generously, waving his hand dismissively, not intending to accept any payment. "That simply won't do. If you don't take my money, I'll feel embarrassed to come back. I might even need your help in the future," Liu Xu insisted, fully aware that the profit from this transaction was substantial and he was contemplating a long-term collaboration. "Wow, Xiao Su, are you actually treating this as a supply channel?" Lin stood by, mouth agape, utterly incredulous. The injectables were priced at 20 yuan per box, totaling 3,000 for 3 boxes. The potassium tablets were 7 yuan each, making it 700 for 2 boxes. As they exchanged banter, the store manager quickly announced the total cost. Without batting an eye, Liu Xu pulled out his phone and swiftly scanned to pay, then whisked away his suitcase like a gust of wind. Finding a secluded corner, Liu Xu prepared to store the box in the system space. He felt a thrill akin to discovering a new continent and called out to the air, "Xiao Xing, please store this box in the space." "Ding! Master, Xiao Xing has received your command," came the prompt response. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a lightness in his grip. The suitcase vanished without a trace. This was his first experience using the space to store items, and his curiosity surged. He couldn't resist closing his eyes to visualize what the space looked like. In an instant, he felt his consciousness dive into a nebulous realm resembling a vast, enigmatic labyrinth, stretching endlessly before him. Upon closer inspection, he saw his suitcase floating serenely like a leisurely boat within. Just then, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. What a dire predicament. He couldn't simply transport the goods in their original packaging, as the boxes bore the manufacturer's details, addresses, and dates. If anyone were to see them, it would stir a heap of trouble. Goodness, do I have to tear off the packaging every time? That has too much hassle. And it won't come off cleanly either. What a mess, Liu Xu said, frowning in frustration to himself. Ding, master. Xiaoxing can assist you in erasing all this information. The system, Xiaoxing, chimed in like a timely savior. Really? Haha, Xiaoxing, your system is simply marvelous. I adore you. Upon hearing this, Liu Xu was overjoyed, and the clouds of worry that had previously shadowed his face dissipated entirely. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized he had little to occupy his time, so why not venture forth immediately? With this thought in mind, he promptly declared, Xiaoxing traversed through 50 dimensions. With a chime, the temporal anchor point was secured. Liu Xu felt a fleeting darkness followed by a bright flash, akin to the sensation of riding a roller coaster. Once he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself once again in the room of the Lashunda Hotel. Swiftly, he retrieved a suitcase from his spatial storage, extracting 2 boxes of penicillin, one containing oral tablets and the other injectable vials, before stowing the suitcase away once more. As Liu Xu descended the stairs and prepared to exit, the keen-eyed receptionist at the front desk called out to him, Sir, your stay is set to expire today. Would you like to extend your accommodation? He fished out some cash from his pocket, counted out 20 bills, and handed them to the front desk with a decisive clap. Please extend my stay for a few more days. I have yet to find a residence. Upon exiting, Liu Xu relied on his recollections from the previous day and headed northward, remembering there was a sizable hospital not far in that direction. Before long, he arrived at the Ma Daifu Memorial Hospital. Upon entering, he was struck by the bustling atmosphere, where the staff moved about like ants on a hot skillet, each engaged in their tasks. Liu Xu wandered through the hospital, feeling like a headless fly, unable to locate the office marked for the director. Growing anxious, he sought someone to inquire. Just then, he spotted a young nurse in uniform, and his eyes lit up. He dashed forward with the fervor of a sprinter, intercepting her. Hello, could you please direct me to the office of your director? Chapter 6. The Industry of Alternate Dimensions, Dean? What is your purpose here? Why you seek our Dean? The young girl regarded Liu Xu with a keen sense of vigilance, her gaze scrutinizing him as though he were a suspicious individual. Since I am looking for your Dean, it must be for a matter of great importance, Liu Xu replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her intense scrutiny, yet he pressed on. The young girl continued to appraise him for a while longer, causing Liu Xu's unease to grow. Just as he felt he could no longer endure it, she finally spoke. Follow me. They made their way to a pair of 2-story buildings at the back of the premises. Liu Xu suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. No wonder I couldn't find it after searching for so long. The dean's office is at the back. The young girl led him to an office at the far end of the 2nd floor and knocked gently on the door. Upon hearing a voice from within say, Come in, she glanced at Liu Xu as if to indicate, Wait here, before stepping inside and shutting the door behind her. Liu Xu felt a wave of frustration wash over him, but he decided not to dwell on the young girl's behavior. Indeed, her vigilance was quite remarkable. Before long, the door creaked open, and a middle-aged man emerged, with a young girl following closely behind. Hello, are you the dean here? Liu Xu hudiden in guit. I am Wu Xiangyi. May I ask who you are, sir? Dean Wu looked at Liu Xu with a puzzled expression. Oh, Dean Wu, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Liu Xu. I have recently returned from abroad and currently possess a batch of penicillin. I am curious if you might be in need of it. Liu Xu stated directly. What? Penicillin? Yes, we absolutely need it. Upon hearing this, Dean Wu's eyes widened in astonishment, his face alight with joy. This substance was more precious than gold within the country. While gold could still be found domestically, penicillin was available only through illicit means in minuscule quantities. Dean Wu enthusiastically invited Liu Xu into his office. Liu Xu, undeterred, reached into his pocket and retrieved 2 types of medication, presenting them to Dean Wu. Dean Wu, please take a look. These are 2 forms of penicillin. One is an injectable powder, and the other is a tablet for oral administration. Dean Wu's jaw nearly dropped as he examined the offerings. They have developed oral formulations abroad? Why is a white powder? Wait, It contains 800,000 units. This. He picked up one of the injectables, scrutinizing it from every angle before setting it down and examining the accompanying instructions. What is this? Instructions? Mr. Liu, you are quite thoughtful to have translated it into Chinese, though the text appears to be somewhat incomplete, Dean Wu remarked, puzzled as he perused the manual. The details are incredibly thorough. Indications, precautions, dosage, and post-use considerations. As he read, he expressed his astonishment. Mr. Liu, how much do you have? I'll take all of it. Dean Wu exclaimed eagerly, his urgency akin to that of a parched traveler in the desert who suddenly spots an oasis. There were 150 boxes and 500 vials of injectable medication, along with 100 boxes containing 400 oral doses. Liu Xu spoke in a calm manner, declaring, I want them all. Dean Wu's voice trembled with excitement as he replied, Mr. Liu, would this arrangement be satisfactory? The controlled price for 200,000 units of penicillin imported by the state is 12,800 yuan per gram, and I'm willing to offer 5 times that price to purchase all the medication you have. Dean Wu gazed at Liu Xu with eager anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Xu responded, There is no need for that. We shall proceed at the controlled price, and I will provide everything for you. But, Mr. Liu, you must understand that penicillin is currently scarce. On the black market, it could fetch 10 times the price. Dean Wu's face reflected astonishment, as he struggled to believe his own ears. Dean Wu, I am aware that our nation has just been established and is in great need of rebuilding. I understand that your funding may be limited. I have returned to assist in the nation's development, not to profit from its hardships, Liu Xu asserted with unwavering integrity. Thank you. Dean Wu exclaimed, grasping Liu Xu's hands and shaking them vigorously, his gratitude evident in every gesture. Mr. Liu, there is something I wish to inquire about, though I hesitate to do so. Dean Wu faltered before speaking. Please do not hesitate. Feel free to express your thoughts. Liu Xu encouraged him readily. Currently, penicillin is a critically scarce resource in our country, not only in our hospital, but nationwide. Therefore, I wish to ask if there will be future supplies. Noticing the dean's eager and imploring gaze, Liu Xu felt a wave of empathy, deeply understanding the challenges faced by his compatriots at this time. Nodding resolutely, akin to a valiant hero, he proclaimed, Rest assured, since I, Liu Xu, have returned with fervor, I will not engage in a mere one-off transaction. In the future, the quantity will gradually increase. Upon hearing this, Dean Wu's face lit up with joy, his wrinkles transforming into a beaming smile as he laughed heartily. Thank you immensely. The nation is eagerly awaiting your support. Then, with a clap of his thigh, he added, Mr. Liu, just so you know, the National Pharmaceutical Company was established this August and is located in Binhai. Let me arrange a time for you to meet their general manager. He will surely be overjoyed to welcome you. Liu Xu's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a light bulb illuminating, as he thought to himself, what a fortunate turn of events. If I can sell all my medication to this pharmaceutical company, it would save me the trouble of promoting it to each individual hospital. His heart soared with delight. Subsequently, Dean Wu, brimming with enthusiasm, personally escorted Liu Xu back to Lashunda, swiftly retrieving an entire suitcase filled with medication. Before leaving, he promptly handed Liu Xu a check for 50 million yuan from the Bank of Communications, which left Liu Xu astounded, feeling an instant sense of security and confidence in establishing his footing among the elite. However, Liu Xu was acutely aware that in the primary realm, he needed to exert himself further and act swiftly. Moreover, he had to secure a shop for purchase, for his primary business revolved around machinery and equipment. Otherwise, if the equipment arrived without a place to be stored, it would be quite troublesome. Now that he possessed some capital, he could transport valuable items back to realize their worth. In modern times, without funding, one could achieve nothing. He needed to contemplate what high-value items to bring back. And antiques seemed like a viable option. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he was utterly clueless about purchasing antiques, which left him feeling perplexed, as if ensnared in a labyrinth. Just as he was mired in worry, an epiphany struck him. He exclaimed, Aha! I heard there is a pawn shop that might soon close down. I could recruit someone from there. This notion was simply brilliant. Without hesitation, Liu Xu recalled a pawn shop where he had previously encountered a reputable pawnbroker. That individual had provided him with numerous valuable insights. He was the one. Liu Xu, with great urgency, hailed a rickshaw and called to the driver, "Master, please hurry to the pawn shop up ahead." Upon arriving at the pawn shop, a sharp-eyed attendant immediately recognized Liu Xu, exclaiming in surprise, "Sir, what a pleasant surprise. You're back again." Liu Xu chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "No need to be alarmed. My visit is not for trouble. I merely wish to have a chat with your esteemed pawnbroker and inquire about a few matters." "Oh, splendid. You gave me quite a fright. Please take a seat. I shall swiftly summon Master Yuan." The attendant dashed away in a flash. Shortly thereafter, the distinguished pawnbroker, Yuan Shangchuan, appeared through the side door, courteously exclaiming, "Ah, honored guest. Your presence is a great honor. I apologize for my inadequate reception. How may I assist you today?" Liu Xu quickly rose and replied, "I am Liu Xu. May I inquire as to your esteemed name?" "My surname is Yuan Shangchuan," came the reply. "Mr. Yuan, I wish to ascertain whether this pawn shop is your own enterprise or if it belongs to another proprietor." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shangchuan's mind began to race. "Mr. Liu, what exactly do you mean?" He clarified, "This shop has another owner. I merely manage the affairs here. I heard that your establishment might soon be closing, so I wanted to ask Mr. Yuan whether the shop is for sale. If the terms are agreeable, I would consider acquiring it." Liu Xu's intentions were clear. Since he lacked expertise in antiques, he sought someone knowledgeable to assist him. With the pawn shop potentially shutting down, acquiring it to gather antiques for himself seemed fortuitous. Yuan Shangchuan responded, "Indeed, the owner is contemplating such a course of action. To be candid, two parties have already inquired about the price, but their offers were ludicrously low, akin to dismissing a beggar. Negotiations went nowhere." "Oh, what price does your owner intend to ask? If it is reasonable, I shall take it." Chapter 07. The modern pharmaceutical under scrutiny. This shop connects the front and rear residences, forming a spacious compound consisting of 3 courtyards. Within the store, there are still 45 antique items that have yet to be sold. The proprietor insists on a firm price of 26 million. However, in this current climate, there isn't even a single individual willing to offer 8 million, as everyone is hoping for a bargain. "Mr. Yuan, if this shop is sold, what do you plan to do?" Yuan Changchuan sighed and replied, "Alas, in my lifetime, I have only honed the skill of discerning antiques. I possess no other talents. Once I finalize matters for the proprietor, I shall return to the countryside to enjoy my retirement." "How about this, Mr. Yuan? I have 2 requests. First, reduce the price to 20 million, and secondly, I would like the 3 of you to remain and assist me in running an antique shop. If that works for you, we can proceed with the handover right now." Upon hearing this, both the chief clerk and the assistant were utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground as they stared at Liu Xu, as if he were an extraterrestrial being. "Mr. Liu, I shall make this decision on behalf of the proprietor. However, our master has already returned to his hometown in Jiangyin, and this residence has been tidied up, ready for sale. I will simply transfer the funds to the proprietor." Liu Xu nodded and, with a flourish akin to a magic trick, produced a check from his pocket, handing it to Yuan Xiaofeng. "First, go ahead and transfer the funds to your former master. The remaining amount can remain in the shop." "Young man, what is your name?" "My name is Zhang Shun, sir." "Zhang Shun, please secure the door. From today onward, this pawn shop shall cease operations. Clear out the original items and procure the necessary supplies for the antique shop. Ah, by the way, what is the name of that gentleman at the counter?" "Sir, I am Chi Romi." Upon hearing their conversation, the counter attendant emerged from within. "Very well. You shall be the accountant of the shop from now on. Now, accompany Mr. You want to transfer the funds. Zhang Shun, once that is done, please show me around the back residence." Zhang Shun promptly secured the door and then led Liu Xu toward the back residence. This area was a standard Sihiyuan, with the southernmost building being quite large, serving as the shop. Upon passing through the flower-adorned gate and entering the inner courtyard, they found the east and west wings, the main room, and the side chambers. Liu Xu, filled with curiosity, pushed open the doors to each room, noting that while they contained furniture, the beds were bare and devoid of any belongings. While Liu Xu was exploring the back rooms, old Yuan returned with Chirongi. Observing the space, Liu Xu contemplated that this area might serve as a temporary storage room, seemingly lacking significant utility. Old Yuan, from now on, you should be the manager. I will not involve myself in the shop's affairs. You will have the final say. However, this shop shall operate differently from others. We will only accept items without selling. Sir, then, how much capital should be allocated for this? That is not for you to worry about. By the way, old Yuan, what was your previous monthly salary? I earned 250,000, the counter attendant 200,000, and the assistant 150,000. Liu Xu mused internally as he calculated, finding the salaries rather modest. Henceforth, old Yuan, your monthly salary will be 600,000, the accountant 500,000, and Zhang Shun will also receive an increase to 400,000. Furthermore, you three should refrain from residing at the front in the future. Upon my observation, the space you occupy is rather cramped, reminiscent of a pigeon coop. Lao Yuan, you shall inhabit the eastern chamber, while the two of you will take the western chamber. The main room shall be reserved for me, as I am but a solitary figure. I suggest you merge the rooms at the front of the shop to create a tea room, thus providing a hospitable welcome for esteemed guests. Upon hearing Liu Xu's series of arrangements, the three were astounded, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets, and they collectively expressed their gratitude, their voices resonating like thunder. Liu Xu produced a key and handed it to Zhang Shun, instructing him to return his room at Lishunda, as he had little left in his possession. He also asked Zhang to procure some bedding on the way back. Each individual busied themselves with their tasks, and Liu Xu called Lao Yuan into the main room, inquiring, Lao Yuan, did you not mention that you still have 40 or 50 pieces of antiques yet to be sold? Where are they? Show me. Master, please follow me. They are stored in the eastern chamber. Upon arriving at the eastern chamber, Yuan Changquan, like one unveiling a treasure chest, opened the cabinet doors leaning against the wall. He casually picked up an item and boasted, Master, behold this. A pair of ear-shaped embroidered peony enamel porcelain, a genuine treasure that has flowed out from the palace. And look at this piece, secret color porcelain from the Qianlong era. Impressive, is it not? Everything here consists of the old master's most cherished possessions. Had it not been for these tumultuous times, he would never have parted with them. With the relentless wars over the years, only a few pieces remain. While Lao Yuan rambled on, Liu Xu's attention was solely fixated on the antiques, his eyes gleaming with greed akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. That will suffice. Lao Yuan, you may attend to your affairs. I must thoroughly examine these items. Once Lao Yuan exited, Liu Xu resembled a cat caught in a moment of mischief, eagerly wishing to store these artifacts within his space, pondering that it would be safer there than anywhere else. Xiao Xing, please collect all these antiques into the space. Oh my, Xiao Xing, how did you manage to include the cabinet as well? Quickly, return the cabinet. As the cabinet reappeared, Liu Xu exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking, should the cabinet have vanished, it would have been quite challenging to explain. Xiao Xing, why was this porcelain vase not collected? Ding! The system has detected that a similar item exists in the Tianzhou City Museum within the primary dimension. To prevent any complications for the master, it is advised not to transport it to the primary dimension. Are you implying that you can detect anything present in the primary dimension? Indeed, master, as energy amplifies, more functionalities will be activated. Is that so? Pray tell, what additional features are there? Only under specific conditions will functionalities trigger. Unbeknownst to Liu Xu, he had just sold a batch of medicine to a hospital, and the news spread like wildfire. Various hospitals and pharmacies were experiencing shortages, with countless individuals awaiting the medicine for salvation. In a modest courtyard in the 5th district, an old-fashioned shopkeeper also caught wind of this news. However, he dismissed it casually, contemplating, in these times, who isn't aware that medicine is as expensive as gold? Procuring a small quantity from abroad to resell is utterly commonplace. What is there to make such a fuss about? After all the antiques were collected, Liu Xu took a glance and noticed, to his surprise, that 4 pieces had been left outside. However, he dismissed the thought, thinking to himself, just 4 pieces, no big deal. After exchanging a few words with old Yuan, He swiftly made his way out. Why? Because he had not informed his parents before leaving, and if he did not return by nightfall, they would undoubtedly fret, possibly scolding him endlessly. Liu Xu found a secluded spot and swiftly returned to the main dimension. The evening was still relatively early, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. He would likely have to operate as a middleman, dealing with a large quantity of pharmaceuticals. Without a warehouse, that would be impossible. He needed a place to stockpile goods. He pulled out his phone and began searching for warehouse rental information, akin to a treasure hunt. After some time, most options did not appeal to him, as he desired a location that was exceedingly remote, a place that resembled a hide-and-seek spot, where few would notice him. Just as his search became overwhelming, he stumbled upon a small house for rent in a village not far from his home. Liu Xu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered a new continent, and he promptly contacted the property owner. Upon arriving, he was utterly delighted. The premises comprised 3 main rooms and 2 auxiliary rooms, all empty and immaculately cleaned, as if it had just been renovated and was awaiting esteemed guests. Liu Xu smacked his thigh in approval and declared, "This is it." He secured the rental for a year at the price of 15,000. With a casual demeanor, Liu Xu informed the landlord, "I deal in pharmaceuticals. I'll be using this as a storage facility." To reassure the landlord, he even made a loud phone call to a classmate, saying, "Hey, send me 500 units of penicillin, all in injectable form." Once the delivery truck arrived and unloaded the goods, Liu Xu locked the door with the landlord and leisurely departed. During Liu Xu's bustling activities, Wang Guoxing observed everything keenly. He was aware that the small courtyard had been vacant for a while, and he watched as Liu Xu rented it and began storing goods. Wang Guoxing chuckled to himself, thinking, "I'll make you rich and then burn it all down tonight." Chapter 08. Reaping the first fortune, Liu Xu returned home and immediately immersed himself in the room, photographing the antiques he had brought over from the 50 dimensions, treating each item with the care of a beauty pageant contestant. After purchasing 500 pieces of penicillin, half of Liu Xu's funds had vanished, leaving him with a palpable sense of loss. Oh dear, money flows away like water. Just like that, it's gone. This is unacceptable. Without money, nothing can be accomplished. This is merely the beginning, and future expenditures will only multiply. During dinner, Liu Xu refrained from mentioning anything to his parents. After the meal, he pondered how to sell these antiques. Perhaps he could reach out to the gentleman from whom he had previously purchased old banknotes to see if he was interested. That man seemed quite reliable, akin to a steadfast older brother. Locking his room door, Liu Xu swiftly dialed the number. "Hello, brother Sun. I have a batch of antiques. Are you interested?" "Ah, Xiaolu. Antiques? What kind? I'm very interested. Please send me the photos via WeChat so I can take a look." "Certainly, brother Sun. I will send them right away." Liu Xu meticulously selected 10 pieces that he deemed both aesthetically pleasing and valuable, forwarding them to the buyer. Shortly thereafter, the buyer called back, "Brother, you must reserve these antiques for me. However, I cannot manage them alone. I need to bring 2 others on board. I will call you again shortly." Upon hearing this, Liu Xu felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. It seemed this man had no ulterior motives. However, he soon found himself troubled again. Where would the transaction take place? It would be unwise to conduct it at home. His parents might be alarmed. After much contemplation, he finally had a bright idea: a hotel. He opened his phone to search for hotel information, discovering that the best option in his city was a mere 3-star establishment. Without hesitation, he booked a suite and then waited eagerly for news, akin to a child excitedly awaiting a gift. The buyer did not keep him waiting long and soon called back. "Xiaolu, please send me your location. We will come tomorrow morning. I'm bringing 2 friends, both seasoned collectors, real big shots. One is a university professor, and the other works at a museum. They are here to help assess the items, both highly knowledgeable." "All right, brother Sun, see you tomorrow." Liu Xu did not waste time searching the internet to determine the value of the antiques. Why? He knew he was not an insider. He had no idea where to begin his research. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, after finishing breakfast, Liu Xu set off for the hotel as if heading into battle. Upon arriving and checking into the hotel, he laid out all 10 antiques he had previously photographed. displaying them on a coffee table as if setting up a market stall. He then brewed a cup of tea, turned on the television, and leisurely watched, feeling as though he were on vacation in his own living room, exuding a sense of calm. Just after 10 o'clock, his phone rang. Liu Xu relayed the room number to his guests. "Ah, dear Liu, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Chung Guobai, a prominent figure in the real estate sector. With a mere stamp of his foot, the city trembles. Next, we have Mr. Zhou Chipu, who owns several factories, his business thriving with fervor. This is Professor Liu Qingjun, and this gentleman is Mr. Chiu Wanshu, who works at a museum. They're all formidable characters. Welcome, welcome. Please step inside and have a look. The treasures are laid out on the coffee table. My Liu, you are quite bold to display your precious items so openly." The others were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. They had never encountered a collector so nonchalant about their treasures, as if they were merely arranging cabbages. At this moment, courtesy was cast aside, and they cautiously settled onto the sofa, beginning their examination. Professor Liu extracted several pairs of white gloves from his bag, donned one pair, and distributed the rest among the group. He then produced a magnifying glass and a flashlight, placing them on the coffee table, before lifting a porcelain vase and scrutinizing it as if it were a rare gem. Meanwhile, Mr. Chiu, from the museum, retrieved a compact instrument from his small suitcase, placing it on a nearby table. After activating the device and donning gloves, he placed an antique upon it, seemingly analyzing its age, his demeanor exuding professionalism. Liu Xu observed in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the proceedings, merely watching the flurry of activity. After more than half an hour, Mr. Chiu completed his work first, stowing away the instrument and nodding at the others, yet remaining silent, his enigmatic aura only heightening Liu Xu's curiosity. Professor Liu, having only finished half of his examination, took an additional 30 minutes before he finally set down the last piece, switched off the flashlight, rubbed his eyes, and straightened up, nodding at the group with a satisfied smile. "Ah, Liu, is it truly remarkable to see such youthful talent? When I was your age, I was laboring on construction sites." Exhausted beyond belief, Mr. Chun jovially quipped. Liu Xu silently scoffed, thinking to himself, "Had it not been for my system, I would likely still be toiling away on a construction site, my back aching. Old Liu, little tree, no need for formalities. You know our temperaments well enough. Just quote your prices directly," Mr. Zhou chimed in. "Professor Liu, please go ahead." Mr. Chiu courteously urged Professor Liu. "Well then, I shall not hold back. Firstly, among these 10 items, 2 are particularly valuable, with auction prices to reference. The first is a Dotsai and Famille rose vase from the Qianlong period, which sold for 130 million at an auction in Hong Kong 2 years ago. However, that was a dark 8 immortals, while ours features the 8 immortals in full color. Thus its value is assuredly higher. I'd estimate around 150 million. The second is a Ming Dynasty Xuanda blue and white 5-clawed dragon jar, which has also fetched a high price of 110 million. The remaining piece, a Kangxi red-glazed vase with subtle floral dragon motifs, could be valued at 45 million, while the others range between 3 million and 8 million. 2 gentlemen, these treasures worth over 100 million are beyond my means, but those in the millions, you must refrain from competing with me for them. Please leave me a way out." The antiquities dealer, Sun Laisheng, hastily warned the two, fearing he might toil in vain. "Rest assured, we'll reserve 2 of the least valuable for you," replied Mr. Chun, exuding generosity, as if he longed to transport every treasure to his own abode. After a lengthy deliberation, Mr. Chun and Mr. Zhou each selected a treasure exceeding 100 million and a few additional items, while Sun Laisheng managed to secure an extra piece. The trio promptly arranged for Liu Xu to transfer funds and call for assistance to pack the items. Liu Xu's heart brimmed with joy. He was struck with a windfall. Over 300 million entered his accounts, liberating him from the prior financial strain. He mused, "Now I can reclaim those old machines at home. Perhaps I can even make something remarkable out of them." With a spring in his step, Liu Xu vacated the room, humming a cheerful tune as he headed towards his father's old equipment market. Just as he was reveling in his excitement, he received a call from the landlord of the recently rented courtyard. "Liu Xu, you need to come here. There are numerous officials from the Drug Administration inspecting the place. The landlord informed him. Liu Xu's heart sank. Could these people truly have such keen instincts? Perhaps someone had reported them. He quickly called Linen, requesting his company, as his pharmacy had all the necessary permits, and it was merely a temporary storage space. Upon arriving at the scene, they exchanged pleasantries, which ultimately diffused the situation. Xiaosu, you must remove your medicines promptly. They cannot remain here for long, Linen kindly advised. Yes, I will have them taken away tonight, Liu Xu replied. He pondered who might have lodged the complaint. It was indeed a vexation to worry over trifles. Indeed, let us keep this under wraps. Ding. Master, you can establish a time-space anchor point here, and I can monitor this location, chimed Xiaoxing. Liu Xu's expression brightened, and he replied nonchalantly, such a feature exists? He then instructed Xiaoxing to place a time-space anchor point there. The two then parted ways, each returning to their respective homes. Chapter 09. A Sense of Accomplishment. Father, I have a classmate who works at a foreign trade company. He heard that our family deals in second-hand equipment and asked me to inquire about purchasing a batch of basic lathes, specifically those old-fashioned machines without CNC. Do you have any in stock? Oh, what a fortunate coincidence. We have plenty of those. Whatever model you need, we have it. These antiques are not worth much anymore. You can get one for just a few thousand, while a new one costs around 40 to 50,000. No big deal. Since you're here, I must step out for a meeting. If your classmate arrives, just take a photo of him and send it to me. Let him take the machines away without delay. Liu Xu busily packed his things, not bothering to look up, clearly not expecting much assistance from his son, and hurriedly left to meet a client. Liu Xu was left bewildered. He knew nothing about these machines. What was he to do? With no other choice, he steeled himself, thinking that as long as he focused on finding the old models, he would manage. Thus, he plunged into the sea of machinery, snapping photos of anything that resembled what he needed and sending them to Xiaoxing for storage. Before he knew it, noon had arrived. Liu Xu felt he had collected quite a bit, and, upon entering the storage space, was astonished to discover he had inadvertently gathered over 270 machines. Father, I have sold more than 200 ordinary lathes. I will send you the photos. You can check the total amount so I can have him transfer the money. What? Over 200? If I had known, I wouldn't have left. Fine, send them to me. Upon hearing this news, Liu Xu nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. He meticulously examined the photos, sighed in relief, and chuckled. You rascal, you've got some skills. I thought these old machines would weigh us down, but you managed to sell them all. You've saved me a great deal of effort. He then called his son back. Xiaosu, I reviewed the selections your classmate made, and the prices vary. Let us average them at 16,000 each. When Liu Xu received the call and calculated the amount to transfer to his father, he discovered his bank card had reached its limit. Great, another trip to the bank. Liu Xu felt a wave of frustration. Managing everything alone was proving to be quite a challenge. It seemed he needed to devise a better plan. Otherwise, he would be in a constant state of chaos, accomplishing nothing. At the bank, when the clerk saw Liu Xu's balance, her eyes widened, and she promptly notified the bank manager. Upon learning this was a significant client, the manager personally attended to Liu Xu, enthusiastically promoting financial products, which startled Liu Xu. He almost felt as though he had stumbled into a pyramid scheme and quickly made his escape. Suppressing the urge to splurge, Liu Xu returned home, fully aware that his father would undoubtedly interrogate him thoroughly. He needed to be on high alert. After all, one lie often necessitates countless others to maintain the facade. When he arrived home that afternoon, Liu Xu noticed his father was in high spirits, evidently pleased. Ah, our great benefactor has returned, Liu Xu teased with a smile. Hee, Dad, look at you. This isn't my first time helping you, Liu Xu responded with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. Indeed, you did well this time. Today, I successfully sold a food production line. Let us celebrate tonight, my friend. Join me for a drink. But Xiaosu is still young. What do you mean by alcohol? Old Liu, can't you impart some wisdom? Just then, my mother emerged from the kitchen, overhearing the conversation, and immediately scolded my father. Oomph. Do you think he doesn't drink outside? By the way, today as payment should be over 38 million. Where did the extra 80,000 go? Liu Xu gazed at his son with a look of suspicion. Is it unreasonable for me to keep a little commission for myself, Dad? You want the horse to run but refuse to feed it. How can that be fair? Liu Xu retorted with conviction. You little rascal. Everything I have will eventually belong to you, so why the rush? Liu Xu chuckled, scolding him playfully. Dad, I have a question. Do we have any second-hand pharmaceutical production lines? What type are you looking for? Traditional Chinese medicine or antibiotics? Tablets or powders? Upon hearing this, Liu Xu felt overwhelmed, realizing there were so many specifics involved. He initially thought they were all the same. After pondering, he replied, antibiotic production lines, preferably for penicillin. We don't have that, but there are 2 production lines for traditional Chinese medicine granules. Why? Are your classmates interested? I can keep an eye out. I recall that last month, the second pharmaceutical factory in Yang City had 2 antibiotic production lines slated for elimination, but they were quite dated. So I didn't take them. Dated? From when? The 1990s. They are replacing them with new automated equipment, hence the elimination. Yes, we must acquire them. I can surely profit from a quick resale. My classmates will definitely be interested. Is that so? I will contact them tomorrow to see if they're still available. Great. Dad, Mom, I need to head back tomorrow. All right, take care of yourself out there. Now that you've graduated, it's time to bring a daughter-in-law home. In the dead of night, as Liu Xu drifted into slumber, an alert rang out. Master, someone has thrown several torches into the yard where the medicines are stored. However, there is no need for concern, as I have secured the medicines in advance. Liu Xu awoke instantly, his expression one of fury. Xiaoxing, may I inspect the scene? Certainly, Master. Simply access the system panel. Upon doing so, Liu Xu found himself gazing upon a holographic projection, adjustable in perspective. He observed 3 individuals preparing 7 or 8 torches and dousing them in gasoline, ready to ignite and toss them into the yard. Liu Xu was incensed. A closer look revealed it was Wang. He decided not to intervene, as he doubted there was anything flammable in the bare cement room. Wang had initially intended to set the place ablaze, but realized that merely burning it wouldn't inflict significant loss on Liu Xu. Instead, he aimed to create a bit of trouble, which would be far more damaging. He had made a report, but to his surprise, Linen swiftly resolved the issue. In a fit of desperation, this led to the arson attempt that evening. Liu Xu contemplated his next steps. He was determined to develop in Binhai City, leaving Wang for another time when he could settle the score. That evening, Liu made a phone call to Linen. Anzi, I am heading to Binhai. Please hold off on sending the pharmaceuticals until I provide you with an address. I fear that Wang might cause trouble in that area again. Xiao Su, perhaps we should find a way to deal with Wang, ensuring he spends a few years behind bars. Let's postpone this for now. Time is truly of the essence. By the way, Xiao Su, if you intend to continue using such large quantities of medication, you must establish a company with the necessary qualifications. I can cover for you once or twice, but over time, it becomes unmanageable for me. I apologize, but I will expedite the establishment of a trading company and obtain all the required certifications. The following day, Liu Xu departed from his home, dragging a suitcase behind him. He planned to go to Binhai City to set up a company, facilitating the large-scale trade of goods in the future. Around noon, Liu Xu arrived in Binhai City and checked into a budget hotel. He thought to himself that living alone did not necessitate extravagance. It was more prudent to save money for essential matters. Once settled, Liu Xu quickly searched online for a headhunting agency, scheduled an appointment, and felt at ease enough to go have lunch. At 2 p.m., as the agency opened for business, Liu Xu took a taxi to their location. Hello, I have an appointment to conduct business. Greetings. You must be Mr. Liu. Our general manager has been expecting you. Please follow me. The receptionist warmly escorted Liu Xu to the general manager's office. Ah, Mr. Liu has arrived. Please take a seat. Shall we prepare a cup of tea? The general manager greeted with a beaming smile. My surname is Jean Tukong. I understand you're looking to acquire a trading company, correct? Could you please outline your requirements? Indeed, I primarily engage in export business, dealing with a diverse range of products. To put it plainly, I trade whatever is profitable. However, my main focus is on various mechanical equipment and production lines, as well as pharmaceuticals, for which I require export qualifications. Very well. Please allow me to search for suitable options for you. We can discuss the details further during our next meeting. Liu Xu, eager to proceed, briefly outlined his requirements, left a portion of the deposit, and planned to address the matter more thoroughly upon his return. Chapter 10. Lianshan Pharmaceutical Company. Liu Xu returned to the hotel, eagerly yearning to traverse back in time. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Would his journey not lead him directly to the street? After all, his previous return had been a direct leap onto the thoroughfare. Xiaoxing, can I directly traverse from here to the room in 1950? Beep. Yes, master. Furthermore, if you wish to collect resources from a specific location, all you need to do is leave a temporal anchor point there. There is no need for you to make the trip personally. Really? That is splendid news. How convenient. Then, Xiaoxing, let us set off for 1950. Beep. System traversal initiating. In an instant, the scenery before Liu Xu flickered, and he found himself once again in the room of the 1950s. He noticed some changes in the surroundings. The place was significantly cleaner than before, and a new set of bedding adorned the bed, promising him a restful night's sleep. Gazing at the courtyard, Liu Xu felt a wave of longing. If only he could possess such a residence in the main dimension, he would surely prosper. Pushing the door open and stepping outside, he found the courtyard empty. However, he soon heard the sound of clanging from the front, leading him to deduce that the shop was undergoing a reconfiguration. Boss, when did you return? I didn't even see you. Zhang Shun, with sharp eyes, was the first to spot Liu Xu. I just came back not long ago. Seeing you all busy, I didn't want to interrupt. Shun, accompany me outside. I have a matter to attend to. Liu Xu led Zhang Shun, meandering like two leisurely elders, to the hospital they had visited last time. This time, Liu Xu felt quite confident, no longer resembling a headless fly as he navigated the familiar path with ease, as if returning to his own backyard. Swiftly making his way to the small building at the back. Arriving at the door of Director Wu's office, he knocked assertively. Zhang Shun stood behind him like a respectful attendant, his demeanor reminiscent of a loyal squire presenting a weapon to a hero of old. The door is unlocked. Come in. Echoed Director Wu's booming voice from within. Liu Xu pushed the door open as casually as if entering his own home. Ah, Mr. Liu, your presence is a rare honor. I went to Lashunda looking for you twice, but it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. I simply could not find you. Director Wu's exaggerated expression nearly propelled him from his seat. I was merely out to collect goods. You know how it is in this business. It must be conducted discreetly, much like a thief, fearful of drawing attention. The shipment was supposed to arrive yesterday, but alas, the vessel was as slow as an elderly lady, arriving a day late. As Liu Xu spoke, he gestured animatedly, embodying the spirit of a lamenting merchant. By the way, how did the last shipment fare? Were the results satisfactory? Liu Xu raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Not just satisfactory, it was simply outstanding. The purity of this batch of medicine is so remarkable I could not help but give it a thumbs up. The injectable powder is as pristine as a freshly polished mirror, devoid of any residue. Now it is splendid. Not only the hospitals by the coast are aware of the treasure in my possession, but even several major hospitals in the capital are like wolves scenting meat, rushing to obtain supplies. Director Wu, exhilarated, gesticulated wildly, his face nearly blooming into a flower of delight. Mr. Liu, how much cargo have you brought this time? Let's be straightforward. I must reserve enough for myself before you can distribute to others. I have been eagerly anticipating this, Director Wu remarked, rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Director Wu, you need not worry at all. This time, I have brought back a whopping 500 boxes of injectables, which should suffice for some time, Liu Xu declared proudly, thumping his chest. 500 boxes? My goodness. I cannot express my gratitude enough, Mr. Liu. You have no idea how vital penicillin is to our country. It is as essential as air to a person. Director Wu laughed heartily, his facial muscles nearly cramping from joy. However, this smile faded within mere seconds, and Director Wu's expression transformed as swiftly as the weather in June, contorting into one of despair. Alas, to be honest with you, Mr. Liu, I truly cannot consume more than 5 boxes, even if I were to burst, he lamented, spreading his hands in resignation, resembling a child yearning for candy, yet unable to have any. Liu Xu had previously informed Director Wu that each box contained 50 packets, with each packet housing 10 doses of powder. As Director Wu contemplated, he realized the disparity was as stark as that between an ant and an elephant. It seems I must concede this to old Liang. For the sake of the nation, I shall ensure he treats us tonight. I will call him right away. Liu Xu said, secretly amused at old Liang's fortunate turn of fate, suspecting that Director Wu was referring to the National Pharmaceutical Company. Operator, please connect me to the pharmaceutical company, Director Wu shouted, his tone reminiscent of a battle cry. Liu Xu wore a knowing expression, thinking to himself, as expected, Old Liang? This is Wu Xiangyi. Regarding what we discussed last time, yes, the goods are right here with me. You are fortunate, my old friend. You must treat us tonight. For this matter may very well frighten you half to death. All right, hurry over. Director Wu bellowed into the phone, his tone akin to a brother boasting about a prized possession. I apologize, Mr. Liu, but we must wait a moment longer. This is the general manager of the pharmaceutical company I mentioned. I believe he is the only one who can handle your 500 boxes. Director Wu turned to Liu Xu, his expression one of regret. No matter. I may place large orders in the future. I shall leave everything to him then, which will spare me the trouble. Liu Xu waved his hand dismissively, embodying the demeanor of a magnanimous tycoon. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man burst in with great energy, resembling a whirlwind. Upon entering, he did not even glance at Director Wu, heading straight for Liu Xu with the precision of a GPS. He extended his hands, enthusiasm radiating from him as if he were about to engulf Liu Xu. You must be Comrade Liu Xu. Thank you immensely. Truly, thank you. You must understand. We are currently only able to sneak in minuscule amounts from Hong Kong, akin to ants transporting their burdens. Liu Xu hastily responded with courtesy. General Manager Liang, you are far too gracious. This is something every member of the flower-growing family ought to do. Please do not treat me so distantly. Director Wu, observing from the side, was nearly fuming, resembling a child whose toy had been snatched away. Well, old Liang, isn't it rather swift of you to burn bridges after crossing them? Here I stand, and you treat me as though I were invisible. Oh, my dear brother Wu, are you feeling a touch of jealousy? Given our relationship, there's no need for such calculations. You may as well find a cooler place to linger, Liang chuckled, his teasing tone almost eliciting a laugh from Director Wu. Hey, you can't escape today's feast. Director Wu replied, fuming. General Manager Liang confidently patted his pocket, exuding the air of a nouveau riche eager to flaunt his wealth. You see, I have brought my entire fortune today. After all, I won't be needing it for the foreseeable future. The workday is nearly over, so let us head to the Zhou family canteen for a proper meal. Liu Xu, witnessing this scene, was profoundly moved. Although he had lent a hand, the unwavering dedication of these pioneers from the early days of the nation was beyond description. Liu Xu thought to himself that General Manager Liang's salary likely wasn't extravagant. He might even need to borrow money from others to treat him to dinner. In this era, the concept of using public funds for dining was virtually non-existent, though one could not entirely dismiss the existence of a few scoundrels, for in a vast forest, one would encounter all manner of birds. Chapter 11. Commissioning a store location well. Today you two need not quarrel with me. I shall take the lead, Liu Xu declared, his tone reminiscent of a commanding leader. With that, the group exited the hospital, making their way towards the Zhou family canteen. This establishment, a rising star in the culinary world, had only been open for a little over a year, but had gained remarkable fame, akin to a rocket soaring into the sky. The secret behind its success lay primarily with its head chef, who, during the Republic era, specialized in private banquets and possessed culinary skills that could tantalize any palate. In Binhai, the Zhou family canteen was nothing short of legendary, though its most glorious days were yet to come. Liu Xu, often indulging in online explorations of the locale as cultural nuances, was well acquainted with this restaurant. Once they were seated, Liu Xu began introducing Zhang Shan. I have recently acquired a pawn shop, intending to transform it into an antique store. However, my motivation is not profit. Rather, I have a genuine passion for these items and wish to collect them for personal enjoyment. This is Zhang Shan, a former pawn shop assistant. I found him quite astute, so I decided to keep him close to assist me in various tasks. Upon hearing Liu Xu's introduction, Zhang Shan sprang to his feet like a coiled spring. greeting Director Wu and Manager Liang enthusiastically. Hello, Director Wu, Manager Liang. I have just returned to the country and am utterly lost, knowing nothing at all. When I mentioned having a request, I assure you, it was no jest. Liu Xu spoke with utmost sincerity. Oh, what might Mr. Liu be contemplating? Director Wu inquired, intrigued. I have some acquaintances abroad involved in the pharmaceutical trade, which I dabble in as a side venture. My primary focus is on machinery and various production lines. Currently, I am inquiring about a penicillin production line. I will share further details once I have more information, Liu Xu said cryptically. What? Really? The two men sprang from their seats, as if propelled by springs, this revelation profoundly shocking them, akin to learning of extraterrestrial beings descending upon Earth. To their astonishment, Liu Xu possessed such capabilities. In these times, when Western imperialist nations had sealed off our country with an iron grip, the fact that Liu Xu could potentially bring such vital resources back home filled them with awe. Mr. Liu, you have my utmost respect, Director Wu remarked, his face glowing with admiration. Liu Xu hastily urged them to sit down. Let's keep this matter under wraps for the time being, as it is still in the works. If word gets out, this production line may not return after all. Liu Xu intentionally frightened them a bit, fully aware of the significance of discretion, much like guarding a precious treasure. Indeed, upon receiving his warning, the two exchanged knowing glances, nodding like chicks pecking at grains, indicating their understanding. At that moment, Manager Liang gazed at Liu Xu as if he were gazing upon a mountain of gold, internally resolving to seize this opportunity. Just then, the dishes they ordered arrived. The signature dishes of Zhou family canteen, fish and ribs, were an absolute must. The fish, exquisitely prepared, was tender and succulent, dancing upon the palate. The ribs, crisp on the outside, yet tender within, released an aroma that could waft 10 miles away. The four individuals began a toast, the atmosphere as lively as a festive celebration. Brother Liu, you have brought back 500 boxes of penicillin. May I inquire about the pricing? Director Wu asked cautiously. Director Wu, Manager Liang, I have always stated that I do not intend to profit from national misfortune. In the future, do not ask me about prices. We shall adhere strictly to the government-established rates, Liu Xu asserted resolutely. In truth, the price was not exorbitant. When the second series of RMB was issued in 1955, its exchange rate with the first series was 1/10,000. Based on the current price of 12,800, it amounts to merely 1.28 per unit. Of course, after mass production commenced in 53, the price would likely decrease further. Thank you, Brother Liu. I would like to raise a glass on behalf of the patients in our country, Director Wu said, lifting his glass with deep gratitude. May I inquire what currency you prefer, US dollars or British pounds? Manager Liang asked curiously. Oh, no need for that. Our RMB will suffice. As I still have matters to attend to domestically, Liu Xu replied with a smile. Ah, then it all depends on you, Manager Liang said. Astonished, Liu Xu waved his hand grandly, embodying the spirit of a chivalrous hero. Let's not dwell on that. Director Wu, Manager Liang, I would like to request your assistance in finding a location, whether for rent or purchase, primarily to serve as a sales venue for machinery. Leave this matter to me. Tomorrow, I shall go to the municipal government and ensure it is taken care of, Manager Liang proclaimed, his demeanor reminiscent of a hero set to save the world. I truly appreciate your help, Manager Liang. I have little patience for the hypocritical demeanor of Western nations. They prohibit shipments to our country, and I shall defiantly send them regardless, Liu Xu declared with indignation. To be honest, I currently possess over 270 machine tools, which are set to dock in a few days, yet I have nowhere to store them, Liu Xu stated with pride, contemplating the registration of a trading company as well. The two listened intently, their spirits ignited by Liu Xu's fervent discourse. The meal was a delight, primarily due to the fresh ingredients of the era, incomparable to future offerings. Before long, the matters at hand were settled, and Liu Xu immersed himself in his meal, leaving the others astounded. They thought to themselves, how could this individual, who appeared far from destitute, consume his food with such fervor, reminiscent of a famished soul? After indulging in food and drink, Liu Xu, akin to a seasoned expert eager to claim a prize, hastily settled the bill, and the group then dispersed, concluding a lively and engaging day. As night fell, Manager Liang hurriedly prepared to report upwards, for the accounts of his pharmaceutical company could scarcely accommodate such a significant sum. Behold, 500 boxes of penicillin, a staggering sum of 3 billion. This is no trifling amount capable of exhausting the company's entire treasury. With the establishment of the National Pharmaceutical Company, it has assumed the role of a formidable steward, unifying the procurement, sales, and production of pharmaceuticals across the nation. With unwavering determination, it endeavors to propel the entire pharmaceutical industry forward, akin to a mighty strongman bearing the weight of this substantial enterprise while sprinting ahead. Ignorance may have been bliss, but once whispers surfaced regarding the acquisition of a penicillin production line, Manager Liang's eyes sparkled with fervor. Akin to a ravenous wolf setting its sights on a plump lamb, how could he possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Even though the matter remains shrouded in uncertainty, he is resolute in his intent to seize it. While it is true that a production line existed in Donghai City prior to liberation, the prospect of self-manufacturing remains an insurmountable distance away, much like standing at the foot of a mountain with its peak obscured by clouds, leaving a long and arduous path yet to be traversed. Chapter 12. Delivery from the pharmaceutical company. Manager Liang, undeterred by the late hour, resolutely dialed the phone of his superior in the capital. After all, the recipient was his former leader. A few scoldings were inconsequential, merely a reminder of old times. As soon as the call connected, he exclaimed with fervor, "Old Chief, I have a thrilling surprise for you. I procured a batch of penicillin, but I need to apply for some funding to facilitate the acquisition." Upon hearing this, the old chief perked up immediately. "Oh, is it that new penicillin emerging from Banhai? How much do you have?" Manager Liang, nearly leaping with excitement, responded loudly, "Old Chief, a whole 500 boxes, totaling 250,000 vials. This time, we've truly tackled a significant challenge." However, the old chief shook his head in response. "Xiaoyang, 250,000 vials may sound substantial, but with the Korean War looming, it is still insufficient. Can you persuade the supplier to send more?" Taken aback for a moment, Manager Liang pounded his chest confidently. "What? The Korean War? I understand. I will insist on acquiring more when I pick up the goods tomorrow morning." The old chief inquired further, "By the way, how much funding do you require?" Manager Liang gritted his teeth. "I need 5 billion. The supplier requests that we open a bank account for them to transfer the funds." The old chief inhaled sharply. "Wait. You mean they only want our RMB?" Manager Liang nodded vigorously. "Yes, and Mr. Liu has offered the goods at the national pricing. I believe he is genuinely patriotic." The old chief reflected for a moment. "He is essentially subsidizing us with his own funds." "But hold on, with 250,000 vials costing only 2 billion. Why do you need 5 billion? Manager Liang chuckled softly. Old chief, there's a piece of news that's not yet confirmed, so I'm preparing in advance. Mr. Liu mentioned he is in the process of acquiring a penicillin production line, and I'm stockpiling resources for this." The old chief's voice rose. "What? Fantastic. Is he considering establishing a factory domestically?" Manager Liang quickly clarified. "Not quite, old chief. His primary business is trading machinery, and this production line is intended for sale to us." Initially stunned, the old chief burst into laughter. "What? Ha ha ha, splendid. Are you telling me that they can transport the machinery back as well? You must ensure we secure this production line. As for the funding, I will find a way." Liu Xu returned to his residence, bustling about as if herding chicks, instructing Zhang Shun to take a break. Shortly thereafter, in a manner akin to magic, he transported the 500 boxes of penicillin into the back room. Now lying on the rigid bed, tossing and turning like a pancake, sleep eluded him. Resolved to take a different approach, he decided to traverse back to his hotel room in the main dimension for some rest. He thought to himself that, given his system thrived on his frequent travels, he might as well return to the main dimension every day for a good night's sleep, treating it as his dormitory. Bored and restless, Liu Xu opened his system panel. The text states, "Master, Liu Xu, age, 22, height, 178 centimeters, weight, 65 kilograms, physical fitness, 10, languages, Chinese Mandarin, 87, English American, 40, skills, None. Knowledge, 13. Energy, 0.06. Space, 300. Upon noticing this, Liu Xu exclaimed with curiosity, The space has increased. When did this happen? Why was I completely oblivious? Is the system secretly making small adjustments while I sleep? However, he dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Oh well, whatever, time for sleep. While Liu Xu slumbered peacefully, the three individuals in the courtyard were as restless as ants on a hot pan. The innkeeper, old Yuan, emerged from the east wing and stealthily approached the west wing, where Zhang Shun and accountant Qi Rongyi resided. Upon entering, he inquired, Shun, where did you and the master go? Why do you smell of alcohol? Zhang Shun, slapping his thigh, replied, We visited the Zhou family canteen, meeting with Director Wu from the Maldives Memorial Hospital and a manager from a pharmaceutical company. Let me tell you, our master possesses extraordinary capabilities. Managing to import penicillin from abroad, it's almost miraculous. Qi Rongyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? The penicillin that's more precious than gold? Lowering his voice conspiratorially, Zhang Shun remarked, Keep this under wraps. Don't let it slip. Our master has brought back 500 boxes. You have no idea how ecstatic that director and manager were, practically bouncing off the walls. Moreover, our master stated he is here to aid in the nation's development, not to profit from its calamities. The price set by the state is the price we adhere to. As he spoke, Zhang Shun puffed out his chest with pride, as if he himself were the architect of this endeavor. Qi Rongyi couldn't help but murmur, if this were to hit the black market, how much could it fetch? He then sighed. Not long ago, old Wang's son on Jiujing Street suffered from pneumonia. I heard he spent 100,000 in the black market for a dose and still couldn't find it. When he raised it to 200,000, he still came up empty. Truly tragic. Old Yuan quickly interjected. Enough, our master's character appears commendable. Remember, do not speak indiscreetly outside. The night passed without incident. The next day, Liu Xu awakened, washed his face, and swiftly traversed back to the 50th dimension, fearing that someone might come to collect the goods, and that tardiness would not bode well. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Manager Liang arrived with an entourage in a flurry. Liu Xu promptly called out, Zhang Shun, quickly take Manager Liang to the back room to collect the goods. Zhang Shun, momentarily taken aback, responded, Huh? Oh. As he walked, scratching his head, he pondered. When did the master place the goods in the back room? I clearly returned with him yesterday. Did the goods sprout wings and fly in by themselves? At that moment, old Yuan also emerged, witnessing a crowd moving boxes out from the backyard, his eyes widening in astonishment as if he had seen a ghost. He hurriedly asked, Master, when did you store these items? Liu Xu casually replied, Oh, while you all were asleep last night, I feared I would disturb your sweet dreams. So I quietly had them brought in. Liu Xu pondered to himself, It seems that I can no longer leave my belongings here, lest I be misunderstood and regarded as a strange being. Upon stepping outside, he was utterly taken aback. Manager Liang had brought a fleet of horse-drawn wooden flatbed carts to transport the pharmaceuticals, which seemed more suited for hauling firewood than precious medicine. This revelation astonished Liu Xu. It was not that he had never seen such antiquated means of transport, but rather that he had not anticipated such a retro approach from a prestigious national pharmaceutical company. This only solidified Liu Xu's resolve. It was clear that he had come to the right place and must engage earnestly in his endeavors. Manager Liang approached, suggesting, Brother Liu, if you would accompany our company accountant to the bank to open an account, I can transfer the funds. Liu Xu waved his hand, replying, Manager Liang, I shall refrain from going. I'll have my accountant handle it. He then called over accountant Qi, saying, Qi, please go and open an account in the name of Future International Trade. Manager Liang's eyes brightened at this. Future International Trade? What a splendid name. Brother Liu, I shall see to the matter you mentioned yesterday, without delay. Before accountant Qi could respond, Manager Liang eagerly took charge of the arrangement. Liu Xu, Then I shall trouble you, Manager Liang. Ever since encountering this batch of pharmaceuticals, Manager Liang had been exuberantly animated, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. Eager to secure Liu Xu's partnership, he seemed almost propelled to expedite matters with unmatched speed. After bidding farewell to Manager Liang, Liu Xu returned to his shop. It had transformed significantly since his last visit. The tall counters had vanished, replaced by rows of antique display shelves along the walls. creating a spacious atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling thoroughfare rather than a narrow alleyway. Liu Xu eyed the display shelves and teased Old Yuan. Old Yuan. What kind of wood are these shelves made from? We are running an antique shop, so do ensure that you don't fill it with worthless timber. While we can forego golden silk Namu, we must at least have Hainan Wang Wali among the furnishings. Do not be stingy with the budget. There are over 3 billion in our accounts now, so please procure generously. Old Yuan patted his chest affirmatively. Master, with your assurance, you may rest easy. Just watch and see. Chapter 13. Store location registration. Liu Xu was preoccupied with thoughts of the modern side, eagerly anticipating the swift return of funds from the antique sales. He then remarked, Old Yuan, don't you think we should register our shop? Otherwise, dealing with taxes will be quite troublesome. From now on, I shall name all my ventures after the future, so let us call this shop Future Antiques. He added, let Zhang Shun subscribe to various newspapers, and also select a few with substantial circulation to publish our antique collection information. Let us aim for a year's duration, and ensure the ad is prominently displayed. Unbeknownst to Liu Xu, his casual mention of future international trade would eventually transform into an immense enterprise, astounding everyone in its wake. Shortly after noon, manager Liang Yi arrived with remarkable haste, as if propelled by oil on his soles. He had efficiently completed the 2 tasks Liu Xu had assigned him. This was no small feat. He had sought approval from the department, and with the ministry's intervention, secured cooperation for Binhai City, allowing for such swift progress. Brother Liu, take a look. Here is your company's business license, conjured up by yours truly. Haha, I am reliable in my dealings, no hiccups at all. Absolutely. Manager Liang, tonight I shall treat you to a fine meal. I must express my gratitude, or my conscience will not be at ease. Don't call me manager all the time. It feels too formal. From now on, you're like a brother to me. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to ask. By the way, the place you've been yearning for, I have found 2 options for you. Take a look and see which one you prefer. One is on Guangshan Street in District 1. It's a 2-story building with a backyard, similar in size to your current location. The other is a bit farther and more secluded, located in the soil city of District 6. This site was previously a cotton spinning factory built by the Japanese, which was later reclaimed. The equipment was dismantled by members of the 4 prominent families at the time, leading to its gradual decline. However, it is quite expansive, boasting a full 10 acres. The factory structures are in disrepair. If you wish to use them, you'll need to do some serious refurbishment. It resembles a derelict site. Upon hearing this, Liu Xu's eyes widened with excitement, akin to discovering a new continent. A bit distant and secluded? In his view, these were trivial concerns, akin to finding the perfect pillow for a nap, ideal for his intentions. Haha, let us opt for the second one. I may need to transport a plethora of machinery in the future, and a smaller space simply won't suffice. I need room to maneuver. I knew you would choose that one. How about we go take a look now, while the iron is hot? Thus, Liu Xu, accompanied by Zhang Shun and Manager Liang, set off toward the soil city. Manager Liang had arrived on his bicycle with great fervor, but Liu Xu had no means of transport. Upon exiting, he waved his hand grandly, calling for 2 rickshaws, shouting, drivers, hurry up, this is urgent. As they traveled, Liu Xu pondered the inconvenience of lacking a vehicle. He resolved that acquiring one was imperative. Relying solely on bus number 11 for future outings would simply not do. They followed the Haihe River, crossing the Liberation Bridge and heading southward. Liu Xu gazed in astonishment at the fleet of small boats adorned with canvas gliding upon the Haihe River, his eyes wide and his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. The reason for his surprise? In the primary dimension, river transport had long ceased to exist. After a laborious half-hour ride in a rickshaw, he finally arrived at his destination. The factory complex was remarkably close to the river, and along the way, Liu Xu spotted several factories. What left him utterly flabbergasted was the sight of large pipes intermittently emerging by the riverbank, gushing forth deep brown sewage into the water. Were this the primary dimension, the Environmental Protection Authorities would have arrived post-haste to shut it down, for the pollution was egregious. Brother Liu, what do you think? He heard as he approached a 2-story building by the roadside, which served as the office. It housed a spacious courtyard with 5 large workshops. followed by 2 warehouses and a boiler room, with the remainder consisting of 2 rows of worker dormitories. Liu Xu surveyed the dilapidated factory area, where the wild grass towered nearly as high as a person, reminiscent of a primeval forest. The windows of each workshop were devoid of glass, save for the occasional solitary pane still clinging to the frame of the office building like a stubborn little soldier. Upon entering one of the workshops, he was met with a scene akin to one ravaged by artillery fire, with holes littering the ceiling. The southern portion of the roof was particularly outrageous, with tiles seemingly vanished, leaving not even a single nail behind, as if it were in a state of utter exposure. The floor appeared relatively intact, albeit uneven in places, resembling the surface of the moon. Manager Liang's expression darkened instantly, resembling a bitter melon. Those city government folks are utterly unreliable. Why didn't they inform me that this place was in such disrepair? Alas, Brother Liu, I owe you an apology. I shall return and hold them accountable. We must find another location. I never anticipated it would be this dilapidated. This place has been unattended for 3 or 4 years. I suspect the locals have salvaged materials for their own homes. It's infuriating. No need for that, my friend. This place is quite adequate. Look at these buildings. The main structures are still sturdy. Those shabby and incomplete areas can simply be repaired. The key point is the ample space. I am utterly satisfied. It's like discovering a hidden treasure. After touring the factory complex, Liu Xu felt as if he were calculating something within his mind, beginning to formulate ideas for renovation. After all, he was engaged in the construction industry, a field in which he was well-versed. Manager Liang, I must trouble you with a request. Could you recommend a construction company? I wish to employ foreign technologies to refurbish this place and give it a new lease on life. Brother Liu, what new technologies are you referring to? If they're overly complex, typical construction companies might struggle with the task. We wouldn't want to tarnish our reputation. Manager Liang's curiosity was piqued, his eyes shining with interest as he pressed for details. Oh, it primarily concerns several aspects of technology. For instance, a fire protection system that functions as a faithful guardian of safety, a water circulation system for heating, banishing the winter chill, a central air conditioning system to regulate room temperature in summer, providing a refreshing respite, and an energy-efficient insulation system to help save costs. Under the persistent inquiries of Manager Liang, Liu Xu, like a cascading stream of beans, provided an overview of the technological situation. My dear Brother Liu, I have racked my brain for quite some time, and, truthfully, I have yet to find a company that entirely meets your requirements. But fret not, my friend. I shall seek out an expert to handle this matter professionally. That would be splendid. Thank you, my brother. By the way, why not take a step further? Once I have everything set up here in a while, could you assist me in recruiting some personnel? Ideally, those with expertise in mechanics. Though I also require individuals from other fields, as a company needs a multitude of departments to function smoothly. The absence of any would be detrimental. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi's heart swelled with joy, akin to indulging in honey. He was contemplating how to integrate some of his own people, and this opportunity seemed to have presented itself. These matters are trivial. Leave it to me, my brother. Just wait and see. I will ensure everything is managed impeccably. After Liang Yi departed, Liu Xu began measuring various aspects with a ruler, starting preparations for the upcoming renovations. Shunzi, you may return home now. I have matters to attend to over the next few days and may not return. Rest assured. All right, boss. While Liu Xu and his colleagues were touring the factory, in a small courtyard of District 5, a few individuals were engaged in discussion. What is going on? The production of penicillin seems to be on the rise, and I've heard the quality is exceptional. You all need to sharpen your senses and find out the details for me. Boss, it appears this situation originated from the hospital of Dr. Ma. Investigate further. It would be best to ascertain the details and determine its source. Chapter 14. Modern Vehicle Procurement. After Zhang Shun departed, Liu Xu swiftly returned to the primary dimension. Within the confines of the police station at the southern intersection of Jintang Bridge in Binhai City, Director Xu became aware of the sudden influx of penicillin in the market. Director Luo, has your Economic Security Division investigated the recent surge of penicillin available for sale? Director Xu, we have taken note of this. It appears to be smuggled by a patriotic youth, and thus far, we have not discovered any other irregularities. Very well. Please remain vigilant, as it originates from abroad. Liu Xu materialized in his hotel room within the primary dimension, resembling a detective as he meticulously surveyed the area, ensuring no one had intruded before he let out a sigh of relief. Since returning from the 50 dimensions, he had not dared to delay, for there was an overwhelming amount to attend to. At that moment, his stomach grumbled, signaling lunchtime. He descended to the dining area for a quick meal, treating it as a task accomplished. Following that, he dialed his classmate Lin and Anzi. Could you prepare some penicillin for me? This time, I require 10,000 boxes. More is preferable. What? Are you seriously engaging in the drug trade now? Where did you find such a connection? Transferring medications is no trifling matter. It's just a fortunate coincidence. I have a few connections. Don't worry, you will receive every penny you are owed. All right then, but is it only penicillin you need? You can't be serious about just that. What about other medications? Medical instruments? Equipment? Those are far more lucrative. Hey Liu Xu, are you still there? Don't hang up. Yes, I'm here. Let us do this. For every type of medicine and medical instrument you procure, give me 10,000 boxes of each. But remember, only Western medicine for now. Traditional Chinese medicine can wait. We will discuss the equipment later. Liu Xu slapped his forehead, feeling a pang of regret for his oversight. Knowing full well that the era was lacking in various essentials, how could he have only thought to acquire one type of medicine? It was a grave miscalculation. Ansi, the quantity I require is substantial, so you must send me some funds first. Otherwise, even if I draw from all my liquid assets, it won't suffice. Sure, no problem. I will transfer 50 million to you right away. If there's any surplus, I'll let you know next time. What? You've struck it rich? Your generosity is quite extravagant. Go on. I'm merely a temporary benefactor. I'll return tomorrow to the usual place. Just deliver it there. Liu Xu, having endured considerable hardship on foot across the 50 dimensions, had grown weary of such tribulations and resolved to purchase a vehicle. After some contemplation, he concluded that acquiring a second-hand car would be economical, alleviating any concerns regarding paperwork, as long as it was operational. He hailed a taxi and arrived at the Binhai second-hand car market. Upon entering the market, his eyes were drawn to a row of ambulances parked in a corner, and an idea sparked within him. Perhaps he could buy a few to gift to Director Wu. Such a present would certainly be unique. Liu Xu circled the vehicles twice, resembling an art connoisseur. The seller, a middle-aged woman, noticed his keen interest and approached him, as if recognizing a business opportunity. Young man, are you interested in purchasing these ambulances? You have quite the discerning eye. Indeed, let us proceed this way. Kindly quote me the lowest price, and I shall purchase all these vehicles in one go. To clarify, you need not concern yourself with the paperwork. I am fully capable of handling that. What I seek is a genuine and substantial lowest price. Should your quotation exceed my expectations, I will leave without a moment's hesitation. How does 17,500 sound? Clearly, this lady was taken aback by Liu Xu's generous approach to purchasing cars, and she inadvertently quoted a price without much thought. Liu Xu, that fellow, is utterly clueless when it comes to second-hand cars. He has never even glanced in that direction before. Goodness, this is still a vehicle, albeit at over 10,000. Are you truly willing to acquire it so readily? I must ask, does this car run properly? You must assure me it will function smoothly without breaking down mid-journey. Certainly, there is no issue at all. If you wish, you may test each vehicle now, and I guarantee your satisfaction. No need for test drive. I shall look at other cars. Do you have any of those antiquated models? Indeed, we do. The oldest are those two Volkswagen Santanas, resembling ancient relics. My word, this car is still here. Without hesitation, I shall take it. Let us proceed with the transfer. Why did Liu Xu take a liking to this Santana so quickly? Primarily because this vehicle is devoid of unnecessary electronic gadgets. When it reaches the 50th dimension, how would one even explain it? One could only say that the electronic remote locking system was not mass-produced until 1982. In the 50th dimension, this Santana would surely embody cutting-edge technology hidden from plain sight. Although the technology in this car is far superior to that of its era, an untrained I would not discern it, much like wearing an invisibility cloak. Inside, there is merely an air conditioner and a radio, perhaps a power window at most. Such features are palatable enough for acceptance. As for the other advanced technologies concealed within, Liu Xu raised his hands in exasperation, admitting his inability to procure relics from decades past. In this day and age, where could he possibly find such antiquities? There was no choice but to make do with what he had. This purchase was quite remarkable. He acquired a total of 14 vehicles, including 12 ambulances and 2 sedans. Just as he was reveling in his good fortune, it struck him that manager Liang's pharmaceutical company lacked even a single delivery vehicle. What a predicament. Dear lady, do you know where I might find a second-hand truck market? One that offers a variety of vehicles? Not far at all, merely in the adjacent yard. There, you will find everything you could desire. Trucks, construction vehicles, specialty vehicles, an abundance of options. Ah, constructium vehículos. Liu Xu's eyes brightened. Indeed, his renovation project was in dire need of such equipment. He resolved to take a look. If suitable, he would purchase several. As Liu Xu departed, he resembled a mouse that had fallen into a vat of rice. He purchased 5 Jiangling light trucks for his own delivery needs, 10 Dongfeng Tianjin cargo vehicles for a pharmaceutical company, 1 each of the 30 and 50 loader models from Shugong, and 1 excavator of the 30 and 40 models. Additionally, he acquired 2 3-ton forklifts from Healy and 2 25-ton cranes from Shugong. This venture was nothing short of a grand procurement of vehicles. Liu Xu, humming a tune while driving the newly acquired Volkswagen Santana, exited the city along a narrow path. He found a vast open space and proceeded to call each vehicle seller to arrange for deliveries to this location. The bustling activity persisted until after 8 in the evening, when he finally managed to secure all the vehicles into his space, panting from exhaustion. Due to the unfinished arrangements at the company in Binhai, he had initially planned to wait until everything was settled before renting or purchasing a storage facility in the company's name. However, he now had no choice but to return home and make do with a rented house for the time being. Upon his return, he refrained from visiting his family, as he could not fathom explaining the sudden appearance of so many vehicles, which would surely startle them. Nevertheless, he did call his father. "Dad, have there been any updates on the penicillin production line?" I inquired, but it hasn't been sold yet. I just haven't had the opportunity to negotiate. Oh dear father, do pay more attention. This is specifically requested by clients, not those unsellable items of yours. All right, I'll go tomorrow. Is that satisfactory? Liu Xu spent 2 days at home, collecting some of the medications Lin and had provided, though some remained untransferred. Unable to wait any longer, he handed the warehouse keys to Lin and prepared to return. Liu Xu traversed time and space, arriving near his family's courtyard, and leisurely walked home. Upon entering, he discovered someone was there, presenting several antiques for sale, which piqued his interest, prompting him to approach and join the lively scene. Chapter 15. Activation of the renewal function. Welcome back, esteemed master. Please hold on for a moment. We have distinguished guests present. Liu Xu note that, signaling them to continue their conversation without concern for his presence. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to summon Zhang Shun and proceeded to retreat further into the premises. He wished to avoid being an impediment and disrupting their business discussions. "Shun, please fetch some funds from Accountant Chi and head to the village near our factory. Hire additional hands to thoroughly clean and tidy the entire factory area. Do you understand?" "Of course, master. I shall do so at once." "Wait. Hire plenty of workers. Do not hesitate to spend. It is not easy for the common folk to earn a living nowadays, so ensure they are well compensated. Should I discover any attempts to shortchange them, you shall see my displeasure." "Rest assured, master, I would not dare," Zhang Shun replied, eager to comply. Liu Xu pondered his next course of action, realizing he needed to consult manager Liang. The shipment of pharmaceuticals he brought was substantial, containing many items not yet seen in this realm, a matter of utmost gravity requiring careful consideration. He scratched his head, feeling a sense of overwhelm as he sought to devise a plausible excuse. In the eyes of the citizens during this era, possessing finished products, especially pharmaceuticals, that even the developed nations of the West lacked was no trifling matter. It demanded the utmost vigilance. Stepping out from his home, Liu Xu sought a secluded corner. ensuring no one was watching. Xing, can you remove the names and dates from the components and nameplates of the vehicles I purchased? Ding. Master, not a problem. This system possesses a renewal mechanism. Any artificial object can be restored to its latest condition. However, it must be intact. The functionalities may be slightly diminished. What? Such a feature exists? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Quickly, restore all mechanical devices in my space to factory settings. And don't forget the vehicles and nameplates. Ding. Master, this function was not activated previously due to insufficient energy. Now that energy levels meet the minimum requirement, it is activated due to your request. Oh dear, your system is quite vexing, lacking even a manual. How was I to know such a feature existed? Were you planning to keep it hidden indefinitely? Ding. Indeed, this system operates on a trigger mechanism. Liu Xu gazed at the pristine vehicle before him, resembling one just birthed from the womb. He opened the door and sat inside, feeling as though he were in a dream, the reality too surreal to comprehend. Instead of starting the engine, he calmed his mind and delved into the system space, eager to see if his devices and vehicles had been rejuvenated. Upon inspection, he was overjoyed. Each machine emitted the warmth of freshly forged metal, devoid of even a hint of rust. The exteriors were immaculate, components gleaming with a lustrous metallic sheen. Turning his attention to the vehicles, they appeared astonishingly clean, akin to brand-new models, save for the absence of a protective plastic film. Upon examining the nameplates, he noted that the production dates had been altered to October 1950, and the manufacturer now Reed Future Group. How intriguing! Liu Xu hummed a cheerful tune, his mood exceptionally buoyant as he drove through the gates of the pharmaceutical company. After parking his vehicle, he continued to hum as he entered the building. Brother Liang, I have brought you a delightful surprise this time. Oh, Liu, my younger brother, you finally arrived. I've been eagerly anticipating your visit, forsaking all other matters. I assure you, this time I won't let you down. Behold, here is the list of medications. Liu Xu retrieved an A4 sheet of printed paper from his pocket, which he had actually taken from the system's storage. Wow, this paper is remarkable. It's so white and thick. Foreign products truly possess a distinctive quality. Manager Liang hadn't even glanced at the contents yet, but was already marveling at the paper. Liu Xu rolled his eyes internally, thinking, am I showing you the paper? Look at the content, brother. Brother, focus on the content. The list was compiled by Lin and categorized according to the system's classification of medications, with several commonly used drugs listed. 8 medications for the respiratory system, 19 for the digestive system, 18 for gallstone treatment, 12 for gynecology, 11 for pediatrics, 18 for the nervous system, and 22 for cardiovascular health. Lennon had informed him that there were over 1,000 chemical medications alone, not to mention the countless traditional Chinese medicines, which left Liu Xu feeling overwhelmed. This time, he had brought only 37 types, with 10,000 boxes of each, totaling 370,000 boxes. Yet the list contained over 100 commonly used medications. Suddenly, Liu Xu slapped his thigh, realizing that his approach might not be appropriate. Merely dealing in finished products felt somewhat beneath him. He pondered that he should assist the nation in establishing a large pharmaceutical enterprise, enabling it to produce its own medications. As the saying goes, when one is impoverished, one can only care for oneself, but when prosperous, one should aid the world. During his time in the 50 dimensions, he had observed the living standards of the common people. Although he had not ventured into the more impoverished rural areas, he felt an undeniable urge to contribute something meaningful. After all, he possessed this extraordinary ability. Why not utilize it? Under Liu Xu's fervent suggestions, Manager Liang finally directed his gaze toward the list. Upon seeing this, it is truly astonishing. As he flipped through the pages, he trembled as if electrified, nearly shaking with the rhythm of a Parkinson's patient. Liu, my dear brother, thank you immensely. The nation is akin to a famished child, eagerly awaiting these life-saving medications. I was previously unaware of your grand gesture. Who could have known that your arrival would be a royal flush? Such a multitude of medicines truly feels like a timely blessing. Manager Liang's gratitude was palpable, almost overflowing from his eyes, as if a basin could be filled. My brother, hold your horses. I haven't brought all my treasures this time. The medications on the list have already been ordered for urgent preparation. For now, I have brought only 37 types, each with 10,000 boxes. But rest assured, this is merely an appetizer. As Liu Xu spoke, a mysterious smile graced his face, reminiscent of a pirate captain harboring untold treasures. It is anticipated that the medicines will arrive tonight like celestial warriors. Tomorrow morning, you must swiftly bring along 22 drivers. Additionally, there is a delightful surprise. I shall be gifting you a batch of automobiles. Just look at yourself. Every time you deliver, you rely on those sluggish horse-drawn carts, moving at a pace that is even slower than a snail's. If there were an urgent patient in need of medication, the situation would be dire. With the advent of automobiles, efficiency will soar. Liu Xu assured with a confident pat on his chest. Oh, automobiles? Is this truly the case? Manager Liang exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers with excitement, nearly leaping from his seat. He resembled a child who had just been told they could indulge in candy at will. Unable to contain his exuberance any longer, Manager Liang began to bounce on the spot, his laughter echoing like thunder, presumably audible several streets away. One might think he had won the lottery's grand prize. No, this cannot be a free gift. I must pay for it. You have already done a tremendous service to the nation by transporting these medicines, and I cannot take advantage of you further, Manager Liang declared, his expression serious and his resolve as steadfast as stone. Chapter 16. The Terror of Rising Prices. All right, my friend, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. However, do not rejoice too soon. Among the 22 vehicles, 10 are transport trucks, and the remaining 12 are ambulances. By the way, I'll gift you a sedan as well, so that you, as the esteemed manager, no longer have to ride a bicycle like a laborer. It hardly befits your stature. The car is downstairs. Come, let me show you. Liu Xu clapped his arm around Manager Liang's shoulder, exuding an air of generosity. Oh no, we must adhere to our principles. How could we accept such a gift? Manager Liang protested, yet his gaze was fixed eagerly on the vehicles below, his feet unwittingly following Liu Xu down the stairs. His expression resembled that of a child caught in the act of wanting something they ought not to desire, putting on a facade of seriousness. Liu Xu strode confidently outside, with Manager Liang trailing behind like a devoted shadow, muttering incessantly, "Oh my, this car is simply stunning. It's like the belle of the automotive world." Although he vocally protested, his body betrayed his true feelings. At this moment, Manager Liang leaned against the car, his eyes glued to the tinted windows, peering in like an inquisitive child, but alas, the film obscured his view. Just then, Liu Xu retrieved the car key and elegantly pressed the unlock button. Beep, beep, beep. The headlights blinked twice, and with a click, the locks released. The sudden sound startled Manager Liang, causing him to jump as if confronted by a specter. What is this? Why did the car beep on its own? Manager Liang was bewildered, staring at the key in Liu Xu's hand as if it were an extraterrestrial device. Ha! This is merely a car key. Quite advanced, wouldn't you say? Take your time to explore it. I must take my leave now. I have one too, so when you register it, do assist me with that as well. Liu Xu chuckled as he tossed the key to Manager Liang and turned to depart. At that moment, Manager Liang was already lost in the euphoria of the new car and hardly noticed Liu Xu's departure. When a man acquires a new toy, it is as if he has been enchanted, his focus fixated solely on his latest possession, regardless of age. Liu Xu hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to his shop, where Zhang Shun was waiting like a loyal sentinel. Upon seeing Liu Xu, he promptly jogged over to report, "Boss, rest assured, I've ensured the factory is spotless, as good as new. I hired 124 people in the city, and they worked like ants, turning the place upside down." Splendid work. And how much did you pay each of them? Liu Xu inquired, nodding in satisfaction. "Boss, I was quite generous. Each received 10,000, which is above the usual rate," Zhang Shun replied, scratching his head, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. Very well, very well. Remember this, we may lack many things, but we are never short of funds. In the future, do not be stingy. Spend what needs to be spent. By the way, what is the current daily wage in the market? Liu Xu asked. About 5,000, with the more skilled ones earning up to 8,000, Zhang Shun answered. Liu Xu nodded, silently calculating in his mind. A few days ago, he gained a cursory understanding of the current living costs and prices. And it was astonishing. These prices could easily provoke existential doubt. 1. 900 yuan for a liter of rice. 230 yuan for a single egg. 4. 000 yuan for a pound of salt. 60 yuan per pound of coal. 1. 300 yuan for a pound of flour. 3. 200 yuan for a pound of cooking oil. 3. 000 yuan for a pound of pork. 2. 800 yuan for a foot of cotton cloth. 5. 000 yuan for a foot of blue fabric. 1. 100 yuan for a bar of soap. 2. 500 yuan for a bar of scented soap. And 1. 400 yuan for a box of Lighthouse cigarettes. Earning a living for the common folk has become exceedingly difficult. Making 10,000 a day hardly seems excessive. Why is this the case? Primarily because factories are wilting like frostbitten eggplants. Operations are insufficient. Furthermore, foreign sanctions have hindered the import of raw materials, leaving the populace with scant opportunities to earn. The following day, Liu Xu arrived at the factory early, akin to a surveying general, making his rounds through the premises. Lo and behold, Zhang Shun had done a commendable job. The factory grounds were spotless. Seizing the moment of solitude, Liu Xu, like a magician, consolidated all the pharmaceuticals into a single warehouse. The 12 ambulances and 10 box trucks were also parked in the yard. After contemplation, he decided to bring out his engineering vehicles as well. What was his intention? He sought to free up space. Presently, only 270 machine tools remained in the area. Liu Xu envisioned transforming this factory into a sales hall, office building, staff dormitory, and cafeteria. How much material would that require? A cramped space would be utterly inadequate. Anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, he was primarily concerned with alleviating some of his father's burdens. The backlog of machinery at home was nearing mountainous proportions. Since discovering that his system possessed a rejuvenation function, Liu Xu's urgency intensified. He mused that if he could gather all these items, his father could finally enjoy a respite from labor, especially considering his advancing age and the toll on his health. Before long, 3 vehicles pulled up, one of which was an antiquated truck resembling a relic. The procession was quite impressive, comprising over 30 individuals. Brother Liu, the goods have arrived. Marvelous. These vehicles are simply spectacular, far more imposing than those in films. Manager Liang called out from a distance, brimming with excitement. Come, Brother Liu, let me introduce you. This is Deputy Minister He from the Ministry of Health, my former superior. Manager Liang ushered a dignified-looking figure toward Liu Xu. Ah, Minister He, it is an honor. I never expected such a distinguished leader to visit personally. My heart is racing. Liu Xu was somewhat taken aback, for in the past, encountering a mere district director was a formidable challenge, let alone a leader from a national ministry. It is well-deserved. A patriotic entrepreneur like you merits my visit. I simply did not anticipate that the remarkable Mr. Liu would be so youthful. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Minister, he remarked with a smile. This is Director Fu. We came here after seeing the list of medications you provided, many of which we had never heard of before. Manager Liang introduced. Minister He, Director Fu, regarding this matter. I will keep you in suspense for now, but I can assure you with utmost confidence that these medications have been tested in practice and are absolutely reliable. To be frank, the medications on this list are merely common ones. In the future, I will ensure that all medications are introduced, allowing our nation's healthcare to make a significant leap forward, Liu Xu declared earnestly. Are you suggesting that these are all common medications? And there are so many? Minister He and Director Fu looked astonished, their eyes wide open. What does this signify? It is worth noting that there are over 1,000 chemical medications, and this is barely a fraction. Just among antibiotics, there are 157 types, with penicillin being one major category that encompasses 21 different medications. Liu Xu counted on his fingers, resembling a professional pharmaceutical expert. The others listened in astonishment, their expressions seemingly asking, "What? Why have we never heard of these? Is healthcare in foreign countries developing to this extent? Which country and which company is this from?" Minister, he inquired curiously. Chapter 17, a significant pharmaceutical handover. Liu Xu silently cursed his luck. This was indeed an instance where excess words could lead to misfortune, and the matter could not be discussed any further. He hastily redirected the conversation. Manager Liang, where are the 370,000 boxes of medicines you brought? Please expedite the loading process. These vehicles are at your disposal. Do not hesitate to drive them away, he added. Liang Yi had long been eyeing the trucks with eager anticipation, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon hearing Liu Xu's words, he felt as if he had received a royal decree and signaled to the personnel disembarking from the truck. You all, bring the vehicles one by one to the entrance of this warehouse to load the goods. Be swift about it. The workers were a hastily assembled team of drivers from the previous night, comprising just 2 shifts of soldiers, and the number of trucks was limited. One soldier approached a truck, pulled the handle, and opened the door, only to rummage around inside for quite some time before sheepishly asking, "Report. Why is there no crank handle in this truck?" Manager Liang turned his head in confusion and inquired of Liu Xu, Brother Liu, "Where's the crank handle for this vehicle?" "Crank handle? What crank handle?" Liu Xu was utterly bewildered, gazing at them as if they were extraterrestrial beings. How do you start this truck?" he stammered. It suddenly dawned on Liang that the car Liu Xu had given him yesterday employed electronic ignition. Could be that this truck did as well. He climbed into the vehicle and, upon inspecting, discovered the key was indeed in the ignition. When he tried it, the engine roared to life with electronic ignition. "Brother Liu, your truck is equipped with electronic ignition too. This is incredibly advanced. A veritable star of high technology in the realm of trucks." Liang marveled. Internally, Liu Xu was perplexed. Did they consider this a tractor in need of crank? The loading proceeded at a commendable pace, but it was evident that 10 trucks would not suffice and multiple trips would be necessary. Liu Xu, at this juncture, was disinclined to oversee them. He noticed 2 individuals engrossed in examining his construction vehicles as if they were treasures, their eyes unable to stray. Manager Liang suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how could I forget this crucial detail amid all this busyness?" He quickly approached Liu Xu, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Brother Liu, come. I have an extraordinary surprise for you. You were previously mentioning the need for a formidable construction company, and I have spared no expense in bringing you 2 exceptional experts. These 2 are renowned professors from the architecture department of Capital University, and they arrived in a whirlwind together with Minister He last night," Liang noted, observing Liu Xu's gaze fixated on the 2 individuals who were studying the machinery with wide-eyed curiosity. Realizing he had completely overlooked the introduction, he slapped his thigh, internally berating himself. Thus, he enthusiastically pulled Liu Xu towards them, saying, "This is the illustrious Professor Liang, and this is Professor Zhou. Now, the floor is yours. It is best I refrain from meddling, as I am merely a layman in the field of architecture." With that, Liang concluded, waving his hand dismissively as if to signify his lack of expertise and inviting them to engage freely. Upon hearing those 2 names, Liu Xu's mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate an egg. He inwardly exclaimed, "Goodness, Liang Yi is truly remarkable. He has actually managed to invite these titans of the architectural world, whose mere stamp of a foot could cause history to tremble." As someone who also hails from an architectural background, Liu Xu was well aware of the weight these individuals carried. This marked the first encounter with a historically significant figure since his arrival in this realm. His heart raced with excitement, akin to a small motor, thumping incessantly. He hurriedly approached, akin to an ardent fan encountering their idol, and grasped Professor Liang's hand tightly. "Professor Liang, I am thoroughly surprised. I never expected to see you here. To be honest, I have long wished to meet you. I must confess, I too am a peer in the field of architecture." Liu Xu beamed with enthusiasm, nearly bouncing with joy. "Ah, you, Mr. Liu, actually know of me?" Professor Liang responded, astonishment evident in his eyes. "Of course. Your reputation precedes you and is as thunderous as it is renowned," Liu Xu declared, thumping his chest with conviction. "Oh, by the way, Professor Zhou is a distinguished scholar who has returned from studies in America, and, at my invitation, he is now teaching in the architectural department at Capital University." Manager Liang interjected at the opportune moment. "Greetings, Professor Xiao. I hope to impose upon both of you often in the future." Liu Xu quickly turned to Professor Zhou, extending a courteous salutation. We have heard of your discussions on several systems, and they sound extraordinarily novel. I am curious to know from which country this high-tech innovation originates. Since my return to the country, I have not come across any mention of it. Professor Zhou inquired with eager curiosity. Oh well, how about this? Once those individuals leave, we can sit down and have a thorough discussion, ensuring that I elucidate everything for you. Liu Xu suggested, walking toward the factory, his mind racing with apprehension, desperately concocting a plausible excuse to avoid exposure. He had not anticipated such an inquiry. It felt as though he were being pushed into a pitfall. As he walked, he mentally drummed up strategies to address Professor Liang's probing questions. His thoughts racing like a film reel, desperately recalling information about Professor Liang. Suddenly, a light seemed to ignite in his eyes, as if he had remembered something significant. It appeared that Mr. Liang's wife had contracted tuberculosis and would succumb to it in 5 years. However, Liu Xu had the medicine on hand, and he had brought it with him. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him at the perfect moment. With renewed vigor, Liu Xu shouted at Manager Liang, who was unloading goods, "Stop, stop, stop! Brother Liang, quickly help me find 3 types of medicine: streptomycin, isoniazid, and rifampicin. Hurry!" The crowd stared at him, as if he were a spectacle, their faces a canvas of confusion. "Brother, what are you on about?" Manager Liang asked, scratching his head in bewilderment. Liu Xu, lacking the luxury of explanation, was already on a treasure hunt, locating a box, swiftly opening it, extracting 2 packets, and then frantically searching for the others. Before long, he actually managed to locate all 3 medications. Manager Liang, these are specialized drugs for treating tuberculosis. I heard Professor Liang's wife is suffering from this illness, so I'll give these boxes to him. They might be just what's needed in this emergency," Liu Xu declared triumphantly, beaming like a young hero who had accomplished a great feat. "What? Tuberculosis? You mean consumption? There are truly effective treatments now? This disease can be cured?" Director Fu's eyes widened in astonishment. Though the list mentioned medications for the condition, he had never actually seen them before, making it all seem like some fantastical tale. Clutching the 6 boxes of medicine as if they were priceless treasures, Liu Xu approached Liang Shicheng and respectfully handed them over. "Professor Liang, these are the specialized drugs for your wife's condition. Follow the instructions, and I guarantee they'll cure her completely." "Oh, really? For the past 10 years, we've sought treatments everywhere, but nothing has worked." Liang Shicheng held the boxes tightly against his chest, his eyes glistening with emotion, his voice trembling slightly. "Huh, don't worry." Liu Xu thumped his chest confidently, his assured demeanor practically declaring that he had already crushed the disease beneath his heel. Chapter 18. Display of engineering vehicles. Perhaps it was Liu Xu's resolute demeanor that captivated everyone present. However, for those knowledgeable in medicine, this was nothing short of astonishing. At that time, while abroad, streptomycin was available but not yet fully developed. Yet here was Liu Xu presenting a mature and effective medicine. Was this not akin to possessing an unfair advantage? Professor Liang was congratulated, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected delight of Liu Xu's visit. Minister He, with a beaming smile, approached and remarked, "In truth, it was Vice Minister He who extended the invitation to these 2 esteemed professors." At that moment, Professor Zhou pointed curiously at the engineering machinery and inquired of Liu Xu. "Mr. Liu, these must be construction vehicles, correct? I have seen similar ones abroad, yet none are as exquisitely crafted. These are truly luxury-grade engineering machines." "Indeed. I thought of transforming this factory area and decided to procure a few vehicles through a friend, just to give everyone a visual feast," Liu Xu explained with a smile. "Currently, most foreign engineering vehicles are steam-powered, while these are driven by internal combustion engines, representing a fundamental distinction. Could you possibly demonstrate them for us? Allow us country bumpkins to witness these high-tech marvels." Manager Liang interjected eagerly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Without hesitation, Liu Xu swiftly climbed aboard an excavator, started the engine, and signaled for everyone to step back like a commanding officer. He then raised the boom high and expertly adjusted the bucket. Reflecting on his proficiency, while the craftsmanship might be uncertain, operating these machines was second nature to him after 2 years of hands-on experience on construction sites. With remarkable agility, Liu Xu maneuvered the excavator to a corner, and within 5 minutes, he had excavated a trench 10 meters long and over a meter deep with astonishing speed. Following this, he leisurely backfilled the earth he had just removed. After completing the demonstration, he parked the machine back in its original position with the poise of a skilled race car driver. Is this not extraordinary? If we were to assign 10 workers to dig that trench, they would toil for ages. This is simply incomparable. The crowd gasped, their astonishment palpable. Indeed, it would be splendid if our country could manufacture such machinery. Vice Minister, he remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Fear not, I have already considered this. My primary goal upon returning home is to facilitate the importation of machinery and equipment. In the future, I shall ensure that the production technology and manufacturing lines for these vehicles are brought to our homeland, enabling us to produce them ourselves. Liu Xu declared with unwavering confidence. Really? What about automobiles? Perhaps you could establish a car manufacturing plant, and I could drive a domestically produced luxury vehicle. Manager Liang's eyes sparkled at the mention of cars, for he was an avid automobile enthusiast. Patience is essential. These vehicles are quite complex. Take that car, for instance. It contains over 10,000 components, and a factory must have at least 280 supporting manufacturers to produce these parts before assembly can commence. Therefore, to establish an automobile manufacturing plant, one must construct an expansive industrial production base. For our domestic context, meticulous planning is absolutely imperative, Liu Xu explained with solemn professionalism, resembling an engineer lecturing students. The listeners collectively gasped in astonishment. They had naively assumed building a factory would magically produce all automotive components, never anticipating such complexity. It felt like deciphering celestial scriptures. After 10 vehicles made over a dozen trips to transport all the medical supplies, noon approached as the group prepared to depart. Suddenly, Manager Liang and the deputy director erupted into vehement argument. Absolutely not. These are gifted to our pharmaceutical company by Mr. Liu. If you want any, you'll have to wait for my distribution. Manager Liang stood defiantly, arms akimbo, like a guardian protecting treasure. I don't care. I demand 5 vehicles allocated to me today, or I'm camping right here. If hospitals in Binhai learn about these specialized ambulances, what share will remain for the capital? Deputy Director Fu retorted stubbornly, neck stiff with determination. Liu Xu observed the altercation clearly, but refrained from mediating. Internally, he lamented having underestimated the era's desperate material cravings. His benevolent intentions to assist had inadvertently drawn excessive attention, even alarming deputy ministerial-level leadership within days, a stark violation of his principle of maintaining low profile. Silently, he reaffirmed, discretion remains paramount. The heated dispute ended with Manager Liang's victory after Minister He intervened. The pharmaceutical company was established precisely to coordinate national medical affairs. Such situations will only proliferate. We require unified arrangements. Luncheon unfolded in the pharmaceutical company's canteen. Though not lavish, the spread featured predominantly seafood, a testament to Binhai's abundant wild fisheries in this pre-aquaculture era when farm varieties were unimaginable luxuries. In Liu Xu's honor, they served Jigu Xiaojiu, a historic liquor dating back to the Ming-Qing transition. Both cuisine and libations reflected Manager Liang's thoughtful preparations. Mr. Liu, you're requesting our assistance in recommending construction firms for factory renovations? Someone inquired. Precisely. Having just returned abroad, I'm navigating uncharted territory and must rely on your guidance. Liu Xu replied with earnest cordiality. Mr. Liu, please elaborate on those architectural systems you mentioned. Enlighten us with details. Certainly. Conceptually, it parallels building blocks, intuitively comprehensible and practically achievable. To me, architectural form and technology are inseparable twins, their development directly proportional to societal productivity. Historically, construction materials have manifested in kaleidoscopic variety, resembling supermarket merchandise in their dazzling diversity. Yet everyone behaves like astute consumers, forever captivated only by the highest cost-performance ratio. Consider our nation. Once, wooden structures were ubiquitous, while in Europe, brick and stone prevailed. Why is this so? Is it that our ancestors were incapable of working with stone? If you doubt this, take a stroll through the villages nestled in the Taiyang Mountains. You will find an abundance of stone houses, some grand homes adorned with exquisite carvings, rivaling the finest of the West. Truly, our ancestors' craftsmanship was of unparalleled quality. The question arises, if such beautiful stone houses could be constructed, why do we not adopt stone as our primary material? The answer is quite simple. The extraction and processing of stone is exceedingly laborious, akin to the arduous journey of Xuanzang in search of scriptures. The ancients predominantly resided in plains, where transporting stone posed significant challenges. In contrast, timber elegantly sidesteps these issues, proving to be an exceptionally convenient material. Moreover, among all architectural forms worldwide, the mortise and tenon structures found in our country boast remarkable seismic resistance, standing resilient like a colossal iron giant. Now, let us return to the topic at hand and discuss the future of architecture. The architectural designs in our country will undoubtedly revolve around the principles of speed, efficiency, convenience, and simplicity, what the West refers to as modern style. This is akin to the current trend of fast food culture, which emphasizes swiftness and precision. Upon hearing this, Professor Zhou suddenly perked up, excitedly exclaiming, "See, I told you, old Liang, your approach is becoming antiquated. It no longer aligns with the times." However, such a statement cannot be made lightly. Architecture, much like clothing, does not adhere to the notion of being in or out of fashion. Why is this? Because architecture must first and foremost prioritize practicality, serving the needs of the common people. One cannot, after all, don a heavy winter coat to a summer beach simply for the sake of aesthetics. Chapter 19. An overview of architectural prospects in our country. Once the war concludes, society will gradually become more stable. The nation is transitioning from an agrarian society to an industrial one, akin to a sapling maturing into a towering tree. The population will undoubtedly surge, with a significant influx of individuals migrating to urban areas. Consequently, the housing crisis in cities will exacerbate like a snowball rolling downhill. The available urban land is limited. It is impractical for every household to reside in a courtyard house, which would be excessively luxurious. Hence, the emergence of apartment buildings is an inevitable development. Currently, there are still relatively few cement factories in our country, but as they proliferate, the demand for 4, 5, 6, or even 7-story buildings will likely become insufficient. At that point, tall buildings of 10 or 20 stories will spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain. During a period of explosive social productivity, traditional construction methods will struggle to keep pace. The strength of wood will be inadequate to meet the demands of high-rise construction. Thus, the future will belong to reinforced concrete and steel structures. They will emerge as the superheroes of the architectural realm. This follows the natural law of societal evolution. Akin to the sun rising in the east every day, it is an inevitable outcome that cannot be thwarted. The audience, captivated by Liu Xu's extensive discourse, fell into deep contemplation, as though struck by a sudden epiphany. It was primarily because no one had ever interpreted architecture from this perspective. They were vastly different from Liu Xu, a mysterious figure seemingly traversing time. Perhaps this illustrates the notion that those in power are often blinded by their own biases. Have I been wrong all along? Liu Xu suddenly overheard Professor Liang Shurqing murmuring softly. This startled Liu Xu, sending a chill down his spine and causing a cold sweat to break out as he thought, "Goodness, I hope my words haven't disheartened this luminary of the architectural world. That would be disastrous. How could that be?" It is crucial to recognize that the greatest distinction between our country and the West lies in our history. The narrative of Western history resembles a child's fanciful tale, lacking credibility. In contrast, we possess a profound legacy of 5,000 years, serving as a living encyclopedia of history. Take the capital city, for instance, which boasts a history of over 600 years, remarkably preserved. This is an immense treasure. There's a term known as tourism economy. If we manage this aspect well, its impact on local economic stimulation could be extraordinary, akin to a super engine propelling rapid economic growth. Allow me to illustrate. In 2 or 3 decades, When a national economy flourishes during holidays, do you not think people will flock to the capital for tourism? They will undoubtedly contribute to consumption, and just considering dining, accommodation, and shopping, it will generate substantial tax revenue for the nation. You may wonder how significant this could be. I assure you, the number of daily visitors is likely to reach millions, even tens of millions. Imagine the astronomical figures resulting from their daily expenditures, truly jaw-dropping. Therefore, it is imperative that we diligently protect our existing ancient architecture. Dismantling them is as effortless as savoring a piece of chocolate. However, the cost of restoration is akin to an unfathomable abyss capable of inciting tears. What began as a simple meal unexpectedly unfolded into a captivating discourse. Deputy Minister, he could not restrain his curiosity. Can we truly attain such heights? Will towering edifices of 20 or 30 stories grace our landscapes? With a hearty laugh, I assured him, I pledge with utmost confidence that it is indeed achievable, and the timeline shall not be overly protracted, provided we employ the right methodologies. Catching up to, or even surpassing Western nations within decades is entirely feasible. Why, you ask? Because our nation is comprised of the most industrious people in the world, akin to a swarm of tireless little bees. Though the source of Liu Xu's unwavering confidence remained a mystery to those present, it nonetheless brought them joy. The architectural support systems I previously mentioned will manifest almost magically once our social productivity reaches a certain threshold. For instance, a water circulation heating system may seem impractical to popularize at present, given our domestic steel output and technological limitations. The principle itself is rather straightforward. Take my factory as an example. A boiler heats water, which is then conveyed through iron pipes to radiators in each room. These radiators function like interconnected straws, warming the air within. Once the water cools, it returns to the boiler through pipes, creating a thermal cycle akin to a children's relay race. I anticipate that this system will take quite some time to become widespread. For now, we primarily rely on coal stoves for warmth. Once our domestic steel production increases, the government could spearhead the initiative, utilizing the residual heat from thermal power stations or other smelting plants to provide warmth for the entire city. This is undoubtedly a future trend, an unstoppable tide of progress. The fire protection system follows a similar rationale, serving as a crucial ally in firefighting efforts. The simplest method involves extinguishing flames with water. As early as the 1930s, Shanghai had rudimentary fire protection systems, yet mine is far superior. First, we must establish a large water reservoir, maintaining a constant supply. Adjacent to it, a pump house would convey water through pipes to the ceilings of each room. The key lies in the endpoints of these pipes, where glass beads filled with kerosene act as vigilant sentinels, capable of automatic spraying, should a fire erupt indoors. Causing temperatures to rise above 57 degrees Celsius, the glass bead will shatter with APOP, releasing water while simultaneously activating the pump to extinguish the flames. An impressive efficiency. Who would have imagined that foreign architecture could be so remarkable? It is astonishingly advanced, truly an eye-opener. Upon hearing Liu Xu's explanation, Manager Liang couldn't help but exclaim, "This hardly constitutes advancement. They have merely enjoyed a few additional years of development during peaceful times." How about this? I possess the latest and most comprehensive architectural technical standards from abroad, encompassing every facet of the construction industry, akin to a martial arts manual for architects. I will arrange for its return to our homeland. The two professors, being educators, will undoubtedly find it invaluable. Liu Xu mused that if he could bring back the national standards from all future building industries, it would spare professionals countless detours, truly a remarkable boon for them. I am profoundly grateful, for this is akin to a timely aid in our hour of need. Today's meal has transformed into Liu Xu's personal stand-up comedy showcase. He poured forth the vast reservoir of knowledge within him, leaving onlookers utterly astonished, pondering how this individual possesses such remarkable talents beyond his primary vocation, inciting a wave of envy. At that moment, Professor Zhou, akin to the discovery of a new continent, struck the table and exclaimed, "Mr. Liu, your understanding of architecture is nothing short of extraordinary. I suggest you swiftly establish your own construction company. I am certain you could lead an impressive team of architectural talent. In the future, those daunting major projects across the nation could very well be entrusted to you, a veritable giant in the field. Upon hearing this, Liu Xu inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, I must admit, it does pique my interest. However, as a solitary figure, where would I find collaborators? One must understand that launching a construction company is not akin to child's play, particularly in a fiercely competitive industry where talent is as rare as precious gems. Take architectural design, for instance. The complexities of structural mechanics and various intricate regulations make my head spin, and I fear I might lose all my hair contemplating it. Chapter 20. Modern Antique Consignment. Upon hearing this, Deputy Minister, he waved his hand grandly, reminiscent of a chivalrous hero. Ah, I thought it was some formidable obstacle. Finding someone is hardly a challenge, is it? As for resources, we have plenty to spare. Leave this matter to me. I shall devise a solution. Suddenly, the topic shifted, and someone inquired, Mr. Liu, will this batch of pharmaceuticals be deposited into your account as usual? Liu Xu, without lifting his eyelids, replied nonchalantly, yes, as before. I have no special requests. The other party cautiously probed, and the pricing? How shall we calculate it? Liu Xu, now earnest, responded, Minister, let me make this clear. I return to contribute to the nation's development, not to exploit the situation for personal gain. In the past, you may not have been fully aware, but regarding pricing, do not inquire with me. Whatever the state determines is what I will accept. I will not dither over this matter. Whether it is a penny more or less is of no consequence to me. Mr. Liu, I cannot thank you enough. As for the 20-plus vehicles, Liu Xu chuckled. I say, if I'm giving them away, there's no sense in charging for something that's a gift. Please, let us dispense with the formalities. His generous demeanor elevated the atmosphere at the dining table to a pinnacle of excitement, with everyone buzzing with enthusiasm as if invigorated by a surge of energy. After bidding farewell to the guests, Liu Xu drove home leisurely, humming a tune, while his mind lingered on Professor Zhou's suggestion. The more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed, igniting a restless curiosity akin to a kitten scratching within him. He contemplated that his venture into business was not merely for trivial profits, but primarily to nurture a new generation of talents in the construction industry, enabling them to gain insight and confidence, so they could proudly declare their worldly experiences in the future. Yet he then wondered, how could he impart knowledge with his current expertise? A light bulb moment struck him, teaching videos. He envisioned gathering systematic educational videos from the industry, even those prized instructional films from universities. He could then convert them into cinematic reels and acquire a few vintage film projectors. Surely, this endeavor would not be overly complicated, would it? The more he envisioned, the more exhilarated he became, feeling on the verge of becoming a hidden titan in the realm of education. Upon returning to the shop, Liu Xu met with old Yuan and was astounded to learn that, in just a few days, they had acquired over 70 antique pieces. Ever since their advertisement had appeared in the newspaper, the influx of sellers had been relentless, akin to a bustling market. At this juncture, many former dignitaries and wealthy merchants, confronted with the profound societal transformations, found themselves somewhat bewildered and unable to adapt, resorting to living off their past fortunes. In desperation, they began to consider parting with their antiques for monetary exchange. Liu Xu called old Yuan and Zhang Shun to him, adopting the demeanor of a commander issuing orders. Shun, today, take some funds and make a swift trip to the capital. Ensure our antique acquisition news is published in all the major newspapers there, and do so for an entire year. Additionally, subscribe to each publication and have them mailed to us. Old Yuan, from now on, feel free to pursue antique acquisitions without hesitation. Do not fear expenditure. As long as the items are genuine, regardless of their worth, acquire them all. Remember, our bids must surpass those of the entire industry. We must not engage in underbidding. If we encounter truly valuable treasures, we should proactively increase our offers and disclose the true price candidly to the sellers. Currently, we lack nothing but money. There is no need to quibble over trifles and allow others to accuse us of being heartless in our wealth. Those who come to sell antiques are likely facing difficulties. Helping them is an act of virtue. In truth, Liu Xu is not a foolhardy do-gooder. The primary reason for his change in demeanor is the substantial cash assets he amassed following the last pharmaceutical transaction, which exceeded a staggering 100 billion. This left him utterly astonished. Despite his fervent discussions with Minister He about having the fees, Minister He steadfastly refused, insisting that the price was set by the state. Liu Xu found himself in a quandary. How could he possibly spend such an enormous sum? In an era where even chemical drugs are priced per unit, his 370,000 boxes of medicine represented a fortune of astronomical proportions. Gazing at the alarming figures in his bank account, Liu Xu felt a shiver run down his spine, pondering that. In these times, having wealth can sometimes be a curse. As the saying goes, fame brings fear, and a fat pig attracts attention. If he continued this way, his plump piggy bank would surely become the target of scrutiny. With a resolute mindset, he thought, if it comes to it, I shall donate it all. Out of sight, out of mind. Upon returning to the main realm with a batch of antiques, Liu Xu promptly called Sun Lisheng. Brother Sun, are you free to come to Binhai for a visit? Sun Lisheng, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement. Ah, Xiao Su, I've been eagerly awaiting your call. I'm in the capital. Reaching Binhai is but a matter of moments. What's the occasion? Have you unearthed another treasure? Liu Xu chuckled. Haha, brother Sun. This time I wish to discuss a matter with you. I have a collection of antiques and would like us to collaborate. Could you assist me in selling them? What do you think? Sun Lisheng's voice rose an octave in enthusiasm. Brother, say no more. You're like a brother to me. Wait for me. I'm setting off right now. Liu Xu contemplated the considerable expense involved in renovating the factory premises. He had nearly 300 million on hand. While this was sufficient for now, he could not predict future needs. Just as he was mulling over this, the phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Liu? The import-export company you asked us to inquire about has 3 options available. What would you like to meet for a detailed discussion? Upon hearing this, Liu Xu replied, Let's do this, General Jean. Please provide me with a rough estimate of the prices, and I will choose one to save us time. All right, the final quotes were 2, 3 million, 7 million, and 46 million. Please elaborate on the 46 million option. This company is called Jinhai International Trade, with a 600 square meter office in the Lugu Business Center of Baiguan District, which is owned by the company. They have 72 employees and have rented 40,000 square meter storage park in Jinhai for 20 years, of which 7 years have already passed. All necessary qualifications for import and export are in order, and we have verified this information. Liu Xu waved his hand decisively, saying, Enough talk, this is the one. Quickly arrange a meeting with them. We must meet as soon as possible. This delighted General Jean, who thought to himself that although this client appeared youthful, he was unexpectedly formidable. The higher the transaction price, the greater his commission would be. It felt as though a god of wealth had descended upon him. That evening, Sun Lisheng hurriedly arrived, looking weary, yet with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Upon seeing Liu Xu, he smiled and exclaimed, Haha, brother, I truly appreciate your trust in me. Just tell me how we shall collaborate. I'm all ears. Liu Xu quickly replied, No rush, brother Sunday. You've traveled a long way. Let us eat and chat. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. The two casually found a restaurant, reserved a private room, and prepared to discuss serious matters. While eating, Sun Lisheng reflected, Xiao Su, to be candid, I grew up in the courtyards of Beijing. In my youth, I was quite the troublemaker, uninterested in my studies. Yet I was fascinated by antiques. Since the 1990s, I have often scoured markets for treasures. Oh, there were many missteps back then. Counterfeit goods were rampant, and genuine items were exceedingly hard to find. Gradually, I befriended a group of individuals and met several professors, which guided me onto the right path. Nowadays, however, quality goods are scarce. Truly affluent collectors seldom part with their possessions, and the profit margins in the industry are meager, which is quite disheartening. Listening intently, Liu Xu began to form a clearer understanding of Sun Lisheng. Brother Sun, how about this? I will supply you with goods, and you can keep 5 of the profits. Does that sound agreeable? You could decide how to sell them. Upon hearing this, Sun Lisheng was nearly leaping with excitement. Brother, I have nothing more to say. I am immensely grateful. Your trust in me will not be in vain. Liu Xu added, this time, I have 118 pieces. Take them all. Sun Lixing's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, are you turning into a treasure hunter? This doesn't seem like something dug up from the ground. Liu Xu shot him a look. Rest assured, my friend, I am not involved in such matters. In a small courtyard in District 5 of Binhai City, an anxious shopkeeper addressed his subordinates. You all are merely taking money without fulfilling your duties. The higher-ups have warned you several times to gather some information. Yet there has been no progress for days. Furthermore, the output of the pharmaceutical companies is increasing. What are you all doing? How strange it is that former Navy personnel are simply idling away at sea. What is the nature of this blockade? Chapter 21 Acquisition of a Foreign Trade Company. The following morning, Liu Xu met with General Manager Jin at the appointed time and proceeded towards Jinhai International Trade. Upon his arrival, he found General Manager Jin already waiting downstairs, resembling a steadfast sentinel. The illustrious head of Jinhai Trade, Li Jinyun, in his 50s, sported a head of hair as sparse as leaves swept away by autumn winds, revealing a distinctly bald crown. Beside him stood the astute General Manager Shi Feipeng, whose keen demeanor suggested he was a highly capable individual. Mr. Liu, you are indeed young and accomplished, with a future that knows no bounds. Shall we ascend to discuss matters in detail? General Manager Jin exclaimed, his face beaming with warmth akin to that of a long-lost son returning home. Throughout the morning, Liu Xu followed the two executives like a puppet on strings, traversing various locales, including the warehouse by the well, which was currently filled with goods from other companies. Yet, despite its clutter, Liu Xu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, nodding vigorously as if to the beat of a drum. The warehouse, conveniently situated at the highway's entrance, was practically a VIP hub of transportation. The surrounding area was remarkably spacious, reminiscent of a forgotten corner, making it difficult to draw attention even if one desired to do so. Liu Xu, brimming with decisiveness, promptly contacted the bank and effortlessly transferred the funds, thus acquiring the company with remarkable ease. Of course, a plethora of subsequent procedures awaited, but those burdens would be left to the professionals at the consulting firm. As the entire staff was present, Liu Xu raised his hand, summoning everyone as if calling forth loyal subordinates for a grand assembly. Greetings, everyone. I am Liu Xu, and from this day forward, I shall be your new boss. This marks a fresh beginning for our company. Upon reviewing your salaries, I found them rather standard, akin to plain water, lacking any excitement. Therefore, I have decided to enhance everyone as compensation by a direct 20 increase, which shall serve as my introductory gift to you all. With a face full of pride, Liu Xu radiated confidence as if he were the wealthiest person in the world. Our business operations will largely remain unchanged. However, we cannot solely focus on the riches abroad. We shall also partake in the cake of domestic opportunities. I will assign you some procurement tasks in the near future, while you need not worry about international business. Leave that entirely to me, your great deity, Liu Xu assured them, exuding confidence as if he could take on the world single-handedly. All right, you may disperse. Mr. Shi, please stay behind. I wish to have a word with you in my office. After speaking, he turned and walked away, his demeanor radiating an almost musical aura. Mr. Shi, I have prepared a list for you, detailing the construction materials we require. Please arrange for the procurement to be delivered to our storage area. I will notify the buyers when it is time for them to collect their goods. As he handed over the list, his tone was casual, akin to instructing a subordinate to fetch an ice cream. Understood, boss. Shall we continue with our previous business as well? Shi Feipeng cautiously inquired, as if fearing that a misplaced word might lead to his dismissal. Just do it. If you have business on hand, then carry on. Don't dawdle. Liu Xu replied casually, though his mind was preoccupied with the need to find lucrative ventures for the company. He could not remain its perpetual benefactor. As Liu Xu diligently compiled a list, his phone suddenly buzzed with an alert, indicating a bank deposit. Upon checking, he was astonished to discover that the amount exceeded 1 billion. Liu Xu felt as though his heart soared, akin to winning the lottery jackpot. Sure, allow me to share something with you. My father owns a second-hand equipment trading company. I will give you his number. Arrange for someone to purchase all the complete production lines from him, regardless of their intended use, and bring them back to our storage area. However, please keep this under wraps, Liu Xu said mysteriously, his expression reminiscent of plotting a grand conspiracy. Huh? Your father's company? Sure Faping exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Liu Xu's list was a veritable cornucopia, encompassing everything from national construction regulations, construction standards, acceptance criteria, to general national drawings and local compilations, as well as various standards for building materials and electromechanical installations. It even included a plethora of architectural textbooks, resembling an encyclopedia of the construction world. The more Liu Xu contemplated, the more he felt compelled to establish a construction company. Without hesitation, he listed the necessary instruments, machinery, engineering vehicles, power tools, and small tools in one go. He thought, since there was nothing available, he might as well include a concrete mixing station, followed by the various materials required for this renovation. Once Liu Xu finalized the list, he handed it to Sure Faping, admonishing him with the fervor of a monk reciting scriptures to ensure prompt procurement. By the way, there's another matter. Please gather instructional videos related to construction, covering all engineering, machinery, and vehicle operation tutorials. The more comprehensive and detailed, the better. Then, find a video production company to transfer these onto film reels. Liu Xu's request left Sure Faping dumbfounded, pondering whether his boss hailed from another planet. Listening to these peculiar demands, Sure Faping felt a sense of dread for his team, fearing they would be utterly exhausted, their legs turning to jelly. And all machinery and vehicles must be second-hand. The only stipulation is that they must be functional. Without any missing parts, Liu Xu added, "Boss, are you planning to deceive some unsuspecting souls in Africa?" Sure Faping chuckled, convinced he had deciphered Liu Xu's intentions. Liu Xu's lips curled into a mysterious smile, choosing not to clarify his thoughts, instead reflecting, "Let your imagination run wild. I have no desire to engage with you." Liu Xu allocated $5 billion for the company's procurement, his generosity akin to scattering leaflets. On that day, Liu Xu felt utterly exhausted, as if he were on the verge of falling apart. However, the thought of his career soon taking off like a rocket filled him with immense joy, causing his spirits to soar. The night passed in silence. The following day, Liu Xu suddenly found himself at a loss, as others had taken over his responsibilities. He slapped his forehead, realizing that he could not remain cooped up in the hotel indefinitely. With some free time on his hands, he decided to purchase an apartment and embark on his journey as a landlord. Liu Xu hailed a taxi and wandered through 2 real estate developments like a headless fly, only to find nothing that caught his eye. With no other options, he pulled out his phone and began to search fervently, and to his surprise, he stumbled upon a promising location. Near his storage facility, there was a development boasting ready-to-move-in apartments, and Liu Xu's eyes lit up like light bulbs, nearly propelling him into a jump of excitement. Without hesitation, he took a taxi straight to the sales hall. Upon entering, he pondered whether he might witness some melodramatic scene unfold. Just as he stepped in, a saleswoman fluttered over like a little bird, inquiring about his needs. Liu Xu glanced down at his attire, which was clearly from a street vendor, and felt puzzled. Had the sales staff's skills advanced to the point where they could discern his bank balance through his clothing? "I would like to see the villas. Could you show me around?" Liu Xu inquired, his tone laced with anticipation. Chapter 22. A full complement of builders. The saleswoman momentarily froze, likely pondering in disbelief. How could someone dressed in such humble attire be interested in a villa? However, she quickly regained her composure and, with a beaming smile, responded, "Of course. However, the row houses have all been sold. Only 7 standalone villas remain." Liu Xu, his demeanor seemingly suggesting the standalone villa was no big deal. This left the saleswoman somewhat bewildered, at a loss for words. She hurriedly fetched the keys from the manager's office and led Liu Xu to view the available property. This particular residence boasted a basement and 3 floors above ground, encompassing approximately 400 square meters, exuding an air of grandeur. "All right, this is the one. I'll take it," Liu Xu declared with a sweeping gesture, as if issuing a royal decree. The saleswoman remained in a state of confusion throughout the process, inadvertently completing all the necessary paperwork. Once the reality settled in, she was nearly elated to the point of flight, as Mr. Liu paid the multi-million yuan purchase price without a flicker of hesitation. She mused to herself, he must be a concealed, super-rich heir, dressed so modestly. His character surely cannot be lacking. If only. The saleswoman, Chun Luha, while not an extraordinary beauty, possessed a charm that grew more appealing upon closer inspection. Having graduated a few years prior, she had switched jobs several times, ultimately transitioning to this field upon hearing of its lucrative potential. Mr. Liu, your purchasing documents are all in this bag. Do you have any other requests? She inquired sweetly. By the way, I noticed the house is devoid of furniture. Do you have any recommendations? Liu Xu asked. I'm Chen Luha. You may call me Zio. Would you like me to accompany you to the furniture store? We have partnerships with some vendors and can secure discounts, she enthusiastically suggested. Liu Xu glanced at the time. It was still early, and he had no pressing engagements, so he cheerfully agreed, thinking that without furniture, the house would be uninhabitable, resembling a ghost house except for the kitchen and bathroom. During their outing, Chun Luho witnessed what it truly meant to be a tycoon. After purchasing furniture, they proceeded to acquire bedding, cookware, and utensils. Nothing could be overlooked. Although Liu Xu did not frequently cook at home, he reasoned it prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. He silently thanked Chen Luha for her reminders. Without her, he would have been in a fluster. Yet in each store they visited, they were often mistaken for a young couple. Initially, Liu Xu offered clarifications, but eventually, he grew weary of explaining. After all, being misunderstood wasn't entirely unpleasant. Unbeknownst to him, this was precisely what Chun Luha relished, secretly delighting in the misconception, even going so far as to link her arm with his. Liu Xu, balit fun u nawa, was overjoyed by this newfound attention, having never experienced such treatment before. Predominantly surrounded by men in his architecture program, where 90 were male and the remaining 10 of the females bore an unimpressive appearance reminiscent of those from the Jurassic era. He had immersed himself in construction work post-graduation, consequently remaining single. After dining, the two returned to tinker with a multitude of items they had purchased earlier, toiling late into the night until their task was finally complete. Chun Luha's cunning plan had succeeded, and she and Liu Xu naturally rolled into sheets together, a plot twist that surpassed even the most riveting of television dramas. Liu Xu, having succumbed to the allure of romance, found himself ensnared for 2 whole days, reluctant to leave his newfound sanctuary. It was only on the 3rd day, when Shi Feiping's incessant calls pierced through his reverie, that he reluctantly waved goodbye to Chen Luha, mumbling about an impending business trip. That evening, Liu Xu, resembling a clandestine agent, stealthily established a time-space anchor within his company's storage area. With a grand gesture, the supplies he had frantically amassed over the past few days vanished into the system's space as if by magic. Once completed, he swiftly dialed to Shi Feiping, nonchalantly proclaiming, "Hey, Mr. Shi, I've successfully moved the goods." In an instant, Liu Xu transported himself back to the 50th dimension, laden with an abundance of items, nearly as if he were relocating. He contemplated sneaking a portion of the supplies into the factory under the cover of night when the system's little star chimed in. "Master, the factory is currently bustling with people." Astonished, Liu Xu's eyes widened in disbelief. He pondered the unusual situation. What is going on? Who could possibly be there at this hour? I must investigate. Upon inquiring with Zhang Shun, he discovered that the latter was quite well informed. It turned out that individuals introduced by Deputy Minister he had come to establish a construction company, and they had been enjoying themselves there for the past 2 days. Liu Xu felt a twinge of embarrassment, but steeled himself. All right then, let us go meet them. With that, he and Zhang Shun hurriedly hopped into the car. Upon arriving, Liu Xu casually honked twice and instructed Zhang Shun, "You go inform them." Zhang Shun promptly leapt from the car and called out, Team Leader Kong, Team Leader Kong, our boss has returned." As Liu Xu parked the car and prepared to exit, he was struck by a flurry of questions upon hearing Zhang Shun's words. What team leader? Could it be a high-ranking military official has arrived? As Liu Xu emerged, he was greeted by 6 or 7 individuals rushing towards him as if to welcome a distinguished leader. The foremost among them spoke, "You must be Liu Xu, Mr. Liu. We are from the 122nd Army's Engineer Corps, and we have been ordered to transition entirely into a construction unit. From now on, we shall rely on your guidance, Mr. Liu. Liu Xu was utterly bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. All right, may I ask your surname? How many of you have come? He felt like a bewildered monk, entirely unclear about the circumstances that had led to the military's unexpected arrival and their transformation into a construction unit. Was this a military formation or merely civilians? Zhang Shun, eager to showcase his knowledge, chimed in, "Boss, I know. I was in charge of their meals these past few days. There are a total of 500 people. Allow me to introduce you. This is Team Leader Kang Jiqiang. This is Political Commissar Li Shengfa. This is Instructor Yushua, and, I haven't had the chance to meet the rest yet." As the crowd observed Zhang Shun scratching his head, they erupted into laughter, with Liu Xu particularly amused by his foolish demeanor. With everyone gathered, Liu Xu resigned himself to the situation. He turned to Commander Kang with genuine concern, inquiring, "Commander Kang, how are so many comrades accommodated here?" Commander Kang waved dismissively. "Oh, we're just sleeping on the factory floor. With the crisp autumn weather, it's quite comfortable to sleep on the ground." Liu Xu's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? That's unacceptable. Although it's not cold now, the ground gets quite chilly at night." Commander Kang, however, was unfazed. "What of it? Compared to the times of battle, this is akin to living in a luxurious villa. At least we have a roof over our heads." Liu Xu felt a profound discomfort. What seemed unimaginable to him was as mundane as eating and drinking to those of this era. Furrowing his brow, he said, "Commander Kang, please take me inside to have a look." The group meandered through the factory area, which, having been long abandoned, had lost power. After all, electricity supply in those days was as scarce as squeezing toothpaste. The soldiers had already succumbed to slumber, filling 2 factory buildings to capacity, with the floor covered in wild grass harvested from nearby fields. The soldiers lay close together like sardines, wrapped in their army blankets, soundly asleep. As Liu Xu beheld this scene, his eyes welled with tears, nearly overflowing with emotion. At that moment, he finally grasped why his father often lamented that he had never endured hardship and failed to understand the struggles of the older generation. Chapter 23. The veteran's austere style. Liu Xu felt a pang of sorrow in his heart as he addressed Commander Kang. "Commander, let's call it a day for now. I'll make arrangements tomorrow. Some supplies might arrive tonight. Don't worry about them. Just get some rest." With a heavy heart, Liu Xu returned to the courtyard house. The moment he stepped inside, he swiftly transported himself back to the main dimension. Noticing Xiaohe's absence, he immediately dialed Shi Pengfei's number. "President Shi, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this hour. Tomorrow morning, I urgently need you to procure 2,000 sets of folding single beds, 2,000 sets of bedding, 2,000 sets of men's workwear, including undergarments and shoes, and 2,000 sets of daily necessities such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, towels, wash basins, meal containers, cups, and thermoses. Additionally, arrange for 50 tons of rice, 50 tons of flour, 1 ton of salt, and 2 tons of cooking oil. That should suffice for now. Please handle this first thing tomorrow. The sooner the better." Shi Pengfei responded cheerfully. "Understood, boss. This is straightforward. Just a quick trip to the wholesale market." Liu Xu added sternly, "Don't cut corners. Quality must be impeccable." Once the arrangements were settled, Liu Xu contemplated his next move and decided to return to the 50th dimension for the night, as he still needed to transport supplies later. He set an alarm on his phone and promptly fell asleep. At precisely 4:30 a.m., the alarm jolted him awake. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Liu Xu lit a cigarette in the dark and addressed System Xiaoxing. Relocate all the renovation materials to the remaining 3 factory buildings. "Oh, and there are people over there. Can you place everything without being noticed?" Xiaoxing replied confidently, "Master, this is child's play. Though 3 buildings 1 tea suffice. Should we store the waterproof gravel and machinery in the courtyard?" Liu Xu waved dismissively. "Fine. Handle it as you see fit. Just ensure no one spots it." With a soft ding, Xiaoxing reported, "Operation complete. Partial supplies have been transferred to the designated anchor points in the factory area." Liu Xu stubbed out his cigarette and muttered, "Good, back to sleep," before drifting off once more. While he slumbered peacefully, Chaos erupted in the factory grounds. Military encampments, always its sentries on duty. The guard stationed in the courtyard suddenly felt an overwhelming drowsiness, as if under a spell, and his eyelids grew heavy until he unconsciously closed them. Moments later, he jolted awake with a start. Shaking his head vigorously to clear his mind, he opened his eyes, only to nearly faint from shock. Before him, a massive mound of earth had inexplicably appeared, alongside several construction vehicles and machinery. The dark, ominous mound bore an eerie resemblance to a burial mound. Ah! The sentry let out a piercing scream, instantly rousing the entire compound. Soldiers burst from their beds like a swarm of disturbed hornets, rushing outside in alarm. "Sentinel, what is the matter? Why are you shouting?" Someone demanded loudly. Trembling, the sentry pointed a shaky finger at the pile of gravel, stammering incoherently. At this moment, Commander Kong rushed over with the only flashlight in the regiment, only to discern that it was merely a heap of stones. In exasperation, he admonished, "Mr. Liu, did you not say that someone would deliver supplies tonight? Why the incessant shouting? Have you fallen asleep again? You, young man, shall run 10 kilometers tomorrow morning. Now, everyone back to sleep." At 6 in the morning, all personnel were awakened, discovering several trucks and construction vehicles in the courtyard, alongside some restless individuals who stumbled upon 3 warehouses brimming with supplies. The sentinel from the previous night was summoned and reprimanded soundly. Commander Kong, infuriated, stomped his foot, exclaiming, "What is this nonsense?" With 500 men in the regiment, not a single one noticed such a large quantity of supplies being delivered. This is unacceptable. It seems we need to conduct some rigorous training. In a rush, Liu Xu sought out Manager Liang early in the morning and implored, "Manager Liang, you must assist me in taking Commander Kong to the municipal government to handle the registration of the construction company. With so many of us, we cannot continue sleeping on the floor indefinitely, and this factory area will eventually be utilized for machinery sales. We need to apply for a piece of land from the city government." They sped towards the factory area in 2 vehicles, only to find that the others had already finished breakfast. Liu Xu gathered Commander Kong, Political Commissar Li, and Instructor Yu on the eastern side of the factory area, which comprised a vast expanse of marshland with a few relatively flat patches cultivated by locals as vegetable gardens. Clearing his throat, Liu Xu addressed them, "Gentlemen, today we shall divide our tasks. Political Commissar Li, you will accompany Manager Liang to the municipal government to register our construction company and simultaneously apply for this piece of land. I believe this area will suffice. With some leveling, it can be put to use. Commander Kong, you will join me in training the soldiers to operate those construction vehicles. We must level this land today. Instructor Yu, you and Zhang Shun will discuss compensation for the vegetable gardens with the villagers. Our soldiers are still sleeping on the ground. I hope we can construct the dormitories within 3 days. Mr. Liu, please do not fret. We have been sleeping on this land for quite some time, almost acquiring the sense of Earth God. We must expedite the renovation of the factory area. This is our immediate priority." "That cannot be," Liu Xu insisted. "This matter must be guided by my direction. Commander Kong, quickly select a few sharp-witted soldiers, as nimble as monkeys, who can learn swiftly like lightning. I will soon teach them to maneuver those construction vehicles in the courtyard, ensuring they master the operation. Furthermore, everyone must remember that in my eyes, human lives are paramount, more precious than anything else. I do not wish to hear that anyone jeopardize their safety for the sake of protecting property. To be frank, I possess more than enough money. These items, along with the more valuable equipment to come, cannot compare to human life. In my view, these things can be conjured at will. Since the state has entrusted you to my care, I shall take full responsibility for your well-being, like a super nanny. Henceforth, everyone must firmly remember the 2 safeties, quality safety and personal safety. No one is allowed to forget." As Liu Xu spoke, he gestured towards the mechanical equipment in the courtyard, akin to a general commanding thousands in battle. A few individuals, upon hearing Liu Xu's words, stood frozen in place as if paralyzed. This notion was utterly contrary to their long-held beliefs, particularly in this era of severe scarcity. They had been inundated with tales of heroic sacrifices made to protect national assets. However, Liu Xu, having traversed from a future age, found such notions intolerable. Yet he also recognized that each era possesses its own peculiarities. Scarcity of resources? One must find a way to manage it adeptly. This realization solidified Liu Xu's resolve, igniting within him a fervent ambition to assist this nascent nation in amassing an abundance of resources. Captain Kong, how many individuals in our regiment are capable of driving? Given our previous role in logistics, quite a number can drive. Approximately 1/3 of us, much like harvesting a bountiful crop of potatoes. That is splendid. These individuals will surely master the operation of construction vehicles at lightning speed. In the future, everyone must acquire this skill. I've already placed an order for a batch of vehicles, which will arrive shortly, possibly in numbers exceeding our own. Thus, each person must become a versatile adept, proficient in numerous skills. Chapter 24. Modern emergency procurement. In a modest courtyard of the 5th District by the coast, a figure resembling a shopkeeper occupied the main seat. The situation had been thoroughly assessed. It appeared that a newcomer had returned from overseas, heavily involved in smuggling pharmaceuticals into the country. Rumor had it that this individual primarily dealt in machinery, with the sale of drugs being a mere sideline. I found it quite perplexing. How could someone casually engage in such large-scale trafficking? The quality of his goods was surprisingly good, leaving me utterly bewildered regarding their origin. Now, I present you with a task. It is likely that this newcomer, being fresh in town, will seek to recruit personnel. You must find a way to arrange for 1 or 2 individuals to infiltrate and await further instructions. Liu Xu and his companions promptly dispersed, busily engaging in their duties like industrious little bees. Liu Xu, alongside Captain Kong, entered the courtyard, where Captain Kong selected a dozen individuals. Liu Xu proceeded to explain the basic operations of various machinery, maintaining modest expectations. What mattered was getting these iron beasts to function. The intricacies of their operation would be honed through sustained practice, much like the gradual mastery of martial arts. Excavators, loaders, rollers, forklifts, cranes. Liu Xu ensured that 2 individuals were trained on each type, while the remaining crew would rely on peer assistance to relay skills, akin to a relay race. Seizing an opportunity, Liu Xu, agile as a nimble mouse, darted towards the office building, ensuring the coast was clear before swiftly returning to the main area. He needed to retrieve the supplies that Sher Faping had procured the previous night. These items were urgently required treasures. Mr. Sher, have the supplies I requested last night been secured? Liu Xu inquired. Boss, they're all here, all stored in warehouse number 7. Furthermore, the 1050-ton trucks we ordered a few days ago have also arrived, awaiting your inspection, came the enthusiastic reply. That is splendid. I have another task for you. Locate a manufacturer of container-style mobile cabins and commission them to design a 3-story office building with a footprint of 1,500 square meters, complete with 2 conference rooms. Additionally, arrange for a large dining hall capable of accommodating 2,000 people simultaneously, along with supporting operational spaces. Furthermore, secure 30 classrooms and a dormitory area sufficient for 2,000 occupants. Oh, and ensure that the insulating material used in the mobile cabins is extruded polystyrene foam, meeting fire safety standards of B1 level. Do not use Rockwool panels. Inform them that I require the proposal by tonight. I will contact you later. Upon concluding his directives, Liu Xu felt a surge of satisfaction. Having assistants made him feel as if he were becoming a true hands-off manager. Xiaoxing, transfer the supplies from warehouse number 7, along with those 10 trucks, into the system space. Remember to be discreet. We must avoid detection, so proceed as cautiously as a thief. Ding. Master, the operation has been completed. Excellent, Xiaoxing. I'm truly grateful to you. Now, transport us to the 50th dimension, positioned at the factory entrance. Liu Xu took the opportunity to load these supplies onto the trucks, instructing the system to place them on the flat ground near the entrance. He then strode into the courtyard with the confidence of a triumphant general. At this moment, noon had arrived, and everyone was engaged in their meal. Commander Kong, upon spotting Liu Xu's return, greeted him as if he were a savior, promptly rising to invite him. Mr. Liu, please join us for a bite. I was just looking for you. I went to pick up the goods, Commander Kong. Please have the brothers who finished eating drive the vehicle in. I brought back another batch of treasures. As he spoke, Liu Xu took a bowl, ladled a spoonful of vegetables from the pot, and grabbed a steamed bun made from a mix of cornmeal and white flour. This bun, when consumed, resembled chewing on coarse stones, primarily due to the rough texture of the cornmeal, with the white flour being woefully scarce. After tasting the vegetables, Liu Xu's brows knitted together in dismay. The dish was nothing more than boiled greens, devoid of meat and even oil. It was simply boiled water with an air of loneliness. Shunzi, what is the matter with this meal? Is it that even meat is unavailable in the market? Why is there no oil in the stir-fry? Noticing Zhang Shun's hesitation to explain, Liu Xu pondered for a moment before saying, "Never mind, I will handle these matters in the future. Shunzi, please visit a few newspapers this afternoon and place an advertisement for hiring. We need 50 chefs and 20 accountants and cashiers." Zhang Shun nodded in agreement. Mr. Liu, isn't it unnecessary to hire chefs? The soldiers can cook for themselves. Comrade Political Commissar, you do not comprehend the situation. Each profession has its expertise. The soldiers have far more critical tasks at hand. They cannot waste time on cooking. This would be a case of using a great talent for trivial matters. Moreover, hiring a few individuals will alleviate some employment pressure for the government. Consider it adding a bit of substance to society's grand feast. One cannot shoulder every responsibility alone. We must leave some opportunities for others. The political commissar was momentarily taken aback, having never contemplated the issue from this perspective. His realization was akin to hearing a single enlightening statement that surpasses years of study. At this juncture, Commander Kong personally drove in a heavy-duty truck, resembling a formidable race car, swiftly entering the yard and parking in the open space, followed by a procession of trucks. "Mr. Liu, this truck is truly robust. It drives effortlessly. I wonder how much it can haul. How does it compare to the Mao Xiong's GC 150? Ha ha ha, Commander Kong. The old Soviet vehicle cannot hold a candle to this truck. This vehicle has a load capacity of 50 tons, whereas the GC 150 can only manage 5 tons. It's like comparing a minor sorcerer to a grand wizard. Utterly incomparable. 50 tons? What unit is that?" Commander Kong scratched his head, appearing somewhat sheepish, like a bashful child. During this period, the system of measurement was quite chaotic. The populace primarily utilized traditional units passed down through generations. Although the Republic of China introduced international measurements, it wasn't until 1952 that a provisional regulation on measurement was re-established. It's equivalent to 500,000 gene. 5 tons is merely 5,000 gene. Now you see the disparity in comparison, don't you? Commander Kong, stop standing there idly. There are treasures on the truck that need to be unloaded. Hurry and have the soldiers do it swiftly, and make sure to share with everyone. Do not be shy. For us, what splendid treasures await us. Could it be that fortune has smiled upon us from the heavens? Commander Kang's curiosity was instantly ignited, his mind racing with questions. How could Liu Xu, after merely sauntering about for a short while this morning, conjure such an abundance of items, akin to the wonders of Doraemon? The sheer strength of numbers is formidable. Before long, every vehicle had been thoroughly emptied. Aside from staples such as rice, flour, and salt, true currencies in their own right, everything else was meticulously wrapped in cardboard, resembling a series of enigmatic parcels. Commander Kong swiftly organized the distribution of these supplies. This is enough to sustain 2,000 individuals. The remainder should be hidden away securely. We cannot afford to lose any of it. Each person is to receive a folding bed, promising a slumber as serene as resting upon clouds, a set of bedding that envelopes one in warmth, akin to a sunlit embrace, a complete outfit, transforming one into a spirited individual at a moment's notice, and an assortment of daily necessities, ensuring all life's requirements are met. Additionally, there are 50 tons of rice sufficient for hearty feasting, 50 tons of flour, 2 tons of oil, and 1 ton of salt. In that instant, Commander Kong appeared utterly speechless, his mouth agape, yearning to articulate something, yet his words eluded him like a lost lamb wandering aimlessly. "Old Kong, do not stand on ceremony with me. I am resolute in my ambition to cultivate you all into esteemed architectural experts, renowned not just nationally, but globally. Those who emerge from our ranks will undoubtedly command respect wherever they go, becoming figures of expertise. This year, our tasks are not overly burdensome. Let us focus on transforming the buildings within this compound into a splendid site, primarily to allow you to gain first-hand experience. The remaining time will be devoted to the main event, learning. Learning brings us joy, and learning empowers us. By the way, do we have an electrician among us? I have brought several sets of diesel generators. Let us connect them to the living quarters this afternoon, illuminating our surroundings as brightly as day. The rest of you should head over there to level the ground, aiming to commence work on the foundation by tomorrow. Let's expedite this endeavor. Chapter 25. Transformation of the company exhibition hall. Liu Xu meandered around for half an afternoon before driving off, as he needed to promptly address the housing issues with the construction company. He intended to initially employ container-style modular homes to alleviate the accommodation difficulties for everyone. Although these dwellings were simplistic, they could endure for over a decade without deterioration. The critical factor was their rapid construction speed, akin to a rocket, making them exceptionally suitable for the pressing circumstances at hand. In the evening, upon returning to the main dimension and reviewing the design plans, Liu Xu made various adjustments. He replaced all plastic steel windows with thermal break aluminum triple-glazed windows and exchanged the doors in both the accommodation and office areas for security doors. His decisiveness was palpable as he placed the orders, as if proclaiming, "This is the decision. No one shall hinder me." Liu Xu recalled an article he encountered during his research, noting that the temperatures during this period were considerably lower than those in later times. This was also the rationale behind his choice to utilize extruded polystyrene boards as filling materials, although Rockwool boasted high fire resistance. Its insulation capabilities paled in comparison to those of polystyrene. For 2 consecutive days, Liu Xu tirelessly directed the mixing of concrete to lay the foundations, busily spinning like a top. By the time the first batch of raw materials for the prefabricated houses arrived, all the foundations were meticulously completed, resembling small stages awaiting decoration. Over the past few days, Liu Xu had been diligently transporting construction materials to the site each evening, with over 20 cranes operating simultaneously. It felt as if he had become a miraculous crane hero. Thousands of individuals united in their efforts, erecting more than 500 prefabricated houses for accommodation in just one day, a speed that left one questioning reality. A week later, the entire construction project was completed. If someone from the future were to visit, they would undoubtedly believe they had arrived at a large-scale construction site. However, to the people of this era, it appeared nothing short of a miracle, akin to a mysterious structure from another world. The soldiers were grinning from ear to ear, never having imagined that houses could be constructed in such a manner. What seemed to be mere temporary modular structures to those from later times was perceived by them as more beautiful than traditional brick houses, for every inch was fortified with steel, giving the sensation of residing in a fortress of iron. Life had become remarkably comfortable. The accommodations were truly delightful. What could foreigners be thinking, using metal sheeting to build houses? Such creativity. Indeed, Mr. Liu has been exceptionally generous to us. The vegetarian dishes these days are so rich in oil that I could easily consume several bowls of rice. Absolutely, that rice is as white as snow. I've never seen such exquisite rice in my life, and it tastes divine. As Liu Xu, along with Commander Kong and Political Commissar Li, strolled about, he pondered what else might be lacking. The dormitories were all standard 4-person rooms, each equipped with a small desk, a chair, and a small metal cabinet. Small yet fully functional. Old Kong, what do you think is the best heating solution for this winter? Coal stoves seem unsafe. Electric heating worries me due to the insufficient supply. With so many rooms, the municipal electricity behaves like a mischievous child, highly unstable. Our 30-kilowatt diesel generator will surely be inadequate. Perhaps we should install a complete heating system instead? Electricity is undoubtedly insufficient. This is an obvious matter. If necessary, we can resort to coal. It is no great issue. After all these years, we have managed to endure without it. However, I have always found coal stoves to be rather unreliable. Given the proximity of the 2 courtyards, it will be prudent to share a heating system. We can replace it with a larger boiler and add 2 heat exchange stations, ensuring everything is resolved satisfactorily. Commander Kong, we must first arrange for the modifications at the trading company. I plan to transform the existing 5 factory buildings into exhibition halls, and a simple renovation of the office building will render it usable. The remaining matters can be approached gradually. Haste will not yield favorable results. Very well, Mr. Liu. We shall commence work tomorrow, and I anticipate that it will not take long to complete. Should we consider advertising to attract some projects? Otherwise, we will find ourselves idle. Not at all. I do not intend to take on any projects this year. The remaining time will be primarily devoted to study. The 30 classrooms I constructed for you are specifically for this purpose. Education is of utmost importance. I plan to divide your current personnel into 2 companies, one for construction and the other for mechanical and electrical installation. Furthermore, we will continue to subdivide in the future. Our projects will encompass all fields, including water conservancy, road and bridge construction, tunnel engineering, port construction, and more. None shall be omitted. For now, we will take it step by step, starting with the construction industry. There is a wealth of knowledge to acquire, so we must avoid lofty aspirations. The teaching materials I have prepared for the classrooms cover fundamental construction knowledge comprehensively. It is imperative that every soldier learns not only how to execute tasks correctly, but also understands the reasoning behind their actions, knowing the what as well as the why. You are correct. I have reviewed some of those materials, and they are quite thorough, though much of it remains incomprehensible to me. Here's what we can do. I will organize study sessions every evening. However, there is a slight challenge. We have too few literate individuals to facilitate teaching. How shall we address this? Upon hearing Commander Kang's words, Liu Xu felt as if struck by lightning, standing there in shock. How could I have forgotten this? The literacy rate during this period is lamentably low. Commander Kang, how many literate individuals do we have in our regiment? Well, there must be at least over 100. We are a logistics unit, often needing to tally numbers and sign documents, so there are quite a few literate people. Liu Xu listened to his boasting with a grim expression, thinking to himself, is this what you call many? Out of 500 people, only over 100 can read. And you're so proud of it? It's truly a source of both laughter and tears. Liu Xu regretted it deeply, but what could be done now? Never mind. If they cannot read, we shall teach them, starting from elementary school, or rather, from kindergarten, commencing with phonetics. Let phonetics shine 8 years early. Historically, phonetics was not officially approved and announced by the National People's Congress until February 1958. With this treasure, along with corresponding teaching materials, everyone will be able to study independently. It is indeed a marvelous tool for learning. In the following days, Liu Xu vigilantly oversaw the renovations, daring not to blink even once. That evening, I returned to the primary realm to indulge in tender moments with my companion, Xiao He. After relishing the delightful times, I felt an unsettling emptiness, akin to having lost my very soul. A week later, the exhibition hall and office building of the trading company were completely renovated. Under the cover of night, Liu Xu stealthily unveiled the mechanical equipment he had amassed in the system space during this period. To his astonishment, there was a complete spinning production line, a penicillin production line, several brick-making production lines, and a high-speed newspaper printing machine with over 1,000 ordinary machine tools. Naturally, he refrained from bringing any CNC machinery, fearing it might overwhelm everyone with its sophistication. The types of machine tools were indeed diverse, including horizontal, vertical, gantry, and elevating table styles, as well as boring, milling, grinding, drilling, and planing machines, a veritable hodgepodge of machinery. Liu Xu now felt a twinge of regret. If he sold everything, his exhibition hall would be left empty. Fortunately, he had memorized the previous brand models, planning to use them as samples. Should there be orders, he could simply procure anew. If not, he would acquire second-hand ones. After all, he had his ways. As Liu Xu arranged his display, his mind began to ponder the opening of the business. However, given the current circumstances, the timing for the inauguration was still premature. Why, you ask? Liu Xu was facing a severe shortage of personnel. There simply weren't enough hands. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to newspaper advertisements for recruitment. Strangely enough, it was relatively easy to find workers during this period. The overall societal employment rate was low, with many small-scale factories collapsing, leaving a multitude of idle individuals wandering the streets like headless flies. Chapter 26. The dawn of an otherworldly undertaking. Yet the majority of individuals responding to the government's summons flocked to state-owned factories to enlist. A portion, bolstered by national support, managed to revive some of the factories. Nevertheless, a significant number remained idle at home, engaging in nothingness. The crux of the matter was that none of the factories aided by the bear had commenced construction. Thus, Liu Xu contemplated that he could undoubtedly recruit a considerable number of individuals, perhaps even assemble a dream team. Liu Xu's aspirations were rather straightforward. The more recruits, the better. If a client purchased a single piece of equipment, that would be manageable, requiring little oversight. However, should they acquire an entire production line, he would be obligated to oversee the installation and provide training. After all, with decades of technological disparity, leaving clients to navigate the complexities alone would not be assistance, but rather a disservice, potentially leading to confrontations where clients might come armed with grievances. Recognizing this, Liu Xu understood the necessity of cultivating specialized teams, each corresponding to the machinery of various industries. Without such teams, the enterprise would flounder aimlessly, much like a headless fly. Consider the metallurgical machinery experts. Could they possibly comprehend chemical machinery? And could textile machinery experts fathom mining machinery? The answer was an emphatic no. Different fields are as distinct as mountains apart. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Liu Xu felt an overwhelming pressure, his head throbbing and his thoughts spiraling. He mused, "Oh dear, what a monumental pit have I dug for myself." Suddenly, it dawned on him that perhaps he was being overly ambitious. By nature, he preferred to operate discreetly, yet the dire circumstances of society left him with no choice but to forge ahead boldly. Whatever comes, comes. I shall face it, he resolved, deciding to prioritize recruitment and trust that solutions would materialize in due course. Liu Xu further contemplated that he needed to recruit from cities with a robust industrial background, of which there were approximately 10, such as the bustling metropolis, the ancient capital, and others, including his own coastal city. At present, all of Liu Xu's funds were managed by the Biaxian Bank's coastal branch. For this recruitment endeavor, he envisioned leveraging the bank's extensive network to disseminate advertisements across these 10 cities. Why choose the bank? Their telegraph system offered unparalleled speed, far surpassing the inefficiency of traveling to each city individually. Biaxian Bank, as a prominent institution, possessed a certain pride. Were it not for Liu Xu's substantial capital and his close relationship with President Xue Jingwen, they might have been disinclined to assist him in this matter. However, to Xue Jingwen, it was a mere matter of a few words. With the impending launch of the International Trade Company, Liu Xu crafted a recruitment notice, inviting ambitious individuals to join, specifically seeking mechanical engineers from various industries. Upon completing the advertisement, he approached Xue Jingwen, who, upon hearing the proposal, widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Liu, are you really placing a recruitment ad? Is there no one at the newspaper?" "This is quite simple. If it involves giving them money, one can simply go directly." Liu Xu quickly explained, "Brother Xue, please let me finish. This advertisement, I intend to publish not only in Binhai, but in 10 cities simultaneously. I wish to leverage your channels to assist with this endeavor in those cities. Ideally, I would like it to be featured in all major local newspapers. In the first month, while I won't insist on the front page, it should at least occupy the second page in full. After a month, a small square will suffice. Let's commence with a year-long trial. Of course, the fund will be drawn from my account." Xue Jingwen was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw. "This is quite a significant investment. I have never encountered such a scale of newspaper advertising. Are you planning to monopolize the press?" Liu Xu chuckled. "Oh, consider it a contribution to the journalism industry, allowing those newspapers to liven things up." With a resigned shake of his head, Xue Jingwen replied, "All right, since you've brought it up, I must support you. I will report this to my superiors. However, I anticipate no major issues." That very evening, the request to publish the recruitment advertisement soared from the headquarters of Biaxian Bank in the capital, as if it had sprouted wings, reaching the branches in those 10 cities. The following day, responses flooded in from Benhai, with applicants arriving in droves, akin to dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Liu Xu had no choice but to conduct interviews himself. However, after a round of interviews, only about 20 candidates remained, despite the multitude of positions, numbering as many as 40 or 50. Desperate for assistance, he resorted to temporarily pulling a few workers from a construction company to fill the gaps. That day also brought a delightful surprise. A freshly returned PhD from studying abroad, named Wu Junzhou, who specialized in chemistry, came to apply. Liu Xu recognized the gem he had before him and was determined not to let him slip away. Thus, he activated his persuasion mode, showcasing the numerous machines and production lines in the exhibition hall, which captivated Wu Junzhou, leading him to find the opportunity meaningful and agreed to stay. Although Liu Xu currently lacked any chemical equipment, this did not dampen Wu Junzhuo's enthusiasm. Furthermore, Liu Xu successfully recruited over a dozen workers with more than 10 years of experience handling machinery. With these additions, Liu Xu felt a significant alleviation of his burdens. At least he would not have to teach from scratch, which would have been utterly exhausting. However, some of these workers posed a challenge for Liu Xu. While they were exceptionally skilled at operating the machines, many were illiterate, which left him in a rather ironic predicament. After 5 or 6 days of recruitment, the trading company transformed from Liu Xu being a solitary commander to a robust establishment with over 270 employees. With the foundation laid for the business launch, Liu Xu prepared to open his doors. True to his nature, he initially intended to simply commence operations, but Kong Tuan and Manager Liang insisted on organizing an opening ceremony. Manager Liang even consulted an astrologer to choose an auspicious date, ultimately settling on October 26th, 3 days hence. In truth, Liu Xu had underestimated the significance of the penicillin production line for the domestic market. Before liberation, the production lines imported from America to the Magic City have yet to commence operations, remaining entirely idle, akin to mere decorations, with only a modicum of output achievable in the laboratory. In such circumstances, Liu Xu's production line assumes a particularly vital role, almost like a savior. Little did Liu Xu know that a team from the capital and the Magic City had arrived the evening before the grand opening, eagerly awaiting the unveiling of those production lines. There were no secrets at Liu Xu's establishment. The equipment had been on display for several days, and Manager Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had laid eyes upon mountains of gold and silver. On October 26th, Liu Xu drove from his courtyard to the trading company. Upon crossing the Liberation Bridge, he was taken aback by a magnificent spectacle, a grand parade celebrating the military's recent triumph in Korea, the Battle of Yinshan. Along the route, donation boxes for supporting the war effort were scattered everywhere. It dawned on Liu Xu that amidst his preoccupation with the trading company, he had completely overlooked this significant event. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. How could he allow himself to forget such an important matter? Was his mind perhaps befuddled? Though Liu Xu felt he could not contribute significantly, he believed he could assist in procuring scarce materials. He recalled the considerable aid provided by Mr. He from Xiangjiang during this period. If someone so far away could make a difference, surely he could do at least as much, if not more. As he pondered how he could lend a hand, he unknowingly arrived at the trading company. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by a throng of people admiring the exhibition hall, showcasing the production lines. At 10 a.m., amidst a cacophony of firecrackers, Liu Xu's enterprise officially set sail in this pivotal moment. Mr. Liu, congratulations. I came today to bask in your joy and share a drink. Minister He, congratulations to you as well. The drinks are plentiful. Let's indulge. Mr. Liu, congratulations. I never anticipated you would transform this place so beautifully. Chapter 27. The enemy's attention on Liu Xu. Professor Liang, I did not anticipate your presence here. Please do come in. My dear brother, this is quite the grand affair you have orchestrated. I am truly astonished by the scale of your undertaking. Just look at the advanced equipment in these exhibition halls. Brother Liang, spare me your flattery. I am merely navigating through circumstances beyond my control. Liu Xu, emulating their gestures, smiled and returned the greetings, shaking hands and clasping fists in acknowledgement. This period marked a transition between old and new ideologies. The general populace still adhered to traditional customs, while government officials had begun to favor handshakes. Consequently, the atmosphere felt somewhat chaotic, akin to a hodgepodge. Mr. Liu, allow me to introduce you to these esteemed guests. This gentleman is the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Trade, and this is Director Chun from the Planning Department of the Ministry of Fuel Industry. This is Comrade Tan Zhaoxing from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and this distinguished individual is none other than Mayor Huang, your super steward of Binhai. Upon hearing this, Liu Xu felt a wave of panic wash over him. My goodness, what is happening? Is it really necessary to create such a spectacle for the opening of my humble establishment? Are these dignitaries truly so idle? Nevertheless, he quickly engaged in polite conversation, shaking hands with remarkable speed. Mr. Liu, you are indeed a youthful hero. Many have struggled to achieve what you have accomplished with such ease, Mr. Tan remarked with a beaming smile. To be frank, we have come to seek your assistance with a significant matter. Oh dear, Mr. Tan, please do not say that. It is my utmost fortune to be of help. Liu Xu exclaimed. Let us not linger here. There's a reception room upstairs. Esteemed leaders, please follow me. As he warmly ushered them, Liu Xu pondered the true intentions of these influential figures. A throng of people swiftly ascended to the reception room. As soon as they settled, the deputy minister, akin to a famished wolf encountering its prey, eagerly posed a question. Mr. Liu, I have a rather pressing inquiry, though it may seem abrupt. It is of utmost importance to the nation. Liu Xu's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, please don't start by questioning my origins. Yet, he maintained a beaming smile and replied, Deputy Minister, please feel free to ask. I shall speak candidly. I wish to know whether your transportation channels are reliable. In other words, will we be able to receive goods as promptly in the future as we have this time? Upon hearing this, Liu Xu's tension dissipated instantly. He confidently reassured, Deputy Minister, you need not worry. The so-called blockade by the West is as flimsy as paper in my realm. It holds no power here. Rest assured, the supplies I bring in will only increase. However, I do have a small request. Since Mayor Huang is present, I dare to bring it up. If anything seems inappropriate, please do not hesitate to critique and guide me. Liu Xu's eyes glinted as he continued. As you all are aware, due to the blockade imposed by Western countries, my operations could be considered smuggling in their eyes. While I possess secret channels to procure goods, I do not wish for this to become common knowledge. Thus, I pondered the possibility of requesting the customs officials to establish an office here, making tax payments more convenient in the future. The leaders present exchanged bewildered glances. Who would have anticipated Liu Xu making such a request? Others were contemplating ways to evade taxes. Yet he was proactively seeking ease in tax payments. Liu Xu reasoned that taxes would eventually need to be paid. Rather than waiting for them to come to him, it would be wiser to take the initiative. He suggested that they could inspect the goods directly at his warehouse, rather than persistently scrutinizing his transportation channels. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The items you are bringing back are urgently needed treasures for the nation. Surely, tax exemptions are in order, Mayor Huang remarked, somewhat astonished. Let us not speak of tax exemptions. When I first delivered medicine to Manager Liang, I made it clear that I returned to assist in the nation's development, not to profit from national calamities. Furthermore, paying taxes is an obligation that every enterprise and citizen should fulfill, Liu Xu declared earnestly. Upon hearing these words, everyone present appeared electrified, their eyes widening in astonishment. Splendid. Just splendid. The motherland requires patriotic youths like you. They all applauded, smiling brightly, and Liu Xu joined in the laughter, thinking to himself that this truly resonated with the prevailing sentiment. Mr. Liu, I have come to see if it is possible to acquire more vehicles from you. I have heard that your construction company possesses numerous engineering vehicles, which are critically important for domestic mining operations. Director Chun from the Fuel Industry Department interjected. Director Chun, your timing is impeccable. I have a super treasure to present to you, which I assure you will greatly benefit the nation, Liu Xu replied, swiftly exiting to his office. He rummaged through a cabinet, retrieving an oversized map and a substantial volume. This map detailed the distribution of mineral resources in the country, while the book meticulously recorded the specific locations, coordinates, reserves, associated minerals, and extraction methods, all clearly documented. To call it a treasure in this era would not be an exaggeration. The individuals in the room were filled with curiosity, their eyes wide as saucers, contemplating the significance of what Liu Xu deemed a treasure. As he entered briskly with a rolled paper and a thick book, everyone stood in unison. The map unfolded slowly, revealing the comprehensive mineral distribution across the nation. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Their expressions resembled those of individuals encountering extraterrestrial beings. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated house in District 5 of Binhai City, two individuals were furtively discussing the recently emerged machinery store. One appeared to be the shopkeeper, while the other was dressed in workman-esque attire. "Boss, what is the word from above? Has it been reported yet?" The worker inquired anxiously. "What is the rush? We've only just received the news," the shopkeeper replied, casting a disdainful glance at him. "The superior has urged us to swiftly ascertain the background of this individual, as that is the crux of the matter. According to the superior, in this day and age, there is essentially no one capable of transporting supplies to the mainland." "What? No one is transporting?" "I have personally observed the situation. There are at least 800 machine tools there. Would you call that a lack of transportation?" The worker's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you know? Are you aware of the newly established pharmaceutical company? I have received intel that this person has imported a substantial quantity of foreign medicines, particularly penicillin. Thanks to him, hospitals across the north have not been lacking in supplies these past few days." "Boss, what shall we do? The person I arranged last time was not selected. Upon inquiring, I found their demands to be exorbitantly high, while my candidate was merely an ordinary laborer, illiterate. Could you not find someone more reliable?" "Boss, it's not that simple. They need to be trustworthy and knowledgeable, and frankly, I do not possess such individuals." "Alas, then keep a close watch. If they recruit again, you must act swiftly. I refuse to believe they would not want anyone for manual labor." "Very well. I shall take responsibility for this matter. I have contacts in Tuching who will keep an eye on things. By the way, should we consider taking action regarding that construction company? You might as well forget it. Do not stir up trouble unnecessarily. That is a whole unit that has transitioned. Even if you manage to insert someone, they would stand out like a sore thumb. Do you understand? If you jeopardize their good fortune, I shall be the first to deal with you. The superior has instructed us to devise a way to eliminate this thorn in our side. A few days ago, some equipment was sent over which I inspected. There were handguns and rifles, but alas, no explosives. The bulk of what he has are machines, mere iron contraptions, which leave us at a loss. That is indeed the most troubling aspect. Boss, today presents a prime opportunity. His establishment is officially opening, and infiltrating should not be too challenging. However, without explosives, that plan is futile. Let it be for now. Do not concern yourself with the explosives. I shall find a solution for that. You focus on gathering information, so we can act when the time is right." "Understood, boss. If we were to eliminate that fellow who has returned from overseas, wouldn't that resolve everything? Even if those machines remain intact, how much could they truly yield? If that chap survives, he will continue to transport goods back." "Indeed. How did I not think of that? You are quite astute." "Excellent. This is likely the most prudent course of action." "Indeed. This way you need not exhaust yourself searching for explosives." "Ha. Very well. Dispatch additional personnel to swiftly ascertain this individual's circumstances, determine his residence, and devise a plan for our approach. Rest assured, I shall make the necessary arrangements." Chapter 28. Offering the precious mineral resources in an instant. Everyone's gaze converged as if drawn by a powerful magnet, all focused on the remarkable sight before them. Even those utterly unfamiliar with maps, often bewildered by the cardinal directions, could discern that this particular map was extraordinary, akin to a resplendent treasure trove. Director Chen's hands trembled uncontrollably as he cautiously opened the thick tome, revealing the inscription, detailed account of the mineral resources of the flowering nation. The first section, dedicated to coal mines, stated that 300 coal deposits have been identified. Turning the pages, the second section focused on iron mines, detailing 898 confirmed locations. As he continued, the third section addressed oil, indicating the discovery of 500 oil fields. Director Chen's reaction was as if he had encountered a ghost. He snapped the book shut with a resounding clap, his head jerking up, eyes wide and fixated on Liu Xu, as if he were desperate to devour him with his gaze. "Mr. Liu, is this truly real? I can't possibly be dreaming, can I?" "Rest assured, Director Chen," Liu Xu replied with a reassuring smile. "I, Liu, guarantee with my integrity that these findings are absolutely authentic." Among those present, some quickly grasped the significance of this information, while others remained oblivious to its value. It must be understood that compiling such data required countless geologists braving the elements, traversing the mountains and rivers of the homeland, enduring untold hardships, and conducting innumerable analyses, many having lost their hair in the process. Consider the oil situation. Since the Republic era, Western nations have labeled us as a petroleum-poor nation. The oil fields in the Northwest produced a pitifully low yield, generating little more than 50,000 tons annually in the early years of the nation, and only reaching 750,000 tons by 1957. Historically, countless individuals have risked their lives in the search for oil, and it was not until the end of 1959 that the first gushing well was finally drilled in the Songliao Plain. Liu Xu's mineral data, however, encompassed all resources, and the annotations were so meticulously detailed they resembled a literary narrative. This was beyond mere monetary valuation. To call it treasure would be an understatement. It was nothing short of an unparalleled cosmic bounty. Director Chen clutched the book tightly to his chest, as if it were the essence of his existence, and declared, "Minister Yi, Minister He, and esteemed colleagues, I must apologize, but I must return immediately. This matter is of utmost importance. I must report back at once, or my heart shall rise to my throat, and I won't find peace to sleep tonight." Director Chen, please take a moment to calm yourself. Those minerals have awaited discovery for centuries. They won T escape. Perhaps you should consider my suggestions first. You might find them alleviating. Liu Xu interjected with a cheerful demeanor. Director Chen pondered this and, finding merit in the suggestion, decided to remain. Observing his reaction, Liu Xu quickly added, "Everyone, please, take your seats." Earlier, Director Chen intended to inquire about my transportation matters, so I shall address that now. Firstly, I have a request, one of paramount importance, akin to the necessity of using chopsticks while dining. I implore each of you present to engrave this in your minds and execute it diligently. All my equipment and various production technologies must be classified with a confidentiality level. As for the equipment that exits my premises, aside from those without restrictions, no foreign individual shall be permitted to observe, touch, or transfer it abroad. Remember, this applies to any foreigner, even if it's a foreign cat or dog wishing to take a glance. This is of utmost significance. Upon hearing this requirement, several individuals were left perplexed, their minds filled with questions as it seemed absurd to them. In their perception, foreign technology is undoubtedly superior to domestic advancements. To them, maintaining such confidentiality appeared superfluous, akin to the absurdity of dropping trousers to relieve oneself. Minister Yi suddenly seemed enlightened, his eyes sparkling as if he comprehended the gravity of the matter. Liu Xu chuckled disdainfully, exhibiting an air of superiority, as though he were dismissing worthless scrap metal. The technological equipment from Western nations pales in comparison to what I provide. It's as if one is in the heavens and the other is on the ground. Entirely different realms, leagues apart. At that moment, Minister He also grasped the reality, having witnessed the penicillin production line. To speak of it, the pipes and tanks were all crafted from stainless steel, contrasting starkly with the inferior black iron counterparts from Shanghai, one resembling a luxury vehicle, the other a dilapidated tricycle. The disparity was glaringly evident. Then, a staff member accompanying Minister Yi could no longer contain himself and inquired, "What if the technicians from our big brother, the bear, are involved? After all, we are brother nations that can share a pair of trousers." Liu Xu was apprehensive about this very question. Hence, he had brought it up so seriously and publicly to guard against such situations. To be frank, during this period, there were hardly any Westerners within the country. If that is the case, I shall cease providing any machinery production lines, or technical documents altogether. Of course, I will continue to operate the trading company, but it will only deal in finished goods. You require something, I will import it from abroad. This is the extent of it, nothing more. To give a man a fish or to teach him to fish, the choice is yours. However, I hope that if you agree to my terms, you will adhere to them with unwavering commitment, akin to ironclad promises. Why seek is a reliable assurance. Simultaneously, I wish to convey to those who constantly yearn for foreign lands that there are no everlasting friends between nations, only enduring interests, a notion that will never become obsolete. Minister Yi and Deputy Minister He exchanged glances, and then spoke. Mr. Liu, we comprehend your intentions, and we shall faithfully relay your requirements. Now, may I inquire what equipment you are able to provide? Minister Yi, I can supply machinery and production lines across all industries and categories, though military supplies are currently off the table. Minister Yi sprang from his seat, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated intently on Liu Xu. He is the Minister of Trade, well aware of the formidable challenges involved in transporting goods domestically. I never expected this young man to possess such remarkable capabilities. He is indeed a concealed powerhouse. Director Chun, you were inquiring about those engineering vehicles, correct? They are intended for use in the mines, I presume? Yes, indeed. With these exceptional machines, our mining efficiency will soar like a rocket. Director Chun, I have a suggestion for you to contemplate upon your return. This mineral resource map I am providing encompasses nearly all domestic minerals, particularly large open-pit mines. My point is that our various industries are merely in their infancy, and our technological capabilities are still quite limited. I believe we should temporarily set aside deep mining. The challenges of extracting from deep wells can be daunting and perilous. Once our technology matures, we can pursue that avenue without haste. Of course, this is not an absolute stance in the Eastern Plains. To meet the daily needs of the populace, some extraction can certainly be maintained. Take coal mines as an example. There are 39 large open-pit mines across the nation with annual outputs exceeding 10 million tons. We should concentrate our efforts on these to ensure a steady supply of industrial coal. Clearly, when comparing the difficulties of open-pit mining to deep well mining, the advantages are evident, as the yield from open-pit operations is significantly higher. Additionally, I will provide specialized excavators and transport vehicles, which are colossal machines, with load capacities ranging from 200 tons to 600 tons. 600 tons? How enormous must that be? It wouldn't be a moving hill, would it? Such vehicles are only suitable for short-distance transport within the mines. Long-distance transit is unfeasible as our domestic bridges cannot withstand the strain. The vehicle is so large that a single wheel towers higher than two people stacked together. Mr. Liu, I will certainly report your suggestions accurately. However, the final decision rests with the higher authorities. Chapter 29. The order from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative Director Chun felt he had gathered sufficient understanding. Today was indeed a stroke of fortune, yielding a remarkable surprise. At this moment, Mr. Tan from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative spoke up. Mr. Liu, we have come with a mission today. Please take a look at this list. Can these goods be imported? Liu Xu took the list and was astonished to find it comprised entirely of steel materials. 1. 500 tons of 50 Mn medium carbon alloy steel, 10,000 tons of 58 CMN, 5,000 tons of 60 MNMO, 5,000 tons of 0.8 millimeters thick black iron sheets, and 300 tons of cotton. To his surprise, there were also various models of screws. Liu Xu briefly skimmed through the list and realized these were all ordinary items, yet they were currently unavailable for domestic production and required substantial imports. Liu Xu felt utterly perplexed, as if he were lost in a thick fog, desperately wishing to alter this situation, yet unsure of where to begin. As an ordinary person himself, it seemed he needed to meticulously plan ahead. Upon returning to the main dimension, he would seek assistance to devise a strategy. Otherwise, this matter would surely become a source of great headache. Mr. Tan, no problem. I will certainly procure these items for you. I will notify you immediately upon their arrival. So rest assured. Liu Xu's mind shifted gears, as if suddenly enlightened. He promptly inquired, Mr. Tan, I hope you don't mind my boldness, but what do you intend to use the black iron sheets for? Mr. Tan slapped his thigh and replied cheerfully, "Oh, there's nothing to hide. They are for making gasoline barrels." Upon hearing this, Liu Xu's heart sank. He thought to himself, "Oh no, have I inadvertently encroached on Mr. Hui's territory in Hong Kong?" Sighing, he resolved that he would find a way to apologize later if necessary. Liu Xu cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. "If you're processing gasoline barrels, aluminum alloy sheets would be the optimal choice, as they effectively dissipate static electricity. Following that, galvanized iron sheets would be suitable, and only then would black iron sheets be advisable. For short-distance transport with smaller quantities, plastic could suffice. However, aluminum alloy sheets are rather costly and not very economical. How about I procure galvanized iron sheets for you? Furthermore, I can assist you in acquiring a fully automated barrel production line, a comprehensive service that will surely satisfy." Mr. Tan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Mr. Liu, you truly possess considerable knowledge. I thought you were an architecture major? I am quite oblivious to this field," he continued. "So you may proceed as you see fit. I will approve the production line." Mr. Tan's curiosity was piqued once again as he pressed on. "Mr. Liu, from your words, does it mean you can also acquire aluminum sheets? They are considered strategic materials abroad and are quite precious." Liu Xu smiled, his lips curling into a grin. "Indeed. There are numerous varieties of aluminum alloys, categorized by their elemental composition and intended use, primarily divided into 9 major series. If you wish to procure them but are uncertain how to choose, just share with me the intended applications, and I shall serve as your advisor." "Really? That would be splendid. Our Air Force possesses 159 aircraft, but only a handful remain intact. We are in urgent need of a substantial quantity of aircraft skin for repairs." "No problem. We primarily require 7A04 aluminum alloy sheets, while 2024 rivets are essential. Aircraft construction is indeed intricate, with varying material requirements for different components. Some demand high strength, while others must withstand high temperatures, allowing no margin for error. Allow me to compile a comprehensive inventory list for you, categorizing everything clearly so you can easily select what you need." Mayor Huang could not resist teasing. "Oh my, Mr. Liu, this place is like a treasure trove. Whatever one desires, it is all here, truly impressive." He then shifted the topic, stating, "Upon visiting today, I must say your construction company has made remarkable progress, and the aesthetics are stunning. I am curious about the costs, as the city is contemplating the construction of new worker dormitories. I wonder if we can achieve something akin to your project." Liu Xu scratched his head and replied, "Regarding this matter, if the worker dormitories are intended for temporary use, it is entirely feasible. These container-style modular houses can last for a decade or two without issue. However, if permanence is desired, I would not recommend it. As for the costs, I assure you, they will certainly be more economical than traditional brick-and-mortar houses." Mayor Huang nodded earnestly. "That is splendid news. I shall give your suggestion serious consideration." Suddenly, Liu Xu interjected, "Mayor Huang, I have an idea. I find myself somewhat overwhelmed with this construction company and wish to transfer ownership to the city. Managing just this trading company is already quite demanding for me." Upon hearing this, Mayor Huang quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "What? That cannot be. You have invested so much into this company. You have only just begun and have yet to reap the rewards. We cannot allow you to suffer a loss." Liu Xu chuckled. "Mayor, this is not an issue. If you truly wish to assist me, then take over sooner rather than later. However, for now, this company should not take on any new projects. The literacy rate among the employees is below 5, and their professional knowledge is lacking. I have set aside 6 months for their training." As the conversation flowed, they found themselves unaware that noon had arrived. Given the large gathering, lunch was organized in the newly constructed cafeteria of the building company. A lively group made their way to the cafeteria, which was connected to the adjoining courtyard by a door. Upon arriving at the construction site, they were greeted by a cluster of glaringly white metal buildings, which appeared somewhat jarring against the backdrop of the existing structures. The front courtyard housed classrooms and an office building, the latter being the tallest at 3 stories, adorned with a royal blue glass curtain wall, exuding a sense of modernity. Behind this were a series of classrooms, followed by the cafeteria and dormitory area. As classes were still in session, several individuals curiously entered one of the classrooms, akin to discovering a new world. The room was dimly lit, with curtains drawn, and a film projector at the back was screening materials on construction practices. The audience was enthralled, seemingly entranced. They proceeded to explore several classrooms, each exhibiting a similar scenario, albeit with varying content. Professors Liang and Zhou were particularly captivated by the materials, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Professor Liang exclaimed, "Mr. Liu, we wish to stay here for a few more days to thoroughly study these resources. Liu Xu and Liu Xu vimat estim professor. I can provide you with 2 sets of these materials, along with film resources. I had you in mind during my preparations. I have plenty to spare for you to take back and contemplate at your leisure." Professor Zhou, beaming with delight, replied, "I cannot express my gratitude enough. There is so much content here that I have not encountered abroad. It is incredibly comprehensive. I am quite curious as to where you source this information. And the most astonishing part is that it has all been translated into Chinese. Truly remarkable." As the group entered the expansive dining hall, capable of accommodating 2,000 diners, they were momentarily taken aback. The floor was adorned with beige tiles, and rows of 4-person tables stretched out before them, an impressive total of 500. This dining establishment lacked private rooms, a decision that Liu Xu made with the current context in mind. At the front, a 50-meter-long glass serving counter was laden with an array of delectable dishes, dazzling the onlookers. Aside from staple foods, the meat and spices were imported from the primary realm, while the remainder was procured locally. Liu Xu gestured toward a row of sterilization cabinets and called out, "Over here, everyone! Please take a tray. It's similar to a buffet. Feel free to indulge, but let us not waste any food." Everyone mirrored Liu Xu's actions, retrieving a set of stainless steel cutlery, trays, bowls, chopsticks, and spoons, before proceeding to the serving counter to have their meals prepared by the staff. This novel dining experience left them all in awe, especially considering the abundance of food that resembled small mountains, an extravagance beyond compare. The section chief, intrigued, inquired, "Mr. Liu, are your grains also imported from abroad?" Liu Xu nodded and replied, "Noticing a slight strain in domestic grain supplies, I opted to procure some from overseas. And I even established a cold storage facility specifically for meat." Chapter 30. Contemplating Reinforcements for National Defense. Mr. Tan from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's eyes lit up with anticipation as he inquired, "Excellent. Might it be possible to procure large quantities of grain?" It is worth noting that in July of this year, the National Cooperative Federation was established to unify the leadership and management of nationwide supply and marketing. Due to natural disasters last year, there was a shortfall of 2.9 billion jin of grain. To combat the speculators in the bustling metropolis, significant efforts were made to transport grain from Sichuan. This year, the shortfall stands at approximately 4 billion jin. Despite these challenges, 22 million tons of grain were still exported to obtain urgently needed industrial materials. 4 billion jin sounds substantial, yet translates to merely 2 million tons. With modern bulk carriers of 80,000 tons, this could be accomplished with just 25 vessels. However, this realm is firmly rooted in a smallholder economy, requiring the collection of grain from individual households before transporting it to the cities or for export, incurring exorbitant costs. During that era, the primary role of the supply and marketing cooperatives was to ensure food security, coordinating the production and distribution throughout the nation, which is why Mr. Tan posed such a question. Liu Xu pondered briefly before responding. In theory, it is possible, but it may take some time. He understood that if they dared to procure such quantities domestically, they would certainly be invited for a chat over tea. The only option would be to seek solutions abroad. Yet he had yet to establish a procurement channel overseas. Thus, he could only postpone the matter for now. Liu Xu continued, "Let's first have our meal, and afterward, if anyone has anything they wish to procure, we can discuss it leisurely in the office." After the meal, the group returned to the reception room with the eagerness of iron filings drawn to a magnet. Meanwhile, Professors Liang and Zhou, like explorers who had stumbled upon a new continent, remained at the construction company, their eyes wide with wonder as they explored. With a sweeping gesture, Liu Xu called to the staff, "Quickly, Bring some paper and pens. The staff promptly provided a stack of paper and pens to everyone. To Liu Xu's astonishment, the individuals took to writing without restraint, their enthusiasm reminiscent of a chaotic scene in a celestial palace, as they filled the pages with an array of requests. When everything was compiled, it amounted to over 20 pages. The items requested were remarkably diverse, leaving Liu Xu feeling overwhelmed, as if his mind were about to burst from the sheer volume of lists. For instance, the request for kerosene lamps was astounding. 50,000 sets, accompanied by a demand for 10,000 barrels of kerosene. Liu Xu mused that perhaps he could find a military enthusiast online who might possess a few sets. But the thought of acquiring 50,000 sets would necessitate custom orders from manufacturers, a daunting task that could leave the suppliers utterly exhausted. The more he perused the lists, the heavier the weight of responsibility fell upon him, akin to a mountain pressing down, nearly rendering him breathless. Why? Because the items listed were not extravagant or grand. They were utterly commonplace. Tools such as pliers, adjustable wrenches, and screwdrivers, essential household items, and daily necessities like wires, light bulbs, thermos liners, and enamelware, evoking the image of an old-fashioned general store. Liu Xu scanned the document once more, gritted his teeth, pounded his chest in determination, and readily agreed. Only then did the crowd disperse with honeyed satisfaction. After their departure, Liu Xu slipped away like oil beneath his feet, returning to the main plane of existence. Restlessness gnawed at him there, his heart thumping like a frantic rabbit, his thoughts perpetually tethered to the northeastern conflict. His mind whirred like a tiny motor, ceaselessly pondering. How can I possibly help? Weapons procurement? A flawless solution. Yet even with pockets brimming with cash, he couldn't locate the gates to such transactions. It was akin to wandering the streets with a pig's head in hand, desperate yet unable to find the temple doors, frustration clawing at him. Clearly, accelerating the development of foreign channels was imperative, and the funding, its current source, was as precarious as walking on a single leg. But what treasures did he possess that could fetch exorbitant prices in overseas markets? Liu Xu's head nearly steamed from the strain. Upon his return, he glanced at his phone's balance, too, for billion yuan still in the account. Gratitude swelled for his collaborations with Sun Liu, which had fattened his coffers to near bursting. Yet he knew, after this procurement, those coffers would deflate, scraping the bottom. Shaking his head, Liu Xu dismissed the vexing thoughts. He retreated to his study, booted up his computer, and, like a diligent honeybee, spent an hour compiling a meticulous inventory of required supplies, dispatching it to the trading firm. Let them handle these mundane items. He had no leisure for such trivialities. Then, he plunged into a frenzied online search for every scrap of intel in the national conflict, eyes wide as brass bells, seeking any avenue for intervention. Weapons were swiftly ruled out. Logistics remained the only viable frontier. After exhaustive research, clarity dawned. Back then, under far grimmer circumstances, our people still hoisted the banner of victory. With my aid, shouldn't it be markedly easier? But the question lingered. Where to begin? Suddenly, inspiration struck. Sun Liu. Wasn't he a scion of the military compound? Liu Xu snatched his phone and dialed. Brother Sun, where are you indulging yourself? I've a matter to consult you about. Ah, Xiaosu. Finally back. I missed you terribly. How much precious cargo did you bring this time? Sun Liu had flourished lately, riding Liu Xu's coattails to prosperity, amassing wealth and prestige, his stride now buoyant with pride. Brother Sun, quit fixating on goods. This is serious. You're from the military compound. No? Any channels for retired military equipment? What is this for? Brother, do you want a piece or two as toys or what? Listen, steer clear. That's not merchandise worth touching. One of my childhood friends, an ardent military enthusiast, after retiring from service, leveraged his family connections to acquire a parcel of land in Tongzhou, where he dedicated himself to his passion. He amassed a considerable stockpile of goods, yet now finds himself in a precarious situation, as most of it has become unsellable. Only his fellow aficionados in the military circle continue to support him, barely sustaining his business. What a challenge it has become. Is that so? Is there a substantial amount of goods? Indeed, you must consider that when soldiers retire, it's not just one or two. They leave in droves, akin to dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Those items that lack preservation value are sold off at low prices, almost akin to being discarded like cabbages. Brother Sun, let's not dwell on that. Where are you now? Please take me to see. Upon hearing this, Liu Xu, in a flurry of excitement, immediately hailed a taxi and hurriedly made his way to Tongzhou. At this juncture, Liu Xu still hadn't purchased a vehicle, illustrating just how occupied he was as a time merchant, too busy to acquire a means of transportation for himself. What a predicament! 2 hours later, Liu Xu successfully located the place using his phone's navigation. Sun Lisheng was sitting in a car at the entrance, waiting like a stone statue for his husband. Upon seeing Liu Xu arrive by taxi, Sun Lisheng was taken aback, exclaiming, "My brother, you are a billionaire. Can't you buy a car for your own comfort?" "Brother Sun, now is not the time for such discussions. I have been so busy that I hardly have time to buy a car. Just wait at home, and I will scour the world for treasures. This time, I have over 200 items. Once I finish, you can accompany me to collect them." "Ah, splendide. I knew you had this talent in you. You are truly remarkable. Let us go. My childhood friend is waiting." The two of them got into the car and drove through the gate into the courtyard. There a row of 5 or 6 small bungalows stood, accompanied by a small pond. A young man was leisurely fishing in a deck chair, with 2 large black dogs lying beside him, resembling loyal bodyguards. Chapter 31. Procurement of retired military equipment. As Liu Xu stepped into the courtyard, he found his eyes overwhelmed, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. The yard was lined with an array of vehicles, some familiar to Liu Xu, while others eluded even his recollection of names. There were even engineering vehicles painted in camouflage patterns, resembling a miniature museum of armored vehicles. Upon disembarking, Sun Lisheng shouted at the top of his lungs, "Sinner, why aren't you coming over to welcome our esteemed guest?" The young man turned his head, gazing with disdain, and replied, "Heisy go bite him." At that moment, a large black dog stood up, its eyes fixated on Sun Lisheng, leisurely approaching him. Startled, Sun Lisheng let out a scream, as if his rear had caught fire, and hurriedly retreated to the car. Rolling down the window, he shouted outside, "Wu Bongji, you better wait when you find yourself alone. I'll make sure to beat you senseless. Hurry up and take your precious son away." "Ha ha ha, you think you can beat me?" None of the onlookers noticed as the black dog sauntered over to Liu Xu. When Liu Xu became aware of its presence, the dog was already at his feet. Unfazed, he glared at the dog, which immediately tucked its tail between its legs and fled as if it had encountered its nemesis. Wu Bongji stood by, dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. "Wow, impressive." Liu Xu himself was taken aback, pondering whether his abilities were a result of the system's modifications that granted him such prowess over dogs. However, there was no time for contemplation. He would investigate the system's attributes thoroughly upon returning. "Shengzi, what brings you here? Do you think I want to be in this wretched place? If it weren't for my brother wanting to visit, even if carried in a grand sedan chair, I wouldn't come." "This brother is Liu Xu. Xiao Su. This is my childhood friend, Wu Bongji. Whatever you desire, don't hesitate to ask." Liu Xu promptly stepped forward and shook hands with Wu Bongji. "Greetings, Brother Wu. Upon entering, I was captivated by all these items. I could nearly drool over them." Liu Xu's eyes sparkled like searchlights at the sight of military goods, wishing to collect everything into his own space. "Well, that's easily arranged. Brother Wu, you may have misunderstood my intentions. The quantity I seek is quite substantial. Could you possibly introduce me to these vehicles, along with usable equipment and individual gear?" Wu Bongji's mouth gaped in astonishment, as if he could fit an egg inside. "Are you planning to open a military goods store? Brother, why won't you heed my advice?" Sun Lisheng, exasperated, stamped his feet in frustration. "Wait, Brother Sun, I have an international trading company, don't you know? I certainly wouldn't jeopardize it, so rest assured." "Oh, so you intend to export?" Wu Bongji exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "Is that feasible? There wouldn't be any restrictions on these items, would there?" Liu Xu inquired with a hint of concern. "How could there be? New items are unsellable, let alone these retired ones. If you truly manage to sell them abroad, the country might even award you a commendation for your efforts. Then I can rest easy." Wu Bang nodded his head vigorously, likening it to the rhythmic motion of pounding garlic, and began to speak. The vehicles we have here are truly abundant. In the realm of transport trucks, our regulars include the Liberation MV3 and the Dongfeng EQ2102, alongside the Beike H10 and the Hao 88 version. These models are akin to thorny roses, not only boasting bulletproof capabilities, but also exceptional off-road performance, traversing mountains and valleys with effortless ease. As for the armored personnel carriers, we have the formidable VN1 series, both B and D models, which are robust 8.8 giants, as well as the lighter VN344 version, along with the 4.4 Tiger assault vehicle. Currently, we only possess the 6.6 version of the Wildcat all-terrain vehicle, despite its modest size. It is remarkably nimble and can conquer any terrain. Speaking of other specialized vehicles, I also have bridge lane vehicles. In a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, I once acquired 20 units, only to find them languishing in my possession. Even now, the memory of that decision makes me lament and regret deeply. Some things are better left unspoken, for discussing them further only brings tears. As for mobile field medical units, catering trucks, command vehicles, and radar vehicles, I assure you, I can procure them if you desire. However, I must forewarn you that command vehicles are part of a comprehensive system. They come with numerous accompanying components, much like a string of candied hawthorn, where the absence of any one piece renders the whole ineffective. When it comes to individual equipment, the variety is as vast as the stars in the sky, depending on your needs. The sheer quantity is staggering, and the diversity is bewildering. I shall refrain from elaborating further, lest we find ourselves conversing until dawn. Liu Xu listened, nearly drooling with anticipation, his mind wandering back to the days of the Korean War, a time when logistics were dire and resources were scarce. Soldiers subsisted on fried noodles, and in the biting cold, they lacked even a warm cotton coat, as supplies failed to reach the front lines. Air defense was an enormous challenge, with weapons being unattainable, prompting a focus on securing essential supplies. I refuse to believe that with so many second-hand vehicles available in later generations, we would be deterred. I have plenty. If it comes down to it, I will match you in attrition and see who can outlast whom. Once I establish a channel for purchasing weaponry, you will surely be in for a surprise. This is a certainty. With the end of October approaching and the second campaign of November looming, I must hasten my efforts. Time is of the essence. Liu Xu calculated in his mind, taking a division as an example. Even the largest division of 12,000 personnel would require 300 trucks, 200 armored personnel carriers, and 100 armored assault vehicles, supplemented with a few all-terrain vehicles to enhance mobility. The 3 artillery divisions possess over 320 artillery pieces, and modern trucks have ample horsepower to haul them with ease. 500 trucks per division would suffice. For the Railway Engineering Division, with over 8,000 personnel, Liu Xu planned to allocate 1,000 trucks, 200 excavators, 200 loaders, 100 bulldozers, 50 road rollers, 50 rock drills, and 50 ballast shaping machines. The Logistics Division, comprising 600 personnel, would be purely a transport unit, requiring 500 trucks to fulfill its needs. Liu Xu requested 2 sheets of paper from Wu Bangji and began to write fervently. 500 military trucks, 6,000 armored personnel carriers, 3,000 armored assault vehicles. As for the field hospital, it should be equipped with 10 medical module vehicles, 20 field ambulances, 2 power supply vehicles, 26 tents, and 200 hospital beds, ensuring the capability to conduct 10 surgeries simultaneously. Liu Xu intended to establish field hospitals at the division level, totaling 40, with the surplus being constructed into a large facility in the rear. The remaining focus was on individual soldier equipment. As it was the end of October, the latitude in the Korean War region was high, ushering in late autumn. Thus, military uniforms needed to feature desert camouflage. However, with winter approaching in a month, preparations for snow camouflage were also necessary. For individual rations, Liu Xu opted for the self-heating Type 21, as it was exceedingly difficult for soldiers to enjoy a hot meal in the frigid cold, making this an essential provision. Veuillez. This is all I can think of for now. Also, items like binoculars, multifunctional entrenching tools, night vision devices, and bulletproof vest should be supplied according to the needs of 500,000 strong force. Please calculate the cost for these. Wu Bangji and Sun Lisheng exchanged glances, their speech slightly faltering. Brother, are you serious? Liu Xu, with an expression of disbelief, replied, Gentlemen, do you think I traveled all this way just to jest with you? How about this? I will first transfer 2 billion to you for the supplies, and we can settle the balance later. Wu Ge, does that sound feasible? Chapter 32. Securing military orders. Alas, without further ado, dear brother Liu Xu, you are indeed akin to my own kin. Rest assured, this matter shall be entrusted to me, and I promise to handle it with utmost diligence, surpassing even the service of a 5-star hotel. Allow me to provide you with a preliminary pricing overview, so you may gauge the expenses involved. Regarding the trucks, they are occasionally purchased for transportation purposes. Though retired, the quality of these military supplies is exceptional. They are robust and not easily damaged. Typically, I sell them at 90,000 each, but for your substantial order, I can offer them at 75,000 each. Quite generous, wouldn't you agree? As for the armored personnel carriers, while they may appear formidable, they are essentially shells, stripped of their electronic and weapon systems. I can procure them affordably for you at 145,000 each. The Mengshi will be 50,000 each, and the Yongshi 45,000 each. As Liu Xu listened to the quotations, he found them somewhat acceptable, yet upon closer calculation, he realized that the total for the trucks and armored vehicles alone exceeded 6 billion, a sum that was far from sufficient. A wave of anxiety washed over him, as he felt his heart rise to his throat. He barely absorbed the subsequent prices recited by Wu Bangji, his mind preoccupied with devising a means to procure several billion more. This mission must be accomplished swiftly. The battlefield does not pause, and the artillery shells are indiscriminate. With a resolute determination, Liu Xu declared, Brother Wu, here is the plan. I will provide you with a deposit of 2 billion up front, and I will settle the remaining amount later. Very well. I have a variety of goods here, but it will take approximately half a month to assemble everything. However, you must arrange for early transportation, otherwise my yard will be overwhelmed, resembling a vast warehouse. That will not suffice, Brother Wu. I am in urgent need. It will be best to assemble everything within a week. I have a few specific requests. Firstly, all vehicles should be painted in desert camouflage, and please provide me with paint for snow camouflage as well. Secondly, each vehicle must be equipped with 2 concealment nets that cover the entire vehicle, one in desert camouflage and the other in snow camouflage, akin to dressing the vehicles in invisibility cloaks. Additionally, I require a military command system capable of functioning without satellites, able to direct an army of 500,000 personnel across 10 divisions. Let me ponder this for a moment. I shall recommend a company to you. They're considered a second-tier firm domestically. Given your modest requirements and the absence of satellite reliance, we will need to utilize drones, and they have a commendable reputation in this arena. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Brother Wu. I will contact them now to discuss the basic requirements and request that they bring relevant materials for further discussion. An hour later, a vehicle swiftly entered the courtyard, from which 2 individuals emerged. Old Wu, it has been quite some time. Guangrong, I bring you a business proposition. This is Liu Xu, the individual placing the order. Ah, young brother, truly remarkable. I have a grasp of your requirements, and I have prepared a proposal for you. The command system consists of 6 subsystems: information collection, transmission, processing, display, decision monitoring, and ultimately, execution deployment. In accordance with your requirements, we shall utilize drones and radar vehicles for information gathering. Our company has developed its own drones, which are remarkable in their capabilities, allowing for real-time data transmission, extensive range, and prolonged flight duration. Our reconnaissance methods are diverse and sophisticated, encompassing photographic reconnaissance, video surveillance, infrared detection, low-light observation, radar scanning, and laser reconnaissance. Everything one could desire is at our disposal. Given the potential military applications of your exports, we have included radar vehicles for assistance. These radar vehicles are primarily designed for aerial early warning, employing an active phased array radar system. As per your specifications, 9 armies comprising 30 infantry divisions and 3 artillery divisions. Totaling nearly 500,000 personnel, we have devised a comprehensive central command system. This includes 10 mobile command centers at the Army level, each equipped with 20 drones, 1 radar vehicle, and 2 power supply vehicles. Additionally, the Artillery Command Center will have an extra artillery targeting radar, capable of swiftly determining the coordinates of enemy artillery positions. Regarding the communication intercom system, we intend to equip each regiment with one, which amounts to an impressive 4,000 sets, for units above the regiment level. The complexity increases significantly, allowing for private communication akin to a VIP hotline. Furthermore, considering the pressing need for ground reconnaissance, based on our national structure, a reconnaissance battalion within a division comprises approximately 300 personnel, each assigned a high-power intercom. This results in a total of 16,500 units. These intercoms will seamlessly integrate with our system, ensuring perfect compatibility. Rest assured, all communication signals will be securely encrypted. Our drones are also equipped with an electronic jamming capability. When activated, this function will disrupt ordinary communications within a 50-kilometer radius, rendering them inoperative. Liu Xu listened with eyes alight, captivated by the proposition. Yet internally he wrestled with doubt, pondering if such an extravagant arrangement was necessary. The prospect of these technologies appearing in another dimension seemed undeniably advanced, and he worried about the implications if other nations were to discover them. The conflict within him felt like 2 little figures engaged in combat, torn by indecision. However, with a resolute heart, Liu Xu steeled himself. Why should he fear? As long as it serves the nation's interests. Even if it means saving just 1 life in that realm, it is worth it. He firmly believed that with adequate logistical support, casualties could be minimized. With his mind made up, should these supplies fail to reach the front lines, he intended to personally venture forth, akin to a superhero, establishing several temporal anchor points to directly airdrop supplies onto the battlefield. Mr. Zheng, you are the expert in this area. Let us proceed according to your plan. I have but one request. Please change the paint scheme of all vehicles to desert camouflage, so they may set forth in style. Wuge for everything else, such as snow camouflage paint and concealment nets. We shall rely on your expertise. The entire system, when calculated, amounts to 60 million. Yet Liu Xu felt it was exceedingly worthwhile, a veritable bargain. He also made a request that all equipment must be accompanied by instructional videos, covering everything from how to operate the vehicle to simple maintenance procedures, leaving no detail overlooked. Liu Xu swiftly contacted the bank to transfer funds from both parties. He instructed Xiao Xing to leave a temporal anchor point in the courtyard before whisking away with Sun Laisheng like a gust of wind. Upon returning to his cozy villa, Liu Xu, with a sense of urgency, handed over all the antiques he had brought back to Sun Laisheng. He planned to return in a couple of days for 2 reasons. First, even an old monk cannot survive solely on a vegetarian diet. He craved the taste of meat after several days of abstaining. Second, he needed to ensure that the supplies on this side were adequately prepared to gather strength. At that moment, Chun Luo was not at home. She had gone to work. Liu Xu had urged her multiple times, saying, "I can't afford to support you. Working is so arduous, earning just a meager salary." However, the spirited young lady insisted, "I must work. If you, Liu Xu, were to abandon me in the future, I wouldn't want to starve. If I only think about enjoyment, I would lose my work capabilities and face a dire situation later." Her words deeply moved Liu Xu. Although he had never been in love, he recognized her fierce independence. Noticing that the house was empty, Liu Xu dashed to the supermarket, purchasing a plethora of ingredients as if preparing for a move. He intended to showcase his culinary skills and prepare a delightful meal to surprise Xiao He when she returned in the evening. However, upon returning with the groceries, he passed by the sales office, where the keen-eyed girl spotted him immediately and joyfully dashed out like a cheerful little rabbit. Upon their meeting, they became oblivious to their surroundings, indulging in each other's presence, much to the envy of the beautiful women in the sales office, who looked on with burning eyes filled with jealousy. Chapter 33. the dawn of autonomous profitability, while Liu Xu was immersed in the sweetness of his romantic entanglement. Several departments from 50 different nations convened for an extraordinarily significant meeting. Among them, the Ministry of Fuel Industry stood out as the focal point, accompanied by the Ministries of Heavy Industry, Light Industry, Trade, and even a few geologists from the National Academy of Sciences. The scene was truly spectacular. The mineral distribution map and the comprehensive details Liu Xu provided astonished them, leaving their jaws nearly touching the ground. They couldn't help but ponder, who could possibly be the mastermind behind such remarkable work? If this information were genuine, it would be impossible to compile without traversing the vast landscapes of the entire nation, and it certainly could not have been accomplished by merely one or two individuals. It was an epic undertaking. As the geologists examined the descriptions in the materials, they reconciled it with their own limited knowledge and came to the consensus that this information was likely authentic. The meeting was presided over by Deputy Chief Chung, who also served as the Minister of Heavy Industry. He placed immense emphasis on the suggestions relayed by Director Chun regarding Liu Xu's proposals, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Previously, they had been racking their brains to find ways to increase production based on existing mineral resources. However, the scenario had transformed now. They were all aware of the more accessible and efficient minerals beckoning them. Why not give it a try? It was akin to standing before a smooth highway. Who would choose to traverse a rugged path instead? Minister Chung, what is your perspective on this matter? Deputy Chief Chung inquired. I believe the most pressing issue at hand is to swiftly dispatch a team to investigate the veracity of this information. If it can be verified as true, I will unequivocally support it, for this proposal is remarkably sensible. It is practically tailor-made for us. Minister Chung of the fuel industry replied, eager to express his views. I concur with your assessment, and our thoughts align perfectly. If this information holds true, it would indeed be an extraordinary boon for our nation. The impact on our two ministries would be beyond imagination, he continued. Minister Yi, you seem to hold this individual in high regard. Have the production lines been successfully transferred? Indeed, especially the penicillin production line, which is likely already en route to the bustling metropolis. Liu's machinery is impressively advanced, with an astonishing level of automation. I perceive that this production line is exceptional, and we have procured a significant amount of goods. I hope he can deliver them to us on schedule. By the way, shall we settle these transactions in RMB? Absolutely, and the other party has been exceedingly generous, granting us full pricing authority. Each transaction S payment is directed to his domestic account, which is currently utilized solely for operational expenses. There has yet to be any substantial withdrawals. Despite his youth, he possesses an impressive vision. Before us, he demanded Mayor Huang reclaim ownership of the construction company and requested that customs establish an office at his trading company solely for the convenience of tax payments. Such awareness is unparalleled. Are you suggesting that he has been financing his overseas procurement all by himself? Even if one possesses a mountain of gold at home, this would be a heavy burden to bear. Our demands will only continue to grow. Did he not mention any other requests? The department head shook his head helplessly. In truth, he was not particularly familiar with Liu Xu. He merely felt an enhanced fondness for him after hearing a series of transactions with the Ministry of Health. Meeting him in person intensified this sentiment, akin to encountering a long-lost confidant. Deputy Chief Chung nodded in understanding and then spoke. Since he is wholeheartedly devoted to assisting our nation, we must not allow him to suffer losses. At the appropriate time, we should offer him some compensation. We cannot let him incur expenses. Only when both parties benefit can this endeavor endure over time. Presently, Liu Xu had not attracted much attention. They merely considered him a patriotic young man who had grown up abroad, relying on his ancestors' channels to covertly transport essential goods into the country, akin to a discreet and enigmatic courier. Let us not dwell on the meeting here. That night, Liu Xu resembled a famished cat, insatiably pursuing his desires, engaging with Xiao He thrice before he finally relented. Xiao He, utterly exhausted, fell into a deep sleep, while Liu Xu, burdened with worries, tossed and turned, unable to find rest. He was troubled about his finances. According to Old Yuan, although there appeared to be many items, there was little of tangible value, not even a single treasure that had leaked from the palace. which was profoundly disappointing. Yet Liu Xu could not afford to wait. In a fit of anxiety, he rose from his bed, made his way to the study, lit a cigarette, and began racking his brain for solutions. Just as he was mired in worry, the long-awaited voice of the system suddenly emerged. Ding! Master, the system has detected your needs and is now activating the autonomous benefit function. Xiaoxing, what does autonomous benefit mean? Can you really help me make money? Conjure up funds? Ding! Of course, Master, you underestimate the wisdom inherent in advanced civilizations. Xiaoxing observed the financial sector on this planet and deemed the implementation of autonomous benefits a trivial matter. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I've been fretting to the point of nearly losing my hair. Had I known you possessed this function, I wouldn't have wasted my efforts on antiquities. Ding! Master, this system operates on a triggering mechanism. Previously, you had not met the conditions to activate this function. Liu Xu was exasperated to the brink of bloodshed. This system truly knew how to torment him. Xiaoxing, quickly tell me how you plan to handle this situation. Ding! Master, the system suggests that we register 20 to 50 financial and trade companies abroad. These financial companies are akin to super players in a global financial casino, engaging in various operations in the international market, allowing funds to accumulate like a rolling snowball. The trade companies will be responsible for procuring tangible goods worldwide. It will be exhilarating. The system has detected your procurement volume is surging like a balloon. If the goods remain unreported for an extended period and mysteriously vanish, one that draw attention. Thus, the system suggests that you, as the master, employ conventional trade methods to export goods, distributing them among numerous companies. Subsequently, foreign entities can rent warehouses across various nations, thereby minimizing the likelihood of exposure, akin to a game of hide and seek, elusive to all. Xiaoxing, your reasoning is undeniably sound. However, I have yet to procure my passport, and my command of English is lamentably akin to a mushy mass. If I were to venture abroad, I would be utterly lost. That would be exceedingly troublesome. Ding! Master, the universal language function is now activated. The system has diligently extracted every language from a network of this planet, akin to a busy little bee. Liu Xu felt as though his head had been shaken vigorously hundreds of times, a whirlwind of disorientation enveloping him. Astonishingly, a plethora of memories appeared in his mind as if conjured by magic. After approximately 5 minutes, the dizziness subsided. Liu Xu was left in sheer astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground, pondering. This advanced civilization's technology is utterly extraordinary. Knowledge is no longer something to be learned. It is simply bestowed upon him. He now feels capable of conversing with people worldwide, unless faced with a language rarer than a giant panda, in which case he would find it rather challenging. Chapter 34. The Mutation of Self-Ability. Ding! Master, the languages of this planet have been fully assimilated, much like the filling of a soup dumpling. Haha, little star. I'm utterly enamored with you. Are there any extraordinary skills? Hurry and impart them all to me. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Ding! Master, specific conditions for skill activation have not been met, akin to a door that remains locked without a key. Goodness, why are you so stubborn? If there's something valuable, just provide it without delay. Ding! Master, the conditions for activation truly cannot be fulfilled at this moment. Please do not put me in a difficult position. All right then, let us discuss the specific operations. I'm in dire need of funds, and time is of the essence. Ding! Master, the system is remarkably adept, capable of infiltrating international networks like a super hacker, enabling you to create a plethora of fictitious identities. These personas could then be used to register offshore companies in places like Hong Kong, Singapore, the Cayman Islands, Seychelles, the Virgin Islands, and the Marshall Islands. Subsequently, you could recruit personnel from around the globe, allowing you to issue directives to these companies as if you were a commander, using merely a phone or email. Little star, are you suggesting that I need not leave the country, and you can handle everything single-handedly? Ding! Precisely, Master. The system is eager to serve you and guarantees to execute everything flawlessly. Why wait any longer? Let us get started. My excitement is about to burst. By the way, little star, is this network intrusion reliable? It won't trace back to me, will it? I'm quite apprehensive. Ding. Do not underestimate the wisdom of advanced civilizations. Given the current energy utilization levels on this planet, even a couple of levels higher would not reveal my presence. I am as inconspicuous as a ghost. Ah, then I can rest assured. Proceed. Ding. Fictitious identity information has been successfully added. A total of 24 personas. Ding. Offshore company registrations are complete, consisting of 7 financial companies and 17 trading companies. Ding. Recruitment information has been disseminated. We await the cash. Ding. A total of 7 million gold has been siphoned from 375 foreign banks across 956 dormant accounts, then discreetly transferred to the 7 financial companies. Ding. The financial companies have entered the U.S. commercial paper market, the federal funds market, the bank acceptance bill market, the treasury bond market, the short-term securities market for federal government agencies, and the municipal short-term securities market. Ding. Short-term investment operations have been executed, and we shall see how much profit is generated. Ding. Current profits stand at 32 million gold, 18 million gold, 26 million gold, 32 million gold, 95 million gold, 86 million gold, and 27 million gold, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Ding. Funds from the dormant accounts have been returned. As if nothing had ever occurred, Liu Xu felt as if he were on a roller coaster, exhilarated as he watched the figures of his earnings leap one after another. My goodness, in just a few minutes, it has already surpassed 30 million. Even after repaying 7 million, there still remains over 20 million. This is truly astonishing. Currently, it is daytime in the Western Hemisphere. At this rate, by tomorrow morning, I might become a super-rich individual. Liu Xu resolved a troubling matter and suddenly felt as lethargic as a limp cat, having exerted himself too vigorously earlier. Time for a well-deserved rest. At the crack of dawn the next day, Liu Xu sprang out of bed with the enthusiasm of someone invigorated, eagerly opening his system panel. Owner, Liu Xu, age, 22, height, 180 centimeters, weight, 65 kilograms, physical strength, 29 languages, fluent in all languages, proficiency 95 skills, none knowledge, 27 mental strength, for energy 48 space, 100420 funds, domestic RMB, 425, 018, 412, 00 foreign currency, 527, 106, 818, 420, 00. The panel remained as simplistic as ever, yet the figures had transformed as if by magic. Wait a moment, there's an additional entry for mental strength. 1, 2, 3. My goodness, over 500 billion. What an unexpected windfall that feels like a pie falling from the sky, leaving one utterly dazed with joy. Turning around, Liu Xu noticed the still, slumbering Xiao He, her graceful silhouette igniting a fire within him. In his state of exhilaration, he could hardly resist such temptation, suddenly pouncing upon her like a ravenous wolf. After breakfast, Xiao He, in high spirits, left for work, while Liu Xu dove headfirst into a mountain of documents, primarily focusing on the weaponry aspect of the upcoming national conflict. His utmost desire was to transport modern weaponry, even if retired, as they far surpassed the capabilities of the 50-dimensional arsenal, truly a dimension-reducing blow. However, this remained a weakness of his. He could only anxiously await the gradual development of the system's overseas arrangements. At this moment, he recalled that, historically, the Soviet Union had sold us 71,000 vehicles, a total accumulated throughout the entire war period. It seemed that his current orders were merely a drop in the ocean and woefully inadequate. Xiaoxing. Did anyone respond to the trade company recruitment yesterday? Ding. Master, currently, 12 out of 17 trade companies have received application documents, and each company has confirmed at least 3 individuals as employees, commencing preliminary work. Should you have procurement tasks, you may issue them at any time. We await your command. Splendid, Xiaoxing. Immediately issue a task to procure 20,000 heavy-duty trucks with a power of over 400 horsepower, capable of carrying more than 40 tons, and a length no less than 17 meters, adorned in desert camouflage. How cool. Also, for the Shandong Cat all-terrain vehicle, I need the amphibious 8.8 version. This marvel is fantastic, affordable, and as nimble as a little monkey in its maneuverability. If larger vehicles cannot access certain areas, we will use a multitude of these smaller vehicles to transport supplies to the front lines. Ensure to order 20,000 units of this, and do not make any mistakes. Indeed, there are also tracked snowmobiles, which prove immensely useful during snowfall, facilitating swift transportation. We plan to order 50,000 units. As our military is accustomed to rapid maneuvers and encirclements, thus necessitating high-speed capabilities. Previously, our soldiers relied solely on their own legs for quick marches. But with these new provisions, our operations will surely become significantly easier. Xiaoxing, I have another task for you. Procure 2 million tons of wheat, 2 million tons of rice, and 5 million tons each of corn and soybeans from the international market. The procurement of such substantial quantities of grain is critical to national security, and it must be approached with utmost caution. Ding! The system has detected that international grain transactions are conducted in bulk. Would you like to consider bagging them? If so, the system recommends using burlap sacks. Bagging? That would indeed facilitate transportation and handling. However, burlap sacks? Are they still available for purchase? Is there any stock left domestically? You must understand, the grain we just ordered exceeds 10 million tons, which would require 2 billion sacks. Where can we possibly find such a quantity? Chapter 35. Plan for Company Grouping Master. You must resolve this issue in the primary dimension. It cannot be left to the 50th dimension, where resources are exceedingly scarce. Although domestic production of jute is limited, Southeast Asian nations yield a considerable amount, particularly the country of India, which boasts a staggering output. Liu Xu fell into contemplation for a moment before addressing the system. Xiaoxing, you are absolutely correct. I cannot pass this problem onto the 50th dimension. As you suggested, let the grain merchants engage in packaging, or perhaps our trading company should establish its own packaging production line. Please expedite the arrangements. Ding! It is advised that the master procure a substantial quantity of frozen meat and cooking oil from the domestic market, as this will provide the citizens of the 50th dimension with a much-needed supplement of fats. You need not worry about pathogens and viruses, as the system currently cannot transport live organisms. The various live grains you order can only be consumed and cannot be used for seeding. Xiaoxing, I understand. Quickly enlighten me on the meat production capacity in the 50th dimension. I must admit, I had not previously given this matter much thought. Ding! Master, this year, the estimate is merely around 3 million tons. Compare this to the United States, which boasts over 11 million tons, 3 times our output. Yet, our nation's population is also 3 times that of the United States. The disparity is astonishingly vast. The production of cooking oil is even more dismal, totaling only 2.56 million tons, which translates to a mere 0.46 kilograms per capita. When converted into caloric content, it amounts to less than 2,000 kilocalories, with insufficient grain and a woefully low intake of oils and fats. And considering that the majority of our citizens engage in physically demanding labor, while mechanization and vehicles are alarmingly scarce, we are left to rely on sheer manpower. As Liu Xu absorbed this information from the system, his mood felt as though it had been weighed down by lead. Xiaoxing, I had initially planned to procure all the high-yield crops from the primary dimension and transport them to the 50th dimension for urgent relief. Given the current situation, however, that plan seems doomed. By the way, when will you be able to assist in transporting live seeds? Ding! Master, currently, the energy is insufficient, and the triggering conditions have not been met. What do you mean by unmet conditions? I am as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, desperately hoping to transport the seeds as soon as possible. Ding! Master, the energy is inadequate. To meet the conditions, energy must exceed 10. Yet it is currently only at 2.48. Fine, I suppose my words were in vain. 2 days later, Liu Xu swiftly gathered all the supplies purchased by the trading company into the system space, but the materials from Wabangzi had yet to be fully assembled. He clutched several lists and returned to the 50th dimension with a determined stride. Upon entering his office, he eagerly examined the inventory of supplies he had brought back. Fortunately, Everything requested by the supply and marketing cooperative had been delivered intact, which brought him a sigh of relief. Liu Xu summoned his assistant, Zhou Ziyang, who was of a similar age. This young man had attended school for 2 years, rendering him literate without issue. Previously, I served as an apprentice to a repair technician at a public cotton spinning factory, and later spent over a year working in the cafeteria. During recruitment, Liu Xu noticed his cleverness, reminiscent of a lively little monkey, and decided to keep him by his side. Ziyang, have there been any orders these past few days? Manager Liu, it has been quite bustling recently, with thousands of machine orders coming in daily. I shall fetch the order documents for you right away. Liu Xu glanced at the orders and promptly instructed the system to place the orders with foreign companies, specifically designating his father's second-hand machinery firm as the purchaser. Ziyang, please notify the supply and marketing cooperative that the goods they ordered have arrived, and urge them to collect them promptly. By the way, Manager Liu, the customs officials have arrived, stating that as per your request, they wish to establish an office here. I have allocated them 2 offices on the eastern side of the first floor. Splendid work. Please inform our financial director, Xiao Zichen, to report the taxes on all the materials we have transacted. Furthermore, notify the heads of the mining machinery group, metallurgy machinery group, agricultural machinery group, power machinery group, chemical machinery group, general machinery group, vehicle machinery group, construction machinery group, food machinery group, cultural machinery group, and medical machinery group to convene in the adjacent meeting room. Liu Xu had always sought a versatile talent to serve as his deputy, but after interviewing several candidates, he found them lacking. Consequently, he had to personally oversee many matters, leaving him busier than a spinning top. He initially thought that Li Shengfa, the political commissar from the construction company, would be a suitable choice. But this fellow was utterly clueless about machinery. Liu Xu did not expect his deputy to be a mechanical expert, but complete ignorance was unacceptable. He understood that he must manage this team effectively. Aware of his limitations, he knew he could not handle everything alone. He believed that diligently serving as a mere facilitator in this realm would be his greatest contribution. After a brief period, a dozen individuals gathered in the meeting room, awaiting his arrival. Liu Xu entered with a few points of discussion in mind, knowing that these future leaders of the companies had been personally recruited by him. Although most were introduced through connections, each possessed considerable expertise in their respective fields. Everyone, please take a seat. I have gathered you all today to share an idea and seek your opinions. My return to the country is driven by the desire to contribute to national development and engage in endeavors within my capacity. With a nation newly established, rapid industrialization is crucial, and mechanical equipment plays a pivotal role. Therefore, I have chosen this industry. However, one aspect I truly did not anticipate is the severity of the situation domestically. For a country that relies heavily on imported machinery, the demand for equipment across various industries appears insatiable. I cannot even estimate the total requirement at this point. Thus, we must devise a comprehensive development plan. In a newly founded nation, it is essential to prioritize tasks effectively. I have been gathering information and expect to provide you with some valuable insights shortly. Globally, there are approximately 300,000 types of commodities, which I have classified into 23 categories and 88 subcategories, encompassing nearly everything. Yet, what we can produce domestically is alarmingly scarce, with many products that our compatriots have never even heard of. Many products are essential for the daily lives of the common people. Coupled with the blockade imposed by the Western world on our nation, the availability of goods has diminished significantly, and the quality of life for ordinary citizens is, as one can imagine, severely impacted. In light of the situation, I intend to establish several large shopping malls in the initial phase to manage these essential products. Of course, our purpose is not merely to profit from sales. In the beginning, it is to fill the domestic void. The ultimate goal is to enable local enterprises to produce these goods. Once domestic production is established, we shall cease operations. This necessitates that your working groups become more robust, equipped with sufficient personnel, knowledge, technical expertise, and machinery to assist the nation in achieving rapid development across various sectors. Therefore, I plan to expand the company into a conglomerate, transforming each of your groups into subsidiaries. Managing them all together has become overly cumbersome, as we aim to operate across entire industries and domains. I now require each group to expand its workforce to over 200 individuals. For groups that require a greater number of personnel, such as the Vehicle Machinery Group, Chemical Machinery Group, and Electrical Machinery Group, additional hiring is advisable. Our responsibilities extend beyond merely selling and installing machinery. We must also educate individuals on its use. And you shall assume the role of instructors. Chapter 36. Formal donation of supplies in the afternoon. I will visit the municipal government to negotiate for additional land for construction. We are planning to build 50 temporary classrooms for educational purposes. Mr. Liu, if we increase our personnel by such a number, the pressure on us will be considerable. Housing issues, educational materials, and many of these individuals are illiterate. It will take them 2 to 3 years as apprentices before they can be competent. Ding Jijia from the Vehicle and Machinery Group voiced his concerns. Indeed, I have contemplated this issue as well. We will endeavor to utilize film and video for teaching, which will be manageable for those who cannot read. The construction company has ready-made primary school materials at hand. As for the housing dilemma, I will construct another batch of temporary residences, including your office building. In the future, when clients visit the exhibition hall, it will be your responsibility to accommodate them. I will also arrange for advertisements in major cities across the nation. Our business volume is bound to increase, so everyone must seize the opportunity. Mr. Liu, there is a rather pressing concern. The equipment you brought back is exceedingly advanced. Many have inquired about steam power machinery. Our equipment relies on electricity. Yet many cities lack access to power, and even those that do experience unstable supply. Upon hearing this, Liu Xu was momentarily taken aback, as if struck silent. Ponder what to say next. I will certainly prioritize this matter and reflect on it thoroughly. After organizing these affairs, Liu Xu made a phone call to the municipal government, scheduling a visit for the afternoon. While he was busily managing company matters, good news arrived from the Ministry of Fuel Industry in the capital. Numerous geological exploration teams, equipped with newly formed exploration squads, were dispatched across the nation to verify the authenticity of Liu Xu's mineral data. Gradually, encouraging news began to flow in, indicating that the exploration results at the designated locations matched the described findings, though the full assessment of mineral reserves would take time. This news exhilarated countless individuals, akin to a surge of adrenaline. It is essential to recognize the challenges of geological exploration during that period, with a mere 299 professionals nationwide. Coupled with a scarcity of resources and outdated technology, accomplishing any task was arduous. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Liu Xu arrived punctually at the municipal government located on Degubiai Road in District 10 of Binhai City. This place was anything but ordinary. The renowned Gordon Hall, also known as the British Concessions Public Works Bureau building, stood as a monumental presence in Binhai City, unmatched in scale. Now 60 years old, this structure no longer exists in later times. Ascending to the 3rd floor of the mayor's office, Liu Xu discovered the mayor waiting eagerly like a statue yearning for its master. Ah, Mr. Liu, what an honor it is to welcome such a distinguished guest. It's a rare occasion for you to visit my domain, isn't it? The mayor greeted Liu Xu with exuberance, akin to reuniting with a long-lost brother, springing from his chair to extend a warm welcome. Mayor, I fear my arrival may cause you some trouble. Please do not find me bothersome. Liu Xu replied with a smile. Not at all. A patriotic businessman like you is always welcome. The more, the better. Whatever your needs, please feel free to express them, and we will certainly consider them earnestly, the mayor assured with a firm pat on his chest. Upon hearing this, Liu Xu immediately articulated his aspirations to expand his business ventures with fervor. Mayor Huang, upon listening, felt an overwhelming surge of joy, nearly inscribing the word happiness upon his countenance. He mused to himself, "It is not the magnitude of your enterprise that concerns me, but rather the prospect of its contraction. After all, the goods Liu Xu manages are exceedingly rare and urgently needed domestically. Mr. Liu, with your vision, it seems you will require thousands of acres." Mayor Huang responded with alacrity. "This afternoon, I shall convene a small meeting with the comrades to discuss this. I foresee no significant issues. By the way, Mayor Huang, a few days ago, I observed a fundraising initiative for the Korean War while on the street. Recently, I have been soliciting support from my friends abroad. and I finally have some promising results. I plan to donate a substantial amount of supplies along with a portion of cash. Here is the list for your review. I intend to contribute 100 billion in cash. Liu Xu continued. What? Such a sum? Mayor Huang exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. His mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a whole egg. Is it excessive? Given the current prices, 100 billion is merely a drop in the bucket. Liu Xu replied with an air of composure. I am concerned, however, about how to deliver these supplies to the military. With the ongoing conflict, I suspect they are in urgent need at the front lines. I was considering sending them directly to the northeast, but I fear they may be destroyed by enemy aircraft before they can be received by the troops. Therefore, I plan to undertake the journey myself. Though I am unfamiliar with the area and would appreciate your assistance in making the necessary connections, Liu Xu elaborated. As Mayor Huang reviewed the list, he was momentarily rendered speechless by its contents. His mouth fell open, and his hands trembled slightly, as if electrified. The inventory detailed 20,000 heavy-duty transport trucks, 17. 500 armored transport trucks, 6. 000 armored personal carriers, 3. 000 armored assault vehicles, 5. 000 airtrain vehicles, bin. 000 snowmobiles, 1. 500 catering vehicles, 500 fuel trucks, 500 power supply vehicles, 200 excavators, 200 loaders, 100 bulldozers, 50 road rollers, 50 rock drills, and 50 gravel shaping machines. Additionally, the list included provisions for 40 field hospitals, 400 medical modular units, 800 field ambulances, 40 X-ray diagnostic vehicles, 40 clinical laboratory vehicles, 40 blood transport vehicles, 80 mobile oxygen supply vehicles for battlefield use, 40 biological warfare reconnaissance vehicles, 80 power supply vehicles, 200 tents, and 8,000 beds. The medical equipment specified 40 electrocardiograms, 40 gastrointestinal endoscopes, 40 ultrasound diagnostic machines, 40 X-ray machines, 400 surgical tables, 400 shadowless lamps, 40 compound preparation machines, and 40 live tissue preservation containers. Equipment: 2,000 sets of first aid kits, 400 ventilators, 400 sets of ventilator tubing, 400 sets of warming devices, 12,000 sets of surgical scalpels, 12,000 sets of surgical forceps, 12,000 surgical needles, 200,000 sets of syringes, needles, cannulas, 1,000 sets of metal test tubes, 400 sets of piercing tools, 2,000 sets of infusion devices, filter tube suction devices, 400 sets of thoracic catheterization kits, and 1,000 sets of drainage tubes. Individual gear: 500 sets of desert camouflage cotton clothing, including complete innergarments, 500 sets of snow camouflage cotton clothing, 500 sets of puncture-resistant military boots, 500 sets of Kevlar ballistic helmets, 500 sets of composite ballistic tactical vests, 50 sets of infrared night vision goggles, including thermal imaging capabilities, 500 multifunctional entrenching tools, 500 insulated water bottles, 500 gas masks, and 3 million boxes of self-heating rations, 3 million boxes of compressed biscuits. Command system: 1 central command post, 10 military-level command centers. Chapter 37. Reporting the aid list, Mayor Huang gazed at the list before him, feeling as if he were ensnared in a dream. Stammering, he inquired, Mr. Liu, this list is genuine. I assent it? I'm not imagining things, am I? Mayor Huang, I assure you on my personal honor that it is unequivocally authentic. However, I have a proposal. Given the fervent nature of the ongoing conflict in Korea, these supplies are urgently needed at the front. I intend to send them directly to the northeast, yet I fear they might be intercepted by enemy aircraft before they reach the troops. Therefore, I plan to make the journey myself, but since I am unfamiliar with the area, I would appreciate your assistance in making the necessary connections. Liu Xu replied earnestly. Absolutely. This is no trouble at all. This matter is of great significance. I must report it to the higher authorities immediately to seek their guidance. I shall keep this list in my possession for the time being, Mayor Huang said hastily. Very well, the list is prepared for you. Liu Xu nodded in agreement. When can we expect the arrival of this shipment? Mayor Huang pressed. Approximately 3 days from now, Liu Xu responded. After concluding his discussion, Liu Xu hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to his trading company. Meanwhile, Mayor Huang was in a frenzy, swiftly dialing the government leader to report the quantities of supplies without reservation. I am familiar with this individual. I have heard he has provided a mineral resource map. Are you suggesting he possesses a substantial amount of supplies to offer us? The leader inquired. Not to sell, but to donate. I have confirmed this multiple times, and it is absolutely certain, Mayor Huang explained urgently. Excellent. Please extend our heartfelt gratitude to him on our behalf. The leader responded with delight. Comrade Huang, you must send this list via telegraph immediately. We will await further instructions, the leader commanded. This truly was a fortuitous windfall. Take the transportation vehicles, for example. There were over 300 deployed to the battlefield just a month ago, yet due to enemy airstrikes, only around 300 remained. The remaining logistics relied heavily on 400 mules and the shoulders of the volunteer soldiers. With nearly 450,000 personnel requiring sustenance and supplies, including weapons and ammunition, the reliance on such rudimentary transport methods was staggering. This was also the reason military rations had been reduced to fried noodles, initially set at 1 pound per soldier per day, which had to be cut down to 4 ounces due to the inability to deliver sufficient supplies. Those in the rear were as anxious as ants on a hot stove. Mobilizing resources for the nation was no simple feat, especially since the country was already facing scarcity, and the Huai River Basin had endured 2 consecutive years of flooding, leading to a significant food deficit, let alone the shortages of cotton and other essentials. In the year of founding the nation, extensive measures had already been employed to combat speculators and natural calamities. Now, with the need to gather such vast quantities of supplies for the Korean War, the challenge was akin to asking an ant to move an elephant. The leader first notified the General Logistics Department, instructing them to arrange personnel to liaise with Liu Xu in Binhai City, then eagerly awaited the arrival of the list. The list was extensive, requiring translation on both sides, taking a full hour before it was finally acquired. Upon receipt, the leader's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly began to peruse the document. Although some aspects remained somewhat unclear, the general understanding prevails, such as the drones within the command system, radar vehicles, military command centers, and division-level command vehicles. Little did he anticipate the advanced nature of these supplies. The self-heating individual rations, though never witnessed in person, can be somewhat inferred just by reading the characters. This exemplifies the brilliance of Chinese characters. If one were to present newly coined English words to our ancestors, they would likely be utterly perplexed. The chief deemed this matter too significant to delay, promptly seizing the list and dashing towards Feng Ziyuan. Our instructor, encountering this individual for the first time, took the list and scrutinized it meticulously. After a considerable time, he lifted his gaze and remarked, "His considerations are astute. We must prepare adequately for the reception of this batch of supplies, ensuring that confidentiality is maintained to safeguard his personal safety." That evening, the forward command post received what felt akin to a mysterious delivery notification. Telegrams from within the country arrived with a sudden rush. The telegram exuberantly announced donations from international allies, thoughtfully accompanied by a list akin to a delightful shopping guide. This news brought immense joy to the logistics commander, whose smile stretched from ear to ear. By then, the forward command had relocated to a secluded area known as Daejeon, nestled within a gold mine in Korea. This place was ingeniously concealed, akin to an expert in hide-and-seek, hidden away in a gully, nearly impossible for outsiders to locate. The logistics commander quickly convened with 2 aides to deliberate on the reception of the supplies, simultaneously notifying the forward command post of this development. Ultimately, they resolved to dispatch Colonel Liu, accompanied by a regiment from the logistics department, to receive the supplies, while the logistics commander would head to the command post to discuss the matter further. "Chief, I believe we must hasten our return to secure these supplies," he mused. "We will also require your assistance in mobilizing some automotive personnel from the entire army. The number of vehicles needed resembles a deluge, and our comrades skilled in driving are woefully insufficient. Indeed, It appears that getting these vehicles to race freely will not be a simple task, as there is much to be done. Upon finishing, the general furrowed his brow, resembling a concerned elder, preoccupied with the upcoming second battle. In his strategy, he envisioned achieving significant results in this campaign, aiming to eliminate 6 or 7 regiments, transforming the enemy's audacious offense into a defensive retreat, thereby orchestrating a dramatic turnaround on the battlefield. However, who could have foreseen such unexpected news? The general felt a tumultuous conflict within, akin to consuming a bun filled with a medley of flavors. Should he proceed as originally planned, knowing that the soldier supplies were indeed inadequate, especially with winter fast approaching and many soldiers lacking winter coats? He feared that pulling the soldiers back for re-equipping might jeopardize the previous arrangements, leading to profound indecision. Meanwhile, upon returning to the company, Liu Xu encountered Liang Yi from the pharmaceutical firm, who promptly approached him like a devoted shadow. "Brother, you have finally returned. I have been waiting for ages. The penicillin production line you provided is already under installation. Thanks to the materials you brought back, their research is progressing at an astonishing pace." "That's splendid. Is there anything my brother requires in terms of pharmaceuticals? Are you here to restock?" "There is no need to rush regarding the medication. The department plans to consult further before placing additional orders for production lines, as this business must not come to a halt. Allow me some time to contemplate this matter. I envision establishing several versatile factories capable of producing a variety of chemical pharmaceuticals domestically. Of course, the ultimate decision rests with you. If you prefer a penicillin production line, that is entirely feasible as well." "Really? Isn't that rather obvious?" "Naturally, one would choose a facility capable of comprehensive production. Who wouldn't desire a pharmaceutical treasure chest? These pharmaceutical companies could establish their bases across the nation, thus eliminating the need for arduous transportation of medications, which would be incredibly convenient." "Thank you, my friend. I shall refrain from further comments. I will return to report to the department, and I wholeheartedly endorse your idea, although it ultimately depends on their resolution. My ambition is to swiftly enhance our domestic production capabilities, but this endeavor is not as simple as assembling building blocks. A large pharmaceutical enterprise requires a multitude of supporting factories. Different medications entail distinct raw material productions, akin to how various flavors of candy necessitate different ingredients. For instance, the production of tablets demands a significant amount of starch, thereby requiring an exceptionally proficient starch factory as support. The components within chemical pharmaceuticals are but a mere drop in the ocean, representing a minuscule proportion. With this explanation, I trust you comprehend the situation. Chapter 38. Arrival in the Northeast Mountains. Given the current domestic grain production, it is unfeasible to sustain a multitude of starch factories. Thus, even with meticulous planning, the realization of our objectives must be approached methodically, step by step. Establishing a pharmaceutical factory alone will not suffice. Numerous complications lie ahead. Brother Liang, please return and report to the higher-ups and ascertain their thoughts on the matter. I will compile a list of the necessary supporting factories, allowing you to manage the arrangements more efficiently. Indeed, Liu is quite considerate. Let us conclude for today. I must hasten back, as this news cannot afford any delay." Manager Liang rushed back to the department, neglecting even a sip of water. After Liang departed, Liu Xu focused intently on the logistics of material transfer. He contemplated the possibility of finding a location in the Northeast to offload everything at once. However, many items would require training for proper use, and they could not simply be discarded like refuse. It appears necessary to establish a logistic support base there. Yet if the Americans were to discover this base, they would undoubtedly send aircraft to disrupt our plans, akin to mischievous children. The predicament lies in the absence of a means to procure weapons. The issue of air defense looms over him like a heavy stone, weighing heavily on his heart. The only solution seems to be to conceal this base like a treasured secret, ideally situated in the mountains, where the terrain is steep and densely forested, providing a natural barrier against detection. Since the establishment of a logistics base is imperative, it would be prudent to concurrently set up a rear hospital. Liu Xu recalled that historical field hospitals were located south of the capital in Dodian, where injured soldiers had to endure a long train journey to reach medical care, causing them immense suffering, akin to being roasted over an open flame. Now, possessing the capability to construct a hospital in a secure rear area, soldiers could receive immediate treatment after briefly addressing their wounds on the battlefield, significantly enhancing convenience. The command center could also be established domestically. With the introduction of a drone command system, the advantages are remarkable. It negates the constraints of distance and allows for real-time surveillance of the front lines, ensuring the safety of our highest command akin to donning a sturdy suit of armor. To establish these facilities, it appears that the inventory of necessary procurements will need to expand exponentially. Subsequently, Liu Xu, like a master summoning sprites, issued procurement directives to domestic companies in the primary plane through the system. The system possesses a remarkable ability to navigate freely between two planes, facilitating seamless communication. However, there is a minor complication. The system behaves like a lost child in unfamiliar territory, unable to proceed to locations Liu Xu has yet to visit. This necessitates that he devise a plan to undertake a personal visit. Just as he was contemplating this, Assistant Zhou Xiang burst in with several uniformed individuals, akin to a gust of wind. Liu Xu promptly emerged from behind his desk, as if welcoming esteemed guests. At that moment, a middle-aged man spoke. "Hello, Mr. Liu. I am from the General Logistics Department. I have come on a mission to coordinate with you regarding the material transfer, and I am relieved to have finally located you." "Very well. This batch of materials contains many items that will require training for the users. I am contemplating the establishment of a logistical supply base in the Northeast, where I can store all my aid supplies. This will significantly reduce the arduous journey of thousands of kilometers from the mainland to the front lines. Indeed, a most economical arrangement." "Mr. Liu, are you implying that there will be further donations of supplies in the future? How delightful." "Certainly, this is merely the initial batch. A trivial matter, really. Once this base is operational, it is anticipated that there will be no need for additional supplies from the homeland. The rations I'm currently transporting could sustain 500 individuals for a month." The soldier gasped in astonishment, then, like a well-programmed automaton, rendered a crisp salute to Liu Xu, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Liu. I am profoundly grateful on behalf of the soldiers at the front. Allow me to extend my early New Year's wishes, or rather, my sincere thanks." "Oh, there is no need for such formality," Liu Xu replied. "Though I may not charge in a battle, I shall exert every effort in areas where I can contribute to the nation's development. The construction of this base will necessitate a multitude of engineering vehicles, and as it stands, only my construction company is capable of shouldering such a responsibility. I hope to coordinate a special train to transport 500 personnel to Fengsheng on the north bank of the Yalu River. I intend to erect the base in the Fengwang mountain area, where the towering peaks and dense coniferous forests resemble lush green mushrooms, maintaining their foliage even in winter, thus providing excellent concealment. It is a reasonable distance from the border, not too far, yet sufficiently remote." "That sounds splendid. I wholeheartedly support this initiative. However, this matter is of great significance and must be reported immediately. There can be no delay." "Of course, you may make your call here. I shall head to the construction company to ensure they are fully prepared and on standby." With that, Liu Xu departed the office like a gust of wind, accompanied by his assistant Zhou Xiang, racing towards the adjacent courtyard. Upon entering, he made a beeline for the office building. Company manager Kang Jiqiang was engrossed in his work on the second floor when he saw Liu Xu and rushed to greet him, as if he were a savior. "Mr. Liu, what a rare visit. Old Kang, I have something to discuss with you." Liu Xu then outlined the plans to establish a base in the Northeast. To his surprise, Kang Jiqiang reacted with exuberant enthusiasm, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. "This is wonderful. I have been troubled, feeling like an outsider during such a significant conflict, unable to contribute. Now, we can finally make a difference. This is exhilarating." Upon arriving in Fengsheng, Liu Xu ventured alone to the pre-selected mountainous region. Standing atop the principal peak at an elevation of over 800 meters, he surveyed the undulating mountains around him, with vast clouds playfully drifting through the valleys like mischievous sprites. Today is indeed a glorious sunny day, a sight that filled Liu Xu with joy as he mused. In this place, even if those Americans were to search, they would never discover our clandestine base. However, gazing at the dense forests of the valleys, the smile that had graced his lips faded, and a sense of worry began to take hold. He was acutely aware that what he sought was an expansive area capable of accommodating thousands of vehicles. Although this location was as concealed as a master of hide-and-seek, transforming it into an ideal storage facility for supplies was a task more arduous than ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, it was imperative to shroud the sky completely, akin to draping an invisible quilt over the valley. Liu Xu had endured considerable hardship to reach this point, exerting immense effort akin to that of a Herculean struggle. Although the system had bestowed upon him a remarkable enhancement, rendering him robust and resilient, he was now drenched in perspiration, resembling someone who had just emerged from a steamer. He smacked his forehead in frustration, lamenting, "Alas, how could I perceive this matter so simplistically? My lack of experience is truly evident. What am I to do?" What indeed should he do to expedite the transformation of this space, as if by magic? Moreover, he needed to swiftly repair the path leading out of the mountain. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. With furrowed brows, Liu Xu mumbled incessantly to himself. However, if he were to enlist the help of construction workers for this task, it might take a year or more before they even made a dent in the project. Sigh. This was quite distressing. Liu Xu sighed helplessly, filled with anxiety. Suddenly, a crisp voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Master, your needs have been detected. Activating spatial cutting function will consume 1.5 of original power, enhancing your mental strength to 45. You may extend your mental prowess into the rock layers to absorb the stones into the system space. And you can also cut the rocks at your discretion. Chapter 39. Transformation of the Storage Valley. Liu Xu was startled by the sudden sound, his head feeling as though it had been stuffed into a large balloon, swelling uncomfortably, as if it might burst at any moment. However, this discomfort was fleeting, dissipating in less than a minute. Even so, Liu Xu was drenched in cold sweat. Once he regained his composure, he began to lament to the system. "Little star, could you refrain from such abrupt surprises? At least give me a heads up, seek my consent. That nearly cost me my life. Ding. My apologies, master. I forgot that your constitution is rather delicate. However, your mental prowess has now increased, allowing you to reshape the valley." The playful voice of the system, "Little star," echoed in his mind. Little star, are you saying I can utilize this spatial function to renovate the valley? How did I not think of that sooner? This way, I can not only level the ground, but also excavate numerous caverns beneath the cliffs. In due time, when vital supplies are stored within these caves, even if discovered, those Americans would find it nearly impossible to penetrate the several hundred meters of mountain mass. Simply perfect. Liu Xu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he danced with joy. Wonderful. Let's proceed. With determination, he swiftly descended the mountain like a gust of wind, arriving in a more spacious valley. He resembled a mystical earth mage, commencing the transformation of the entire terrain. First, he carefully utilized his mental energy to safeguard all surface vegetation, including their roots and surrounding soil, as if donning a robust armor upon these botanical babies. Next, he officially began the reshaping of the landscape. He extracted the rocks and soil from elevated areas into the system space and then filled the lower regions with a flourish, akin to assembling a grand set of Lego blocks, rendering the ground impeccably flat. Then, he turned his attention to the towering trees, arranging them in an orderly fashion, ensuring ample parking space for vehicles. He pruned all branches below 5 meters, leaving only the bare trunks, transforming the trees into slender and tidy figures. Liu Xu's mental power was formidable, extending approximately 100 meters in radius, enabling him to work at remarkable speed. In less than an hour, the valley was meticulously organized, revitalized to a pristine state. Subsequently, he ventured to the base of the cliff, the deepest point of the valley. Liu Xu extended his mental energy like an invisible needle into the mountain, penetrating 100 meters, and lo and behold, an arched cavern materialized as if by magic. Why the arched shape? This was a stroke of Liu Xu's ingenuity, as arches can support themselves, eliminating the need for additional reinforcement, thus avoiding considerable hassle akin to that of a contractor laboring tirelessly. Continuing, Liu Xu delved deeper into the cavern, excavating several hundred meters, then began to expand laterally, crafting a storage repository. To him, this task felt akin to a game. He retreated within as he moved outward, and with each step, caverns materialized visibly around him. The excavated rocks obediently nestled into his system space like well-trained pets. Once he completed a cluster of caves, Liu Xu felt it insufficient. He pondered the astronomical quantity of supplies required for an army of 2 million during the height of the Korean War. Thus, he gritted his teeth and resolved to excavate a few more. After all, the endless mountains resembled an inexhaustible treasure trove, providing ample opportunity for his endeavors. He then commenced work on a new cluster of caves nearby. Liu Xu tirelessly created 7 cave groups in various directions before taking a break. However, upon reaching the last one, an unexpected occurrence transpired. He struck an underground river. This startled Liu Xu, nearly causing him to leap, but he swiftly transformed his alarm into elation. Upon examining it carefully with his mental acuity, he was overjoyed. The river's volume was astonishing, akin to a vast reservoir of water. Calculating in his mind, Liu Xu realized he could construct a hydroelectric station here, resolving both the power supply and water needs of the base. Without hesitation, he utilized the rocks collected in his system space to carve out several large stone beams, arranging them above the underground river like building blocks. Next, he meticulously prepared a water reservoir and installed generator slabs, ensuring everything was methodically organized. The valley was thus completed with great success. As he hummed a cheerful tune, Liu Xu began to repair the path leading outward, moving swiftly. He contemplated the necessity of constructing additional valleys, for the future demand for supplies would be immense. Consequently, Liu Xu set his sights on a neighboring large valley, ready for significant work. This valley had a steep gradient, compelling him to shape it into terraced fields, ascending layer by layer, as if laying down a green staircase. Ultimately, he constructed a road on either side of the valley, facilitating separate entrances and exits, significantly enhancing the speed of movement, akin to installing 2 expressways for the valley. In one continuous effort, Liu Xu established 7 such valleys and constructed over 40 cave groups. Feeling a profound sense of satisfaction as a radiant smile adorned his face, reminiscent of an artist who has completed a magnificent masterpiece. By this time, darkness had completely enveloped the land, resembling a vast black curtain. Liu Xu resolved to return to the main plain for a well-deserved rest, intending to bring back some supplies. He understood that it was not yet time to join the main forces, for this base must be perfected in one fell swoop. The hospital site and command center were still unfinished. He contemplated that in the future, the population here would likely number in the tens of thousands, and the surrounding mountains and waters would be thoroughly familiar to everyone. If he failed to set everything properly now and had to build later, it would be challenging to explain. Others might think it was the work of extraterrestrial visitors. Upon returning to the primary dimension, Liu Xu first made a phone call to Wu Bangji, followed by an inquiry to his own company. To his delight, all the supplies he requested had arrived, though the final batch of military uniforms from Wu Bangji would not arrive until the following day. Even the vehicles and materials he had ordered for the command system were present. Liu Xu informed them that he would retrieve the goods that very evening. Afterward, he set these matters aside and joyfully shared dinner with Xiaohe. They resembled 2 languid kittens, retiring to bed early, prepared to embrace the battles of a new day. The next day, after Qinluha had left for work, Liu Xu returned to the valley where the supplies were stored. Like a diligent little bee, he meticulously filled the 2 valleys with the materials he had brought, and also stocked the remaining 5 valleys with essential infrastructure supplies before heading north. 5 kilometers to the north, Liu Xu stumbled upon a vast and densely wooded valley. Like a treasure hunter, he eagerly ventured inside. First, he employed his mental prowess to scan the area for any underground rivers. Without water, establishing a hospital would be impossible. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Not only did he discover a hidden river, but he also identified a hot spring, which filled him with joy akin to unearthing a magnificent treasure. With newfound enthusiasm, Liu Xu entered a frenzied renovation mode. He leveled the valley terrain, moved trees with the strength of a giant, excavated a network of caves, laid the foundation for a hydroelectric station, and established both a potable water reservoir and a hot spring water pool, executing everything in a seamless flow. Once all was completed, he conjured various materials needed for the temporary hospital structures from the system's storage, akin to a magician revealing a trick, thus giving rise to the embryonic form of a future hospital. Chapter 40. The shocking material reception as Liu Xu journeyed further north. He discovered that the forest was not particularly dense. In that moment, he resembled a clandestine operative, deploying a small drone to conduct aerial reconnaissance. After surveying the area, he proceeded westward. Upon traversing several mountain ridges, he encountered a cluster of mountains adorned with lush forests. Liu Xu's eyes sparkled. This was undoubtedly the ideal location for establishing a command post. After meticulous examination, he concluded that a spot halfway up the slope was even more suitable, akin to discovering a magnificent observation platform for the command center. Hence, he established the true command post there. He fashioned a discreet entrance, resembling a mouse hole, just large enough for two individuals to pass through. Inside, he carved out several tunnels along the mountainside, leaving openings for both shooting and observation, as if bestowing the command post with eyes and weaponry. Deeper within lay a main corridor, with the command hall situated at the far end. Numerous side rooms branched off on either side, designated for office or living quarters, creating a cozy, familial atmosphere for the command post. At the foot of the mountain, within the dense thicket, Liu Xu cleared a substantial area. He retrieved all the necessary components for the command system from the spatial repository, akin to extracting treasures from Doraemon's pocket. Subsequently, he constructed a winding path ascending the mountain, which led directly to the summit, as if adorning the mountain with a serpentine belt. Next, Liu Xu retrieved a vehicle from the spatial realm and, like a fervent race car driver, connected the roads to 3 locations. He also ensured that the exit routes from the mountain were well developed. The abundant rocks collected from the system's space proved invaluable in the road construction. Once completed, Liu Xu still felt a sense of insecurity and sent the drone aloft once more to meticulously inspect for any visible signs of human construction from above. Upon identifying any discrepancies, he, like a skilled tree planter, would relocate a couple of trees to obscure the gaps, thoroughly checking for any vulnerabilities. Only then did he set off towards Fengcheng with a heart full of satisfaction, akin to concluding a grand adventure and preparing to embark on a new chapter. "Mr. Liu, you have finally returned," they exclaimed, their anxiety palpable as they fidgeted like ants on a hot skillet, their hearts nearly in their throats. In the antiquated barracks of the former security brigade in Fengcheng, upon Liu Xu's appearance, he immediately noticed a throng of eager faces awaiting his arrival, their expressions seemingly conveying, "At last you have come." Moreover, Liu Xu sensed that the crowd had swelled to nearly 1,000 individuals, reminiscent of a suddenly emerged anthill. Kong Jiqiang, with his keen eyes, immediately switched to complaint mode upon spotting Liu Xu. "Oh dear, I sincerely apologize for keeping everyone waiting. My journey was to retrieve supplies, and they have now arrived. Let's go and take a look." "What? The supplies are here? Where are they? Let me see," inquired a middle-aged military man, whom Liu Xu had never encountered before, his eagerness palpable as if he had been electrified. "Mr. Liu, this is Commander Liu. Dispatched by the former logistics department to receive the materials," someone informed him. Kong Jiqiang, resembling a devoted little secretary, hurried over to introduce Liu Xu, for this individual had only made a dazzling entrance after Liu Xu's departure. "Commander Liu, greetings. I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. I have kept you all waiting, and I am truly remorseful. Let us set off immediately to inspect the goods." "Oh, we should be the ones expressing gratitude. How could we possibly blame you?" someone replied. "Since the supplies have all arrived, let us commence our journey without further delay." Thus, Liu Xu led the procession of over 2,000 individuals, marching robustly towards Fengwang Mountain District. With such a large crowd and no time to arrange transportation upon his arrival, everyone had no choice but to rely on their own 2 legs. The Red Commander and his team had initially come to receive supplies, as their list included numerous trucks. Yet they had arrived without any vehicles, merely a cadre of drivers. Fengqing City lay a mere few kilometers from Fengwang Mountain District. But the anticipation among the group was palpable. They were eager to behold the mysterious supplies, each person quickening their pace, as if propelled by unseen winds. In less than an hour, they had swiftly entered the mountainous terrain. "Mr. Liu, are we venturing into the mountains? Are those precious supplies concealed within?" Commander Liu, brimming with curiosity, could not resist inquiring. "Indeed, with such valuable supplies, I dare not display them ostentatiously outside. If they were spotted by the American aircraft's all-seeing eyes, it would spell disaster." "Ah, that is indeed a valid point." After walking for a while, the group found themselves in a densely forested area when suddenly an impeccably smooth stone road appeared before them. The sight was akin to discovering a new continent, causing their eyes to widen in astonishment. How could there be such a pristine stone road in these mountains? Was it laid by celestial beings? Having arrived from the north, they reached an area near the rear hospital first. Liu Xu guided everyone towards the valley. "Commander Liu and fellow comrades, I intend to establish a large-scale field hospital in this valley. The primary supplies delivered this time are temporary housing units and some furniture. As for medical equipment and pharmaceuticals, we will have to await the next batch of supplies. Please be patient. Kong, you stay here with 500 personnel to swiftly assemble these prefab houses. By the way, follow this road southward. Approximately 5 kilometers south, there is a valley filled with various engineering vehicles. Arrange for some people to fetch the necessary vehicles promptly." After a brief tour, the group continued southward along the stone road. Before long, they arrived at the valley where supplies were stored. Upon seeing rows of vehicles, excitement coursed through everyone, causing them to tremble with exhilaration. "Goodness, there are as many trucks here as ants in a line. Why are these vehicles painted in such a haphazard manner, with patches of yellow and gray? They look like a clown's face." One individual remarked with a frown, disdain evident on his countenance as he scrutinized the vehicle's camouflage. "Ah, do not underestimate this camouflage. It holds great significance. It is autumn now, and this is known as desert camouflage. Step back and take a look. Doesn't it resemble the color of the parched earth? Not to mention the aircraft soaring in the sky, they would be utterly incapable of detecting our presence. This is truly a hidden marvel." Upon hearing this, Liu Xu immediately launched into an enlightening discourse, eagerly educating the crowd. "Oh, is that so? Today has certainly broadened my horizons. I feel my knowledge has expanded considerably. Indeed, I have prepared 100,000 sets of military uniforms, half of which are designed in this desert camouflage, while the other half features snow camouflage. In just a month, snow will blanket the ground here. If we wear anything of a different hue, we would stand out like targets, easily spotted." The crowd paused for a moment. Then enlightenment dawned upon them. How true. In the past, when we sought concealment in the snow, we merely draped ourselves in white cloth. There was no specialized attire for convenience. After inspecting the vehicles, Liu Xu led everyone into the cave to examine the supplies, meticulously detailing the treasures hidden within each cavern. "Mr. Liu, I cannot express my gratitude enough. I never anticipated that your provisions would be so comprehensive. There is everything one could need." Commander Liu expressed his heartfelt thanks, his appreciation nearly overflowing. Chapter 41. Explaining the supply base. Liu Xu glanced at the time. It was mealtime. He quickly arranged for some self-heating rations to be brought out, along with several large buckets of water. "Come, let me show you how to use these self-heating rations," he said. "First, open the package. Pour in about 2 taels of water, then seal it back up. Wait for 2 to 10 minutes, and it's ready. The heat level depends on your preference. If you like it hotter, just wait a bit longer. Remember, don't drink this water. Once it's heated, just pour it out." As Liu Xu explained, he demonstrated the process. It was simple enough that everyone quickly grasped it. Those who understood first eagerly helped others. Soon, everyone had their rations heating up. "It's heating up. It's like a little sun, generating its own heat." One soldier exclaimed in amazement as he felt the temperature rise in his hands. "Mine too. This thing is incredible. It heats up on its own like magic." Another chimed in. "Mr. Liu, which country's high-tech is this? It's so advanced. Even the Americans on the battlefield don't have this. We've only ever captured canned goods from them. The principle is actually quite simple, Liu Xu replied. The heating pack is just a bag of quicklime. Add water, and it generates heat. That's all there is to it. Commander Liu, after the meal, pick a few trusted men. I'll take you to a secret location where we have some extremely important supplies stored. Oh, and Lao Kong. You come along too. We'll need construction work there as well. Liu Xu first addressed Commander Liu, then turned to Kong Jiqiang with additional instructions. Lao Kong, why don't you assign tasks to the comrades first? Let me give you a quick overview. There are 7 valleys for storing supplies, with a total of 43 caves. Though 2 of them have underground rivers. I've installed 2 500-kilowatt hydroelectric generators at each underground river site. You'll need to set up lighting circuits in every cave. I've allocated 2,000 prefabricated houses per valley. Find suitable spots to assemble them, and ensure the water and electricity lines are properly connected. The rooftops are covered with artificial dry grass, so make sure to camouflage all the houses with it, turning them into grass nests to avoid detection. For water supply, you can build reservoirs on the ridges between valleys, then use pumps to draw water up and distribute it for daily use. All kinds of construction materials are available. I've procured 1,000 tons of cement, which could also be useful on the battlefield if needed. As for the field hospital to the north, I've arranged 20,000 prefabricated houses there. Not only is there an underground river, but also a hot spring with temperatures no lower than 80 degrees Celsius. This hot spring is incredibly valuable. It can serve as a direct heat source for a heating system and even support a sanatorium. In the future, anyone injured can come here for proper recovery. Hurry and make the arrangements. We have even more important matters to attend to later. Let us not waste any time. Kong Jiqiang, upon hearing this, abandoned his meal and dashed over like a gust of wind to gather his 2 aides, beginning to relay instructions in a flurry. Meanwhile, the surrounding soldiers relished their self-heating rations, the sounds of their enjoyment echoing as they exclaimed, "Delicious, truly delicious," resembling a group of gluttonous kittens. Once everyone had finished their meal, Liu Xu reminded them not to discard the trash haphazardly, as it needed to be collected for destruction. This material is precious. Even Western countries have a limited supply, and widespread civilian use of plastics would not commence for another decade. Military self-heating food would not begin development until 1973, 20 years later by the United States. After ensuring everything was in order, Liu Xu, accompanied by Red Commander, drove several vehicles toward the command post. As they navigated the dense forest road to the foot of the mountain, they encountered numerous vehicles parked as if a lively car exhibition was underway. "Mr. Liu, take a look at this place. Why is it so minuscule? Are you planning to treat it like a child's playhouse? Or do you have some other ingenious plan?" Commander Liu, having just visited the imposing canyons, could not help but comment on the diminutive size of the area. "Commander Liu, do not underestimate this place. It is my meticulously prepared superbrain, the command post," Liu Xu replied with a smile, his demeanor suggesting that this was a mysterious base filled with countless surprises. "Oh dear, Mr. Liu, you might not fully grasp our leader's personality code. He is a battlefield fanatic who cannot possibly remain in this rear area far from the battlefield," Commander Liu expressed with a resigned look, as if envisioning their leader's angry reaction to such an arrangement. "Haha, don't be so hasty. Just wait a moment. I assure you that you'll come to regard this place with newfound respect. Perhaps even give me a thumbs up." The confidence radiating from Liu Xu was almost palpable. He then grew serious, adding, "However, what you are about to see must remain a closely guarded secret. The treasures here are unparalleled globally, and should those foreigners manage to steal them, it would spell great trouble." As he spoke, Liu Xu approached a long, towering truck. To the astonishment of the onlookers, it appeared as if the truck's cargo area transformed like a stretching transformer, extending outward with a swift motion. He proceeded to lower several support rods and quickly connected a cable to a nearby power supply vehicle. With a resounding roar, the diesel generator joyously sprang to life. Subsequently, the radar vehicle-S cables were connected, and the antenna unfurled smoothly, captivating the onlookers with this dazzling display. Come with me. There's a mysterious little fellow hidden in the cave, a drone. You'll need to take a couple of brothers and drive one out to find a clear, open space without trees. At least several dozen meters wide, Liu Xu called out, his voice ringing with urgency. A drone? What on earth is a drone? In the curious gaze of Commander Liu, a sense of bewilderment was palpable, as if he had encountered an extraterrestrial lexicon. And what transpired next was astonishing. As the vehicle departed, onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. A car was towing a diminutive aircraft, so tiny that one couldn't help but ponder, how on earth does one fit a person inside that? Is this not merely a toy airplane meant for children? This is what I refer to as a drone, an aircraft that requires no pilot. Cool, me. Let us all bear witness. Liu Xu explained with a grin, his expression seemingly conveying, you naive folks, are your eyes finally opened? Under Liu Xu's guidance, the crowd ascended into the command vehicle like a pack of inquisitive children. Inside, a long conference table occupied the center, while 3 black panels adorned the front, accompanied by a row of small cabinet-like structures, each featuring a blackboard. Curiosity swirled amongst them as they wondered, what enigmatic contraptions are these? Chapter 42, Request for Forward Command. Withdrawal. Liu Xu raised his hand and activated all the power switches with a resounding snap. In an instant, the lights blazed brilliantly, illuminating the room, and the 3 black panels responded with a swift transformation to blue. The onlookers were left agape, their mouths wide enough to accommodate a chicken egg. Liu Xu, in that moment, resembled an engrossed scientist, settling himself before a small cabinet, his gaze fixed intently on the small blackboard that had turned blue. It turned out that the drone had been awakened by Liu Xu prior to its departure, and now was diligently searching for signals. Within mere seconds, success. The large screen in the center immediately displayed a scene. First, a swaying steel plate, to the left a complete map of the Korean peninsula, and to the right a detailed local map. Soon, a patch of sandy terrain appeared on the screen, and Liu Xu commenced the ascent of the drone. The visuals on the central screen surged upward, as if propelled by a rocket. With fervor, Liu Xu guided the drone southward, watching it ascend, its altitude swiftly reaching 20,000 meters. At this juncture, the imagery on the large screen became exceptionally clear as the drone automatically adjusted its focus to meticulously capture the ground images. The assembly of individuals seated at the conference table stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, utterly captivated by the footage relayed by the drone, as if witnessing a science fiction spectacle. Having configured the drone for automated cruising, Liu Xu set the distance for a 200-kilometer return. However, a twinge of uncertainty lingered in his mind. He questioned whether the radar vehicle's signal could function as a super navigation tool, guiding the drone from over 1,000 kilometers away in this ancient era. Mr. Liu, what remarkable treasure is this? Is this the footage from the front lines? My heavens, this is simply astonishing. It feels like a dream. The crowd erupted in exclamations of wonder. At that moment, the drone had reached the Bachin and Anzhou line, where it indeed discovered a considerable number of American military forces. The spectators were rendered silent, their eyes glued to the screen. The footage revealed a multitude of military vehicles queuing on the road, with the layout of the barracks clearly visible. Suddenly, the image pivoted and began its return flight, as Liu Xu had configured. Mr. Liu, this device is of paramount importance. How many do you possess? Commander Liu's eyes sparkled, as if he had stumbled upon countless treasures. Commander Liu, this is no ordinary apparatus. It constitutes a comprehensive and powerful command system, allowing direct communication from the headquarters to the platoon. Impressive, isn't it? Our command vehicle serves as the military command center, with subordinate division command vehicles. The regiment, battalion, company, and platoon utilize walkie-talkies, while the headquarters is securely located within a cave on the mountainside. Each military command vehicle is equipped with 20 drones, capable of launching 3 simultaneously, with all video signals seamlessly transmitted to the large screen in the command center as if they had sprouted wings. In this command center, one can observe the front lines as clearly as if witnessing a live broadcast. I will remain here for the next few days to ensure that everything is installed meticulously. As for the allocation of supplies, you need not worry. You can dispatch personnel for transportation now, as the soldiers at the front must be eagerly awaiting provisions. Liu Xu, akin to a professional commentator, elucidated the intricacies of this system with clarity. Mr. Liu, I'm immensely grateful. However, I have a small concern. If this aircraft is spotted by the enemy in the air, would it not become a live target? That would be perilous. Vice Commander Zhang frowned, his face etched with worry. Rest assured, currently, American aircraft are akin to short-legged birds, unable to reach the altitude of our drones. Their primary model, the F-86, can only ascend to about 15,000 meters, cruising even lower at under 10,000 meters, while our drones operate at a cruising altitude of 20,000 meters. Reigning supreme in the skies. Liu Xu explained confidently, patting his chest. Oh, I see. In that case, I am relieved. Commander Liu exhaled, his earlier anxiety dissipating instantly. Mr. Liu, we must return to the valley where the supplies are stored. I need to report the situation here to the general. As for the construction projects, I entrust them entirely to you. Commander Liu's urgent demeanor resembled someone whose rear was ablaze, as Liu Xu's surprises were substantial, with vast amounts of supplies needing to be swiftly delivered to the front lines for the soldiers. Liu Xu accompanied Kang Jiqiang to the command center halfway up the mountain to assess the situation, leaving the specifics of allocation to Kang's discretion. After some contemplation, Kang deemed the two valleys with supplies to be the most urgent, followed by the command center, with the field hospital being the least pressing. Thus, he instructed the political commissar to lead 200 personnel and supply vehicles to the command center, while the remaining individuals were evenly distributed between the two valleys to begin the vigorous installation of temporary shelters. Meanwhile, Commander Liu and his team hastily returned, engaging in a brief discussion that concluded with the decision to leave 100 personnel to guard the supplies. Commander Liu organized another group of 200 to load individual rations, resembling a band of famished warriors rushing toward the battlefield. He then began telegraphing the forward command, detailing everything meticulously. The telegram was lengthy, akin to writing a novel, especially in its thoroughness. He emphasized the exceptional prowess of the command system and suggested that irrespective of whether the command center would be established here, the general must return to witness this remarkable innovation, as it was far too advanced and should never fall into foreign hands. At that moment, within the command center at Liu Cave, a battle-hardened general held this extensive telegram, perusing it repeatedly, having read it no less than 3 times. The vast supplies and seemingly endless vehicles could be set aside. These could be procured with sufficient funds and capability. However, the description of this command system left the general perplexed, uncertain of how to evaluate it, as it felt like a tale from a fantastical realm. The telegram indicated that the military command system required training for operation, and currently, the troops were preoccupied with preparations for the second campaign, as well as replenishing supplies. The general hesitated momentarily, then resolutely decided to return. Simultaneously, he ordered the nearest 50th and 66th Army command posts to return for training. Liu Cave is located in the Dongchang County of Pyongyang-do, over 100 kilometers from the Yalu River, with an additional 60 kilometers to Fenghuang Mountain. Having made the decision, there was no time to dawdle. The general immediately commanded all personnel at the command post to gather necessary supplies for transfer, leaving behind less critical materials. Furthermore, this time, he firmly prohibited the Korean counterparts from accompanying them. Why? Because Commander Liu had repeatedly emphasized confidentiality in the telegram. It was indeed prudent to keep such advanced technology, reportedly even beyond what the Americans possessed, under wraps akin to safeguarding a treasured possession. The forward command intended to relocate and refused the Korean allies' accompaniment, which was indeed sensational news. Newly appointed Deputy Commander Park was furious, his frustration palpable, as if smoke could billow from his ears. However, the rationale presented by the Chinese side was robust, citing the need to return home for the reception of new equipment and the training of elite personnel. A significant move aimed at enhancing combat effectiveness. The Korean side felt utterly frustrated yet powerless, as they were dependent on others. After several protests, their efforts proved as futile as striking a fist against cotton, leading to a silent conclusion, much like a frostbitten eggplant, wilting in despair. Chapter 43. The arrival of the command group, in order to evade the relentless bombardment of American aircraft, they were compelled to conceal themselves during the daylight hours, indulging in deep slumber, and to traverse the winding, uneven mountain paths under the cover of night. This arduous journey to the Fenghuang mountain area would take no less than 3 to 5 days, resembling a grueling wilderness expedition. Liu Xu found himself overwhelmed with responsibilities. Without his presence, the command center resembled a headless chicken thrown into disarray. Each day was consumed with concerns for the establishment of the command center, particularly the command hall, which held paramount importance. Everything needed to be meticulously arranged before the arrival of the personnel, akin to preparing a wedding chamber for a bride. To expedite the construction, a reliable power source was indispensable. While surveying the valley, Liu Xu stumbled upon a meager stream at the base of the mountain, lamentably thin, with no sign of an underground river above. Faced with this predicament, he resorted to performing a surgical enhancement on the spring, enlarging its flow, and creating a small lake below to elevate the water level, as if giving the stream a cosmetic upgrade. Even so, this endeavor could only support a 50-kilowatt hydroelectric generator. Exposed to the elements and with the encroaching cold, Liu Xu feared that ice would render the generator inoperative. Thus, he resolved to cover the stream and lake with steel plates, topping it with thick layers of hay and earth, ensuring a protective insulation that would allow the small power station to function unaffected by the weather. After 2 days, the work was nearing completion. In the dense forest atop the mountain, the antenna array had been successfully installed, resembling a series of upright ears, receiving signals from various sources and transmitting them via cables to the command hall and telegraph room within the cave, akin to a network of information superhighways. Liu Xu remained oblivious to the fact that a large contingent of personnel had already arrived in a flurry. The rapidity of their arrival was due to Commander Liu's prior arrangement of several automobiles waiting in Jiangbei. Once aboard, the passengers quickly realized that the vehicles were not following conventional routes. Instead, they frolicked across fields and bounded through ditches, racing toward the distant mountains. As they entered the mountainous region, the trees grew increasingly dense, and to their astonishment, they discovered a man-made road, its surface as smooth as glass, evoking an irresistible desire to roller skate upon it. Everyone could not help but applaud the efficiency of Commander Hong. Glancing upward to see the sky peering through the occasional gaps in the foliage, filling the leader with immense satisfaction, as if he had uncovered a hidden treasure. After navigating several ridges, the vehicles plunged into a secluded valley. The leader pondered the excellent choice of location, which resembled a natural warehouse for supplies. Upon entering the valley, all were left astounded, jaws nearly dropping, as they beheld rows of vehicles parked in perfect alignment. Between each row stood tall cypress trees, like loyal sentinels, shielding the sky above. The ground was paved with large stone slabs, and walking upon it felt akin to traversing the floor of a luxurious palace. Could it be that the country had anticipated this war and prepared in advance? That seems improbable. Why have I not heard of such matters? The general was engulfed in confusion, akin to countless ants scuttling about within his mind. The vehicle halted at the entrance of a cave, where Colonel Liu and a group from the logistics department awaited, as though greeting triumphant heroes. "Ah, Chief, you have finally arrived. Allow me to show you around. I shall provide you with a thorough understanding of the situation here," Colonel Liu said warmly. Leading the group into the cave, behind him, they found that the lighting issues had been resolved, with a row of bright incandescent bulbs illuminating the cavern as if it were daylight. This was a network of caves, with a central passage allowing 2 vehicles to enter and exit for loading and unloading without obstruction. The side chambers served as storage rooms, with 20 on one side and a total of 40, each boasting an impressive area of 500 square feet. Currently, there were 7 such cave complexes within this valley. Commander Hong, resembling a professional tour guide, elaborated on the details. As the onlookers observed the vast cavern, with its smooth stone walls gleaming like mirrors, they pondered how such an impressive feat of engineering had come to be. The cave was filled to capacity with military uniforms, resembling a gigantic clothing warehouse. "Old Liu, tell me honestly, when was this base constructed?" the general inquired, curiosity etched upon his face. I am not certain. When Mr. Liu brought me here, it was already in this state, and the supplies were all neatly arranged. Colonel Liu replied, scratching his head. Upon exiting the cave, the group did not proceed to explore the other caves. Commander Hong guided everyone down the slope, and, as they approached, they discovered a row of houses overgrown with dry grass. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were meeting rooms constructed from 3 joined container houses, featuring a long, reddish-brown conference table, while the chairs were metallic office chairs. Old Liu, this standard is excessively high. I have never seen chairs like these. Instead of using good steel to forge artillery, they are fashioned into chairs. What kind of profligate individual would ever do such a thing? It is utterly absurd, the general exclaimed, his dissatisfaction evident, oblivious to the fact that these structures were made of metal sheeting. Had he known, he likely would have unleashed a torrent of invective upon Liu Xu. Colonel Liu chuckled awkwardly, saying, I too find it somewhat extravagant. I inquired with Mr. Liu, who mentioned that wood is more expensive than steel, and I had no grounds to contest that, especially since it was a donation. We cannot expect them to purchase the more costly materials, can we? How ridiculous! I have never heard of wood being pricier than steel, the chief retorted, clearly skeptical. In this era, industrial products were treasures, unlike later times when one would face penalties for felling trees, as most timber was imported. Chief, Mr. Liu mentioned that there will be substantial donations in the future, and supplies will continuously arrive here. However, currently, these supplies do not include weaponry. He is actively seeking sources for arms. Once we establish procurement channels, we need not worry about weaponry, Colonel Liu continued. What? Is that true? There are weapons? This individual is not merely an ordinary patriotic businessman. His donations rival those of an entire nation. The sheer number of vehicles alone is beyond what an average person could accomplish, the general remarked in astonishment. By the way, from where did these supplies originate? Is there any way to discern their source from the materials? The general inquired with curiosity. Not at all, for all the inscriptions are in our Chinese characters. However, it is peculiar that these characters appear to have been slimmed down, as if they are missing limbs, replied Commander Liu. Oh, is that so? It seems that the other party has put in considerable effort, perhaps fearing that we would not know how to utilize them or would struggle to recognize our own characters. Hence the alterations, mused the executive thoughtfully. If Liu Xu were to hear this, he would likely be both amused and perplexed. Moreover, the executive continued, 5 kilometers to the north, Mr. Liu has prepared a field hospital for us, with a staggering 20,000 such structures ready. Furthermore, the complete set of hospital equipment will be delivered next time. Within this batch of vehicles, there are several hundred designated for medical purposes. Mr. Liu indicated that these are prepared for 40 field medical stations. Commander Liu continued his exposition. The most crucial aspect remains that command system, Mr. Liu has been diligently constructing it over the past few days, and aside from him, no one else possesses the knowledge to operate it. I visited once, and your command hall, goodness, I find myself at a loss for words. It feels like something beyond the realm of ordinary existence, Commander Liu exclaimed, shaking his head in admiration. Chapter 44. Debugging the command system. Ah, old Liu, how amusing it is that you would offer such an evaluation. My curiosity regarding this Mr. Liu grows ever stronger. When shall you take me to meet him? Upon hearing Commander Liu's words, the general could hardly contain his laughter, his interest in Liu Xu deepening. Any time is suitable, Liu replied, but I suggest we first discuss the matters at hand. As everyone can see, the multitude of vehicles scattered across the mountains poses a challenge for us to mobilize. Among us, the comrades proficient in driving barely number 2,000. To ensure these vehicles can serve their purpose, we must expedite the training of new recruits. Moreover, if Mr. Liu's insinuations are correct, we can expect a substantial influx of vehicles in the future. Thus, this issue has become pressing. Witnessing the piles of supplies that have yet to reach our frontline soldiers makes me as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, Commander Liu expressed with evident concern. The group, upon hearing the Red Commander's words, furrowed their brows in agreement. Previously, they had fretted over the lack of supplies. Now, with an abundance, they found themselves troubled by transportation, a true embodiment of the saying, the burdens of happiness. This is indeed a dilemma. They all nodded in acknowledgement. As the urgent procession arrived at the forward command, Liu Xu was diligently orchestrating the impressive command system within the command hall, akin to a maestro conducting an orchestra. Speaking of Old Kong, he had been utterly enthralled by the drones over the past few days, as if under a spell. Observing this, Liu Xu decided to take action, instructing Old Kong to teach several soldiers alongside him so they could all soar together. This command vehicle has the capacity to launch 3 drones simultaneously, akin to a magical performance. At this moment, the command hall had been meticulously set up, with a large screen firmly installed, and the operation console and signal transmission antennas arranged flawlessly, ensuring seamless connectivity. The drone footage from each command vehicle converged into the command hall as if choreographed, creating a spectacular visual display of aerial reconnaissance. This system is indeed remarkable, preloaded with comprehensive information on the military forces from various nations during the Korean War. Functioning as a super database, Liu Xu contemplated marking the positions of both sides on the map with utmost clarity. This led to Kong Jiqiang, accompanied by 2 soldiers, maneuvering the drones like a reconnaissance unit, diligently scanning the entirety of the Korean peninsula and its adjacent waters. The drones, equipped with numerous sensors, resembled creatures endowed with countless eyes, ensuring that no vehicle or weaponry could elude their discerning gaze. Moreover, by scrutinizing the personnel, distinctive features from their physiques to uniforms, one could swiftly ascertain to which unit they belonged, surpassing even Sherlock Holmes in prowess. Liu Xu, fixated on the map displayed on the large screen, did not blink, occasionally revealing a small blue flag that seemed to materialize like magic. As he observed, a smile crept upon his lips, hinting at a secret joy. Ah, we have successfully scanned 1/3 of the area. The progress is remarkable. The large screen showcased 3 real-time images from the drones, each more captivating than the last. Suddenly, a military camp appeared before Liu Xu, his eyes widening in astonishment. Why, you ask? Just look at those soldiers clad in earthy yellow uniforms, yet donning camouflage caps atop their heads. A most peculiar ensemble. Liu Xu pondered internally. Which country's forces could this possibly be? It felt like a riddle waiting to be unraveled. Without delay, he deftly selected the newly emerged blue flag on the map. And upon clicking it, a detailed introduction popped up, revealing it to be the 28th Infantry Brigade of Jeonbul. What a revelation! In the midst of his bustling activity, Liu Xu remained blissfully unaware that the command team had quietly gathered behind him. Commander Liu, accompanied by the others, had approached the base of the hill and spotted Kong Jiqiang and his 2 companions operating a drone with apparent expertise. Upon inquiry, they learned that Liu Xu was already fine-tuning the command system. The sight of the command vehicle left everyone in awe, their eyes widening in disbelief, jaws nearly grazing the ground. Yet, upon hearing Commander Liu declare merely a military-level command center, they could hardly contain their excitement, brimming with curiosity to glimpse the true command headquarters, much like eager children. Noting their enthusiasm, Commander Liu wasted no time and led the group back onto the vehicle, navigating a winding mountain road akin to traversing a labyrinth, until they finally reached the command center nestled midway up the slope. A modest platform accommodated a mere 10 or so vehicles, and a narrow opening carved into the mountain allowed just enough room for 2 individuals to walk side by side. Stepping inside, they were immediately greeted by a significantly larger space, revealing a corridor extending 100 meters before them. Understanding that everyone was eager to see the main attraction, Commander Liu bypassed the adjacent side room, hastening deeper into the facility. Upon reaching the apex and rounding a corner, a grand circular hall unfolded before their eyes. This hall was truly magnificent, a cavernous dome spanning over 1,000 square meters, with a colossal arch screen measuring 60 meters in length and 5 meters in height adorning the wall opposite the entrance, reminiscent of a colossal cinema screen. In front of the screen stood a curved control station, flanked by neatly arranged rows of desks and chairs. Such an impressive configuration. Meanwhile, Liu Xu remained utterly engrossed in the map, at times magnifying it to scrutinize intricate details as if through a magnifying glass. At others, reducing it to gain a broader perspective. He switched between various map modes, toggled to satellite views, and compared contour lines, all while adjusting his vantage point with the agility of a spinning top. Seated on a swivel chair, he resembled a nimble mouse, gliding left and right to operate with remarkable finesse. The onlookers behind him were left utterly dumbfounded, their eyes as wide as saucers, mouths agape as if they could swallow an egg whole. The wonders they witnessed today eclipsed everything they had seen in their lifetimes, leading them to feel as though their very worldview was being transformed. Commander Liu contemplated stepping forward to offer Liu Xu a gentle reminder, only to be swiftly intercepted by the commanding officer, who had noticed the urgency of the situation. What could the reason be? The CEO was utterly captivated, eager to explore the astonishing capabilities of the system, akin to embarking on a thrilling expedition. At that moment, Liu Xu seized a phone as if it were a precious treasure and shouted, "Lao Kong, fly the drone over the waters off Incheon and check the radar situation. Wherever there are warships, send it to scout and see what those rascals are up to." No sooner had he spoken than one of the screens instantly displayed the visage of the port, followed by a swift transition to the vast expanse of the ocean. Upon witnessing this, Liu Xu's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, there are so many aircraft carriers docked at Incheon port. These scoundrels have gone too far. We must devise a way to eliminate them all at once. 1, 2, 3, my word, a total of 9? Liu Xu quickly adjusted the map to focus on Incheon port, which had already been automatically marked. He then retrieved detailed information on each aircraft carrier: USS Bataan, USS Boxer, USS Leyte Gulf, USS Tarawa, along with 2 escort carriers. Gazing at these outdated vessels, Liu Xu felt a surge of indignation and retorted angrily, "Damn it. If you provoke me, I'll procure a few Dongfeng missiles and send them straight to the ocean to feed the turtles, just to put you in your place." Chapter 45. The command delivery system. Liu Xu was venting his frustrations when a voice suddenly broke through from behind, inquiring, "What is Dongfeng Express?" It turned out that Chief of Staff Xie had inadvertently blurted out the question. This query caused quite a stir, as the general immediately shot him a glare that seemed to convey, "You fool, you've ruined my moment." Startled by the remark, Liu Xu felt as if he had been jolted by electricity, quickly turning around. To his astonishment, a large crowd was staring at him, as if he were a rare specimen. In a fit of surprise, he leapt from his seat, stammering, "G General." Instantly recognizing the general, he was overwhelmed with excitement, having encountered for the first time a figure he had only seen in films. He was so exhilarated that he momentarily lost his ability to articulate his thoughts, his tongue nearly tripping over itself. "Mr. Liu, we are immensely grateful for your assistance. You have resolved a significant dilemma for our nation. Just think about it. Those 100,000 sets of cotton military uniforms have alleviated our burdens tremendously, as if we have lifted a great weight off our shoulders," the general remarked with a smile. "General, you are far too gracious. This is merely what a conscientious Chinese individual ought to do. It is nothing of consequence." Liu Xu quickly waved his hands in modesty. "These uniforms are intended for 500,000 individuals, with 2 sets each. The purposes of these 2 sets are entirely distinct. General, please do not hesitate to distribute them. I assure you, though it may sound exaggerated, should the need arise, I would not hesitate to provide another 1,000,000 sets," Liu Xu stated earnestly. Though Liu Xu had not been in this realm for long, he had gradually come to understand the operational style of the people of this era, which was to economize whenever possible. Many times he wanted to offer a word of caution, but found himself at a loss for how to broach the subject. However, military uniforms were an entirely different matter. Desert camouflage and snow camouflage served distinct purposes. He feared that in an effort to save resources, they might mistakenly equip 1,000,000 individuals instead of the intended 500,000. Thus, he felt compelled to voice his concerns. "Mr. Liu, why do you hold such a view? We have observed that they are merely cotton garments. Distributing 2 sets per person seems somewhat wasteful." A staff officer could no longer contain his curiosity. "Please do not think of it that way. These 2 types of military uniforms, one known as desert camouflage and the other as snow camouflage, serve significant functions, providing both concealment and protection for our soldiers. Consider this. During the autumn when the earth is parched and yellow, wearing snow camouflage would render one a living target, easily spotted by the enemy from afar. Conversely, during a heavy snowfall, wearing desert camouflage would blatantly signal to the enemy, "I am right here." Furthermore, this type of camouflage is advanced enough to obscure the human silhouette, making it challenging for the enemy to detect us in similar environments. Additionally, the snow camouflage is crafted using the latest technology, enabling comfort even in temperatures as low as -40 degrees. Liu Xu explained with the authority of an expert, elaborating enthusiastically. "All right, we shall certainly adhere to your specifications in utilizing these materials. Subsequently, shall we delve into the intricacies of this command system? Ultimately, it is the general who makes the final decision, and his primary concern lies with this command system, as he is eager to comprehend it in depth." Liu Xu, without hesitation, elaborated meticulously on the entire system from start to finish, occasionally addressing the diverse inquiries posed by the attendees. By the end of the discussion, everyone possessed a foundational understanding of the system's capabilities and how to utilize it. However, to operate it independently, one would require specialized training. At this juncture, the headquarters of the 50th Army and the 66th Army arrived in a flurry. Liu Xu conducted the training in a building at the foot of the mountain. Employing a projector for instruction, he mused that with the Army now equipped with LED high-definition screens, there was no need to revert to antiquated film-based teaching methods. Nonetheless, he repeatedly emphasized the utmost importance of confidentiality regarding this matter. The training at the command center was conducted in the command hall, utilizing a large screen for instruction. The participants, akin to earnest schoolchildren, focused intently on their lessons, each diligently taking notes. If a concept was not grasped on the first attempt, it was replayed until complete comprehension was achieved. Liu Xu was not only tasked with explaining the operation of the command system, but also imparting knowledge on the usage of individual equipment. The items Liu Xu procured were generally multifunctional, serving various purposes. For instance, the water bottles were designed to be thermally insulated, capable of filtration, and equipped with a compass and multiple waterproof matches. The military shovel was also multifunctional, serving as a spade, a saw, a cutting tool, and more, made of high manganese steel, making it an invaluable asset for trench digging. The wristwatches were allocated to officers of squad leader rank and above, designed to be waterproof, dustproof, shock-resistant, equipped with night vision capabilities, and able to indicate direction. Moreover, the binoculars combined night vision and thermal imaging functions. The volunteer troops often opted for night operations to evade American aircraft, rendering these devices indispensable for nocturnal engagements, as they could detect any heat signatures, unlike the enemy who might slither through the shadows undetected. Next came the introduction of various uniforms, including the usage of ballistic tactical vests, detailing the purpose of each component. The functionality of the individual soldiers' rations was also thoroughly explained. This was quite remarkable. One couldn't help but wonder about the financial implications. Future battles would undoubtedly be less arduous, and soldiers would no longer have to subsist on fried noodles, remarked Commander Chun of the 66th Army upon receiving the supplies. During this period, the valleys were bustling with individuals learning to drive, primarily seasoned personnel mentoring newcomers, gradually increasing the number of individuals capable of transporting supplies to the front lines, surpassing 10,000 drivers. Concurrently, with the implementation of the command system, American aircraft were often spotted by radar shortly after takeoff, prompting the transport teams to preemptively extinguish their vehicle lights to evade detection, resulting in several fruitless days for the American pilots involved in nighttime bombing missions. Additionally, during daylight reconnaissance, the enemy gradually lost sight of the summer country's military presence. Liu Xu finally succeeded in distributing all the necessary supplies for the command system. The supplies in the cave have largely been delivered to the frontline soldiers. Liu Xu approached the command center to bid farewell, estimating that this batch of supplies would suffice for the year, though a replenishment of consumables, such as fuel and food, was necessary. Additionally, he intended to explore potential avenues for procuring weapons upon his return. "Chief, I have come to bid you farewell. I will ensure that future supplies are delivered promptly. My primary purpose for returning this time is to investigate weapon procurement. Thank you immensely, Mr. Liu. Without your supplies, our soldiers would surely suffer this winter. Very well. I shall arrange for a squad of soldiers to escort you back. No, no. It is far more valuable for them to remain on the battlefield than to accompany me. Mr. Liu, this matter is non-negotiable. It is a task assigned to me domestically, and I must ensure your safety at all costs. Thus, I will arrange for someone to escort you to Fengtian, for where you could take a train back to Binhai. Although this route may be longer, it is significantly safer. Then, I suppose that is acceptable, Liu Xu replied, resigned. He had initially hoped to find a secluded spot to return directly to the main dimension, then proceed to Binhai. Now, he faced the prospect of a 2-day train journey. The speed of trains in this era was hardly commendable, reaching a maximum of only 40 kilometers per hour, which left Liu Xu feeling rather despondent. However, his spirits lifted once more as many people, having heard of his departure, flocked to bid him farewell. Chapter 46. 1,000 miles without trees, even Commander Hong and a group of logistics personnel from Base 1 rushed over. Mr. Liu, aren't you staying a few more days? We still need you here, said Commander Liu. I must leave now. It has already delayed us for several days. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative asked me to procure some grain abroad, and over 1,000 tons have now arrived, so I must return, Liu explained. That's the case. Very well, we want to hold you back. Please travel safely. Mr. Liu, we should be finished here in about 10 days. What do you suggest? At this moment, Kong Jiqiang approached with his inquiry. Old Kong, you all stay here for the time being. Make sure to complete the project thoroughly, particularly the heating system. All the materials are at Base 4. It's early November, and snow will soon fall. You must hasten your pace. After insulating all the pipes, bury them deep. With so many people relying on coal for heating, the risk of exposure is considerable. Your ability to keep everyone warm depends entirely on your efforts. In temperatures dipping to -30 or 40 degrees, lacking heating is untenable. Therefore, your mission is of utmost importance. Old Kong assured loudly. We will ensure the task is completed. Liu Xu waved goodbye and, accompanied by a group of soldiers, boarded a train bound for the south, heading towards the interior. Initially, his mood was buoyant, having accomplished such a significant task. Liu Xu believed that even if he couldn't secure weaponry and supplies later, the situation would not be as dire as before. However, as the train continued its journey southward, his spirits began to weigh heavily. Looking out the window of the train, he gazed across the vast, flat plains, and to his dismay, not a single tree was in sight. The distant rolling mountains mirrored this desolation, leaving Liu Xu feeling a profound chill. His home was in the north, and throughout his memories, towering trees had always been present, no matter where he went. It seemed that during this period, trees only thrived in the deep mountains. Suddenly, Liu Xu recalled a report he had read, stating that the trees in northern China had begun to diminish sharply since the late Tang dynasty, and by the Song dynasty, the landscape had transformed drastically. This was primarily due to the ancient reliance on trees for every aspect of life, building homes, heating, cooking, and crafting furniture and carts, without any awareness of a need to replant. Liu Xu felt compelled to take action regarding this situation. He needed to devise a proper plan upon his return. After nearly 2 days of travel, he arrived back in Binhai City. A squad of soldiers accompanied him until they confirmed his safety before departing, while Liu Xu quietly returned to his primary dimension. Upon arriving at his villa, he felt a complete sense of relaxation wash over him, only to be surprised to find Chun Luha at home. "Darling, you're here," he exclaimed. "Little Sue, you're back. You heartless person, you didn't answer your phone. I thought you didn't want me anymore. How could that be? I told you I was going abroad. The matter isn't resolved yet. I'll have to go out again in a couple of days." Upon returning, there was yet another departure on the horizon. Just how many days would this entail? Perhaps 3 to 5, or maybe even 10. Very well. I've lost the desire to cook. Let us dine out instead, he suggested. Seizing the rare opportunity for such leisure, Liu Xu readily agreed. However, as they stepped outside, they found themselves momentarily at a loss. It appeared that Liu Xu, engrossed in his busy life, had neglected to procure a vehicle for their convenience, which rendered the situation somewhat awkward. "Oh, dear wife, should we perhaps consider purchasing a car first?" he proposed with a hint of embarrassment. I hadn't thought to ask, but you still haven't bought a car?" She replied, incredulous. Haven't you been preoccupied? Indeed, their residence in the villa district was somewhat remote from the city center, making it challenging to hail a taxi. Little he gazed at Liu Xu in frustration, her irritation mounting as she tossed her bag in his direction. How do you manage your commute home? You prepare the meals. Dear wife, please don't be upset. Why don't we go buy a car now, since we have the time? Liu Xu rushed to console his girlfriend, recognizing his own desire for her company. Chen Luha considered the idea. After all, there were numerous car dealerships nearby, representing nearly every major brand. Unable to secure a taxi, they leisurely strolled, treating it as a pleasant walk. They passed by the sales office where Xiaohe worked, though she showed no inclination to enter, and Liu Xu respected her decision. Nevertheless, Liu Xu sensed a tinge of discontent in Xiaohe, yet he chose not to dwell on it. As they chatted and ambled along, they soon spotted an impressive car dealership, its grand glass facade towering 3 stories high. Liu Xu paid little heed and stepped inside, while Xiaohe, despite her excitement at experiencing the car buying process, remained primarily focused on Liu Xu. Upon entering, a staff member approached them. It was then they realized this establishment specialized in Rolls-Royce and Bentley vehicles. Xiaohe instinctively reached for Liu Xu's arm, as if to assert her claim on him. Good day, sir. Are you here to select a vehicle? Yes, indeed. Could you provide me with some information? Liu Xu responded. The staff member, accustomed to various clients, welcomed them without hesitation, recognizing that even media representatives often posed as customers for promotional purposes. Would you prefer to view a Rolls-Royce or a Bentley? Let us opt for Bentley. The Rolls-Royce seems a bit ostentatious, Xiaohe interjected, stepping closer to Liu Xu as if to affirm her presence. The trio then proceeded to the Bentley display area. This is the new Bentley Flying Spur, available immediately, the staff member announced. Very well, I'll take it. Let us proceed with the payment and paperwork, Liu Xu declared decisively. His current occupation revolved around purchasing items, and he found himself rather impatient with the process. As long as he found something appealing, he would promptly make a decision, especially since he had a system that ensured the absence of defects in any industrial product. This unexpected turn left the sales representative utterly bewildered. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she stammered, but sir, you're making the decision just like that? Xiaohe, standing beside him, gave him a discreet pinch and remarked, who shops like this? Even when buying cabbage, one would inspect for wormholes. If you can find a single wormhole in this car, I'll eat it, he retorted with a laugh. Ha ha, sir, you're truly amusing. Please, you and your wife, come with me to our reception room. The salesperson, now recovering from her initial shock and overwhelmed by delight, eagerly invited them. After signing a stack of documents, Liu Xu swiped his card without hesitation, paying the full amount in one go. The dealership even offered a special arrangement to secure the license plate on the same day. Thus, the couple ended up enjoying a complimentary meal at the showroom. See, my dear, not only did we buy a car, but we also got a free meal out of it. Saves us the trouble of hailing a cab to find food. Liu Xu zimak chefolin. Xiaohe, though still buzzing with excitement, couldn't help but roll her eyes at his remark. Chapter 47. Acquiring unsold cabbage while awaiting his license plate. Liu Xu inadvertently stumbled upon a video that captivated his attention. This year, the bountiful harvest of cabbages in the Central Plains and Qilu regions led to excessive surpluses, with prices plummeting to mere pennies per pound. Many large-scale farmers found themselves in dire straits, having toiled for half a year only to see their efforts yield no returns. Liu Xu witnessed in the video the profound reverence that people of that era held towards their possessions, an earnestness that resonated deeply within him. Numerous scenes brought tears to his eyes, and those who had not experienced such hardships could scarcely fathom the depth of that sorrow. He saw farmers weeping in the fields and felt compelled to take action. Without hesitation, he reached for his phone and called Faping. Mr. Sure, I need you to mobilize all available staff to the Central Plains and Qilu provinces to acquire cabbages. The purchase price should be based on last year's highest rate. Inform all employees that they must not engage in price manipulation. Anyone attempting to profit privately should understand that they will face a lifetime in prison. Understood. You might consider drafting a proposal to establish a dedicated agricultural procurement department within the company, tasked with the ongoing acquisition of unsold agricultural products from across the nation. Design a reasonable process that mandates direct purchases from the farmers at the source. Local government assistance could be sought, and a shared oversight account could be established, with procurement personnel rotating annually. Mr. Liu, what are you suggesting? I came across news of the unsold cabbages, and I have channels through which they can be sold. You need not concern yourself with that. Someone will reach out to you later. Just focus on the acquisitions. I anticipate a significant volume, so proceed without worrying about costs. Understood. Liu Xu suddenly remembered that he should also procure additional grains and vegetables. The last shipment to the northeast primarily consisted of self-heating meals and compressed biscuits, which are not suitable for daily consumption. Such military rations are intended for situations where cooking is impossible on the front lines. It seems he must expedite the establishment of an international procurement channel. As Liu Xu pondered these matters, a sales representative approached, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Mr. Liu, my name is Wang, the manager of this establishment. All the paperwork for your vehicle has been completed, and the temporary license plate is inside the car. You may take your vehicle now. Is that so? That's wonderful. Liu Xu was pleasantly surprised by the efficiency of the service. He had expected to wait for most of the day. Dear, let us go. Having obtained his driver's license during his university years, Liu Xu was certainly capable of driving his new car. Once they were on the road, he intended to visit his company to arrange for the necessary procurements. Are you going to work this afternoon? Why not accompany me to the company? He asked. Never mind, I'd rather not go. Please take me back. I have to work this afternoon. Chen Luha had always hesitated to integrate into Liu Xu's social circle, plagued by a lack of security due to the absence of a solid emotional foundation. She feared the judgment of others. Even now, she felt reluctant to go to work, often seeking refuge at home whenever possible. She contemplated changing jobs to escape the occasional scrutiny at her current workplace. These matters cannot yet be explained to Liu Xu, as this freshly graduated youth possesses little experience in society and will not grasp the significance of the situation. Very well, I must attend to the arrangements for the procurement of supplies at the company. Liu Xu then escorted Chen Luha back before driving himself to the office. Mr. Shi, how has procurement been during this time? I trust there have been no issues? Boss, there haven't been any problems per se, but I feel that the quantity of agricultural tools we are procuring is increasing significantly. I'm not entirely aware of your market, so perhaps we should consider acquiring 2 factories? Agricultural tools? What items are included? Let me see the list. Please hold on. I will have the secretary retrieve it. Upon receiving the list, Liu Xu was taken aback. He had indeed overlooked this information. Wait, what on earth is all this? Hoes, plows, rakes, shovels, sickles, pickaxes, trowels. The more he examined, the more overwhelmed he became. How had he brought back such items to the supply and marketing cooperative? Many of them he had never even heard of before. Flipping through the list further, he discovered it contained more than just agricultural tools. Saws, astonishingly categorized into several types. 2-person saws, hand saws, crosscut saws, wire saws. Planes, long planes, group planes, line planes, corner planes. Mr. Liu, the previous procurement quantity was only a few thousand of each type. Yet the list you provided this time has minimums exceeding 30,000, with some exceeding 100,000. That's why I thought we might consider investing in our own factory. The technical requirements for these items are quite low, and mass production would not incur high costs. Liu Xu contemplated this. Now that his financial issues were resolved, there was no need to scrimp on such matters, especially since his funds had come too easily, sourced from the international financial market. Mr. Shi, let's forego that idea. It's not worth it. We should simply focus on earning trading profits. However, Mr. Shi, it is imperative that you ensure the quality of these materials. If the quality is subpar, they absolutely cannot enter our procurement list. Otherwise, we risk losing clients and incurring compensation. Rest assured, we will hold ourselves accountable for all procurements. Should any issues arise, we will pursue responsibility. This is a long-standing practice of the company. Liu Xu nodded in agreement and subsequently left the new procurement list with Shi Feiping. He felt compelled to venture abroad soon to finalize arrangements with foreign trading companies. In future procurements, He aimed to collaborate with foreign firms to facilitate normal customs clearance for exports, thus avoiding drawing attention domestically. As he walked back, he communicated with the system in his mind. Xiaoxing, it seems I must travel abroad post-haste. Do you have any solutions? Ding. Master, I can issue an invitation letter under the name of a foreign company, which would greatly simplify the visa process. However, you will still need to handle your passport personally. Oh, I see. I shall take care of that tomorrow. In the evening, Liu Xu felt that his haphazard approach was far from satisfactory. He realized that a well-structured plan was essential. Otherwise, not only would he exhaust himself, but he would also fail to offer substantial assistance to the 50 nations. However, whom could he possibly consult about such matters? It would be absurd to confide in someone that he could traverse to the 1950s. Surely, they would regard him as a fool. Unable to devise a solution, Liu Xu turned to the internet, where after considerable searching, he concluded that the most effective method was to seek advice from others. Recognizing his own limitations, he decided to invest in this inquiry by posting on a prominent paid question-and-answer platform, offering a reward of 500,000. Upon reflection, he deemed this sum insufficient to attract the attention of experts, and thus revised the amount to 1 million. Liu Xu framed his question under the guise of writing a novel, positing a scenario where a modern individual could freely navigate between the 1950s and the present. Carrying substantial resources, he sought guidance on how to maximize assistance to the nation for rapid development, taking into account various factors and providing a detailed plan. After submitting his question, Liu Xu was disheartened to discover that the platform required payment up front. Observing that others typically offered amounts around 1 or 2,000, with only a few exceeding 10,000, he pondered whether he had set the reward too high. After scrutinizing the platform's rules, he learned that the funds would be deposited into the platform's account, to be disbursed only upon his confirmation. This arrangement was acceptable to him, and he promptly transferred 1 million to the platform. Chapter 48. Liu Xu's morning encounter with assassination. After the assassination attempt, Liu Xu ceased to be concerned about the matter. Following 2 sessions of exercise with classmate Xiao he surrendered to slumber. The next day, Liu Xu returned home briefly to attend to his passport, now awaiting the system's arrangement for an invitation letter from a foreign company. Over the past few nights, he had been diligently monitoring the queries he had raised. Perhaps it was due to the exorbitant sums involved that few had provided substantial answers. Most responses revolved around the substantial relocation of machinery production lines to the 50th dimension, justified by the 156 factories aided by the Russian initiative. However, Liu Xu found this somewhat dubious, for from his personal experience in that realm, developing a comprehensive industrial system could not merely be achieved by constructing a couple of hundred factories. Yet, one particular netizen, known as Chunyan Laojiu, presented a viewpoint that resonated with Liu Xu. This individual's proposal emphasized the necessity to commence with agricultural development while simultaneously advancing literacy campaigns, thereby establishing foundational and material industries. The rationale was that the agricultural productivity in the early days of nation-building was alarmingly low, compounded by successive years of flooding disasters. If an immediate influx of labor into industrial sectors were to occur, it would inevitably detract from the already meager grain output. The suggestion to construct numerous reservoirs to enhance the proportion of irrigated land, then at a mere 19.6, was particularly compelling. The significance of these reservoirs extended beyond agriculture, playing a crucial role in flood regulation during the rainy season and facilitating the construction of numerous hydroelectric power stations. The more Liu Xu contemplated this perspective, the more he found it to be sound. However, the netizen's insights were rather sparse, prompting Liu Xu to contact him via the platform for further discussion. It turned out that this individual was a researcher at the Academy of Social Sciences who had stumbled upon the question and found it intriguing, responding without any expectations. With a few days remaining before his departure abroad, Liu Xu resolved to make another trip to the 50th dimension to deliver additional supplies. This time, he had a considerable amount to bring, as the second batch of goods from Wu Bangji had arrived in full. Liu Xu returned to the office in the 50th dimension before dawn, placing the inventory list of the materials he had brought back on the desk. After attending to some documents, he felt a pang of hunger and decided to head towards the cafeteria of the construction company. Upon his arrival, He found that patrons were already trickling into the dining area. As he entered, the greetings of his colleagues filled the air. "Good morning, Mr. Liu." "Hello, Mr. Liu." Liu Xu reciprocated their friendly salutations with a warm smile, replying, Good morning." However, upon surveying the offerings through the glass window, he could not help but furrow his brow. The selection was rather meager, merely 2 coarse buns and a paltry assortment of shredded cabbage dressed with a sprinkle of salt, accompanied by a thin millet porridge that barely reflected its surroundings. Liu Xu did not possess particularly high expectations regarding food, yet this was undeniably too sparse. Although to them, this fare might seem adequate, it starkly contrasted with the prevailing standards of the era. Moreover, Liu Xu discovered that although the canteen had only recently commenced operations, it had never undergone a thorough cleaning. The corners behind the stainless steel stove were littered with refuse. Liu Xu waved to someone in the kitchen, inquiring about who was currently responsible for its management. At present, only the instructor remained, as Kong Tuan and political commissar Li had both departed for the northeast. Liu Xu casually collected a meal and retreated to a corner to eat. Yet his mind was preoccupied with the thought that he would need to take charge of the canteen himself. It seemed that people of this era hesitated to indulge in available provisions, which he deemed the crux of the matter. Upon finishing his meal, Liu Xu did not return to the office, but contemplated the necessity of acquiring substantial land for construction. He decided to inspect the site. Although he could bring architectural designs from his primary dimension, it was essential to familiarize himself with the local terrain. Exiting the architectural firm, he headed east, where a temporary compound stood, housing several materials he had transported from the future. The previous evening, upon arrival, all supplies had been stored in the warehouse, rendering his personal oversight unnecessary, primarily thanks to the system's efficiency. Liu Xu gazed with interest at his current achievements, albeit recognizing it as merely a beginning. Unbeknownst to him, since his emergence, someone had been watching him, a spy intent on infiltrating his company. This individual, known as Wang Shiji, colloquially referred to as Wang Ermatzi due to his acne-ridden visage, had been diligently attempting to spot Liu Xu for over half a month, but had yet to succeed. He had taken to monitoring the area with 2 accomplices, planning to rise early that day, but a bout of stomach trouble had delayed him. Despite the frigid weather, he had initially wished to sleep longer, yet the insistence of his superior compelled him to don his coat and venture out. Upon first sighting Liu Xu, he felt a surge of elation, but a quick pat-down revealed a grave oversight. His firearm was left behind in his haste. The current circumstances necessitated caution, and he dared not carry it openly. Thus, he hurriedly returned home. Meanwhile, Liu Xu continued his walk eastward along Tai'erzhuang Road, alongside the Haihe River. This area lay outside the city limits, with the riverbanks comprised of soil. Liu Xu mused that inland waterway transport remained quite prevalent and needed to be leveraged. He considered deepening and widening the area to construct a large cargo dock. The existing one was inadequate. As he walked, his thoughts turned to his plans, which would require considerable space for around 40 shopping centers, as well as corresponding warehouses, office buildings, and residential quarters. However, he felt a twinge of concern regarding the uneven terrain, with numerous small ditches and waterlogged areas, and arable land was scarce. The situation deteriorated further the deeper he ventured, but fortunately, the cold weather had frozen the water. He observed local villagers rising early to gather firewood and construction company staff jogging in the morning chill. But he paid them little mind. It was precisely this lack of attention that allowed Wang Ermatzi and his 2 associates to encircle him from 2 directions. Liu Xu noticed their presence, but chose to remain indifferent. As Liu Xu pondered with his head bowed, a sudden alert from the system interrupted him. Ding. Master, danger detected. Please evade promptly. Liu Xu was momentarily taken aback, feeling a rush of anxiety, for he had never encountered such a situation before. Xiaoxing. From where does the danger originate? Where should I seek refuge? The system responded, Ding. Master, hostile individuals detected approaching from behind, with a hostility level of 80. To the left front, there are 2 individuals. One possesses a hostility level of 100, while the other stands at 60. A Mauser 1900 has been detected on the hostile party, primed and ready to fire. Liu Xu quickly glanced around, sensing that both groups were approximately 100 meters away. Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted in the opposite direction. At that moment, Wang Ermatzi realized their cover was blown and shouted, "Quick, pursue him! Don't let him escape!" Hearing the shout, Liu Xu felt a surge of terror and dared not look back. Ignoring the icy ground beneath him, he spotted a low-lying frozen pond and leaped into it, reasoning that being lower would be safer than standing exposed to gunfire. As he fled, Wang Ermatzi, seeing Liu Xu intermittently appear and disappear, grew increasingly anxious. He drew his pistol, and, when Liu Xu re-emerged, he fired. The sound of gunfire sent Liu Xu's heart racing, and he could distinctly hear the bullets striking the ground beside him. Chapter 49. Liu Xu's first kill in a moment of panic. Liu Xu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder, as if someone had forcefully shoved him, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. A notification chimed. Detection of gunfire encountered. Energy consumption, 0.001 to mitigate 90 of the kinetic energy. Please initiate your return to the main dimension immediately. Liu Xu's eyes brightened. Of course. I was so startled, I completely lost my senses. There is no time to waste. I must return. Thus, while still in a prone position, Liu Xu vanished from the spot. When Wang Ermatzi and his companions arrived, breathless from their hurried run, they found Liu Xu had disappeared without a trace. Quick, spread out and search. We fired several shots. Surely someone will come looking for us soon. Meanwhile, those left behind at the construction company also heard the gunfire. Instructor Liu Xu was en route to the cafeteria when he overheard the commotion. Where is that gunfire coming from? He inquired, but passers-by merely shook their heads, perplexed. How could there be gunfire now? Is it possible the police are apprehending spies? Spies? Two among them exchanged worried glances. This is bad. I saw Mr. Liu head east just moments ago. Could he be in danger? What are we waiting for? Notify everyone. We must head there at once. No one understood better than they did the significance of Liu Xu's presence. The group hastily ran towards the direction of the gunfire. Upon returning to his villa, Liu Xu rubbed his shoulder. Although only 10 of his kinetic energy remained, it felt akin to being struck by a stone thrown with force from 10 meters away, quite painful indeed. Another notification chimed. Master, with your current level of mental fortitude, you possess the ability to resist handgun bullets. You can initiate active defense. What? Xiaoxing, you mischievous entity. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You always wait until I'm in a frenzy before revealing there's a solution. Master, this system operates on a trigger-based mechanism. Xiaoxing, shouldn't you provide an overview of my other abilities? I'd rather not feel like a fool, possessing powers yet unaware of how to wield them. Master, as the system's energy increases, your physical form will gradually strengthen. Currently, your physique surpasses that of 80 of Earth's populace, and your mental prowess is significantly greater than that of all humanity. The strength of your mental fortitude can be augmented through training. Upon hearing this, Liu Xu felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, he had experienced enhancements to his mental strength while in the Northeast. Shall I give it a try? With renewed determination, Liu Xu focused his mental energy on a glass teacup resting on the coffee table. As he envisioned lifting it, the teacup launched into the air like a cannonball, smashing against the ceiling and shattering into countless shards, prompting him to instinctively shield his head. This isn't working. It's too light. I lost control. He then directed his mental energy to another teacup, applying a delicate touch to gradually lift it. Unbeknownst to him, he spent the entire morning engrossed in this newfound ability, delighting in the realization that he had transformed into something akin to a superhero, endowed with extraordinary powers. Ultimately, he discovered that he could lift objects weighing up to 40 kilograms with full concentration, and his awareness could encompass a radius of 1 kilometer. However, by condensing his mental energy into a fine thread, he could probe distances of up to 5 kilometers. This brought him immense joy. Henceforth, he would no longer live in fear and would avoid such disgraceful incidents. Contemplating the substantial impact of his mental strength, equivalent to 80 pounds, when directed towards an individual, he recognized its potential efficacy. Liu Xu was perplexed, unable to comprehend who he had offended to incur such profound enmity, which seemingly aimed to bring about his demise. His countenance darkened, transforming into an ominous visage. Liu Xu mentally reviewed his interactions, realizing he had not specifically wronged anyone, suspecting instead that it was the work of hostile agents. Damn be it, I had yet to attend to you, yet you dare provoke me. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Thus, he retrieved his phone and dialed Sherfapen. Mr. Sher, I need you to assist me with a task. Please arrange for someone to gather detailed information regarding the list of enemies from the 1950s. The more comprehensive, the better. Huh? Mr. Liu, why do you require this? For detailed information, we can only consult the National Archives. That's acceptable. Spending a little money is of no consequence. Please expedite the process. Just as Liu Xu was about to immerse himself in the 1950s, he received a call notifying him that his visa had been approved. Liu Xu had been anticipating this news for days. He decided to head abroad first to establish import-export channels, which was crucial at this juncture. Xing, please make the arrangements. Where shall we go first? Ding. Master, your visa has been issued by the football nation. We can only travel there. Very well. Coordinate with the local staff. We shall depart today. 2 hours later, Liu Xu was seated on the plane. Before boarding, he scanned the aircraft thoroughly, wishing to avoid any unfortunate incidents. To his dismay, the flight duration was excessively long, requiring 30 hours with a layover in Europe. There was no alternative. He could not transit through an unfamiliar world. Finally, on the following evening, he arrived at the Robim Airport in Rio de Janeiro. Upon exiting, his good mood was once again marred. Since the flight had originated from his homeland, there were many Chinese passengers, and the inspection was conducted by an overweight black woman. Liu Xu noticed that she scrutinized the Chinese passengers with particular rigor, whereas others were generally allowed to pass with minimal checks. This irked him. Consequently, after more than half an hour, only 4 or 5 individuals had cleared the inspection. Sure enough, it was not long before a young Chinese girl found herself subjected to her unreasonable demands. Thanks to the system's provision of comprehensive language skills, Liu Xu easily understood their conversation. The young girl's suitcase was filled with snacks, a significant portion consisting of spicy chicken feet. I cannot allow this. How can you bring such disgusting items into our country? The young girl, responding fluently in Portuguese, retorted, This is not my first time bringing them. I've had no issues before. On what grounds do you say I cannot bring them? Furthermore, which regulation prohibits snacks? Oh, Kona, what a lowly culture, consuming animal entrails. The young girl was evidently incensed by the remark, her voice rising in volume as her agitation intensified. You must apologize, or I shall file a complaint. The entire queue of Chinese patrons began to express their discontent vocally. Liu Xu, initially reluctant to involve himself in this matter, found himself provoked by the words of the corpulent man. Upon hearing the commotion, several airport security personnel rushed over, batons drawn. At that moment, Liu Xu's expression darkened as he focused his mental energy on the hefty individual, channeling a fragment of his power into the man's heart, constricting the 3 primary blood vessels. The man suddenly collapsed, frothing at the mouth, his legs convulsing for a brief moment before lying still. Liu Xu felt no sympathy whatsoever. To his astonishment, the approaching security guards began to swing their batons at the crowd. The sudden turn of events caused the young girl to shriek in terror. Liu Xu, no longer holding back, directed his mental prowess into the bodies of the security personnel, replicating his earlier actions. They too fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Meanwhile, a lone white inspector, who had been watching the unfolding chaos with a mocking gaze, was rendered speechless within a minute. It seemed he suddenly recalled something, trembling as he pressed a button beneath him, causing the entire arrival area to erupt with alarm bells. Liu Xu felt a swell of frustration. He had intended to resolve the situation swiftly, but it was evidently escalating into a far more serious predicament. Chapter 50. Modern International Layout. Liu Xu had no intention of taking a life. He merely sought to administer a measure of punishment. However, lacking any medical knowledge, he could only proceed with a reckless approach. The blaring of the alarm summoned a throng of security personnel. Upon seeing their intimidating demeanor, Liu Xu's anger flared. For each of them brandished firearms, their muzzles directed toward the travelers present. Although the system assured him of protection against handgun bullets, these are no mere pistols. Several were assault rifles. Cursing under his breath, Liu Xu resolved to incapacitate them all, unwilling to surrender his life to their whims. The shrill sound of the alarm grating on his nerves. He scanned the vicinity with his mental prowess and promptly severed the wires of the alarm speaker. At that moment, the remaining inspector trembled as he witnessed the security personnel collapsing one after another, realizing that even those stationed outside were succumbing to the same fate. Suddenly, the alarm fell silent, and despite his frantic attempts to reactivate it, his efforts proved futile. Panic surged within him. He had no desire to meet his demise, blaming it all on that wretched, foolish woman. This must be a curse, a powerful Eastern curse, he mused. You all may leave now. No further checks are necessary. The travelers, already impatient, were even less inclined to linger in the midst of such chaos. Only the young girl who had been subjected to the inspection began to gather her belongings, placing each item back into her bag. Liu Xu approached her, offering assistance. "Let me help you," he said, collecting the scattered snacks and placing them in her bag, accompanying her as they exited the terminal. Once back, she should contact the embassy at the earliest opportunity. He sensed that this matter was far from over. As she was the primary target, their attention would likely be focused on her. "Thank you. I will be cautious," she replied gratefully. Liu Xu waved his hand dismissively and departed. The system, Xiaoxing, had already secured a hotel for him, and he hailed a cab that took him to the seaside Marriott. The following day, a middle-aged Caucasian man named Lucas approached him. He was a staff member recruited locally by the system. Liu Xu had established 3 trading companies in South America, primarily tasked with procuring agricultural products from the region. Liu, you're quite young. Currently, we have completed about a third of the procurement tasks, but the bagging process is quite cumbersome. Do you know why the headquarters insists on bagging? Shipping in bulk will be so much simpler. Lucas, that is the client's requirement, including specifications for the bag materials and printing, Liu Xu explained. I understand now. If it weren't for the slow supply of burlap sacks from Southeast Asia, these tasks would have been completed long ago. Before long, the two arrived at a warehouse district not far from the port. Lucas, the headquarters will be dispatching these goods in the next few days. As they surveyed the warehouse filled with burlap sacks containing corn, soybeans, and sorghum, Liu Xu felt a surge of joy. He scanned the interconnected 4 warehouses mentally. 2 were already full, while in another, several workers were diligently bagging the remaining products. Lucas, splendid news. The headquarters plans to allocate the entire corn procurement to you, amounting to nearly 10 million tons annually. Oh, is it truly that much? Here, we only handle a little over 140,000 tons. What about the rest? I am quite uncertain regarding the others. However, fret not. As soon as you complete your previous procurement project, the next one will arrive in your inbox. Very well then. After Liu Xu instructed the system to retain the spatio-temporal coordinates, he contemplated his departure. His next destination was Argentina, where a trading company primarily procured meat products. Ding! Master, your information has been blocked by the official authorities of the football nation, and you are currently unable to book a flight. What? Unbeknownst to Liu Xu, following their exit from the airport the previous day, the entire airport had been sealed off. The airport staff, roused from their slumber, hastily arrived at the scene, only to discover the gravity of the situation. With so many lives lost, they were utterly powerless to act. The first course of action was to summon the police, and the outcome was predictable. They could not ascertain the cause. The coroner provided a singular conclusion. All individuals had perished instantaneously from myocardial infarction. Yet it seemed implausible, as surveillance footage, reviewed until dawn, failed to clarify the events. Ultimately, all passenger information for that flight was sealed and departure was prohibited. Although Liu Xu was irate, he preferred not to escalate the matter further, as he had several other countries to visit. He hardly had the time to engage in their antics. Xiaoxing, is there any solution? Ding! Master, I can modify your information to lift the block. Huh, splendid. Let's commence. I thought I might have to resort to smuggling this time. By noon, Liu Xu successfully boarded a flight to Argentina and disembarked in the capital 3 hours later. Upon exiting the airport, a representative from the local trading company was there to greet him. This trading company was relatively large, a reflection of its nature. Liu Xu perceived that individuals in the 1950s were severely deficient in fat intake, necessitating substantial exports to effect change, as smaller quantities would be inadequate. As for why not procure domestically, must this question even be posed? With a population of 1 billion food enthusiasts, domestic consumption alone is insufficient. If they were to increase their intake significantly, prices would skyrocket. Moreover, Liu Xu was particularly interested in the offal from pigs, cows, and sheep available here. It is noteworthy that Westerners typically do not consume animal entrails, rendering them exceedingly inexpensive abroad. Locally, however, these items can be more costly than the meat itself. Presently, Liu Xu could acquire them with minimal profit margin. In this nation, there exists another trading company tasked with procuring finished grains and oils, such as flour, rice, refined cornmeal, soybean oil, corn oil, and sunflower oil. During this period, Liu Xu has been engaged in these activities across the United States, Canada, Australia, and subsequently traveled to several Southeast Asian nations. The system has been strategically expanding, establishing over 40 new trading companies. Similar products may be procured by multiple companies simultaneously, thus distributing the allocated quantities more modestly. According to the demand from the 50 sectors, the absence of certain companies would be conspicuous, especially since these enterprises are distributed across various countries worldwide. Even if someone were to notice, tracing them would prove futile. Today, Liu Xu arrived in Africa, where several companies are situated in different nations. The second-hand vehicles and machinery will initially be shipped from the domestic warehouses to here, as this aligns with conventional logic. Moreover, an essential factor is the procurement of weaponry. Although other nations could suffice, Liu Xu's intent to acquire antiquated weaponry from the World War II era renders other regions unsuitable. The quantity he intends to procure is indeed substantial. The system, Shaoxing, has already identified representatives in Africa for the sale of weapons. What remains is to secure an identity capable of facilitating these purchases. Thus, he turned his attention to Nigeria, a country notoriously known for its lack of credibility. Essentially, it is a place where money reigns supreme. This simplifies matters. As the adage states, if it can be resolved with money, it is not a problem. Liu Xu made his way directly to the presidential office. Upon arriving, he first scanned the entire premises and then extended his mental prowess throughout the area. Moments later, everyone, except for the president, succumbed to unconsciousness. Liu Xu strode confidently into the room, and upon meeting the president, he nonchalantly presented a check for $5 million, stating that this was merely the first half, with the remainder contingent upon the successful completion of their dealings. Chapter 51. Modern arms procurement. The president initially presumed that Liu Xu had bribed individuals within his circle to gain entry. However, upon realizing that he was the only one lucid in the entire presidential office, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. 2 hours later, Xiao Su met with the Minister of Defense at a hotel, presenting a set of documents from a trading company, and personally made a call to the domestic sales representative station here. Liu Xu, understanding the circumstances, graciously offered 2 checks, informing the minister that one of them was from his own account. With the endorsement of a nation, Liu Xu felt emboldened and directly instructed Shaoxing to dial the representative's number. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am the head of Tuafizi Company. At the invitation of several countries, I wish to procure some weaponry from the domestic market. What would be a convenient time for you?" With the backing in place, the sales representative, without suspicion, promptly replied, "I am available at any time." Liu Xu pondered briefly. Since the items he desired would likely need to be dispatched from the homeland, he decided it was best to return. After all, he had been away for nearly 10 days, and it was time to make his presence felt again. All the warehouses around the globe had been equipped with temporal coordinates, and the mission was accomplished. Thus, remaining abroad served no further purpose. 3 days later, in the capital, Liu Xu followed the address provided by Zhou Ruhua and discovered that the company was named Xian Import and Export Company. Upon entering, he learned that this was a subsidiary of the General Logistics Department, which eased his concerns and assured him that his needs would be met. "Hello, Liu Xu. I am Dong Tianbang, the sales manager at Xian. This is our secretary, Li Shuwen. Manager Dong, I appreciate your assistance. The items I require are somewhat unique, so I believe it would be better to discuss them in our homeland." "Oh, is there something special? Do you need custom orders? That could be arranged." No, you misunderstand. I have prepared a list for your review," Liu Xu replied, retrieving a meticulously drafted catalog from his bag. 1000000 Type 54 pistols, 500. 000 Type 81 rifles, 200. 000 Type 81 light machine guns, 100. 000 Type 79 semi-automatic sniper rifles, 100. 000 Type 87 grenade launchers, 100. 000 Type 69 40mm rocket launchers, 50. 000 Type 78 82mm recoilless rifles, 20. 000 Type 93 60mm mortars, 20. 000 Type 87 82mm mortars, 10. 000 Type 89 100mm mortars, 20. 000 Type 63 107 rocket launchers, 2. 000 Type 81 122mm rocket launchers, 1. 000 Type 66 152mm howitzers, 1. 000 Type 95 4x25mm self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, 1. 000 Hongqi, 2 surface-to-air missiles, 100 guidance stations, 600 launchers, 10. 000 Vanguard, 2 individual anti-missile systems, 500 YJ, 12 shipborne anti-ship missiles, 50 launch vehicles. As the two individuals examined the list, their mouths gaped wider in astonishment. They exchanged glances, then scrutinized the document even more closely. What they first noticed was the staggering quantity, which nearly left them in shock. Mr. Liu, this amount is no laughing matter. Why would you require such a vast quantity? Manager Dong, how could I possibly jest? As they glanced at the various weapon names listed, they felt as if Mr. Liu was mocking them, who still desired these relics of the past. Turning to the next page revealed 7. 62mm 25mm pistol cartridges, 1 billion rounds, 7. 62mm 39mm rifle cartridges, 2 billion rounds, 7. 62mm 54mm machine gun rounds, 100 million rounds, Type 67 wooden hand grenades, 100 million units. Gosh, Mr. Liu, are you serious? Of course, I will pay in cash, Liu Xu replied with unwavering confidence. Please hold on. This matter is beyond my authority. I must report to higher-ups before making a decision. Liu Xu waited for over an hour until Manager Dong entered with 2 individuals clad in military uniforms. Mr. Liu, allow me to introduce you to General Wu from our General Logistics Department and his aide, Major Liu. Upon noticing the 2 golden stars on the general's shoulder, Liu Xu did not dare to be negligent. He promptly stood up and shook hands with them, saying, General Wu, I apologize for the trouble. Haha, Mr. Liu, you are quite young, truly formidable, being able to handle a nation's arms importation. We will review your order in the upcoming meeting, and it is indeed possible to sell to you. However, gathering such a large quantity might pose a challenge. I can also accept second-hand items, provided they are complete and functional. Hearing this, Liu Xu quickly interjected, regardless, my system possesses a refurbishment feature. Once it reaches 50 units, everything will be renewed, so they will all be like new. The general's eyes lit up at Liu Xu's words. Excellent. Let us discuss the pricing. The 54 pistol is 120,000 RMB. The Type 81 rifle, 2 million renminbi. As the general recited prices and wrote them down, Liu Xu felt alarmed. At this rate, the Type 81 rifle alone would cost 1 billion renminbi. Although he had some funds and could easily acquire more, he was wary of allowing the system to recklessly amass wealth in the international market. Stop, stop, stop. General Wu, your prices are rather exorbitant. These are decommissioned items, and you still wish to charge me such high prices? And in RMB? This might be based on international standard pricing. I haven't inflated the figures. General, I am aware that in Dala Village, an AK-47 costs merely 100,000 RMB. In other places, it's only about 300,000 to 400,000 RMB. Please offer me a more reasonable price. Listen, Liu, you cannot compare workshop items with those from our major factories. They are fundamentally different. General, I believe that if I were to go to the Bear Territory, it would surely be much cheaper. All right then, propose a price, and let us find a middle ground. If I find it acceptable, we shall finalize the deal. 54 pistol at 100,000, Type 81 rifle at 800,000, and the currency is RMB. You have cut directly to the soul, rather than merely having it. I require a substantial quantity. This is just the beginning. And there are significant arms acquisitions yet to come. Very well, that amounts to 500 million. By the way, do you sell the blueprints and production lines for these two types of weaponry? The production lines? The 54 pistol and the Type 81 rifle? They are for sale? Let's do this. Add 50 million, and we will ensure comprehensive delivery and training. 20 million. 30 million. Deal. Liu Xu sighed, considering it a contribution to national defense. Despite Liu Xu's significant concession, everyone was elated. These were burdensome assets that had been mothballed, costing astronomical sums merely for maintenance each year. As long as there was payment, it was a profit. He had already devised a plan. The first to be delivered would undoubtedly be the decommissioned replacements, those that had been produced and subsequently stored. Light machine guns, 1,000. Rifle ammunition, 5 million. Semi-automatic sniper rifles, 1,500. Machine gun ammunition, 7 million. Wooden hand grenades, 5. Grenade launchers, 500. 35 mm grenades, 1. Nolla. Neljäkymmentä rocket launchers, 15. Nolla. Rockets, 7. 500. 82 recoilless rifles, 20. Nolla. Shells, 500. 60 mortars, 8. Nolla. Shells, 500. 82 mortars, 10. Nolla. Shells, 800. 100 mm mortars, 20,000. Shells, 200. 107 multiple rocket launchers, 35,000. Rockets, 700. 122 mm 42 rocket launchers, 350,000. Rockets, 52. 500. 152 mm howitzers, 800,000. Shells, 35,000. Type 95 4-barrel 25 mm self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, 3. 5 million. 25 mm shells, 200. Hongqi, 2 surface-to-air missiles, 4. 2 million, including guidance stations and launchers. Vanguard, 2 individual anti-tank missiles, 700,000. Ingji, 12 vehicle-mounted anti-ship missiles, 21 million, including launch vehicles. Liu Xu spent an entire day negotiating to finalize the prices. As dusk approached, General Wu graciously invited Liu Xu to a meal. Given that the quantities and unit prices had only just been confirmed, the total amount remained to be calculated. Chapter 52. The first military purchase agreement reached with matters unresolved, none felt inclined to dine. After a brief meal, they rose and returned. At this point, Major Liu had already compiled the total figures. General Liu, please take a look. This is the freshly compiled data. Thank you. Major Liu, what is the total? 847 billion? That amounts to 116 billion in gold. That's simply one T-do, General Wu. You cannot exploit my youth so brazenly. With that sum, I could procure double the amount from the Russians. Now hold on, little Liu. The issue lies in the sheer volume. We are negotiating item by item. I have shown you the prices from previous contracts. There hasn't been a price as low as yours. Any lower would be unacceptable to the state. How about this? Aside from the missiles, I require all the technical blueprints and a complete production line for each type of weapon. Little Liu, I have no qualms about providing the blueprints, but the production lines incur significant costs. And given the quantity you're requesting, that will amount to a considerable expense. Liu Xu scoffed. General Wu, these are relics you've been discarding for years. Do you think they are new? If I don't take them, you'll still have to spend money on maintenance. You ought to consider it that way. That is not feasible. This is truly difficult to justify. I'll settle in cash. Deal. Little Liu, I admire your decisiveness. Major Liu, sensing the amicable negotiations, promptly produced the prepared procurement contract. General Liu, since we've come to an agreement, shall we finalize the contract? Liu Xu perused the document and was taken aback when he noticed the total had increased by over 20 billion. Wait, why has the total gone up? Shipping costs. This will require approximately 20 vessels of 400,000 tons each, with each ship costing around 200 million in gold. I understand. How about this? You could deliver the goods to the port warehouse, and I will arrange for the transportation myself. General Wu was quite pleased with Liu Xu's suggestion, as the logistics of loading and unloading were burdensome. That works splendidly. We have a large warehouse in Binhai City, but once the goods arrive, you must expedite their movement. The warehouse cannot be occupied indefinitely. Suddenly, Liu Xu considered the operational aspects of these weapons. General Wu, I have two additional requests. First, regarding the use and maintenance of these weapons, I need you to provide some instructional videos and produce them on film. Second, all large weapons must be painted in desert camouflage, with sufficient snow camouflage paint as well. Must it be so complicated? Just have the client send someone over. We can manage everything. These antiques pose no difficulty. As for the painting, that can be arranged. Client demands. I have no choice in the matter. Once the contract was amended, Liu Xu reviewed it, found no issues, and swiftly signed. He then dialed a number, pressing a few buttons. Xiaoxing. Transfer 20 billion in gold to this account. Ding, received, master. Liu Xu contemplated the necessity of future purchases. Hence he had sent over some goods for convenience in conducting business. However, he remained oblivious to the profound astonishment experienced by the individuals on the opposite side. They exchanged glances, recognizing him as a local tycoon, and hurriedly pondered what other discarded items could be sold to him. That young Liu, we are somewhat acquainted now. Henceforth, there is no need to address me as General Wu. Simply call me Uncle Wu. All right, Uncle Wu, but you must not deceive me. The others stifled their laughter, thinking, who would deceive you? It's a rare opportunity to encounter such a local magnate. Young Liu, have you no plans to procure tanks, armored vehicles, aircraft, or warships? You ought not to persist in peddling mere scraps to the uncles in Africa. You should acquire something of substance. Indeed, I'm contemplating future purchases, after all. Just a moment ago, I instructed the accountant to transfer 20 billion directly to you. The surplus is reserved for subsequent transactions. No sooner had Liu Xu finished speaking than someone entered to announce, Director Dong, Minister Wu, our company has just received several transactions amounting to 20 billion US dollars. General Wu immediately donned a smile, remarking, in all these years, this is the first time I've encountered such a forthright client. Young Liu, it's getting late. Shall we continue tomorrow and finalize the subsequent orders? Liu Xu pondered for a moment before agreeing, although he felt no fatigue. A day of negotiations had left him somewhat uneasy. Subsequently, Manager Dong personally escorted Liu Xu to the Capital Hotel, where a room had been reserved in advance. Only after ensuring Liu Xu was settled did Manager Dong take his leave. Unbeknownst to Liu Xu, upon his departure, General Wu returned to his unit and summoned several senior officials from the general staff, proclaiming that there was good news. An elderly general with graying hair was the first to arrive at General Wu's office. What tidings do you bear, calling me here at this hour? Take a look. Old chief, General Wu replied, handing him the signed contract. How much? 7 billion? Splendid. This must amount to over 10 billion US dollars. Let me see what you've sold. The old general flipped to the final itemized list, yet with each glance, his surprise deepened. You exchanged these discarded items for over 10 billion US dollars? Just then, 3 other generals entered. The old chief has arrived. We heard the news outside. Old Wu, has the deal been sealed? Indeed, not only has it been finalized, but the funds have also been credited. Goodness, what could this young man possibly want with such scrap? Is he preparing for a world war? Such a quantity could obliterate a small nation. The old chief remarked curiously as he perused the documents. Oh, old chief, you're overthinking it. These scraps alone could hardly wage a world war. They'd be dispatched in an instant. This is the consensus we reached. At that moment, another general interjected, indeed, these low-end weapons are sold annually by the eagles and bears in the international market in vast quantities. Now that we've finally secured such an opportunity, we must clear the inventory. At this moment, the old commander spoke with a touch of seriousness. It is indeed true, but you must all be vigilant. These items must not return from the civilian sector. The others nodded earnestly in agreement. Then, General Wu interjected, Old Commander, Minister Wang, I summoned a few individuals for a discussion. Are you aware of the sum they paid? How much? Was it 30 or 50? Come now, spare us the suspense. How could we possibly guess? Ha ha, the counterpart paid 20 billion US dollars. What? Are you suggesting that the contract amount was 6 billion? Yet they directly paid 20 billion? Indeed, this is an advance payment, which means we need to negotiate and perhaps sell them some additional items. The old commander, who had been sipping water, suddenly spluttered it all out. You rascal, how could you refer to quality goods as mere scraps? Laughter erupted among the group. The following day, Liu Xu had already risen early, had breakfast, and was waiting in his room. Around 9 o'clock, yesterday's Major Liu came to collect him. Mr. Liu, today we won't be heading to the Import-Export Company. We will proceed directly to the General Staff Headquarters. Ah, very well. Upon entering the expansive grounds of the headquarters, General Wu was already waiting there, brimming with confidence. Unlike the uncertainty he had exhibited the previous day, he was determined to extract even more from Liu Xu. Chapter 53. Air Force Equipment Procurement. The two individuals remained in General Wu's office, eschewing the conference room. After Major Liu prepared 2 cups of tea, he settled down with a notebook beside them. Uncle Wu, I shall not hide it from you. Recently, through a friend, I procured a batch of various vehicles and other individual equipment that had been decommissioned by the military. Oh, what did you acquire? General Wu inquired with curiosity. Ah, it's a hodgepodge without any coherent system. Armored personnel carriers, armored assault vehicles, and various trucks, all devoid of weapon systems. Wait, you actually want even the decommissioned items? Indeed. Let me put it this way. As long as you are willing to sell, Uncle Wu, I am prepared to buy. You need not concern yourself with the market. I will handle the payment. That's splendid. By the way, who did you purchase from? A friend named Wu Bongji, over in Tongzhou. Cough, cough. Oh, I see. No wonder that rascal has been scouring the world for items recently. It turns out he was preparing for you. At this point, Liu Xu was rather puzzled. Do you know him? I am his uncle by blood. So, do you think I know him? Ah, the world is indeed small. Then I shall procure the decommissioned equipment from Brother Wu. Liu Xu mused to himself. No wonder this fellow possesses such substantial influence. The roots lie here. It seems I must indeed buy the decommissioned items from Wu Bongji, as a gesture of goodwill. Ha ha. Very well, it is up to you. Now let us discuss tanks. You see, our VT-4 main battle tanks and VT-5 light tanks are quite commendable in both technology and capability. Hold on, Uncle Wu. I want the Type 59 and Type 62. General Wu seemed nearly to spit his tea in surprise. You're serious? Upon seeing Liu Xu's resolute expression, General Wu became fortunate that they had a contingency plan from the previous night. We have roughly 7 modified models of the Type 59 main battle tank, with over 10,000 units produced. Currently, approximately 3,000 might still be available across various military districts. As for the Type 62, fewer were manufactured, but there should still be around 1,000. How many do you need? Liu Xu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What more was there to consider? If these were all turned into target vehicles in the future, who would he turn to for solace? Enough of this. I want them all, including the complete blueprints and production processes for both tanks, along with an additional production line. General Wu's eyes twinkled with delight. Young Liu, consider this. Each tank is priced at 3 million and the production line at 30 million. The blueprints and processes I shall gift you. General Wu, your active duty Type 99 tanks are priced similarly, are they not? No, it must be 1 million each. If that is too high, I shall approach the Russians. Young Liu, our main battle tanks are sold internationally for 5 million each. Your bargaining seems somewhat excessive. Liu Xu turned his head away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Seeing this, General Wu swiftly acquiesced, as they had previously discussed a base price of 500,000. This was already double that amount. All right, you win this round. Let's settle on this. The total amounts to 4.2 billion. Liu Xu immediately donned a smile. Uncle Wu, now we're on the right track. Let's discuss the aircraft. I desire the initial training aircraft, CJ-5, CJ-6, J-7, and J-8. What do you think? I require 300 units of CJ-5, 1,000 units of CJ-6, and 100 units each of J-7 and J-8. Liu Xu contemplated acquiring all 50 aircraft types in one fell swoop, ensuring that he wouldn't have to concern himself with them for the next 2 or 3 decades. Ah, General Liu, even if you're gathering scraps, you cannot consider such items. The CJ-5 is still a propeller-driven model. The challenge lies in sourcing them now. I shall give it a try. Is it truly difficult to procure? Liu Xu inquired. Indeed, the CJ-5 is a relic from the 1950s, with only a little over 300 units produced. Presently, it seems that only museums might have them. There are, however, 3 derivative models that total over 700 units manufactured. That will suffice. Pursue them. I will take as many as you can find. If the other models are unavailable, new production will suffice. Liu Xu considered that the Air Force's capabilities were exceedingly feeble. Each generation of aircraft serves its purpose, and skipping a generation could lead to significant issues. Since the expenditure was minimal, he preferred to purchase comprehensively. Next, he specified the quantities: 500 units of J5, 500 units of Q5, 2,000 units of J6, 1,000 units of J7, 500 units of H5, 500 units of Z5, 100 units of Z8, 100 units of Y5, and 500 units of Y7. If you can locate any of these aircraft, I will take all the old ones. If not, we shall proceed with the strongest derivative models for production. At this juncture, General Wu pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. To be candid, this request exceeds our projections. Last night, we estimated that you would start with the J7 or J8. We did not anticipate your request for J5 and J6. Let us proceed this way. For the training aircraft, I shall disregard the models and offer you 1 million each. For the new production of J5 and J6, the price is approximately 9 million each. Q5 will be 18 million. I believe we have sufficient J7, so I will set a firm price of 15 million. The H5 is priced at 25 million each, and the Z5 is currently unavailable. New production will cost 10 million each, while Z8 will be 30 million each. For the Y5, I can offer you 300,000 each, but the Y7 will be somewhat more expensive at 30 million each. Uncle Wu, I am not ignorant. The second-hand price for CJ6 is only around 400,000 to 500,000. Why do you persist in overcharging me? How could I overcharge you? The prices I have quoted are genuine. If you're acquiring antiques, merely getting them airborne is no trivial expense, not to mention the cost of production. Very well. Additionally, I require ground support equipment for 200 airports. 200 airports? Are you planning to blanket the entire continent of Africa? Stockpiling. I will cover the expenses. You need not worry. I assure you, I will not squander my resources. General Wu reflected and agreed. Why not? This would provide domestic enterprises with a lucrative opportunity. What could be better? This must be categorized into 3 levels, as the equipment required varies. The first level approximates 50 million, the second level 30 million, and the third level 10 million. Thus, the requirements are as follows. For the first category, 100 units. For the second, 70 units. And for the third, 30 units. Each type of aircraft should have a complete set of production line equipment, along with comprehensive technical blueprints and manufacturing processes. Additionally, each aircraft must have 200 sets of flight simulators. General Wu nodded and addressed Major Liu, saying, Liu, please expedite the calculations and prepare the contract. Major Liu, having been well prepared, responded, Deputy Minister, the total amounts to 66 billion, equivalent to 13 billion in U.S. dollars. Liu Xu reviewed the contract and the inventory list, found no discrepancies, and signed off with satisfaction, pleased that a significant matter had been resolved. Liu, now that we've concluded the discussions regarding the Air Force, if you're interested in procuring naval equipment, we can continue our negotiations this afternoon. Liu Xu considered the current situation, realizing that expanding the Navy with only 50 units was impractical. At the very least, they needed to neutralize the U.S. Navy first. The immediate priority was to ensure the swift delivery of these armaments. Uncle Wu, perhaps we should postpone discussions about the naval equipment for a few days. We must first focus on delivering what has already been agreed upon. General Wu contemplated this and remarked, We finalized the procurement of the Army's equipment yesterday, and preparations are underway. Within a week, approximately half of the goods should arrive at the port, with the remainder guaranteed within a month. Liu Xu considered this feasible and nodded in agreement. Once the discussions concluded, General Wu made a call to summon Wu Bangji, and the group gathered in the small cafeteria of the General Logistics Department to enjoy a drink together. Chapter 54. The incident with my in-laws upon returning to Binhai City. Liu Xu was soon contacted by representatives from Xian Import and Export Company, urging him to inspect a warehouse situated somewhat away from the port area. However, this location posed no inconvenience for Liu Xu. During his tour, he observed a multitude of vehicles transporting weaponry and supplies into the facility. After noting the temporal coordinates, he returned to his trading company. As he arrived at his office, he was approached by Shi Feipen. Mr. Liu, several foreign trading companies wish to collaborate with us and request that we procure certain products domestically. Should we engage in such business? Rest assured, we shall proceed. This is a connection I have cultivated abroad. Please procure as per their specifications, but ensure that quality is strictly maintained. Liu Xu continued, by the way, Mr. Shi, what is the current status of the cabbage acquisition I inquired about a few days ago? And what about the enemy intelligence documents from the early days of the nation? Oh, I nearly forgot. I have already sent the enemy intelligence documents to your email. As for the cabbage, I was about to ask you. So far, we have procured approximately 1 million tons. Shall we continue? Liu Xu pondered for a moment, recalling that the domestic cabbage yield exceeded 100 million tons. Hence, 1 million tons was negligible in the market. Yes, let us continue the acquisition, aiming for 10 million tons. Moreover, do not limit yourself to just cabbage. Keep an eye on the market for any underperforming agricultural products. You may acquire any that can be stored for extended periods, such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, olives, radishes, carrots, onions, cauliflower, and broccoli. Even cucumbers, eggplants, and tomatoes that can last for over 10 days are suitable for large-scale procurement. Liu Xu's intention was to provide more vegetables for the populace of the modern dimension, as, in that era, food scarcity was rampant and vegetable cultivation was minimal. He also contemplated the soldiers' rations from the previous procurement. However, he recognized that the majority of time would not be spent in combat. With many troops stationed at the rear, it was impractical for all personnel to subsist solely on self-heating meals or compressed biscuits. For the frontline troops, Liu Xu had already arranged for culinary support vehicles, but lacked sufficient grains and vegetables. This time, he planned to rectify that. Mr. Shi, I will send you a detailed list shortly. Please expedite the procurement. Understood, Mr. Liu. I shall return to my duties now. Liu Xu subsequently ordered an additional 500 tons of assorted pickled vegetables in jars and bags, along with another 500 tons of various condiments such as soy sauce, vinegar, Sichuan pepper, and star anise. He sourced cooking oil, white sugar, brown sugar, and table salt from abroad, as acquiring these domestically would attract undue attention. 2 days later, Liu Xu felt that the preparations were nearly complete, with enough provisions ready for a dedicated train to the northeast. Just as he was about to traverse dimensions, he received a call from his wife regarding the cabbage. He was rather puzzled, having been busy with procurement these past few days. And today, she mentioned needing to go on a trip. What is it, dear? As a result, Chen Luohua, with a quivering voice, said, Xiao Su, please accompany me home. My father has been arrested. What? What happened? Don't worry. I will be there immediately. We should drive back at once. Liu Xu, feeling helpless, realized that their plans for the day were thwarted. Without further hesitation, he seized the car keys and hurried to the underground garage. Upon arriving at the sales office, he noticed several individuals comforting Chen Luohua. Seeing her distressed state caused a pang of sorrow in Liu Xu's heart. Her eyes were swollen and red, anxiously awaiting his arrival, and her demeanor shifted slightly upon spotting his vehicle. Once in the car, Liu Xu accelerated towards the highway, and it was only during the drive that Luohua divulged the details of her predicament. Chen Luohua hailed from the northern region of Jixing, specifically from Daoshi County, where her father, Chen Wenjun, worked as a middle school teacher, and her mother, Su Xiulan, managed their agricultural endeavors at home. Their residence was conveniently located on the outskirts of the county town, where they often sold surplus vegetables on a small tricycle. Just yesterday, her mother was en route to sell produce when she was struck by a vehicle. The impact was so severe that it left her with a broken leg. Shockingly, the driver of the offending vehicle did not stop to assist but fled the scene. Fortunately, amidst the bustling town, a compassionate passerby called for emergency services. By the time Liu Xu's father arrived at the hospital, the surgery was already underway. It was only after the operation that he learned the full extent of the incident from his wife. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he finally decided to report the crime. The police acted swiftly and located the perpetrator. However, the individual, Lin Jiang, evidently wielded considerable influence and displayed an arrogant demeanor. That evening, he visited the hospital, not to apologize but to intimidate Liu Xu's father. While the elderly couple rested in the hospital room, Lin Jiang, accompanied by two cohorts, forcefully kicked open the door. "Who is Chen Wenjun?" Liu Xu's father rose, furrowing his brows. "Who are you and what do you want?" "Ah, so it's you. To be frank, I was the one who hit your wife. You better listen carefully. You reported this to the police without knowing my background. My uncle is the deputy mayor of Daoshi. You think I fear you?" Despite being a teacher, Chen Wenjun had a fiery temperament, and seeing the person responsible for his wife's condition ignited his fury. He stepped forward and seized Lin Jiang. "What kind of world do we live in, where people like you exist? You must apologize and cover the medical expenses." "What? You're just a teacher. I've done my research, and you think you can threaten me? Get him." With that, Lin Jiang threw a punch at Chen Wenjun, and his two companions joined in, launching an assault. Meanwhile, Chen's mother, immobilized in her hospital bed, cried and shouted in desperation, yet there was nothing she could do. Other patients in the room promptly called the authorities, and within 20 minutes, two police officers arrived. After assessing the situation, they apprehended the assailants. However, Chen's mother waited in vain throughout the night for her husband's return. It was only around 8 in the morning that she received a phone call informing her that her husband was to be detained for 15 days for disturbing the peace. Chen's mother, a rural woman, was utterly taken aback by the situation, her mind in a state of turmoil. Once she regained her composure, she tearfully called Xiao He. Upon understanding the circumstances, Liu Xu's expression darkened ominously. Although he had frequently encountered similar incidents in the news, he never anticipated experiencing one himself. He reassured his wife not to worry, promising to find a solution. However, the more Liu Xu pondered, the more he felt the predicament was beyond his means. For this was not a foreign land where one could act without restraint, even to the extent of committing murder without consequence. He decided to seek assistance from Wu Bangji. Typically, individuals from such esteemed families possess considerable capabilities, and perhaps they could yield unexpected results. Should all else fail, he would have to turn to his second uncle. "Wu Ge, I need to trouble you with something." "Ah, Xiao Su, just speak up. There is no need for formalities with your brother." "Well, you see, Xiao Su, are you currently en route to Changshan County?" "All right, call me when you arrive. I'll reach out to Shengzi. You may not know, but his uncle is at the Public Security Bureau in Jishan Province." "Is that so? I won't express my gratitude now, but Wu Ge, please hurry. If possible, spare the elderly any suffering. Rest assured, brother, I know what to do. I will bring him along shortly." "Ah, I appreciate you and Sun Ge for this." Liu Xu contemplated saying more, but decided to reserve further expressions of gratitude for later. Listening to Liu Xu's phone call, Xiao He felt a slight sense of relief. Chapter 55. Rescuing the father-in-law Xiao Su. Is your friend reliable? Do not worry, my dear. Uncle should be out soon. What Liu Xu was unaware of was that after Wu Bangji hung up the phone, he promptly contacted his second uncle. General Wu, upon hearing the news, was quite enraged. He realized that Liu Xu's call to his nephew was tantamount to a plea for intervention. Without a satisfactory resolution, future communications would surely be fraught with difficulty. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed a friend at the Ministry of Public Security and conveyed the significance of Liu Xu's situation. Upon understanding the gravity of the matter, this individual formally notified the Public Security Bureau of Jishan Province, insisting that personnel be dispatched from Tang City to apprehend the perpetrator directly. The journey from Binhai City to Xiao He's hometown, Changshan County, was merely over 200 kilometers, and Liu Xu took the coastal expressway, where the light traffic allowed for a swift journey. Once they entered the county town, Xiao He quickly navigated to the county hospital. After inquiring along the way, they finally located the hospital ward. Chun Mu lay there, her leg encased in a thick cast, suspended in midair, utterly alone and silently shedding tears. Unable to contain her emotions, Xiao He rushed to her mother and embraced her while weeping. Liu Xu felt a pang of sorrow at the sight. Xiao He, how did you return so quickly? Who is this young man? Mom, this is my boyfriend, Liu Xu. We drove back together. Liu Xu, dites lacing zemak ben ma tu vi, stepped forward and said, Hello, Annie. Please focus on your recovery. Do not worry about anything else. I am already devising a plan regarding Uncle S' situation. Yes. Xiao He, do not concern yourselves with me. Go check on your father. Chun Mu's greatest worry was for Chun Fu, as she had received no news of him thus far and, given her current state, was unable to move. How about this, Xiao He? You go buy your mother some food, and I will head to the police station. Liu Xu reasoned, knowing that Chun Fu had been taken away yesterday, and Chun Mu likely had not eaten breakfast. No, Xiao He, you should go with Xiao Su. I am not hungry. I cannot eat at the moment. The officer who called earlier mentioned the police station on Ludong Street. Upon hearing this, Liu Xu immediately concentrated his mental energy, sending out a subtle wave to scan the area within a 5-kilometer radius for signs. Within moments, he located it. However, after several scans within the police station, he did not find anyone who appeared to be detained, causing him to frown in concern. Seeing his expression, Xiao He inquired, Xiao Su, what is wrong? It is nothing. Let's discuss it outside. Once they were outside, he explained, My dear, you go buy something to eat. I will handle the situation at the police station. I will call a friend along the way to inquire about the circumstances. Your mother has probably not eaten since yesterday, so please take care of her for now. Unbeknownst to Liu Xu, the audacious perpetrator, Lin Jiang, was currently confined in a police van, handcuffed, accompanied by 2 officers. The arrogant demeanor he had displayed the previous day had vanished, clearly having learned a hard lesson. I must remind you both that my uncle is the deputy mayor of our city. Are you not afraid of what might happen when I am released? 2 police officers cast a bemused glance at him, uttering not a single word. However, after a short while, he sensed something amiss. This was not the route to any police station or public security bureau in the county. Rather, it led out of the city in the opposite direction of Island City. Where are they taking him? Be honest and don't make any sudden moves or I'll have to take measures, one officer warned, kicking a metal chain on the ground. This startled him. Despite his usual arrogance, he found himself utterly overwhelmed when faced with the reality of the situation. I merely bumped into someone. Is this really necessary? Where are you taking me? Lin Jiang was reduced to tears. The 2 officers had initially thought they were dealing with a difficult character, only to discover otherwise. What were they thinking? Did they really need to cross cities to apprehend someone for a mere traffic incident? To be frank, they were from the criminal investigation team of the Tang City Public Security Bureau. They were here on orders from the provincial authorities. You've been quite arrogant. Haven't you? You must have crossed paths with someone formidable, they quipped. At this point, Lin Jiang felt like a shaken leaf, his speech faltering. No, this can't be right. I checked. He is just a poor teacher, with a daughter working away and a son still in school. Meanwhile, Liu Xu had arrived at the Ludong Street police station. Upon entering, he approached a window designated for visitor registration. Hello, I'm here to inquire about a person named Chun Wenjun, who was apprehended at the hospital yesterday. The officer on duty seemed to have been anticipating his arrival. Upon hearing the name Chun Wenjun, he immediately stood up, replacing his expression with a smile. Sir, please follow me. The director has specifically instructed that anyone inquiring about Chun Wenjun will be personally attended to. Liu Xu Akui. His mental acuity enveloped the entirety of the police station, allowing him to perceive every action and word of those present. In the easternmost office on the 2nd floor, he spotted someone who appeared to be the director. As predicted, the officer led him directly there, knocking before being invited in. Director, this gentleman is here to inquire about Chun Wenjun. Very well, you may step outside for a moment. Hello, may I ask your relation to Chun Wenjun? Oh, his daughter is my girlfriend. I see. There seems to have been a misunderstanding. Upon his arrival yesterday, Chun Wenjun caused quite a commotion. Our officers, being young and spirited, may have overlooked certain details. Liu Xu, absorbing the director's words, felt a foreboding sensation and asked, "Where is he now? May I see him?" "He has been taken to the hospital. He left about an hour ago, escorted by 2 of our officers due to some minor injuries sustained during the altercation." Liu Xu was taken aback. This was not the outcome he had anticipated. However, he quickly considered that Wu Bongji's influence might be at play. "Very well. Thank you for your assistance, Director. I shall head to the hospital to check on him." Indeed, the situation unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Just an hour prior, while en route, he had been unable to take 2 calls from the municipal bureau, one of which was made directly by the bureau chief inquiring about the matter. The singular objective was unequivocal: to ensure the safety of Chun Wen-jun and to demand his immediate release. The director, initially perplexed by the circumstances, became infuriated upon questioning those involved, leading him to swiftly arrange for medical assistance for the injured party. The director personally escorted Liu Xu out, and only upon seeing Liu Xu's Bentley did he realize that this young man might indeed be pivotal in this affair. Such incidents were far too common otherwise. As soon as Liu Xu entered his vehicle, he received a call from Xiao He, informing him that his father had returned home. Without hesitation, Liu Xu hurried back. Yet a sense of trepidation began to wash over him. After all, this was the moment he would confront his parents. In the midst of the earlier urgency, he had felt little, but now his heart raced incessantly. Why was his heart pounding so fiercely? He had faced bullets whizzing by without such a reaction before. It was indeed perplexing. Taking his time to park the car, he felt a sudden need to bring something with him, prompting him to dash into a nearby supermarket to procure an assortment of supplements. With these in hand, he cautiously approached the door and knocked gently before stepping inside. Chapter 56. Returning to a different world. As Liu Xu entered the hospital room, burdened with numerous packages, he was taken aback to find a considerable gathering inside, primarily comprising a group of police officers alongside several doctors. "Xiao Su, you're back," exclaimed Xiao He, rushing over to relieve him of his load. "These are the people from municipal and county police departments come see my father." "Oh, you must be Liu Xu, Mr. Liu," introduced a man from the crowd. "I am Yang Xinhong from the municipal police department." Hello, Director Yang. "I appreciate your making the trip." Liu Xu responded warmly, shaking hands. "Alas, I am here to express my sincere apologies. This was a lapse in our duties. The party responsible has already been apprehended by the Tang City authorities. Further investigations revealed that the entire family has been engaged in illegal sand mining, monopolizing the sand supply for the construction sector in our city, leveraging the influence of former Deputy Mayor Lin. They have all been brought to justice, and Deputy Mayor Lin is currently under investigation as well." Yang continued. "It was specifically requested from above that I convey this outcome to you. Had it not been for a call from General Wu, this case might not have been resolved so swiftly. I'm immensely grateful, Director Yang. I have great faith in our government. However, it is understandable that in a vast forest, one might encounter a few unsightly elements," Liu Xu replied, acknowledging the situation. "Indeed, thank you for your understanding, Mr. Liu. By the way, this is Director Zhang Donglan from the county hospital. Should you have any requests, feel free to address them with him." Upon hearing this, Liu Xu promptly approached the director, extending his hand. "Director Zhang, I hope to trouble you during this period." He had intended to inquire if it were possible to secure a more comfortable room, as the current one was shared among 3 patients, leaving little space to sit. "Oh, Mr. Liu, you're too kind. This is our duty," Zhang replied. "I wonder if your hospital has any quieter rooms available? Given the circumstances, I suspect my stay will be prolonged, and a more pleasant environment could facilitate a quicker recovery." Liu Xu felt no hesitation in voicing his request, as financial concerns were of no consequence to him. "My apologies for not considering that. We certainly have private rooms available. Director Huang, please make the necessary arrangements," Zhang directed. At that moment, Liu Xu's phone rang, revealing that Wu Bongji and Sun Laisheng had arrived. Yang and his colleagues indicated their intention to depart, prompting Liu Xu to escort them down and simultaneously meet Wu Bongji. Xiao He accompanied Liu Xu as he saw off the group of police officers waiting at the hospital entrance. Noticing the redness around his wife's eyes from crying, Liu Xu felt a pang of sorrow. He longed to personally exact retribution upon the family responsible, But after Yang's earlier revelation, his resolve had softened. Before long, Wu Bangji and son Lixing arrived. Brother Wu, brother Sun, I am truly grateful for your assistance in this matter. Oh, there is no need for such formality among brothers. Is this your girlfriend? Let us head upstairs to see her, Wu replied. Xiao Su, you ought to have called me if something was amiss. I wouldn't have known had it not been for San Air, Sun added, slightly reproachful. Brother Sun, you've misunderstood. I only mentioned it to Brother Wu after our meal yesterday, Liu Xu clarified. By the way, this is my girlfriend, Chun Luha. You may call her as you wish. Xiao He nodded obediently and said, Brother Wu, Brother Sun, I trouble you to make a trip. It's nothing, sister-in-law. We are just idling about, usually running around everywhere. Sun Lixing urged. Stop standing around. Let us go. Don't you see we have things to carry? Upon arriving at the hospital room, they found it empty and, upon inquiry, learned that the patient had been moved to a single room. They hurried over to the new ward, which at least had a bed for a companion, as Chen's father had sustained some injuries, though they were not serious. After exchanging pleasantries in the ward, Liu Xu and the others stepped out. Liu Xu transferred 2 million to Xiao He for her to pay additional hospital deposits and left his car behind. This was the first time Liu Xu had given her money, and Xiao He did not refuse, as she had not accumulated much in her 2 to 3 months of work. I feel bad, but I cannot stay with you. I must go abroad, Liu Xu stated. All right, you go ahead. I'm fine, she replied. Liu Xu was concerned about the urgency on the other side of the world, especially regarding the weapons. The sooner they arrived, the sooner they could be utilized. After lunch, Liu Xu took the car back with Wu Bangji. Xiao He returned to the ward, carrying a packed meal. Throughout the morning, as people came and went, neither Chen's father nor mother had thought to inquire after their daughter, who quietly brought home a boyfriend. However, they were quite satisfied with Liu Xu, as he did not appear disheveled or unreliable. Liu He, where's this Xiao Su from? How did you meet? Who else is in his family? What does he do? Mom, must you ask so many questions? Which one should I answer? All right, let's eat first. The child has brought food. Chen's father observed his wife's eagerness. By the way, where is Xiao Su? Is he still with friends? No, they left. Xiao Su is going abroad tonight. He runs an international trading company and travels frequently. Oh, he has already left? Yes. He left his car with me and left with his friends. Alas, what a situation. He didn't even come home to introduce himself. At that moment, Liu Xu and the others were already on the highway. Sun Lixing was driving, but he was eager to ask if there was any cargo available. However, since Liu Xu's system began earning from the global financial market, he had not dealt in antiques. Xiao Su, when will you replenish your stock? After these recent auctions, you don't have much left. Brother Sun, you still have a few pieces that haven't been sold? There should be less than 20 pieces left. How about this? Brother Sun, the rest is yours. You decide whether to sell or keep them for your collection. If you two brothers are free, come with me to Binhai. I have some items to give you. Drive carefully, Shengzi, we are on the highway. Hearing Liu Xu's words, Sun Lixing almost veered off the highway. Wait, Xiao Su, you must think this through. This is not a small sum. Oh, I'm currently focusing my energy on imports and exports, and I really don't have time for these things anymore. Oh, very well. By the way, you mentioned sending us something? What is it? Hee hee. It's nothing particularly valuable. Just 2 sets of Wang Wali furniture. Initially, I considered replacing all the items in my home, but upon reflection, I decided against it. These pieces are aesthetically pleasing, yet when it comes to practicality, they pale in comparison to modern furnishings. Really? In that case, I shall not hold back. The 3 spent 2 hours arriving at Binhai City, where Liu Xu arranged the 2 sets of Wang Wali furniture in the garage before leading the others inside to take a look. Wow, this is quite impressive. A large table, a flower table, an 8 immortals table, round chairs, armchairs, a Luohan bed, a Kong table, and a Kong cabinet. These are indeed remarkable items. Upon seeing them, Sun Lixing felt an overwhelming desire to embrace each piece and savor it. All right, look at your overly eager demeanor. San Air, you wouldn't understand. Why not give me yours instead? You wouldn't appreciate it anyway. Get lost, the further the better. After loading everything onto a large vehicle, they toiled for half a day before finally completing the task. Liu Xu took a moment to rest, but felt he could no longer delay. It was time to leave. With a swift movement, he vanished from this world. Little did Liu Xu know that during his absence, the inhabitants of the 50 realms were deeply concerned for his safety. Chapter 57. Confronting the arrogant police, Liu Xu found himself abruptly transported to his office. This space should be a sanctuary, albeit difficult to explain. However, he could not afford to dwell on that now. What if an assassin struck when he least expected it? Although Liu Xu was physically present in the modern realm, the company's regular procurement projects had consistently been managed by the system, ensuring that the operations across the 50 dimensions remained uninterrupted. Were it not for the continuous influx of various machinery and supplies into the warehouse, the company's future would have descended into chaos long ago. Stepping out of his office, Liu Xu approached the door of his assistant and knocked lightly. "Xiang, are you there?" "Mr. Liu, you're back," Zhou Xiang exclaimed, rushing out with a quiver of emotion in his voice. Liu Xu felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. "Please, don't be overly excited. Me fine. A few days ago, I did encounter an assassination attempt, but I managed to evade it and took the opportunity to organize some supplies abroad. Now, do me a favor. Arrange a meeting with Director Tan from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and also with Mayor Huang. Let them know that I have secured a procurement channel for weapons and that the first batch is already en route." "Understood, Mr. Liu. By the way, have I missed anything significant while you were away?" "Nothing much, just a 2-day lockdown in Binhai to root out enemy agents. We still have police officers stationed here." "Is that so? In that case, please ask the officers to come in. I have some matters to discuss with them." Of course. After conveying his instructions, Liu Xu returned to his office. It was not long before 2 individuals clad in dark green police uniforms entered. Liu Xu had never seen such attire before. At first glance, he mistook it for military garb, but he was well aware that the military uniforms of this period were typically olive green. The style resembled military wear, yet the insignia displayed the words People's Police, and the cap badge bore the characters for public security. One of the officers appeared quite young, while the other was middle-aged. Upon entering, the younger officer inquired, "Are you Liu Xu?" Taken aback, Liu Xu remained silent and merely nodded. "Speak up. Where have you been these past few days?" The 2 officers unceremoniously took their seats across from Liu Xu's desk. Their brusque demeanor incited Liu Xu's ire, prompting him to slam his pen down and respond curtly. "Who are you? What gives you the right to act so insolently in my presence?" With a loud thump, the young officer struck the table. "You'd best behave. We are the police. You, a capitalist, have crossed the line. Answer our questions." Liu Xu, filled with indignation, was momentarily stunned by the officer's words. "Capitalist? Me?" The term felt foreign and laden with an unexpected weight. Once, he had encountered it in textbooks and films, but he had never anticipated its profound implications in this dimension society. "Liu Xu, I hope you comprehend the gravity of our inquiry. We need to understand the reason behind the assassination attempt on you a few days ago. Your business is substantial, and we even imposed a 2-day lockdown for your sake. I trust you won't make things more difficult for yourself." At this moment, the middle-aged police officer interjected. Liu Xu began to comprehend that this was perhaps a characteristic of the era. It seemed ingrained in their mindset that all capitalists were inherently malevolent. There was no necessity to squander police resources on their behalf. Yet due to their professional obligations, they felt compelled to understand the intricacies of this matter. Liu Xu grasped the situation, yet he did not believe their approach was justified. "You have been here for several days. You should be aware of my profession," he asserted. "Enough with the pleasantries. We certainly know what you do. Do not evade the question." Liu Xu stood, fixing his gaze on the young officer, and pointed outside, saying, "Are you aware that these mechanical devices are currently under embargo from all Western nations? Do you comprehend the risks involved in transporting them back? Furthermore, do you recognize the immense assistance these items provide to our nation?" Rising from his seat, Liu Xu retrieved a file from the bookshelf behind him and tossed the contents across the table, exclaiming, "Look, this is the list of supplies I donated to the Northeast Expeditionary Forces last month." The 2 officers hurriedly opened the documents, their astonishment growing with each line they read. Ultimately leaving them speechless, the middle-aged officer sweating profusely. The office was modest, with all windows framed in antiquated wood, single-pane glass offering little sound insulation. Upon hearing Liu Xu's voice, several individuals gathered outside the office. Liu Xu, in a fit of anger, continued unabated. Is this how you treat the populace after just a few days of liberation? Our instructors advocated serving the people as early as 1944. Do you even grasp the essence of service? Serving the public does not entail scrutinizing every detail or adopting an air of superiority. By what right do you speak to me in such a tone? Just then, a voice rang out from outside while said. Mayor Huang pushed through the crowd and entered. It was only then that Liu Xu noticed the throng gathered at the door. Mayor Huang, I apologize for the disturbance. It is our failure to perform our duties adequately. I extend my apologies to Mr. Liu. No need for that. I was merely a bit frustrated and spoke out of turn. The shock on the faces of the two officers was palpable as they stood in silence, heads bowed. Mayor Huang, I summoned you to urgently coordinate 2 special trains for the second batch of supplies headed to the front lines. This shipment primarily consists of grains and supplementary foodstuffs. Once this is dispatched, we will proceed with the weapons. Liu Xu had a substantial quantity of grain to transport. Having calculated that in the early days of the nation's founding, a normal laborer consumed 5 pounds of staple food per day. At the maximum, that totals 250 grams per person. For 500,000 individuals, that amounts to over 310,000 tons daily, culminating in a monthly requirement of 38 million tons of grain. Liu Xu, now with ample funds and resources, had no intention of repeating historical missteps. Mayor Huang, this shipment alone comprises 10 million tons of grain, along with nearly 10 million tons of vegetables and other supplies, so we must expedite the process. Mayor Huang grasped Liu Xu's hand and expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, Mr. Liu, thank you, truly, for the invaluable supplies you have contributed to our frontline soldiers. There is no need for further thanks. Mr. Liu, may I inquire if this police officer here is? Oh, right, my mind is a bit muddled. I have some intelligence on enemy agents that I requested from overseas contacts, including information on spies from various nations such as Bay Island, Eagle Sauce, and Panda. This list has been meticulously curated by Liu Xu, excluding any potential infiltrators or dormant agents. It encompasses both domestic and international cases, even those from the northeastern battlefield. Liu Xu plans to submit batches of reports periodically, thereby safeguarding himself while simultaneously mitigating the threat posed by enemy agents to our nation. The 2 police officers, upon hearing this, were taken aback once more. What did it mean that overseas friends conducted an investigation? The primary task of so many domestic police officers at present was precisely this, yet it seemed no one dared to voice such a statement. Mayor Huang casually flipped through the hefty stack of documents before handing it to the 2 officers. You must expedite this back to ensure it reaches Director Xu's hands. Understood, they replied, hastily departing. Liu Xu then produced another document from Mayor Huang. Given the volume of information, writing it out by hand would take considerable time. So he had printed 2 copies instead. Please submit this directly. Additionally, here is the weapons inventory. You must coordinate with the front command on how to receive it. Chapter 58. The second batch of aid supplies. Mayor Huang finally found time to inquire about Liu Xu's recent whereabouts, as the assassination attempt had been far too significant. Mr. Liu, I must sincerely apologize. This was entirely our oversight and security. How could I blame you? I understand that enemy espionage has been particularly rampant lately. I'll be more cautious from now on. It simply hadn't occurred to me before. With 3 lists in hand, Mayor Huang hurried off. He needed to consult with the forward command regarding the transportation and reception of these supplies. As before, upon returning to his office, he immediately picked up the phone and dialed the administrative chief. Chief, not only do we have the supply list this time, but also an extremely critical dossier on espionage activities. I intend to personally deliver it to you in the capital. Very well. I'll be waiting in my office. Come as soon as possible, the chief instructed over the phone. Without delay, Mayor Huang hung up and directed his secretary to arrange immediate transportation to the capital. For hours later, he was seated in the chief's office, presenting all the documents. The chief first examined the espionage dossier. After a brief glance, his expression turned grave. Comrade Huang Jin, who else has seen this? And how on earth did young Liu obtain such detailed intelligence? Chief, The municipal police department has a copy. As for its origin, Liu merely mentioned it was acquired through overseas contacts. The chief shook his head in disbelief. If this information is accurate, even with our own resources, we wouldn't know how much manpower and funding it would take to compile something like this. After one assassination attempt, he's retaliated by aiming to dismantle the entire national spy network in one sweep. Mayor Huang couldn't help but chuckle. However, the chief promptly called the Ministry of Public Security. Comrade Changzi, come to my office at once. Then, he turned to the supply lists, starting with the provisions: cornmeal, 3 million tons sorghum, 2 million tons wheat flour, 2 million tons rice, 3 million tons soybean oil, 2,000 tons edible salt, 300 tons white sugar, 300 tons brown sugar, 500 tons beef, 10,000 tons pork, 10,000 tons mutton, 10,000 tons offal pork beef, mutton 30,000 tons cabbage, 50,000 tons potatoes, 100,000 tons. The chief's astonishment grew with each item. Comrade Huang Jin, is all of this destined for the front lines? Could we retain a portion? Chief, I've already inquired. Mr. Liu stated these are provisions prepared for 1 month's consumption, with similar shipments to follow monthly. He mentioned this is calculated based on a standard for 500,000 personnel. If our numbers change, we must notify him immediately so he can adjust the quantities accordingly. However, Chief, you needn't worry. Director Tan from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative had already discussed this with Mr. Liu previously. Today, he has arranged another meeting with Director Tan. These goods will likely be supplied in substantial quantities. Is that so? Excellent. Truly excellent. Our grain shortage this year remains severe, and with the year's end approaching, we must ensure our people celebrate the new year in abundance. The chief, brimming with excitement, stood up and twirled around twice before stating, in a moment, I shall confer with Comrade Yuanfang. It seems imperative that I undertake a personal visit. He then picked up the weaponry list, his astonishment growing to the point of bewilderment. Comrade Huang Jin, I have never heard of any of these weapons. Which country do they originate from? The quantity is astonishing. Indeed, I posed the same query to Mr. Liu. The mayor replied with a wry smile. He merely mentioned that we would understand once we see the actual items. Is that so? But how are these weapons categorized? The 54 model, the 81 model, the 79 model, the 69 model, the 93 model, are they named by year? From the last century? That doesn't seem right. Never mind. I will comprehend it once I see the real thing. As he continued to examine the list, his excitement only intensified. What? There are even 1,000 anti-aircraft guns and missiles, air defense missiles, anti-ship missiles? Which country possesses such weaponry? Missile technology cannot be that advanced yet. There are also 3,000 tanks. The chief's voice trembled with disbelief as he quickly glanced further down the list, nearly overwhelmed with joy upon discovering even more astonishing items. Over 7,000 aircraft, 200 sets of ground support equipment for airports. At that moment, he noticed a few more pages at the back of the list. Upon flipping through, his exhilaration soared. It contained production lines and technical blueprints for the various weapons mentioned. Comrade Huang Jin, please return for now. This matter is of utmost confidentiality. Oh, and convey to Mr. Liu that these supplies can be transported by rail. The base in the Fenghuang mountainous region is currently constructing a railway, extending a branch line from Yuanjiabao Station north of Fengcheng along the Anfeng line into the mountains. It should be nearly completed by now. Meanwhile, the forward command in the Fenghuang mountainous area received a telegram from the capital, demanding the immediate return of the general and Commander Hong, who oversees logistics. Knowing the urgency surrounding the arms supplies, they wasted no time and promptly set off for the capital. Given that the forward command was established domestically, a concealed airport had been constructed nearby, and the group would return by plane. At that moment, Liu Xu was dining with Director Tan from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Earlier in the day, upon receiving a call from Liu Xu's assistant, Director Tan had gathered several individuals and arrived. After an afternoon of discussions, Director Tan was elated, as the pressing issues had been resolved. Grain and supplementary food are paramount during the festival. It is simply unfeasible to rely solely on domestic sources. Mr. Liu, I will initially order 10 million tons of grain, but we must prioritize coarse grains. Our citizens are still impoverished. If we only procure fine grains, they cannot afford to consume them year-round. The past few years have not been particularly favorable. In some areas, disasters have resulted in significant crop losses, leaving the populace unable to feed themselves, let alone support urban areas. Acquiring some supplies from external sources will help meet the needs of city residents, and any surplus can be allocated to the afflicted regions. Liu Xu nodded in understanding. Director Tan, does this arrangement seem satisfactory to you? Let us adhere to a distribution of 60% for coarse grains and 40% for refined grains. Very well. I shall proceed to procure a batch of goods in this ratio before the new year. After the festivities, I plan to import 1 million tons of each of the primary staple grains. As for the allocation, I shall leave that to your discretion. In theory, this is feasible, yet I must submit a report for further examination. Which staple grains can you provide? Corn, sorghum, barley, buckwheat, wheat, rice, and soybeans can each yield over 1 million tons annually. Upon hearing this, Director Tan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, but he promptly inquired, what about cotton? The domestic shortfall is even greater. Regrettably, my capacity to supply cotton in substantial quantities is limited. At best, I could manage only 1 to 200,000 tons. This situation is rather unavoidable. Modern China, despite being the largest cotton producer, only manages 600,000 tons, and internationally, some is being exchanged. Liu Xu is confident that exchanging 200,000 tons should be achievable. Director Tan, while I may not be able to provide ample cotton, I can offer chemical textile fibers such as nylon, acrylic, viscose, and polypropylene. The quantity available can exceed 1 million tons, alleviating concerns about fabric shortages. However, most weaving machines currently in use are inadequate. To utilize chemical fibers, an upgrade of the machines I provide will be necessary. That is truly splendid. I'm most grateful. Mr. Liu, I shall return and report this before making a final decision. Director Tan, I may not be able to attend to your goods in the coming days. You will have to wait a little longer. I must first transport the supplies used on the northeastern front. Very well, I understand. After all, there is still some time before the new year, so it is not particularly urgent. After dinner, Director Tan hurried back to the capital overnight. That evening, Liu Xu instructed Shaoxing to unload the materials destined for the front lines before finally retiring for the night. Chapter 59. The arrival of the advanced inspection team Binhai is situated a mere 100 kilometers from the capital, thus the following day. A rather substantial inspection team made their way over. At this moment, Liu Xu was occupied with transferring supplies from the warehouse to the Eastern Railway side. Given the sheer volume of materials, waiting for the train to arrive before unloading was simply too time-consuming. Liu Xu had arranged for the temporary hiring of over 1,000 individuals from nearby villages to assist with the transportation, at a rate of 20,000 yuan per person per day, and if he were to provide transport, it would amount to 50,000 a day. This was a necessity, as the operation was expanding rapidly, yet preparations were far from complete. It was evident that the personnel from his trading company were ill-suited for such labor, and those from the construction company were still in the northeast. Several villagers from the nearby earthen city gazed in awe at the towering piles of grain. Goodness, where did all this food come from? And where is it headed? This amount could sustain us in Binhai for half a year. Stop your wild guesses. Didn't you hear? This is all destined for the front lines in the northeast. What? Are you saying this is military rations for our soldiers fighting the foreign devils? Indeed. So why even ask for payment? Can we take any of this? Exactly. Let's just get moving. Everyone, put in some effort. This is food for our troops battling the Americans. Listening from the side, Liu Xu felt a sudden warmth in his eyes. The thoughts of those who had endured the ravages of war were so pure. Despite their own hardships, they were willing to sacrifice their interests for the greater good. Such noble spirit is increasingly rare in a world that prioritizes wealth above all. At that moment, Zhang Shun approached him. Mr. Liu, Manager Yuan asked me to check in with you. We've accumulated so many antiques with no place to store them, and your home is overflowing. Is that so? Have Manager Yuan purchase a few houses for storage, and we shall discuss it later. By the way, Shun, have him hire another person. You can come and assist me going forward. Really? That would be wonderful, Mr. Liu. I've long desired to work alongside you. I'll head back to inform him at once. Haha, go ahead. After Zhang Shun departed, Liu Xu noticed a steam train slowly approaching, remarking to himself how swiftly it had arrived. However, he soon contemplated the likelihood of even greater quantities needing to be transported in the future, realizing the necessity of constructing a freight yard here. Furthermore, the railway to the north required a bridge to be built to facilitate direct access, thus avoiding a lengthy detour to the south. While lost in thought, he observed several vehicles approaching, and as he stood perplexed, the first vehicle veered directly towards him, bypassing the trading company. Liu Xu was even more puzzled, but upon recognizing the occupants, it became clear it was the Mayor Huang, accompanied by some officials, presumably to inspect the logistics of the supply transport. As the vehicle halted, Mayor Huang beckoned Liu Xu over. Mr. Liu, allow me to introduce you to Comrade Yuan Fong, General Wang Song from the Air Force, General Li Kaiyuan from the General Logistics Department, and General Li Songtao from the General Staff. Liu Xu is no longer the naive newcomer who knew nothing upon his arrival. He has seen all of these individuals in the documents. However, reading about someone is one thing, and encountering them in person is quite another. Liu Xu was still momentarily stunned, but eventually snapped back to reality and hurriedly shook hands with each of them, offering his greetings. At this moment, General Li Kaiyuan inquired, Mr. Liu, I have reviewed the supply list for the front line, and I understand that you have prepared a month's worth of provisions. Is that not a bit excessive? General Li, I calculated based on 5 pounds of staple food per person per day, and 1 pound of meat per person daily. You are aware of the current situation in our country. Not only the soldiers, but all citizens are severely lacking in fats. With increased consumption of staple food, I prepared accordingly. Additionally, I have provided ample meat, offal, and vegetables to ensure sufficient vitamins, along with adequate salt and oil. I believe that within 6 months, our physical condition should be comparable to that of foreign soldiers. Upon hearing Liu Xu's explanation, everyone understood, though General Li Kaiyuan still harbored some concerns. Mr. Liu, I'm not saying this is a bad approach, but I worry about future circumstances. If the U.S. Navy tightens its blockade, we might face difficulties in acquiring supplies. Do not worry. I suspect that soon it will be the Americans who will be anxious, General Li Songtao remarked, his eyes lighting up. Mr. Liu, are you referring to the anti-ship missile? Indeed, once our anti-ship missiles are operational, I doubt they will dare approach the waters surrounding the peninsula. This missile boasts a range of 500 kilometers, with a semi-armor-piercing warhead capable of carrying 300 kilograms of high explosives. General Li was astonished. A range of 500 kilometers? Is it truly that formidable? Rest assured, with our drone guidance, no naval vessel will be able to escape. A single missile can send light ships to the depths of the ocean, and for large aircraft carriers, we could trade 10 missiles for 1 carrier. Would that not be a worthwhile exchange? The group burst into laughter at this exchange. However, General Li soon recalled something and spoke up. I have heard that there is only one type of missile like this produced by the Americans. Which country manufactures your missile? Liu Xu felt a bit awkward. Oh well, this. At this moment, Comrade Yuan Fong interjected with a smile. Never mind. If Mr. Liu feels uneasy, we can let it go. The others considered this and agreed, realizing that as long as they were not at a disadvantage, there was no need to delve further into the matter. Gentlemen, shall we move to my office for a discussion? Liu Xu suggested. General Li Kaiyuan, however, replied, You all go ahead. I will take a moment to examine these supplies. The group then made their way to the reception area of the trading company, where Liu Xu called for his assistant to prepare several cups of tea. General Wang Song of the Air Force inquired, Mr. Liu, when can we expect the aircraft on that list to arrive domestically? The aircraft may be delayed somewhat, as the priority is on the Army's equipment. I believe the front line requires these resources more urgently, but it won't be too long a wait, Liu responded. By the way, General Wang, I have ordered a variety of aircraft models for different purposes. Do we currently have enough pilots and ground crew? At this moment, General Wang displayed a look of vexation. Alas, we started too late. In the past 4 to 5 years, we have only managed to train a little over 500 pilots and more than 3,000 ground personnel, yet the list shows over 7,000 aircraft. The pressure on my end is immense. Previously, there were people without aircraft. Now, with the arrival of the aircraft, we find ourselves lacking in personnel. General Wang, there is no need for concern. I have brought you a remarkable device known as a flight training simulator with 200 sets for each model. A simulator? Is this for training? Is it effective? It is crafted to replicate the cockpit of each aircraft in a 1-to-1 scale, providing an experience akin to piloting a real aircraft. It does not actually fly, resembling a chair placed indoors. Once trained on this, pilots will not feel flustered when they transition to the real aircraft. What? Such a thing exists? Is it available now? May I see it first? General Wang's eagerness was somewhat contagious to Liu Xu. I apologize, but it has not yet arrived. I shall notify you at the earliest opportunity once it does. Chapter 60. Liu Xu's ambition to establish a bank. General Wang. This time the variety of aircraft is quite comprehensive, encompassing nearly all existing models. I feel that our current pilot training requires significant reform, and in terms of numbers, we are far from sufficient. General Wang Song nodded and replied, "Indeed, after reviewing the list you provided, we convened a meeting to discuss it and have formulated a preliminary plan. However, we remain uncertain whether these aircraft can be safely delivered to our country, and we are hesitant to take any action at this time." Liu Xu felt somewhat exasperated. It was evident that they did not trust him, fearing he might create a satellite mishap or cause a major blunder, which would leave them in a difficult position. General Wang, you need not worry on that front. I can assure you that every item on the list will be returned without exception. Thank you, Mr. Liu. If it weren't for you, we would likely have to purchase from the Bear Country, and we would not have received the technical drawings and production materials as you have provided so generously. Oh, General Wang, you flatter me. I have always stated that my return is to aid the nation's development, not to profit from national calamities. By the way, what is the current status of our aviation schools? We currently have 7 aviation schools, 6 of which were established just last year and were branched off from the old aviation school in the Northeast. There are 2 bomber schools and 4 fighter schools. Liu Xu had not previously kept abreast of developments in this area, and his eyes brightened. Although they were newly established, he believed that with a solid foundation and the provision of some cutting-edge resources, they would soon achieve impressive results. That is excellent. The flight simulators can be allocated to these schools. I will increase the procurement of these simulators during my next overseas trip, ensuring that we acquire 1,000 units of each type. Additionally, the main fighter models I am providing are the J-6 and J-7. The J-6, while a first-generation aircraft like the F-86 Sabre, actually possesses superior performance compared to the F-86. The J-7, on the other hand, is a second-generation aircraft should it see combat. There are currently no American aircraft that could rival it. However, I sense that your Air Force might not need them by the time you achieve combat readiness. It is likely that the American aircraft will have been eliminated. Those 2 anti-aircraft missiles are no trifles. Given the current capabilities of American aircraft, they should be quite effective. The generals were taken aback by Liu Xu's assertions. After exchanging glances, General Li Songtao inquired, "Mr. Liu, we have noted those missile types, but we lack relevant parameters and are uncertain about their performance. However, given your remarks, would it be possible to mobilize some for deployment in major cities such as Guangzhou and Shanghai?" Generally, I was just about to mention that. I have procured 1,000 units of the Hongqi 2 missile, comprising a total of 100 guidance stations, with each station capable of supporting 6 launchers. They can be effectively deployed in coastal cities. With only 400 aircraft on the island, we can take them down without hesitation. Should we require more missiles, I can procure additional units. Liu Xu recalled that the records indicated that during this period, the Bay Islands had conducted over 500 bombings against various coastal cities, with more than 200 of these being large-scale assaults. Moreover, it was particularly noteworthy that his own city, Binhai, also had bombing records, which was why Liu Xu had requested so many guidance stations and launchers. If they waited until their construction was complete and then suffered another bombing, it would be disastrous. Hearing Liu Xu's words, General Li expressed his excitement. "Thank you. We are truly grateful. There have been no fewer than 50 bombings last year, and this year alone. With these missiles, we will have the capability to protect our citizens. Liu Xu reassured him. Rest assured, they will arrive in batches over the next few days. Just then, Generals Hong and Li Kaiyuan entered. Ah, Mr. Liu, I apologize for my tardiness. I had some matters to attend to in the capital this morning. After arriving, he first inspected the various supplies being sent to the front lines, which delighted the logistics officer. Afterward, he joined General Li Kaiyuan from the general headquarters. Commandant, you are too kind. I mentioned before that once the procurement channels for weapons were established, they would be delivered without delay. Thank you, Mr. Liu. The commander was supposed to come, but he is currently occupied with research on how to equip new weapons. Seeing such a large quantity has made the troops in other regions somewhat envious. They all wish to receive a share, but the commander will certainly not agree. And we don't know how long that will take. Liu Xu felt a sudden panic, focusing solely on the northeastern battlefield. He had forgotten that many places in the south had yet to be reclaimed during this era. Oh, that is not a problem. General Hong, please make a call and inform them that this batch of weapons is entirely for you. I will order another batch. Would you prefer to maintain this quantity or increase it? The generals were all somewhat agitated. If they could completely outfit their forces, it would undeniably be the best outcome. Not to mention, merely supplying ammunition for these foreign weapons was already causing significant headaches for the logistics personnel. General Li Kaiyuan interjected, Mr. Liu, we are very grateful. But you know that as a nascent nation, we do not possess the capacity to replace everything at once, and we cannot allow you to bear all the costs. Generally, let us not discuss this further. These weapons are a donation to the nation. I assure you, I will not accept a single penny. Just provide me with the numbers. How many for the Army? How many for the Air Force? How many for the Navy? Alternatively, let me know how you envision building the forces. I can purchase according to a list as well. The generals were left speechless, as this was no trivial matter. Ultimately, it was General Li Songtao who spoke. Very well, haha. We are sincerely grateful, Mr. Liu, but we currently cannot provide you with an answer. How about this? We will return to the capital and report upwards, and discuss it further after our deliberation. At this moment, Comrade Yuan Fong also nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, Mr. Liu, although you mentioned no payment, we cannot proceed in such a manner. However, our foreign exchange is nearly non-existent. Would it be possible to convert it to RMB? Liu Xu pondered thoughtfully for a moment and concluded that accepting payment would be the most prudent choice, recognizing that a one-sided benefit is seldom sustainable. Although he remained indifferent to the matter, he nodded and remarked, Very well, as it happens. I intend to use this capital to establish a bank, which would enable me to support the development of light industry in our country. Yin Fong's eyes brightened at this revelation. Oh, Mr. Liu, might you elaborate on your thoughts? How do you propose to assist the light industry? Ah, is it not straightforward? I possess both machinery and production technology. If there are individuals domestically who wish to establish factories but lack the requisite funding, they could approach my bank for low interest or even interest-free loans. Repayment could be made in installments or as a lump sum. This approach would also provide a constructive avenue for idle private funds within the country. We ought to strive to channel these resources into tangible industries rather than allowing them to languish unproductively, which only encourages a focus on short-term investments, seeking quick profits, and then departing. Such behavior yields no benefit to the nation and can disrupt the market, which has only recently stabilized. Yin Fong smacked his thigh in agreement. You speak the truth. Let us discuss this matter in detail this afternoon. Upon noticing the time, Liu Xu realized it was already midday. Perfect timing, as it is mealtime. Let us first dine at the cafeteria, and we could deliberate further this afternoon. At that moment, General Hong approached and said, Mr. Liu, I have brought a regiment with me. This unit will be assigned to you from now on. In light of the assassination attempt that occurred a few days ago, this arrangement has been made to ensure both your safety and the security of the materials. Chapter 61. The grand construction plan. After lunch, several generals departed, and Liu Xu met with the newly appointed commander and political commissar of the regiment. The commander, also surnamed Liu, was named Liu Baihong, while the political commissar was called Zhong Shengjun. Fortunately, when the dormitories for the construction company were built, they anticipated the possibility of more personnel arriving, leading to an abundance of accommodations. Currently, A small portion was occupied by the trading company, leaving just enough to house the regiment's members. Initially, Commander Liu intended for them to set up tents near the storage area, but Liu Xu firmly opposed this idea, arguing that in the biting cold, flimsy tents would be utterly inadequate. The dormitories, equipped with heating, were far more suitable, as they were active-duty soldiers. Liu Xu refrained from issuing company uniforms directly, instead providing each soldier with 2 sets of thermal undergarments and similar essentials. The daily necessities were distributed according to standard provisions. After a brief respite in the trading company's lounge, Comrade Yuan Fong sought out Liu Xu, bearing a set of documents. "Mr. Liu, as you primarily deal with machinery and equipment, could you take a look at this list and see if you can provide any of these items?" Liu Xu accepted the document and, upon reviewing it, frowned. It indeed mirrored the findings from his own research, predominantly consisting of the factories proposed for construction before the aid from the Soviet Union. After a cursory glance, he set the list aside. This gesture startled Comrade Yuan, who feared that perhaps these items could not be imported or that there were no suppliers for the factory equipment. "Mr. Yuan, I can procure these pieces of equipment. However, may I share my thoughts with you?" Liu Xu began. "I am acutely aware of the current domestic situation and the urgent need to restore various productions. Nonetheless, I am uncertain whether the government has comprehensively assessed the status of all industries within the country. For instance, how many foundational material factories are currently operational? And what is their annual output? Upon examining your list, I perceive that the investments in foundational aspects appear rather conservative. Moreover, many factories proposed for immediate construction seem unnecessary. Take, for instance, several mechanical processing plants. They lack a coherent system. There is no upstream supply of materials and no downstream enterprises to utilize their products. A large pharmaceutical factory, for example, requires at least one accompanying starch factory. Given the current agricultural yield, how much corn would we need to cultivate to satisfy this starch factory's annual demand? As for the plastic manufacturing plants, without basic chemical factories, from where will the raw materials be sourced? The wire and cable factories also lack the requisite foundational chemical plants to produce their materials. Therefore, the establishment of fundamental petrochemical and coal chemical factories is paramount. Additionally, consider the automobile factory. It necessitates over 200 supporting factories. If we design and finalize a model for a freight truck and establish all the supporting factories, will we have to reconstruct all these supporting facilities again to produce a passenger car? Furthermore, based on the proposed annual output of 30,000 vehicles, we would require 200,000 tons of steel. Can our steel mills meet this demand, and can their quality satisfy the automotive requirements? I noted that the combined annual output of these steel companies is merely 30 million tons. Is this sufficient for a nation of our size? In the current epoch of reconstruction and development, the significance of steel as the bedrock of all infrastructure cannot be overstated. However, the challenges extend beyond mere materials. The multitude of factories mentioned raises a pertinent question. Is there a well-structured workforce plan in place? In my view, our nation's most pressing deficiency lies not in machinery, but in human resources, specifically in skilled individuals well-versed in engineering and technology. Alarmingly, the literacy rate in urban areas has soared to 80, while in rural regions it exceeds 94. Thus, it is imperative to formulate a judicious workforce strategy that facilitates training without detriment to agricultural productivity. The simultaneous establishment of numerous factories will inevitably siphon a significant portion of the labor force from society, thereby posing a risk to food production. As Liu Xu's thoughts lingered, Comrade Yuan Fong appeared momentarily taken aback. They had indeed contemplated these matters, yet their vision was constrained by the prevailing zeitgeist. Unlike Liu Xu, who had the audacity to think outside the box, they believed their approach was the most optimal available. However, in the absence of Liu Xu, this perception held true. "Mr. Liu, what would be the most reasonable course of action?" Yuan Fong inquired. "Mr. Yuan, our circumstances are uniquely distinct from those of any other nation. We cannot simply replicate the economic policies of either Western countries or those of our northern neighbor. We must carve our own path, and our plan must align with current realities. Liu Xu then rose and retrieved a dossier from behind him, presenting it for review. This is a plan we have devised in response to the current situation. I believe it is quite fitting. First and foremost, we must focus on agriculture. What is paramount for agricultural production? Water. While quality seeds and fertilizers are undeniably important, without water, all else is futile. Currently, less than 30% of our farmland is irrigated. Thus, our first 5-year plan must include the construction of at least 30,000 reservoirs. The rationale behind constructing reservoirs encompasses 2 additional considerations: flood control and hydroelectric power generation, providing energy for large-scale industrial production. The advantages of reservoirs are manifold. During the rainy season, they can store water to prevent flooding while simultaneously generating electricity and irrigating farmland. Our nation's vast mountainous regions present ideal locations for such constructions. Over the past 2 to 3 decades, approximately 100,000 reservoirs of varying sizes have been built. Although historically, there was a scarcity of power generation equipment, rendering most incapable of producing electricity. However, Liu Xu's vision has shifted. With the appropriate infrastructure, electricity generation can now be achieved. Once these various power stations are operational, they will not only address local electricity needs, but also facilitate the transmission of power to the urban plains, supplementing the electrical demands of city industries. The second aspect of our plan involves literacy education. For substantial progress to occur, we must eradicate illiteracy, regardless of location. This will require intensive efforts during the evening hours to ensure widespread literacy, aiming at least for primary school education level. Future factory workers will be selected from this foundational pool, making subsequent specialized training within the factories considerably more manageable. Thirdly, regarding the foundational materials industry, the first 5-year plan must establish our material base comprehensively. This encompasses mineral extraction and refinement, followed by smelting, including steel, non-ferrous metals, and fundamental chemical industries, such as the 3 acids and 2 alkalis, synthetic ammonia, calcium carbide acetylene, and other essential industrial sectors. Fourthly, construction materials cannot be overlooked in the nation's vigorous development efforts. The establishment of any factory begins with the construction of its facilities, and if building materials fall short, it will severely hinder smooth progress. Lastly, the advancement of electricity is imperative. Currently, most domestic equipment still relies on steam power, resulting in significant energy waste, inefficiency, and severe environmental pollution. Comrade Yuanfang was meticulously reviewing the documents provided by Liu Xu while listening to his explanations, cross-referencing the data. However, upon seeing the figures, he couldn't help but inhale sharply in astonishment. Mr. Liu, are these steel plant statistics accurate? Indeed. I propose constructing 7 large-scale integrated steel enterprises, each equipped with 22,000 cubic meter blast furnaces. Upon full operation, the annual output should approach approximately 300 million tons. As for cement, around 270 factories with an annual production capacity of 3 million tons each are planned, totaling an estimated 800 million tons per year at full capacity. Regarding electricity, we will initially establish 80 thermal power plants in the northern regions, 1 per prefecture-level city, with additional plants in areas housing major factories. Chapter 62. The adverse effects of war. Mr. Liu, is this production capacity not excessively large? Mr. Yuanfang found it utterly astonishing that these 270 cement factories are distributed throughout the nation. They could hardly fathom the ramifications, let alone the machinery involved. What purpose does all this cement serve? This reflects the limitations of the era, where the primary achievement of industrialized nations is perceived to be factories. With all actions revolving around the establishment of such industrial complexes, particularly in heavy industry, little do they realize that societal advancement should encompass the holistic development of the entire community. It is noteworthy that during the peak period in the future, domestic cement production reached 5 billion tons. Without such a substantial output, it would be impossible to meet the comprehensive developmental demands of society. These figures were derived from calculations commissioned by a certain professor, indicating that currently 1/3 of the production capacity is indeed sufficient to address the national construction needs. Mr. Yuanfang, this data is grounded in meticulous computation. Our ambitions extend beyond merely erecting thousands of factory buildings. We must also consider various infrastructural projects, including roads, water conservancy works, and construction endeavors, among others. For instance, in the case of railways, which utilize the least amount of resources, current sleepers are made entirely from solid wood. However, with increased cement production, we could transition to precast concrete sleepers, given the current forest coverage in our country. If all construction materials were to rely solely on red bricks and timber, it would not be long before we could not find a single tree left. If the capacities of our steel and cement plants could support development, our forests might be preserved to a greater extent. It is essential to recognize that 1 kilometer of railway requires approximately 500 sleepers, each measuring 5 meters, necessitating a vast expanse of forest. The Daxing-Enling region has sustained the developmental needs for the first 30 years, yet we still imported 12 million cubic meters of timber. After Mr. Yuanfang nodded, he remarked, "Mr. Liu, let us pause here for today. I will return to deliberate further before making a decision." After bidding farewell to Mr. Yuanfang, Liu Xu descended from the office building and arrived at the machinery exhibition hall. It had been several days since his last visit, and he realized that he no longer needed to oversee operations here, as various individuals had taken charge. Upon entering, he was greeted by several acquaintances, to whom Liu Xu responded with a smile. He noticed that Manager Zhua from the General Machinery Group was also present. "Old Zhua, how have you been? It seems that your machines have been selling the most lately." "Indeed, our machine tools are comprehensive and precise, and most of the current orders come from Shanxing, though the majority still originates from Modu. However, Mr. Liu, a significant portion of potential deals fell through due to mismatched power sources. Many clients only wish to acquire 1 or 2 machines, yet their cities lack electricity, relying instead on steam power. There are quite a few such customers. Old Zhua, there's genuinely no solution to this. I simply cannot find steam power machinery on my end." Zui Yunfa shook his head with a resigned smile. "That's precisely how I've been explaining it. The foreign market has largely transitioned to the electrical era, while a substantial part of our domestic industry still relies on steam engines for power. This period reflects the intuitive sentiments of individuals regarding the contrast between China and foreign nations, particularly among those who have traveled abroad. A considerable segment remains skeptical about the possibility of establishing industrialization in the homeland, let alone envisioning a landscape dotted with factories akin to that of Western countries. However, during this era, those who returned to the motherland did so with fervent patriotism. Over the span of a decade, more than 500 scholars came back, each contributing significantly to the nation's development. As Liu Xu pondered these thoughts, 2 visiting clients passed by. Although he did not recognize them, their conversation piqued his interest. "Even after the founding of the nation, we still engage in warfare, yet we cannot secure victories. What is the purpose of it all? Sure, we may have achieved minor victories through surprise attacks, but how will we proceed from here? It's disheartening." Indeed, the United States is the largest industrial nation in the world, possessing everything one could desire and capable of producing whatever is needed. What do we have? As the 2 individuals walked further away, Liu Xu felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. He had never truly considered the public discourse surrounding this war. He wondered if such sentiments were confined to a small group or if they resonated with a larger segment of the populace. Liu Xu beckoned his colleague, Zui Yunfa, to approach. "Old Zhua, you interact with numerous individuals. Have you gleaned any perspectives on this war from them?" Zui Yunfa appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Mr. Liu, while I'm a student who studied in France and have not been to the United States, I'm aware of the industrial capabilities there. Many of the individuals I have encountered over the past month have come here to place orders due to this war, fearing they might miss out on opportunities." Liu Xu understood. Although Zui Yunfa did not provide a definitive conclusion, it was clear that such beliefs would not be easily swayed. Losing interest in further discussion, Liu Xu turned back to his office and summoned his assistant. "Xiang, please bring me all the recent newspapers. 1 copy of each will suffice." Liu Xu first perused some mainstream newspapers, such as the Coastal Daily and the Ta Kung Pao, which contained no negative news. He also examined the People's Daily, which offered a detailed analysis of the war, explaining the reasons for engaging in conflict and asserting that victory was assured. Conversely, several lesser-known tabloids, such as the Xingbao, Coastal Morning News, and Loyal Words, seemed to either attract readers with sensationalism or genuinely express concerns for the nation, provoking Liu Xu's ire. At this time, all written characters were in traditional Chinese, and Liu Xu did not recognize all of them. He often had to guess and occasionally consult a dictionary, which only fueled his frustration further. Do these people not understand the concept of mutual dependence? How can they remain complacent when a ravenous tiger lurks nearby? Ignoring them could embolden their encroachment into the northeast. By then, it would be too late. Moreover, this piece exhibits a lamentable lack of resolve, advocating for the notion of retreat at the first sight of favorable circumstances. Now is not the time for surrender. The Americans can easily manufacture an arsenal capable of leaving us utterly disoriented. Liu Xu, increasingly incensed by this perspective, discarded the sensationalist publications in a fit of frustration. What vexed him further was the fact that, despite having secured a significant victory on the battlefield, public opinion remained obstinately pessimistic, with these newspapers actively swaying others' views. Liu Xu felt compelled to take action, yet he was not well versed in matters of propaganda. Thus, he decided to seek assistance in crafting a few articles under his name, believing this would lend greater credibility to his message, even though he lacked expertise in this domain. Upon returning to the primary realm, Liu Xu set about arranging for someone to compose 2 articles for him to review. However, just as he finalized these plans, he received a call from Xin Import and Export Company, informing him that the light weapons were nearly ready for shipment and urging him to expedite their removal, as the warehouse was nearing its capacity. Liu Xu promptly assured them that he would arrange for the transportation that very evening and instructed them to withdraw their personnel in accordance with the contractual stipulations. Chapter 63. We Need Confidence. Liu Xu was filled with excitement. The weapons he had promised were finally on their way. However, due to space constraints in the warehouse, only a portion of each type of weapon could be accommodated. He had enclosed a temporary storage yard of over 1,000 acres in the wasteland beside the railway, using iron sheets. With a crew of just over 20 people, they spent 2 days leveling the site, hindered primarily by the biting cold. After concluding a phone call, Liu Xu drove to the warehouse of the Import and Export Company. Once the handover was complete and he saw their personnel depart, he felt a sense of relief. However, upon entering the warehouse, an unsettling feeling overcame him. He noticed several boxes were equipped with electronic devices, their indicator lights aglow. It was obvious what these devices were, and Liu Xu was distressed. Was it truly so brazen to install tracking devices? What did he do now? If they had been discreetly placed, he could feign ignorance. But the blatant nature of this situation made it clear they were monitoring his movements. If the signal were to vanish abroad, it would be one thing, but to disable the signal here was tantamount to inviting trouble. Liu Xu had never considered the possibility of the weapons being transferred through foreign channels. This was unlike any other situation. Attracting the attention of hostile foreign forces would be far more troublesome. It felt like an open conspiracy, and, as time slipped away, he struggled to devise a suitable plan. Even if he were to rent a ship now, it would be too late. He decided to dismiss his worries for the moment and focus on moving the goods first. After communicating with the system, he was transported to his office in the 50-dimensional space, where he transferred all the supplies to the yard by the railway. He then picked up the phone and called the security commander, Liu Baihong, informing him that a portion of the weapons had been stored in the yard and instructing him to arrange for the troops to oversee them that night. Next, he contacted General Li Kaiyuan at the logistics headquarters, urging him to expedite the train to transport the first batch of supplies. With these 2 calls made, countless individuals would spend yet another sleepless night. Liu Xu, too, found it impossible to rest. Reflecting on the comments he had read in the newspapers, he sat down at his desk, took a piece of paper, and decided to write something to share with others. The first thought that crossed his mind was the pervasive lack of confidence among people during this period, particularly those with even a slight understanding of foreign matters. Although changing their mindset would prove difficult, he did not wish for them to drag down those who were entirely unaware of the outside world. Thus, He commenced writing the introduction to We Need Confidence. Liu Xu began by stating that he was a Chinese individual born and raised abroad, having received all his education in foreign lands. During his studies, he had encountered various opinions that he felt compelled to share for mutual encouragement. One Western scholar had remarked that we are not a true nation, but rather a civilization masquerading as one, having endured countless rises and falls throughout history. Yet, when viewed in the grand tapestry of time, we still stand at the pinnacle of the world. 5,000 years ago, we faced floods alongside the Egyptians, who constructed Noah's Ark, while we had to you managing the waters. 4,000 years ago, we engaged in the crafting of bronze with the ancient Babylonians. Although they unearthed scant remnants of bronze, we have discovered over 10,000 inscribed bronze artifacts. 3,000 years ago, we pondered philosophy in tandem with the Greeks. Their sages ultimately could not save Athens, while our myriad schools of thought diligently labored for the prosperity of Huaxia. 2,000 years ago, we battled alongside the Romans. Ancient Rome eventually faded into the annals of history, yet our civilization has flourished to this day. A millennium ago, we shared incredible wealth with the Arabs, but they were consumed by mutual distrust, while we chose to conceal our riches in silence. And now, we find ourselves in competition with the Americans. However, today, among the four great ancient civilizations, only our flower-cultivating culture has endured, which attests to the exceptional nature of our heritage. So, what is the true essence of our culture? In Western mythology, fire is a divine gift, whereas in Chinese myth, fire is born from the persistent friction of wood. When faced with apocalyptic floods, the West sought refuge in Noah's Ark, while in Chinese mythology, it is the Yu who tames the waters. We have numerous similar myths, such as Jing Wei filling the sea, Yu Gong moving the mountain, Qua Fu chasing the sun, and Ho Yi shooting down the suns. The core of our mythology can be distilled into two words: resistance. Generations have grown up listening to such stories, and the spirit of resistance has become embedded in our genetic fabric. Though we may be unaware of it in our daily lives, we possess the same fortitude as our ancestors. All civilizations began with theism, yet only our civilization is unafraid of deities. We rely on our own efforts for survival rather than divine intervention. Resistance is our singular creed, a concept that Westerners may fail to grasp, as their beliefs and ways of thinking are predicated on monetary transactions. Thus, we shall undoubtedly prevail in this war, for it is a battle for the very foundation of our nation. Those who oppose without understanding should recognize this truth. One punch opens the way for 100. This embodies the spirit of our nation. At the end of his writing, Liu Xu included some advertisements for his trading company. The industrial progress of Western nations may have outpaced ours due to their earlier development, but this does not imply that we shall forever lag behind. My company will spare no effort in assisting those committed to revitalizing the nation through industrial endeavors. We can provide factory equipment across all sectors and industries globally. After concluding his writing, Liu Xu noticed it was nearly 11 o'clock and called his assistant, Zhou Ziang, to help translate the text into traditional characters. Before dawn the following day, Liu Xu was awakened by a commotion. A group of generals had arrived, including the top executives. This thrilled Liu Xu, for although things were not as they had been when he first arrived, this occasion was indeed extraordinary. In the cargo yard, Liu Xu had someone pry open a crate of rifles and introduced a Type 81 automatic rifle to the assembly. Esteemed leaders and generals, this rifle is equipped to fire 7.62mm ammunition, which is compatible with the Type 81 light machine gun. It boasts an effective range of 400 meters and can operate in both semi-automatic and fully automatic modes. Its design ingeniously amalgamates the functions of a rifle, submachine gun, and light machine gun. General Li Songtao from the General Staff remarked, "Excellent. With this firearm, our soldiers will maintain formidable firepower on the battlefield." However, General Li Kaiyuan from the General Headquarters interjected, "Indeed, it is commendable, yet the ammunition requirements have also escalated." Laughter ensued as one suggested, "Let us not quarrel over this. How about each of us takes 2 of each type, and we find a suitable location to test them? Words alone cannot suffice. We must put them to the test." Thus, aside from the rocket launchers and artillery, They procured a few of every available weapon, including mortars. Before long, the sound of gunfire echoed across the desolate eastern expanse. 2 hours later, Liu Xu returned with these generals, and it was evident that their expressions had shifted dramatically. The mirth they could not conceal was palpable. Although Liu Xu had intended to invite them to his quarters for a brief respite, they opted to depart directly by vehicle. Observing that his presence was no longer required, Liu Xu returned to his office. At that moment, his assistant, Tong Xiang, approached, presenting the manuscript that had been submitted to him the previous night. Liu Xu had anticipated an urgent matter. However, as he did not know anyone from the newspaper, he decided to call Mayor Huang, seeking his assistance in recommending the manuscript to the publication. Chapter 64. The Frontline Troops Transition. Liu Xu's article, "We Need Confidence," was predictably published in the Binhai Daily, credited to him under his real name. Notably, he had not mentioned it to Mayor Huang, who assumed Liu was indifferent since the article also featured an advertisement for his company. Upon receiving the submission, the editor-in-chief recognized it as having been arranged by Mayor Huang's office. After perusing the piece, he found it astonishingly inspiring, leading to its placement as the front-page headline. Furthermore, the editor recommended a sample issue to the capital's People's Daily. Consequently, Liu Xu achieved notoriety, as the daily newspaper boasts a circulation of 170,000 copies, primarily targeting individuals within various governmental and political institutions, thereby ensuring that many would remember the name Liu Xu. His arguments were unprecedented in this era, and the several mythological anecdotes he included carried profound meanings, refreshing the reader's perspectives. In the Jingqing's Diamond Street, at the Tongexuan Tea House, a group of leisurely elders maintained their traditional habits. Rising early, they opted not to have breakfast at home, but instead strolled directly to the tea house. A unique aspect of the old Beijing morning tea culture. The elders would spend the entire morning there, exchanging news and gossip. Thus, the tea houses in the capital opened early. A middle-aged man, wearing a cotton-lined melon hat and earmuffs, pushed aside the heavy curtain and entered. "Ah, Lord Bale, good morning to you. Kid, call me Genie. The dynasty has changed twice. Such titles are no longer appropriate." At this moment, a waiter approached. "Genie, the usual today?" "Yes. I'll have a bowl of oil tea and 2 meat-filled pancakes." "Right away. Please take a seat while I fetch the newspaper." The waiter swiftly wiped down the already spotless table and chairs before gesturing for him to sit. Shortly thereafter, Genie settled in while greeting familiar patrons around him. His order soon arrived. "Old Gene, still reading the People's Daily?" One acquaintance inquired. "You wouldn't understand. If you want to know the news, this is what you must read." "No way, I don't enjoy it. But if you find something interesting, do share." Before the person could finish, Genie interjected. "Hey everyone, look at this article promoting the war effort. I've read many, but this one is truly exceptional. It was penned by someone overseas. Remarkably, foreigners are studying our culture too. Reading it fills me with pride. After all, our 5,000 years of history surely surpasses that of the West." "What do you mean by surpassing the West, old Gene?" "Pray tell. Just wait a moment. I recommend all of you take a look. This writer makes some valid points, especially regarding the nuances of our written language." Liu Xu's expression in the text conveys the necessity of possessing confidence in our own culture, particularly in our script. In this era, the number of individuals who comprehend both phonetic and logographic scripts is scant. Liu Xu professes to understand nearly all languages in the world, yet he asserts that ours is the most exceptional. After reading, Genie shared his thoughts with those nearby, only to find that one individual was even more exhilarated. Within mere minutes, a loud bang on the table startled everyone. "Ah, I finally comprehend that these idioms carry such meanings. Resistance, grandmother, and grandfather simply cannot tolerate those foreign devils. If the foreign devils in Dongjiao Minxiang were still around, I would certainly take my gun out to play. Ha ha, Mingye. Refrain from voicing your opinions and take a look. The fellows are still waiting." Over the past few days, countless individuals have engaged in discussions regarding Liu Xu's piece. We need confidence. Such sentiments have become commonplace in later generations, yet this is the first time they have been encountered in this era. This perspective can be regarded as an exploration of civilization that ascends to the roots of culture. aptly aligning with the contemporary context wherein the nation is in dire need of reconstruction following its myriad wounds. Furthermore, Liu Xu articulates that our nation is among the most industrious in the world, with such cultural depth. Reclaiming our position at the pinnacle of the world is merely a matter of time. 5 days later, the most immediate response was an increasing number of visitors to the trading company for orders. It is no longer just the general machinery sector that is bustling. Various mechanical industries have also commenced operations, predominantly in light industry. While Liu Xu is occupied with placing orders, the front lines of the peninsula have begun a transition. Today marks the day the 50th Army is upgrading its weaponry. Previously, troops were withdrawn, but now they are delivered directly to the front via vehicles. Since the regular drone patrols commenced, the efficacy of Eagle Nation's aircraft has become exceedingly limited. The transport convoys have never been detected by them. Their function is primarily on the battlefield, where soldiers remain in fixed positions, forced to seek shelter in anti-artillery bunkers. The time for the planned second offensive has long passed. They await the completion of rearmament and the formation of combat capability. Liu Xu's arsenal includes numerous film projection equipment, and each evening he seeks places to study the usage and maintenance of weapons for several hours. As the rearmed troops eagerly familiarize themselves with their new equipment, a soldier inquires, "Squad leader, please explain how to switch between automatic and single fire." "You rascal, what were you paying attention to when the platoon leader was speaking?" "Squad leader, I was simply too excited and didn't catch it all." "Could you reiterate?" "All right then, pay attention." Subsequently, a dozen individuals gathered closely to listen attentively. The artillery units remain the busiest, as the artillery equipment Liu Xu initially brought has now arrived at the front lines, with the first to arrive being the 95 style 4-barrel 25mm self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. The forward command has reassigned 2 divisions, 61 and 62, from the anti-aircraft artillery brigade for rearmament. The self-propelled artillery is equipped with 4 advanced type, 2 surface-to-air missiles, precisely what the forward command requires, as the domestic air defense capabilities are rather inadequate. Hence, there is a pressing desire for these weapons to swiftly attain operational readiness. Almost all artillery personnel are engaged in evening film studies, while those units that have received the equipment commence training during the day, leaving those without to watch enviously. The commander of the forward command is quite anxious, as the timeline he had envisioned has already elapsed, and several pieces of equipment have yet to arrive. On multiple occasions, he contemplated visiting the front lines directly, yet he was dissuaded by others. Should he venture to the front, he would lose access to the sophisticated command system currently at his disposal. Here, the battlefield is entirely transparent. During this time, he has observed the steady reinforcement of the U.S. forces, and upon witnessing this, he felt a sense of relief, recognizing that whether it is a single sheep or a flock, they can all be herded. Once the equipment is fully replaced, the situation will markedly change, and they will possess the capability to decisively confront these forces. Consequently, he later instructed the troops to conduct small-scale offensives, aiming to encircle the enemy within a defined perimeter. Commander Kong, who was originally due to return, found himself engaged in railway repairs, overseeing the construction of a makeshift parking area. Concerned about potential aerial bombardments from U.S. aircraft, he opted not to construct a national station, but merely established ground-level parking platforms for the efficient loading and unloading of goods. With the mission now accomplished, over 1,000 personnel embarked on a specialized train transporting munitions back to the coastal region. Chapter 65. Liu Xu advocates for traditional Chinese medicine. Ever since Liu Xu published an article in the newspaper, he developed a fondness for reading it, which significantly enhanced his proficiency in traditional Chinese characters. His assistant, Zhou Ziang, found himself tasked with the daily organization and delivery of numerous newspapers to Liu Xu. Given the extensive range of newspapers Liu Xu subscribed to from major cities across the nation, dozens arrived daily by mail. This morning, upon entering his office, Liu Xu smiled at the neatly arranged newspapers on his desk. However, his attention was soon captured by an old newspaper from August, which Zhou Ziang had used to wrap the stack. This publication reported on the first health conference, and the more Liu Xu read, the more incensed he became. The report entirely vilified traditional Chinese medicine, branding it a feudal malignancy, with some advocating for its abolition while retaining only herbal medicine. Furthermore, it insisted that all practitioners of traditional medicine must pass examinations in Western medicine, with failure resulting in disqualification for practice. After stewing in anger for a while in his office, Liu Xu summoned Zhou Ziyang. Ziyang, please inform Manager Niu of the Medical Machinery Group to halt the installation of equipment at the pharmaceutical factory in Modu. Withdraw all personnel immediately and put the project on indefinite hold. I will notify you when to resume work. Also, relay to Manager Liang at the pharmaceutical conglomerate to suspend all imports of chemical drugs domestically. As for the medical supplies and equipment needed for the front line and the troops currently engaged in combat, they need not worry. We will facilitate a direct donation to the General Headquarters. Do convey this to General Li Kaiyuan at the General Headquarters. By the way, if old Liang comes looking for me, find a way to keep him at bay. Zhou Ziyang, trembling slightly, meticulously noted down Liu Xu's directives, fully aware of the profound implications they would carry. Beads of sweat formed on his brow in the chill of winter. Mr. Liu, may I inquire as to the reason for this? Liu Xu did not conceal his motives. He extracted the newspaper and placed it before Zhou Ziyang, pointing to it. You need not explain this to them. I know what I am doing. I have become addicted to writing articles. Later, I shall compose another piece for you to deliver to the newspaper office. You are acquainted with the editor of the Binhai Daily, are you not? Liu Xu felt compelled to take a stand, recalling historical data indicating that such regulations had led to over 90 of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners being barred from practicing. The most severe consequence was the prohibition of training new practitioners, which severely impeded the development of traditional medicine. At that time, there were as many as 50,000 students of traditional Chinese medicine, yet upon graduation, they were neither assigned work nor permitted to practice independently, significantly impacting the inheritance of this national treasure. Despite considering himself merely a small businessman, Liu Xu recognized the necessity of voicing his opinion in this critical situation. Meanwhile, at the construction site of a new pharmaceutical factory in Modu, Manager Niu Deming was engrossed in addressing the installation issues of a refrigeration workshop when he received a call from Zhou Ziyang. The pharmaceutical factory in question is the first collaborative establishment, with the penicillin plant already constructed and operational. Subsequently, Liu Xu planned to expand it into a comprehensive large-scale chemical pharmaceutical factory capable of producing various forms, including tablets, capsules, injectables, oral liquids, and powders. Currently, 2/3 of the machinery has arrived, encompassing the building materials for the facility. Manager Niu, this directive comes directly from Mr. Liu. Please return with your team. Treating it as a break. Break? Are you unaware of the severe drug shortages in the country? This is a critical moment. Manager Niu, I have already informed the Shanghai Pharmaceutical Factory to halt the project as per Mr. Liu's instructions. There are certain matters at play, so please bring your team back. Very well. Niu Deming reluctantly set down the blueprints in his hands and notified his team. Just as he was packing up, the factory director rushed in, visibly agitated. Old Niu, what is happening? What is going on? Director Wang, I am unclear. I just received a call instructing us to return for a briefing, stating that the project is indefinitely suspended. What? This is absurd. You cannot leave. Old Niu. Wait, let me think of a solution. Niu Deming, feeling helpless, sat down, glancing at the piles of blueprints and the mountain of equipment outside, contemplating the advanced machinery that could resolve significant issues if the project were to proceed. After returning to his office, Director Wang contemplated his options and ultimately decided to call the mayor of Shanghai, a person of considerable influence with a fiery temperament who could potentially resolve the situation. Indeed, upon hearing the news, Mayor Liu of Shanghai erupted in fury. No, old Wang, you must keep them here. Even if it requires force, they shall not be allowed to leave. Meanwhile, Manager Liang of the Binhai Pharmaceutical Company, upon receiving a call from Zhou Ziyang, was taken aback, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Ever since establishing a connection with Liu Xu, his operations have been exceedingly smooth, with no worries about sourcing supplies, as Liu Xu had even arranged for over 200 delivery vehicles. Now, with the abrupt cessation, where could he possibly find new suppliers? In a state of urgency, Manager Liang drove straight to the future trading company. Upon overhearing the conversation between Zhou Ziyang and Manager Liang in the corridor, Liu Xu swiftly retreated to a more modern space. Liang Ye, witnessing Zhou Ziyang blocking his path to find Liu Xu, became enraged and barged in, only to find the office empty, leaving him no choice but to retreat. Zhou Ziyang, feeling guilty, followed him in, perplexed after failing to locate Liu Xu. Xiao Zhou, tell me honestly, what is Mr. Liu's reasoning? What is truly happening? This matter is of great significance. Zhou Ziyang stammered, unsure whether to divulge details, which only infuriated Manager Liang further. Xiao Zhou, speak up. The entire nation is relying on these medications. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ziyang seemed to resolve himself and handed over the newspaper. After perusing it, Liang Ye felt utterly speechless. While this wasn't something he could handle, better let the department deal with the headache. After Manager Liang left, Liu Xu returned a few minutes later, settling at his desk to begin writing. First and foremost, Liu Xu sought to elucidate that all academic disciplines, regardless of their nature, exist to serve humanity. Whether traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, neither should suppress the other in unfamiliar domains, for human understanding is inherently limited. Moreover, one must not wield the banner of science to stifle the development of another field, for science itself is the least scientific of all. It is a discipline of perpetual evolution, ceaselessly questioning prior achievements, meaning present knowledge may not be the ultimate truth. Only through relentless innovation can science continue to progress. Throughout our millennia of history, renowned practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine have been innumerable, with cured cases beyond count. In contrast, Western medicine has existed for mere centuries. There is no necessity for academic rivalry. Both serve humanity, and scholarship should flourish in diverse forms. Traditional Chinese medicine should not cling to sectarian biases, nor should Western medicine be dismissed. Both have their unique merits. As disciplines advancing within the realm of healing, they ought to learn from one another, seeking more precise and efficient methods to serve mankind. Chapter 66. Construction Plan for the Coming Year within the Administrative Office of the Capital. Comrade Xiaoshan picked up the phone and dialed. Comrade Yuanfang, are you not heading to Benhai tomorrow? I just received a call from Mr. Liu in the bustling metropolis. It seems that the pharmaceutical factory there has been halted by him, and all personnel are to be recalled. Could you inquire about the situation? Chief, I have just been informed that the pharmaceutical corporation has also suspended its supply. However, General Kai Yuan from the General Headquarters mentioned that future trade will be directly supplied to them, and they will allocate the medications as needed. General Kai Yuan did not seem overly concerned. He merely wanted to inform me, and I was about to report this to you. For what I gather, it may be due to Mr. Liu's dissatisfaction with the current policies enforced by the Ministry of Health, as he perceives a tendency to suppress traditional Chinese medicine. After contemplating for a moment, Comrade Xiaoshan replied, understood. Please inquire further, but do not involve yourself in this matter for now. Let the Ministry of Health handle it. In truth, Liu Xu was not anxious about this issue, as he could not allow such matters to impede his primary responsibilities. With the construction company led by Captain Kong returning with a substantial contingent, he contemplated convening a meeting to articulate his ideas and outline the principal tasks for the upcoming year. Additionally, he had extended invitations to Professors Liang and Zhou from Capital University, as the primary focus for the next year would be construction. At 9 a.m., Mayor Huang also arrived, accompanied by several key city officials. Attendance from the heads of various divisions within Liu Xu's trading company was imperative for this meeting. First, let us extend a warm welcome to Mayor Huang and his entourage, followed by our gratitude to Professors Liang and Zhou for their support, as we shall officially embark on a significant construction period next year. Please take a look at this rendering. This is the envisioned outcome once completed. While Liu Xu was elaborating at the podium, Mr. Yuanfang entered with two individuals, prompting everyone to rise. Mr. Liu, an unexpected visit, but I am eager to listen to your construction plans. Not all. You are someone we could scarcely invite, Liu Xu replied. Please do continue. We will take a seat and listen. Very well, Liu Xu resumed. As our machinery orders increase daily, our exhibition space is rather insufficient. allowing us to showcase less than 1/10,000th of our products. Therefore, I plan to construct 40 shopping centers. These centers will be categorized by product types across all industries. Though this may still fall short of our needs, considering there are over 100 million products spanning 20 categories, 97 major classifications, and more than 800 industries. These shopping centers, aside from facilitating the sale of goods, will primarily serve as exhibition spaces. Our main enterprise is equipping machinery, which aids in the domestic establishment of more factories. For instance, if someone possesses capital and wishes to build a factory but is uncertain about what to produce, they can visit our centers to explore options, and we will assist in facilitating the establishment of their factory. When our mall's merchandise can be produced domestically, we will have alternatives. Thus, we can import goods from abroad until all products are entirely manufactured within the country. Upon hearing Liu Xu's statement, the audience erupted into applause, startling him momentarily. He smiled and urged everyone to quiet down. For the operation of these 40 malls, adequate warehouses must be established. Therefore, I plan to construct a large freight yard adjacent to the railway for nationwide distribution. Additionally, a corresponding inland port will be necessary by the Haihe River to facilitate inland transportation. With the establishment of these malls, our various machinery groups must expand their scale, necessitating the reformation of each group into independent companies. By next year, you will operate autonomously, bearing your own profits and losses, while the parent company will solely oversee development direction and supervision, with intercompany transactions settled in cash. Given the anticipated growth, each company will require an office building. Thus, I plan to erect 15 high-rise structures for this purpose, one of which will be designated as a hotel. Moreover, our machinery companies will need a large school for training personnel in the operation of purchased machinery. This school will require the construction of a teaching building, dormitories, a cafeteria, a library, and other facilities. Ultimately, with such a vast enterprise, we may need around 30,000 employees, which raises the issue of accommodation. Hence, a residential community must be developed concurrently. Liu Xu pointed to a section of the architectural rendering, with 30,000 employees and their families. We could see a residential population of approximately 200,000. The preliminary plan for this community includes 2,007-story dormitory buildings. Since it is a residential area, various amenities must be included, such as kindergartens, primary schools, secondary schools, hospitals, and convenience markets. At this moment, everyone was taken aback. The scale of the project was indeed monumental. Mayor Huang was particularly exhilarated, never having imagined such grand developments. The high-rise buildings depicted in the rendering captivated him, and he envisioned how splendid they would be once completed. Next, it seems Manager Khan will have his hands full. I also have a proposal. I would like to invite Professors Liang and Zhou to bring their students to assist us in training. Currently, over 1,000 individuals are learning solely through films without any guidance. I have already prepared all the construction drawings abroad. This winter's task will be for each individual to thoroughly understand the blueprints and correctly position themselves, enabling us to commence work as soon as spring arrives. After Liu Xu finished speaking, a comrade named Yuan Fong suddenly addressed him. Mr. Liu, after our discussions, the central government has agreed to your proposal for establishing a bank, as you suggested, to support those dedicated to revitalizing the nation through industry. That is truly wonderful. With this bank, we will be able to accomplish numerous initiatives. Liu Xu zepone entusiasti. Moreover, Mr. Liu, we are largely in agreement with the plan you submitted. However, we remain uncertain about your capabilities. And we also question whether the machinery can subsequently be imported into the country without issue. Therefore, we will refrain from signing any cooperation agreements with you for the time being. Nonetheless, we propose to proceed with your plan as previously discussed. How does that sound? Liu Xu contemplated this arrangement, finding it agreeable as it would allow him to organize according to his own pace. Very well, that is indeed the best approach. To be candid, I have already placed orders for some machinery required for mining operations, as well as for equipment for 2 large steel, smelting, and forging plants. These items are scheduled for delivery within 3 months, so you must consider where they will be installed and received. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yuan Fang's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Is that true? That is splendid news. This way, our procurement channels will not be confined solely to the Bear Nation." At that moment, Manager Kong from the construction company pointed at the architectural renderings and inquired, "Mr. Liu, have the construction blueprints been finalized? Where can we find them?" "Indeed, the drawings have long been completed. You may bring some personnel over shortly to collect them." "Mr. Liu, if we are to commence construction together next year, we simply do not have enough manpower," remarked Team Leader Kong. "Do not solely rely on your own staff. My intention is to train all our personnel as technicians this winter. When the time comes, we can recruit additional workers from the community, thus providing ordinary citizens with an opportunity to earn a living." Mayor Huang's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Chapter 67. The debate between Chinese and Western medicine during this period. The operational capacity of factories was exceedingly low, primarily due to the lockdown that severed the supply of raw materials. As an agricultural nation with a considerably weak foundational industry, this circumstance indirectly led to an increased unemployment rate among urban workers. Upon hearing Liu Xu's remarks, Mayor Huang felt a surge of elation. For such an expansive construction site would undoubtedly require a substantial workforce, ensuring at least a meal for those laboring there. At this juncture, Mayor Huang suddenly interjected, "Mr. Liu, the workers' new village project, which has been deliberated multiple times, has recently yielded results. We estimate the need to construct approximately 55,000 dormitories, each measuring 4 meters in length and 35 meters in width, with an internal area of 13 for square meters. The cost per unit is 44 million, and the intended lifespan is 15 years. What do you anticipate the cost would be for your construction company to provide such dormitories?" After a moment of contemplation, Liu Xu responded, "Mayor Huang, the integrated prefabricated dormitories we utilize can indeed meet your 15-year lifespan requirement at a reasonable cost, with the primary advantage being their rapid construction speed. How about this? You designate a location, and I will create several prototype houses in various styles for you to choose from. What do you think? That sounds splendid. Let us proceed with that arrangement." "The matter is quite urgent," Mayor Huang declared with delight, having witnessed the installation process of these dormitories firsthand. Essentially, once the crane was positioned, the task was nearly complete. Comrade Yuan Fang chimed in, "The capital city also has a demand. Once your prototype houses are completed, I shall arrange for them to come inspect. If all goes well, we shall place an order as well." Liu Xu beamed, sensing a burgeoning business opportunity. After discussing this matter, he continued, "Furthermore, the railway to the east requires upgrading. Once all my buildings are completed, the total volume of goods entering and exiting will be substantial. This is originally a branch of the Jinggupu Railway, and it is a single track that terminates at the banks of the Haihe River. I need to construct a railway bridge to connect it to the Tianjin Railway and upgrade it to a double track. This will eliminate the need for trains heading northeast to take a lengthy detour. Consequently, the Changtangswang Railway Station must be refurbished and integrated with the new freight yard I plan to build, all of which necessitates strong support from the city." After Liu Xu finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Mayor Huang, who now had no choice but to express his stance. "I'm immensely grateful to Mr. Liu for inviting us to participate in your company's development meeting. Hearing about your grand vision brings me great joy. Our city will provide robust support. Let us agree that before the year ends, we will negotiate with the local villagers regarding the land to be requisitioned, and we shall strive to accommodate your other requests as best as we can." Liu Xu felt that this was quite satisfactory, realizing that he could not expect any guarantees from Mayor Huang at this moment, so he promptly began to applaud. "As for any matters involving the demolition of houses, I pledge that we can exchange our dormitory buildings to accommodate the villagers from these communities, and we shall provide appropriate financial compensation for any farmland affected." After the meeting concluded, Mayor Huang and Mr. Yuan followed Liu Xu into the reception room, only to find Manager Liang of the Pharmaceutical Corporation already waiting there. "Brother Liu, you are quite elusive," Liang remarked. "I've been busy these past few days. It's not that I've been avoiding you," Liu Xu retorted playfully. "You little rascal, where did you learn that?" Manager Liang replied with exasperation. Once everyone was seated, Mr. Yuan introduced Liu Xu. This is Deputy Minister Wang from the Ministry of Health. Here regarding pharmaceutical matters. The deputy minister was visibly irritated and felt as if he were being coerced, wearing a frown since receiving the news yesterday, given that these regulations had been established by their own initiative. Bottling up his frustration, he spoke rather brusquely. You have quite the audacity to cut off supplies. Who gave you the authority to threaten a nation? What are your intentions? Liu Xu, unfamiliar with this deputy minister, remained unfazed by the remark, while those around him grew restless. Both Mr. Yuan and Mayor Huang were taken aback by Deputy Minister Wang's lack of composure, and as soon as he finished speaking, they sensed trouble. Mr. Yuan quickly interjected, Old Wang, let's stick to the matter at hand. We need to address the issues directly. He was acutely aware of Liu Xu's current significance. During their meeting yesterday discussing Liu Xu's proposals, they had concluded that if these plans were realized, the nation would surpass any expectations, positioning itself as a formidable power behind them, far more reliable than the bear to the north, given the difficulties encountered in negotiations with them. In light of this situation, how could they possibly afford to overlook Liu Xu? Liu Xu, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words and chose to disregard the deputy minister. If you wish to continue this conversation, please do so. I have no desire to engage in a debate with you. Selling my products is my prerogative. Alternatively, I could simply inform you that the ship carrying the pharmaceuticals was sunk by the Americans. Perhaps you should seek recompense from them. What kind of attitude is that? Fine, let us change the subject. ISNT traditional Chinese medicine unscientific? What of yin, yang, and the 5 elements or meridians and qi? I've performed numerous surgeries, yet I've never encountered such phenomena, the deputy minister insisted, aggravating Liu Xu to the brink of frustration. Ignorance is truly inexcusable. Has Western medicine even been developed for just a few years? Have we not had esteemed physicians throughout our thousands of years of history? Countless patients have been treated successfully. You may choose to remain ignorant, but that does not grant you the right to suppress the truth. The deputy minister retorted, We do not categorically deny it. We still maintain the use of traditional medicine. Hearing this only served to further infuriate Liu Xu, leaving him both exasperated and bemused. This is undoubtedly the finest jest I have ever encountered. To expect someone trained in Western medicine to prescribe traditional Chinese medicine is a notion that only the most foolish could conceive, akin to asking a group of Taoists to recite the sutras of monks. By the end of his discourse, Liu Xu seemed nearly to grit his teeth in frustration, his ire intensifying with each word. Moreover, the absurdity of your actions, requiring practitioners of Chinese medicine to adopt the methodologies of Western medicine, is truly beyond comprehension. In this era, who among you dares assert that your proficiency in Western medicine exceeds ours? How many of the chemical pharmaceuticals I have brought back are unfamiliar to you? We would not make such claims. By what right do you? Do you grasp the essence of chemical pharmaceuticals? It lies in the meticulous purification of specific substances to cure ailments, often accompanied by significant side effects, with some chemicals being particularly harsh on the stomach. Enough of this. I shall refrain from further comment. Mr. Yuan Fong, I intend to establish a fund dedicated to the protection and promotion of traditional Chinese medicine, as I am profoundly disheartened by their actions. At this moment, those present in the room fell into deep contemplation after hearing Liu Xu's words. Recognizing the validity of his arguments, Mr. Yuan Fong then remarked, Mr. Liu, rest assured, I shall escalate this matter, and a satisfactory resolution will undoubtedly ensue. Chapter 68. Zhang Shun arranges for orphans. Mr. Liu, there's another matter I wonder if you could assist with. Comrade Yuan Fong, please speak candidly, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate. It is this. Our foreign exchange reserves are currently rather tenuous. Yet the consumption of fuel on the peninsula battlefield is exceedingly high, particularly diesel. Our negotiations with the Bear Nation have yet to yield results. Could you devise a means to urgently transport a batch back? Upon hearing this, Liu Xu was taken aback, then slapped his forehead in dismay. How could he have forgotten such a crucial issue? He had focused solely on retrieving numerous vehicles, neglecting the fact that these vehicles require fuel. Liu Xu recalled that the substantial aid from the Bear Nation was anticipated to arrive by the beginning of next year. At this juncture, relying solely on domestic reserves would likely have long since been depleted. Comrade Yuan Fong, this is my oversight. I shall immediately reach out to my foreign contacts and instruct them to prepare without delay. That would be splendid. I am exceedingly grateful. Comrade Yuan Fong, the fuel products I have here may not suffice in quantity. They may serve for emergencies. But transporting large amounts to the homeland over the long term would pose significant challenges. We must explore avenues for importing from nations within the Bear Nation sphere. I have an idea. I will organize a supply of light industrial goods, offering them to you at 1/3 of our domestic sales price for export. You may set the export price, with the stipulation that it cannot fall below 10 times the domestic price. This would enable us to earn foreign currency to supplement the currently non-producible basic industrial products domestically. Liu Xu pondered the sensitivity of oil in modern society. Every nation has a set production quota each year, and the sudden emergence of a significant consumer could understandably raise concerns. However, small countries like Niger produce around 300,000 barrels of crude oil daily, so procuring a few thousand barrels of refined oil internationally should not provoke any adverse reactions. The current complication lies in the fact that modern society has abandoned the use of tin barrels for oil. Such containers are only found in very underdeveloped regions. As it stands, the 50-dimensional realm can currently only utilize this form for transportation. After concluding their discussions, Comrade Yuan Fong and his entourage departed, leaving Liu Xu preoccupied, as Professors Liang and Zhou were awaiting his attention. Professors Liang and Zhou, I sincerely apologize for keeping you both waiting. I would like to know how you have considered my proposal. Upon returning to his office, Liu Xu hastily conveyed his apologies to the two professors. Mr. Liu, we are in full support of your initiative. Moreover, we have a notion to consolidate the architectural departments from the universities in the capital and coastal regions, allowing our students to gain additional knowledge. Having reviewed your plans, it is evident that our limited numbers are inadequate. This project is vast, with over 2,000 individual buildings. Moreover, we have found that the materials you brought back are exceedingly comprehensive and profoundly detailed, far more so than what I learned in the Eagle Nation. Professor Zhou interjected at this moment. That is wonderful to hear. I hope to cultivate as many individuals as possible. I would wish to produce thousands of engineers at once. This would greatly facilitate the development of our nation. Liu Xu was exceedingly delighted, for these students were undeniably more competent than his own construction company. Many of them were still learning to recognize characters. Very well, it is settled then. We shall proceed to Guhai University, as it is the only institution in Binhai with both civil engineering and architecture departments. Liu Xu instructed his assistant to arrange transportation for the two. However, Zhou Ziang mentioned that the vehicle had been borrowed by the construction company. This revelation left him feeling rather disheartened, realizing that he would need to procure a substantial number of vehicles, lest even his personal ones be insufficient. After sending the two off, Liu Xu felt a slight alleviation of his burdens, as there were numerous matters to attend to. At that moment, Zhang Shun peeked in from outside. Upon noticing Liu Xu alone, he beamed and entered. Shun, why have you only just arrived? It has been 2 or 3 days. What have you been up to? Hee hee. Mr. Liu, I assure you, I have not been idle these past few days. I have been assisting Manager Yuan in locating someone and have also managed to acquire 3 properties. However, Mr. Liu, I seem to have encountered a bit of a complication. A complication? Liu Su in Guit, in Ti. Well, I did not mention anything to anyone, but I took in a group of children and settled them in the newly purchased house. Upon hearing this, Liu Su's heart sank, and his expression turned serious. Zhang Shun, perceiving the shift in Liu Su's demeanor, spoke with trepidation. Mr. Liu, yesterday, while returning from finalizing the house's paperwork, I saw a young girl kneeling by the roadside begging. She was nearly frozen. I hurriedly draped my thick coat over her. She bore an uncanny resemblance to my late sister, which compelled me to act. And then, Liu Su pressed. Did you not say you had taken in a group of children? I bought her some food, but she was reluctant to eat, insisting that she needed to take it back for her 10 or so siblings waiting for her. She then led me to a nearby field in Shaosun village, where, in a straw hut, lay 4 children aged 3 or 4. She said the others had gone out to beg for food. I stayed there until nightfall, and out of the 12 children, only 2 received a morsel to eat. I noticed that the hut was drafty, and they huddled together for warmth, nearly unable to withstand the cold. I found them utterly pitiable. If we did not intervene, it was certain that not a single one would survive the winter. Therefore, Mr. Liu, if you must punish someone, let be me. I will save enough money to relocate them. Please do not send them away. Shun, do not be anxious. You have acted commendably in this situation. I, too, could not turn a blind eye if I had encountered them. Now, please summon Ziyang. Before long, Assistant Zhou Ziyang entered alongside Zhang Shun. Ziyang, from now on, Shun will accompany you, just as you have been. I called you here because I wish to inquire about something. Being a local, do you know if there are any facilities in Binhai that shelter orphans? Zhou Ziyang pondered for a moment and remarked, I recall there were indeed places, seemingly named Guangrantang and Chonglu Yuyingtang, which were apparently taken over by the city government after the liberation. If such establishments exist, why do we still see orphans begging outside? Uncertain, he continued, perhaps they arrived later. These years have been riddled with incessant turmoil, resulting in an overwhelming number of orphans. Many children frequently journey to the larger cities, primarily because they cannot find sustenance in the countryside. Liu Xu reflected and soon comprehended the gravity of the situation. In this era of relentless conflict, it naturally contributed to the burgeoning population of orphans. Liu Xu then suggested, here's what we shall do. Shortly, you 2 will go to the finance department and allocate 40 million. We will donate 20 million to each location and observe which area has fewer inhabitants. Subsequently, we shall send the dozen or so children that Zhang Shun is sheltering to that place. Shun, do you think this arrangement is feasible? After all, they are professionals in this matter. If we manage it ourselves, we would need to allocate manpower, and spending some money is not an issue. Once you arrive, please tally the numbers. Later, we can also donate clothing and educational supplies, as well as some food. At the very least, we must ensure these children do not suffer from cold or hunger. Shun, I trust you to take on a greater share of this responsibility. In the future, should any more orphans be discovered, make sure they are sent to safety without delay. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Zhang Shun expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 69. Obstacles at the charity organization. After making the necessary arrangements, Liu Xu felt a twinge of unease. Ultimately, he decided to visit the place himself. He summoned 2 vehicles. For the sake of his safety, a squad of soldiers was assigned to provide him security, ensuring that they accompanied him whenever he ventured out. Their first destination was Guangren Hall, a charity institution with a history spanning 70 years, founded by Sheng Huaishuan, primarily aimed at providing shelter for orphans and widows and assisting families that had lost male breadwinners while caring for children. However, after the liberation, the establishment was taken over by the city of Binhai. Although Shunzi was a local, he had never visited, and Zhou Ziyang was in the same boat. The group inquired for directions for quite some time before finally locating the place, which had moved from Dongweiman Street and merged with the Westgate Street Relief Institute. Now situated outside the West Gate in Taiping Village, renamed the Binhai City Production and Education Institute. Upon entering, Liu Xu noticed that the place was not overly crowded. It was quite spacious, with numerous rooms, some adorned with thick curtains while others were bare. As the group wandered into the courtyard, they called out for assistance for a while before a middle-aged woman eventually emerged. Please, no need to shout. What brings you here? Oh, I see. We are from Future Trading Company. My assistant noticed a few children begging outside today and took them in. However, we are not a professional charity organization, so we would like to see if we can bring these children here. Upon hearing this, the woman displayed a hint of discomfort, and before she could respond, a middle-aged man emerged from one of the rooms, interjecting, "We can't just accept anyone. How are we to know your intentions? We require a letter from the Public Security Bureau." Shunzi, feeling anxious, retorted, "What do you mean by that? Do you need a letter from the Public Security Bureau? Those children are out there freezing to death, and you still require a formal document? This is inhumane." "Hey kid, what do you mean inhumane? This is called procedure, understand? You don't look like good people to me. Leave, we cannot accept you." Liu Xu's expression darkened, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. The woman quickly intervened, urging the man to be silent. "Old Wang, please, don't say such things. Sir, I sincerely apologize. It's not that we refuse to accept you. It's just that we currently have over 450 residents here. With winter approaching, our funding is insufficient and resources are dwindling. We truly cannot accommodate anymore. Liu Xu fixed his gaze on the man and said, "That is not a valid reason for refusal. Is this your work ethic? You are engaged in charitable work. Yet your single word of refusal could condemn those children to a night of freezing temperatures. Xiang, this place is not far from the city government. Please go and speak with Mayor Huang to arrange for someone to address this situation. I will wait here." Zhou Xiang called for a driver and left. "Who do you think you are, trying to intimidate us with the mayor? I could just as easily claim to be the governor. Given your attitude today, no one would be able to assist you, and it would be futile." Liu Xu found himself at a loss for words in the face of such individuals and chose to divert his attention elsewhere. Not long after, Mayor Huang arrived in person, accompanied by a middle-aged man. "Ah, Mr. Liu, I must apologize. This reflects poorly on our work. This is Director Yi from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Old Yi, let us handle this matter on site today." The previously defiant Mr. Wang, upon seeing his superior, scurried over nervously. "Director Yi, enough. You're no longer suited for this position. I will arrange for a replacement. For now, prepare some rooms and assign staff to retrieve those dozen or so children." The man slumped his shoulders and departed dejectedly. "Mayor Huang, Director Yi, I cause you both trouble," Liu Xu said. Director Yi sighed. "No, the fault lies with us. Our team's awareness and principles require further education and reinforcement." Liu Xu gestured to Zhou Xiang, who promptly produced 2 checks. "Director Yi, this is a modest contribution from me. Please use it to provide for the children under the city's care." "Ah, this..." Enough hesitation, Mayor Huang interjected warmly. "Since Mr. Liu has offered, accept it and ensure it's put to proper use." With gratitude expressed, Liu Xu returned to the trading company. There, he convened a meeting with the 2 heads of the construction firm to discuss future plans. "My view is that we must begin preparations immediately. Next year's workload will be substantial. Our primary issue is the shortage of raw materials, gravel, sand, bricks. Importing these isn't feasible, so we must establish our own factories. The mountainous region of Jixian in northern Binhai is rich in stone. I propose building a large-scale gravel processing plant, a brick factory, and a cement plant there. What are your thoughts?" "Building factories is sound in theory," one replied hesitantly, "but none of us are adept at industrial management. With responsibilities multiplying, I fear we're already stretched thin." Commander Kong, sensing Liu Xu's intent to delegate yet more tasks, grew uneasy. Initially exhilarated by the ambitious plans, the mounting workload now daunted him. "Brother Kong," Liu Xu said, "managing an enterprise differs from commanding troops. As the saying goes, how many nails can one strike? Even with fists of iron. Delegate authority. Empower your lieutenants and platoon leaders. Identify talent and trust them. Right now, you're a modest firm. My vision is for you to become a titan, not just in construction, but in all related industries. A conglomerate investing in every facet of building materials." At this, Political Commissar Li Shengfa interjected, "Old Kong, Mr. Liu, if it suits, I'll oversee the factories. Let Kong focus on next year's projects. I'll ensure the supply chain." Captain Kang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Old Li, you should have done this long ago. You managed logistics exceptionally well during our battles. Then it's settled." Liu Xu pondered for a moment before continuing. "This approach is feasible. Comrade Li, our future focus must shift towards these factories, as we have numerous facilities to establish. Not merely these few. In the future, if you require funds, they shall be provided. However, if you need personnel, I have none to offer. You must devise a method to recruit from the community." "Very well. We shall ensure the mission is accomplished." The 2 men stood and saluted Liu Xu, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Chapter 70. Discussion on hygiene and safety. As the cold weather set in, Liu Xu took to residing in his office, which featured a small cubicle where he would typically rest during lunch breaks. However, now he found it tedious to travel back and forth. So he arranged for Zhang Shun to find a place to sleep in the dormitory. With the arrival of December, the chill intensified, and the harshness of the winter was unparalleled to that of future generations. Liu Xu observed many individuals whose fingers had become as thick as small radishes, particularly among the members of the security team, who stood guard both day and night. Since his arrival, numerous guard booths had been established around the vicinity, ensuring that there were no blind spots in the watchman's line of sight, and a dedicated team was assigned to Liu Xu's safety. Whenever he ventured outside, a few individuals would invariably accompany him. Today, a heavy snowfall blanketed Ben Hai, and upon waking to the sight of thick snow, Liu Xu felt a surge of enthusiasm. He forsook breakfast and donned a green military coat to go for a run. Several soldiers from his security team followed suit, for they dared not allow Liu Xu to be alone outside, recalling how such a situation had previously allowed enemy agents an opportunity to strike. As he ran eastward, he soon encountered Captain Kong and Captain Liu, who were diligently clearing snow. Their primary focus was on the snow accumulation from the warehouses to the makeshift cargo yard, as this route was particularly busy and required timely loading whenever a train arrived. Upon spotting Liu Xu, the two captains approached him. "Mr. Liu, are you out for some exercise?" they inquired. "By the way, there is a matter I must bring to your attention. Currently, our dormitory accommodations are somewhat inadequate. If additional students arrive in the next few days, we will certainly be unable to house them all." Liu Xu pondered for a moment. Given the frigid temperatures, while securing housing was manageable, laying foundations posed a challenge. "Captain Kong, here is what we shall do. Procure some bricks locally to temporarily construct the foundation. Cement may not suffice, but we can utilize hot water and yellow clay for the time being. Once the weather warms, we can address it properly." "Very well. I shall make arrangements today," Kong replied. After a brief discussion, they proceeded towards the dining hall, where the snow on the road had nearly been cleared. The workers set aside their tools to wash up and enjoy their meals. Liu Xu and his companions each retrieved a tray and approached the serving area. But Liu Xu noted with dismay that the dining hall appeared even more unsanitary than during his previous visit, causing him to frown. "Captain Kong, who is currently overseeing the dining hall?" he inquired. "The political commissar, but when he is absent, it is typically the instructor who manages things," came the reply. "Gulme, take a look at the kitchen area. Although it may seem tidy on the surface, observe beneath the table legs, behind that frying pan, and at the bottom of the steamer. Debris is scattered everywhere, and the stove corners are coated in grease. How long has it been since this place was cleaned? We have thousands dining here. Hygiene must be prioritized. While these workers are externally contracted, we must uphold high standards in this regard and cannot afford to be negligent." Liu Xu then pointed to a cutting board displaying raw meat alongside a heap of freshly sliced entrails. This blatant disregard for separating raw and cooked food is a fundamental oversight. With so many of us dining here, it is imperative that we maintain strict regulations. I established this glass partition to provide everyone with a transparent view of the kitchen, ensuring that all patrons can dine with peace of mind. At this moment, a sizable crowd had gathered, attentively listening to Liu Xu's discourse. Even many individuals within the kitchen paused their tasks to hear what he had to say. However, before Captain Kong could express his thoughts, a voice floated out from the kitchen, exclaiming, "Isn't this making things difficult? It's akin to picking bones from an egg." Liu Xu was taken aback by this unexpected remark. Observing the multitude around him, he realized that he could not afford to lose his temper. He responded, "Pray tell, how am I making things difficult? And what is so unreasonable about this? The meat is simply sliced. Why can't raw and cooked meat be placed together?" Liu Xu felt bewildered, pondering whether this wasn't common knowledge. Glancing at the faces of those nearby, he noted their equally perplexed expressions and thought to himself that he had forgotten this era lacked such understanding. "Allow me to clarify," Liu Xu continued. "Are you aware of a type of pork known as rice pork or bean pork? This is due to the presence of tapeworm larvae within the meat. If the meat isn't thoroughly cooked, consuming it could lead to tapeworm disease. While raw meat can be processed further, cooked meat cannot. If tapeworms inadvertently contaminate the cooked meat during slicing, it poses a risk to everyone." He further emphasized the importance of hygiene, urging, "Do not underestimate the debris in the corners. Kitchens are inherently warm and humid, creating an ideal breeding ground for mosquitoes and bacteria. Therefore, every nook and cranny must be impeccably clean, leaving no corners neglected." Upon concluding his emphatic exhortation, Liu Xu observed the reactions of the crowd, who now appeared enlightened. Ah, Mr. Liu, we understand now. We shall prioritize the sanitation of the cafeteria, Captain Kong promptly asserted. After the meal, Liu Xu returned to his office, where Zhou Ziong had already organized the newspapers and presented them to him. Liu Xu picked one up and immediately spotted the report on yesterday's aerial combat victory, alongside a significant announcement regarding the Ministry of Public Security's nationwide collaboration to apprehend domestic enemy agents, amounting to a staggering figure of approximately 600,000 individuals. This explained why it had taken such a lengthy duration for the results following the submission of the list. Seeing this, Liu Xu felt a surge of joy. To foster development, a secure and stable environment is indispensable. If such individuals were frequently allowed to wreak havoc, it would be untenable. At that moment, Zhou Ziong knocked and entered, stating, "Mr. Liu, a gentleman named Chen Xinwen, accompanied by two others, wishes to see you. He claims to be introduced by Mr. Yuan Fong." "Oh, is that so? Please send him in," Liu Xu replied with great enthusiasm, for this was a contact in the banking sector that he had requested Mr. Yuan Fong to introduce. He yearned to establish a bank, but had yet to find the right personnel. Recruiting from the outside seemed less effective than receiving a recommendation. Stepping out from behind his desk, Liu Xu awaited the arrival of a middle-aged man, who entered under the guidance of his assistant. Liu Xu promptly approached him to shake hands, saying, "Mr. Chen, I believe. It is a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Liu, I have heard that you are interested in establishing a bank. Indeed, I possess a considerable amount of capital, and allowing it to languish idly in the bank seems rather wasteful. However, as I am merely a trading company without the authority to operate a bank, I find myself constrained in my endeavors, which has led me to contemplate the establishment of my own bank. May I elaborate further? I have access to a wealth of equipment and aspire to support domestic manufacturing. There may be individuals in need of financial loans, and with the creation of this bank, I could extend loans to them, potentially even at zero interest, while permitting installment payments. This would facilitate the establishment of factories." Hearing this, Chen Xinwen and his colleagues could not help but feel a profound respect. After exchanging glances, Chen Xinwen spoke. "Mr. Liu, we deeply admire your intentions. We accept this undertaking." "Excellent. Wonderful," Liu Xu exclaimed, rising to approach the projected blueprint affixed to the wall. He pointed to a tall building and said, "This is the headquarters we plan to commence construction on next year. I will allocate one of the buildings for your bank to serve as its headquarters. However, at present, we may lack sufficient space here. Perhaps I could send Ziyang and Zhongshan to explore the city. If they find a suitable property, we can purchase it for your temporary office use. We are entirely agreeable to that." Chapter 71. Modern Antiques Attracting Thieves. "Mr. Liu, what shall we name our bank?" Chen Xinwen proposed. "How about naming it Future?" "Future Bank, you say? Perhaps we should add development to the title," Liu Xu pondered. "Your initial intention was to promote industrial progress." After a moment of contemplation, Liu Xu decisively agreed. "That will suffice. I will entrust all banking matters to you from now on. You may recruit the necessary personnel at your discretion. Our company is expanding rapidly, and I intend to reorganize our structure, establishing several key departments. I may also need your assistance in introducing some financial staff later." "That will not be a problem, Mr. Liu." After a bit more discussion, Chen Xinwen and his group took their leave. Liu Xu informed them briefly before returning to the present, as he had numerous matters demanding his attention. Upon arriving home, he discovered that Chen Luha had not yet returned from her hometown. Liu Xu opened his computer to research, as his first task was to organize a shipment of goods for export to the 50th dimension. He envisioned small, high-value items that could swiftly generate foreign exchange for that realm, such as pharmaceuticals, electronic components, small appliances, clothing, and processed foods. He then opened a spreadsheet and began listing names and specifications for each category. While engrossed in his work, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence in his home, which startled him momentarily. He extended his mental awareness and was taken aback by what he discovered. The window in the bathroom on the northern side of the house had inexplicably been opened, and behind the house was a green belt, where a large bush provided cover for two individuals who were furtively attempting to cut through the window screen. Liu Xu, rather than feeling anxious, lit a cigarette, and settled in to observe the two thieves. "Hurry up. You can't even cut through a window screen," one of them exclaimed. "Stop complaining. Who knew this screen was made of steel wire? Our rusty knife can't even scratch it," the other replied. "Damn it, Sun Liu Xu. Who didn't tell me? I would have figured it out anyway," one thief grumbled. Hearing this, Liu Xu began to understand the situation. He had initially wondered why these thieves dared to attempt their heist in broad daylight, particularly as they seemed so inept. It had taken them ages to make any progress at all, and Liu Xu found himself growing impatient. "Are you even capable? If not, let me take over. If they return, we'll be in serious trouble," one thief urged. "Relax. We've been watching this place for days. There's no one home. If it weren't for following that Liu Xu guy, we wouldn't even know about it," the other reassured. Feeling frustrated, Liu Xu realized that Sun Liu Xu had inadvertently brought trouble upon him. After considering his options, he decided to call the police. He picked up his phone and discreetly dialed. "I'd like to report a burglary. There are two thieves trying to cut through my window screen and are about to enter. I am hiding and cannot alert them." "Yes, I will stay quiet. My address is." Liu Xu smiled, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. To his surprise, within minutes, the two inept thieves managed to tear the window screen along with its frame. "Looks like they're coming in," one thief exclaimed, overjoyed. One of them immediately grabbed the window frame and began to climb through. As he leapt down, Liu Xu used his mental energy to ensnare his feet. The individual fell headfirst, unfortunately striking his mouth against the edge of the toilet, causing several incisors to tumble into the bowl. Liu Xu, watching from above, felt a pang of embarrassment. It was indeed painful. "What the hell are you pulling me for? My teeth are gone. It hurts like hell. Who is pulling you? Move aside. I'll go in first. It'll be troublesome if we're seen." The first thief retreated a few steps, while the second attempted to leap down. Perhaps due to nerves, he stumbled on the window frame, landing his forehead against the toilet as well. "Ah! Shut up. Quickly get up and search for antiques. If we find just one, we'll never have to worry about food and drink again." The second thief, clutching his head, stood up, exclaiming, "Damn, that hurts. Enough. I'm in more pain. Several of my teeth are gone. Hurry up." They exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. One had a mouth full of blood, his lips swollen like two sausages, while the other had a noticeable bump on his forehead. Liu Xu, watching from above, nearly burst into laughter, but was interrupted as his mental acuity detected a police car arriving outside. 3 officers emerged. 2 circled around to the back of the villa, while one approached the front door. Liu Xu, with a flick of his mental power, unlocked the door. The officer, applying force, found the doorknob surprisingly opened. At that moment, the 2 thieves happened to exit the bathroom, and they collided with the officer. One thief promptly dashed back into the restroom, not forgetting to close and lock the door behind him. The other, attempting to enter, struck the door, and hearing the locking mechanism prompted an outburst. "You little brat." The police officer behind swiftly subdued him against the ground. Before long, 2 more officers escorted in a handcuffed thief. Liu Xu, hoping for more entertainment, was taken aback by the swift conclusion. It was time for him to leave. After exchanging pleasantries with the 3 officers and providing a brief overview of the situation, they recorded the details and escorted the thief away. Liu Xu then returned to his affairs, preparing a new batch of items for the upcoming Lunar New Year festivities for the 50-dimensional realm. Director Tan from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative had entrusted him with this task long ago. It was now December of 1950, with the Spring Festival in February of 1951, meaning the goods needed to be dispatched by the end of the month to allow time for distribution nationwide. Liu Xu found the procurement process considerably easier now. He no longer needed to visit in person. Instead, he simply listed the items and requirements, allowing the system to carefully dispatch orders to various companies, who would then handle domestic procurement. This way, none of the companies were aware of each other's existence, and the dispersed nature of the orders kept sellers from becoming suspicious. For instance, Liu Xu had utilized a steel conglomerate that sourced from an Australian company and another from an African company. He worked swiftly, perusing a product catalog from a marketplace and jotting down suitable items. He focused particularly on writing extensive remarks regarding his requirements. He even neglected to eat lunch, hastily sending the orders off through the system before stepping out to find a place to dine. Before I could finish my meal, General Wu's call came through. Xiao Lu, you finally picked up. I've been trying to reach you for days. Uncle Wu, I just got back. What's the matter? What's the matter? It's a big deal. If you're going to move it, why sneak around? I'm about to lose my mind. Liu Xu knew exactly what the general was referring to, the loss of signal from the tracking device. But he played dumb. What do you mean sneak around? I gave advance notice. We followed the contract and informed them to withdraw. Well, where are you now? Shouldn't you come over? We need to discuss the next procurement phase. You got the Army and Air Force covered. Should the Navy get something too? The Navy isn't urgent, but other things are. I'm in Benhai right now. Let us talk tomorrow morning. The next day, Liu Xu rose early and took a taxi to the high-speed rail station, the fastest option, taking less than 40 minutes, whereas driving would have taken more than twice as long. Upon arriving in the capital, he hailed another cab and reached the General Logistics Department just as General Wu was starting his workday. Uncle Wu, before you say anything, I wanted to ask, what kind of operation are you running? Installing trackers on sold equipment? And not even hiding them properly, right out in the open? As if you wanted everyone to know, Liu Xu cut him off first, preventing any further complications. Chapter 72. Liu Xu's second military purchase indeed. Upon hearing Liu Xu's remarks, General Wu chuckled awkwardly, internally cursing that group of individuals countless times. So, what do you wish to acquire this time? I require light weapons. How many Type 81 rifles can you provide? General Wu was taken aback by the inquiry. What do you mean? How many do you need? Let me think. I desire 4 million units, if available, even if they are retired, as long as all parts are intact. Additionally, I would like another 1 million Type 56 rifles. Liu Xu recalled that at one point, the domestic military force peaked at around 5 million personnel, but subsequently, they gradually transitioned to civilian roles, such as in production and construction corps, which were collectively demobilized. However, the demobilized troops still required weaponry in the northwestern border regions. The Type 56 rifles were perfectly suited for their needs. How many? 4 million? What do you intend to do? Arm Africa? Or are you preparing for a world war? Oh, Uncle Wu, you overestimate me. Just let me handle this scrap, and you could be content. Indeed, while your quantity is substantial, it is indeed attainable. The last shipment I provided to you consisted of preserved items, not retired ones. Do you truly require retired units? Of course, but you must offer a reasonable price. Agreed. We will not engage in hidden fees. Who do you look down upon? And what about ammunition? Let me have 5 billion rounds this time, along with 200 million grenades. Next, I need uniforms, specifically the Type 07. I would like 5 million complete sets, including formal attire, everyday wear, and training outfits. Among these, there should be 200,000 sets for the Air Force and 300,000 for the Navy. Goodness, I had no idea you were selling so many items. However, do you require retired military uniforms? If not, they will need to be produced anew, which could take at least 6 months. Yes, just provide them to me without concern for their retirement status. Liu Xu thought to himself that with his system's renewal feature, any old goods received would be transformed into new ones. That sounds splendid. The everyday and formal uniforms should suffice, though training outfits are lacking. It would be quicker to arrange for production. Rest assured, Uncle Wu, I will not undermine my own interests. By the way, do recommend some artillery. I would like all the retired pieces you have. There aren't many 122mm howitzers left. I provided all of those last time. However, the 130mm cannons have just been retired, and I can gather 1,000 units for you. As for the 152mm howitzers, we have around 400. The 57mm anti-aircraft guns are completely retired, and I can offer you 500 units. That works. I will take all the remaining shells as well. Fine. They are of no use to me anyway. What else do you require? Surely, you must desire something more sophisticated? Indeed, it is akin to collecting scrap. Please provide the 3 missile types requested last time, repeating the previous quantities. This time, I only require missiles. The Vanguard, too, requires a restart of the production line. Can you not request something different? No, this is quite fine. No one can escape from the situation. Do you not wish to procure naval equipment? Of course I do, but I was contemplating postponing that discussion for a while. It seems a bit premature at the moment. Liu Xu primarily considers the current critical juncture of the peninsula conflict. If we were to send the equipment only to have it destroyed by the Americans, it would be quite troublesome. However, General Wu remarked, how can it be too early? There are no decommissioned vessels available. Anything you desire must be newly produced, and constructing ships requires time. Ah, then let's proceed with an order today. Haha, that's the spirit. Look, our foreign trade vessels include the Shark, 6000 destroyer, F-22, C-28A, and 054 AP frigate. Stop, Uncle Wu. These are too advanced for our capabilities. For destroyers, I only need the 051, and for frigates, the 053 will suffice. As for the 071 amphibious dock landing ship, I could use the foreign trade S-20 submarines. And let's add one 881 comprehensive supply ship. By the way, Uncle Wu, all these vessels do not require satellite connectivity. They can operate solely on their own radar. General Wu seemed to know exactly what I was talking about. Indeed, there are only two 053s still in service, while the 051 is now only found at the Naval Museum. How many do you wish for? I'll see if it's worthwhile to construct them anew. I need 10 submarines, 5 supply ships, 20 of both destroyers and frigates, and 30 landing ships. The more General Wu listened, the more pleased he became, his eyes nearly squinting with delight. The 051 now costs 30 million gold. The 053 requires 50 million gold. The supply ship demands 100 million gold. And the landing ship is 120 million gold. My dear Uncle Wu, these are quite antiquated yet still so costly. Little Liu, this is truly not expensive. Just look at the prices for our foreign trade models. This is without your request for satellite-compatible weapon systems. Very well. I would like the most advanced, improved versions of these models. You always seek to gain an advantage. Fine, let us settle on that. The total for these warships amounts to 3.3 billion. I will inquire with the shipyard, which will likely require a 6-month time frame. That won't do, Uncle Wu. 3 months at most. You must assist with this, as I truly cannot wait that long. General Wu nodded in agreement, saying, all right, I will do my utmost. If I cannot deliver the entirety in 3 months, I will ensure a substantial portion is ready. At that moment, Liu Xu's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from son Liu. Since the negotiations were concluded, he answered nonchalantly. Xiaosu, I apologize. I only just learned about the incident on your end when a police officer contacted me. Those two rascals will have to spend a few more years behind bars. No worries, Brother Sunday. I heard they were following you, which is how the situation unfolded. I happen to be in the capital. Where are you? It's already noon. Let us invite Uncle Wu for a meal. After finalizing the plans, Liu Xu hung up and remarked, Uncle Wu, how about we have lunch together? It is indeed the son of the Sun family, a rather troublesome one at that. Well, you young folks enjoy your gathering. I shall refrain from joining. After a brief wait at the back entrance of the headquarters, Liu Xu was soon joined by son Liu. Upon entering the car, he noticed a lady and a little girl seated in the back. Ah, Brother Sheng, is this your wife and child? I hope I'm not intruding, Liu Xu remarked. Not at all. We were just having some fun. Let us find a restaurant. Wu San is still in Tongzhou and is on his way here, son Liu replied. There's a private dining place up ahead that is quite nice. Let us head there. Liu Xu had no objections and responded, I'm fine with anything. You decide. Son Liu navigated through the narrow alleyways before finally stopping in front of courtyard. No wonder it was called private dining. There was nothing at the entrance, likely known only to those familiar with it. Liu Xu admitted that he, a country bumpkin, had never been there before. Upon knocking and being ushered inside, they were led to a modestly decorated private room. Liu Xu, accustomed to such decor after numerous encounters, felt little surprise. Once seated, he sensed it was his first meeting with son Liu-Sheng's family, and in an effort to conceal his nervousness, he reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 jade bracelets, placing them on the revolving table. Sister-in-law, as this is our first meeting, I didn't prepare much. Please take these bracelets for you and the child to enjoy. Oh, Xiaosu, this is quite a generous gift. Ah, Brother Sheng, although we're no longer in that business, I still have plenty of these things. Feel free to take them and have some fun. Chapter 73. Supplies. Entering the capital, son Liu gazed at the glass jade bracelet on the table, feeling somewhat bewildered. Brother, this is quite overwhelming. Just then, Wu Bangji entered through the door. After sitting down, he revealed that the gift was for Geng Liu wife and child. Take it. Xiao Su is not an outsider. He was well aware of Liu Xu's formidable reputation, knowing that anyone capable of maneuvering arms on an international scale was no ordinary individual. He was hoping Liu Xu would procure some retired military goods from him, which is why he rushed over upon hearing Liu Xu's presence. By the way, I brought my wife and child along, Wu Bangji joked. Liu Xu chuckled in response. No need to bring them. I have plenty of these. He then pulled out 2 more bracelets from his pocket and placed them on the table. Sun Lixing was taken aback. Goodness, Xiao Su, you carry such treasures in your pocket? If they shatter, you'll be in tears. Well then, your wife must truly regard money lightly. Let us put these away. Xiao Xin, quickly thank your uncle. This pair of bracelets could easily trade for a smaller courtyard. Sun Lixing remarked with a sense of wonder. Thank you, Xiao Su. My second uncle asked me to keep you company, so I wanted refuse this gift, knowing it's but a trifling matter for you. There's no need for formality. Liu Xu zet ponde. By the way, Wu Ge, please help me order 30 sets of military-grade command systems from your friend. The content should be the same as last time, just matching the quantity for 30 armies. I'll settle with you directly afterwards. Also, continue with your business of retired military goods. I'll buy as much as you have, so don't worry about it not selling. I can transfer the funds to you. Wu Bangji was elated upon hearing this. Without further ado, Liu Xu replied, Let us go. I'll take care of it later. Wu Ge, there's no need to rush. Just keep the goods. Contact me when you've accumulated more. All right, your word is enough. The 3 of them were in high spirits, indulging in drinks. Afterward, Sun Lixing insisted on sending Liu Xu home. He felt rather composed, despite having drunk quite a bit, with no signs of inebriation. Upon arriving home, Liu Xu took a taxi to the warehouse of the Import-Export Company, which was currently filled with aircraft. 2 of the warehouses were packed with various models of flight simulators. After surveying the premises, he felt immensely satisfied. He informed the warehouse staff of the evacuation plan for that evening and then returned home. After 11 p.m., he instructed the system, Xiaoxing, to check that the warehouse was unoccupied before proceeding to transfer all items to the designated location. The following day, Liu Xu promptly contacted General Li Kaiyuan at the General Staff Headquarters, requesting arrangements for transporting the goods by train. Not long after, he received a call from General Wang Song, the Air Force commander, indicating that he would arrive shortly and was also mobilizing personnel from various air divisions to Binhai. Liu Xu requested that the personnel from the aviation school be summoned as well, as the flight simulators and teaching film projection equipment had also been brought along. Before 10 a.m., General Wang Song arrived, and the group proceeded directly to the makeshift freight yard. The sight that greeted them was nothing short of astonishing. With countless aircraft scattered across the ground, certainly more than 1,000, the atmosphere was electric, as a throng of individuals eagerly examined every detail of the planes. General, are these our own aircraft? One inquired. Indeed, they are ours, he confirmed. But what types of planes are these? I've never seen anything like them before. They look impressive, though I wonder about their performance. Under the assistance of construction cranes, it took 3 days to transport all the aircraft. Liu Xu had long been frustrated with the pace, as the system's AI, Little Star, had informed him that warehouses abroad were nearing capacity and urgent action was required. The volume of supplies being transported was colossal, prepared in anticipation of a nationwide spring festival market. The inventory included 10 million tons of corn flour, 3 million tons of white flour, 2 million tons of rice, 10 million tons of soybeans, 20 million tons of potatoes, 8 million tons of red dates, 25 million tons of cabbage, 10 million tons of soybean oil, 2 million tons of rapeseed oil, 10 million tons of palm oil, 5 million tons of pork, 5 million tons of beef, 2 million tons of lamb, 10 million tons of offal from pigs, cattle, and sheep, 840,000 tons of white sugar, 210,000 tons of brown sugar, 450,000 tons of cotton, 2 million pairs of rubber shoes, 500,000 pairs of cloth shoes, 1 million pairs of leather shoes, 5 million sets of thermal underwear, 3 million sets of cotton clothing and trousers, 10 million rolls of finished fabric, and 10 million tons of assorted candies. Director Tan Zhaoxing of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative established residence there and invited an assistant minister from the grain department to join. The sheer quantity of these provisions necessitated their oversight, while the remaining items would be directed towards retail, which was the cooperative specialty. Villagers from nearby communities were summoned by Liu Xu to assist with the loading and transportation. Fortunately, the frigid weather made it possible to transport the meat without spoilage. 3 days later, these goods were available for sale across major cities in Hebei province and northeast China, while other cities continued to receive shipments. In the bustling Wanhoquan General Store on Shisi Beida Street in the capital, crowds thronged the establishment, drawn by a large influx of goods. As soon as the doors opened, shoppers swarmed in. "Look at these cabbages. They're so firm," one exclaimed. "But there is a purchase limit of 100 jin per person. With over a month until the new year, is 100 jin really enough? And Zhang, how much is it per jin? Not expensive, just 500 yuan per jin. Thankfully, my husband is at home today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to carry it back," she replied. "True, I'll go home and fetch someone as well." Another chimed in. 2 elderly ladies chatted at the store entrance, discussing the newly arrived goods. Nearby, another voice echoed, "This new society is truly wonderful. We can finally enjoy a stable life. In previous years, there wasn't even any produce available at this time." "Ah, indeed. Have you noticed the Wang's grocery across the street? They seem to lack the advantages we enjoy. After all, they refuse to embrace the cooperative model of public and private enterprise. This is precisely the merit of the new society. We no longer need to seek sources for goods, as they are delivered right to our doorstep." Dear sisters, do not merely focus on purchasing vegetables. Do take a moment to explore within, for there are numerous treasures to be found. The fabrics returned today boast an astonishing array of colors, dozens of vibrant patterns that are simply exquisite. "White shopkeeper, do we have any fabric available?" Alas, the crowd is overwhelming. It is nearly impossible to squeeze inside. "Oh dear, perhaps we shall wait a while. There are so many splendid items, food, necessities, and apparel, all in abundance. If you wish, you may return home to gather more funds." The excitement of the white shopkeeper is palpable. When a street office first proposed the cooperative model, he too hesitated for some time. However, as more patrons arrived, he ultimately acquiesced. Little did he anticipate the immense surprise it would bring him. Even if he must share a portion of the profits, he is more than willing. The volume of sales today alone could rival what he previously earned in an entire month. Last night, he was awestruck to witness trucks from the public sector delivering goods to his shop. With his assistance, regardless of whether they were from the public or private sector, they labored tirelessly throughout the night to arrange everything, and today marks a prosperous beginning. Meanwhile, the proprietors of Wang's grocery sit on their doorstep, gazing at the bustling scene across the street, undeniably envious of the thriving business. "My dear, should we not investigate where they procure their goods?" "Sigh, do you think I do not wish to? I have already inquired. The grains come from a national grain bureau, while other supplies are allocated by the main distribution center. We are not included in the cooperative list, and thus, we are excluded from their provisions." "Then, my dear, what shall we do? If this continues, we may have to close our doors." "Sigh, this is a family legacy and the descendants are ungrateful. I shall head to the street office at once to inquire whether we can still join the cooperative." Chapter 74. Training construction personnel. Liu Xu had been exceedingly busy these past few days. Being a logistics coordinator was indeed a challenging task, as the multitude of matters at hand was overwhelming. The smooth influx and outflow of such a vast array of materials proved to be quite a daunting endeavor, particularly since there was no established management system on this side. Traditionally, shipments simply arrived, prompting the recipient to collect them. However, when the volume of goods increased, it became necessary to hire individuals for transportation, inventory, and categorization, all of which required a considerable workforce. Furthermore, ensuring the security of the goods was paramount. The security team had always been armed and vigilant. In the past, with fewer goods, there were fewer guards, allowing for some personnel to assist with transportation. Now, however, even a single regiment was stretched thin in safeguarding the supplies. In desperation, Liu Xu resorted to reallocating personnel from the construction company's regiment, while the trade company had already taken a significant portion of the workforce, leading to a noticeable decline in operations here. Liu Xu pondered the inadequacy of the current situation and concluded that establishing a new company was imperative. Yet, he questioned the viability of a company solely dedicated to warehouse logistics. How could it be profitable? Suddenly, a thought struck him. His machinery might eventually be responsible for transportation. Why not establish a transportation company to manage these logistics? With this idea in mind, he summoned Liu Baihong and Kong Jiqiang, the two regiment leaders. Old Kong, old Liu, we cannot continue like this. The volume of supplies is likely to increase, and we must establish a company to manage them. However, I lack connections domestically, so I will need your assistance, he expressed earnestly. Mr. Liu, what type of company do you wish to establish, and what kind of talent do you require? Liu Baihong inquired. I wish to create a transportation company. As for talent, it would be ideal to have individuals with logistics management experience, Liu Xu replied. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Baihong turned to Kong Jiqiang. Old Kong, you should take the lead in this. After all, you come from an engineering background and are more adept in this area than I am. Our expertise lies in combat. Liu Xu, recalling something, interjected, Old Kong. Keep in mind that this company will require numerous administrative positions, such as inventory management and record-keeping for incoming and outgoing goods. Therefore, those soldiers who have been injured and retired could also be suitable, as long as their conditions do not impede their duties. Kong Jiqiang and Liu Baihong exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. Mr. Liu, thank you immensely. Rest assured, I will take charge of this matter and will make a call shortly, Kong Jiqiang assured him. Your assistance is greatly appreciated, Liu Xu replied. After bidding farewell to the two, Liu Xu reflected that there seemed to be no further pressing matters. He settled down at the tea table, contemplating brewing a pot of tea for a brief respite. Just as he finished brewing, Professors Liang and Zhou arrived. Mr. Liu, how delightful it is to see you in such high spirits, they exclaimed. Haha, indeed, esteemed professors, your timing is impeccable. I have just prepared tea. Please join me and sample it. This was gifted by General Wang Song from the Air Force a few days ago, said to be this year's Preaching Ming Longjing tea. Is that so? We must certainly give it a try. By the way, do you have any engagements today? Mr. Liu, all our arrangements are in place. The 3 universities in the capital and one in Binhai have nearly 200 students ready. When would be a suitable time for us to visit? That is splendid. You may come whenever you wish. I've already arranged accommodations for them, and we can utilize the existing classrooms. I am genuinely looking forward to our teachers and students collaborating here for guidance. I hope you can assist in training our architectural company's employees as well. However, Professor Zhou chuckled wryly and remarked, Mr. Liu, you might be overestimating our students. Most of them have only recently enrolled and possess limited knowledge. How can they teach others? We believe this is an excellent opportunity for a practical experience, and it would be a pity not to participate. Liu Xu waved his hand and replied, as you know, most of our architectural company's staff transitioned from engineering. Many cannot even recognize characters. During my 2 months back, I have focused daily on training them in cultural subjects. But the time frame is far too brief. We have yet to reach the level of elementary school graduates. Suddenly, Liu Xu realized this matter could not be decided unilaterally. He approached his desk and picked up the phone to call Kong Jiqiang, requesting that he gather the political commissar and instructor for a discussion. A little over 10 minutes later, the 3 entered together. Zhang Shun hurriedly provided 3 chairs for them, and after pouring tea, Liu Xu addressed them, Old Kong, Old Li, and our instructor. Here is my perspective. Over the past 2 months, I've observed that our soldiers are still learning foundational culture, while they have yet to focus on specialized knowledge. With 4.5 months remaining until April next year, and considering the upcoming new year, we realistically have only 4 months. By the end of April, we must commence work. However, prior to that, we need to train sufficient technicians, construction workers, quality inspectors, safety officers, and operators for various machinery. Most importantly, we must thoroughly understand the construction drawings for each individual building. Therefore, I wish to leverage the resources of various universities to assist us in learning. While these students may not be deeply knowledgeable in their fields, their cultural foundations are solid. This way, we could potentially have around 200 additional instructors. That is wonderful. We were indeed troubled by this. Now the issue can be resolved. Kong Jiqiang responded with a smile. We need to devise a study plan, outlining the required content and fixed schedule, detailing how much needs to be learned each day, and we can adhere to this during this period. Political Commissar Li Xu added, "Excellent. This will alleviate our burden significantly. We have been striving to facilitate the soldiers' learning." Professor Liang, "When will you have everyone come over? I believe the sooner, the better. We will return immediately and aim to come tomorrow. By the way, Mr. Liu, when the students arrive, I would like to request that you give a lecture." "What? Me? No, that would mislead them with my level of understanding." Liu Xu hastily gestured. Professor Zhou interjected, "Mr. Liu, I believe you are entirely capable. Although I am unaware of where you studied architecture, I find your insights far more comprehensive and advanced than what I learned in the United States. Our intention is not to delve too deeply. Rather, we aim to broaden perspectives and expand horizons. This approach is far more advantageous." Upon hearing Professor Zhou express this sentiment, Liu Xu felt it was a feasible idea. The truth is, when it comes to discussing specialized topics, he has nearly returned all that knowledge to his instructors. However, he is quite capable of sharing insights that broaden one's understanding. Thus, he replied, "Very well, but I shall need some time to prepare." The following afternoon, students from several universities gathered together. Upon their arrival and witnessing the ironclad dormitories prepared for them, they were taken aback. The local students from Binhai were somewhat accustomed to such accommodations, as many had visited after the construction was completed by the building company. There were over a dozen professors from 4 universities, accompanied by more than 30 other educators. Liu Xu treated everyone equally, providing each individual with a complete set of daily necessities, including thermal undergarments. Noticing some students clad in thin, worn-out clothing, he generously distributed additional sets of cotton, clothing, and outerwear to each. The faculty members were arranged to share rooms, while the students were accommodated in groups of 4. Liu Xu had procured beds designed with an upper bunk and a desk below, allowing for extended study time upon their return. Additionally, every dormitory was equipped with heating. Have you ever encountered such a dwelling? It is truly exquisite. Not only have I never seen one, but I have never even heard of such a construction. This is made of iron, a remarkable investment by this future company. Chapter 75. Liu Xu's first lecture. As Liu Xu ascended the podium, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the assembly of university students below. They were all aware that the inaugural class was to be delivered by Mr. Liu, who had recently returned from abroad, yet none had ever laid eyes on him before. It was almost inconceivable to believe what they were witnessing. Is this truly Mr. Liu? He appears remarkably youthful, perhaps even younger than some of us. A few girls were particularly captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration, as if they longed to rush forward. Wow, he is quite handsome. Indeed, he possesses striking looks. Being so young, it is highly likely he is unmarried. Ladies, it's up to you to make your move. Shall we? You go first. No way, you go ahead. All right. Let's refrain from jesting about Mr. Liu. His contributions to our nation have been substantial. One might say that the sustenance and resources on the battlefield of the peninsula were upheld by him alone. Liu Xu's generous donations have been heralded as exemplary cases, and it is common knowledge among the populace, which explains the widespread interest in him. At that moment, Zhou Ziyang and Zhang Shun entered, each laden with a substantial stack of materials, distributing copies to the students. This was a compilation they had hurriedly prepared, as Liu Xu was concerned that the students might struggle to comprehend the material. He had thus created and printed out the course content in advance. Let's begin with a self-introduction, he stated. My name is Liu Xu. Having returned from overseas, I was profoundly moved by our culture during my studies. This coincided with the nascent stages of our nation's establishment, a time ripe for development, and I believed I could contribute positively to this growth. Hence, I returned. The Future Construction Company was the first enterprise I founded upon my return, as I perceived the construction industry as the cornerstone of all development. For instance, every sector requires shelter, be it agriculture necessitating the construction of a reservoir, or the transportation sector demanding the establishment of roads, ports, and airports. Thus, our industry is indeed the foundation of foundations. It is crucial not to simplistically regard construction as merely erecting buildings. We are all novices in this field, and I urge you to remember 2 pivotal words: safety. Most of what we will study revolves around these two syllables. Safety encompasses not only the tragic accidents that may occur during construction, but also the assurance of quality. That is to say, the vast majority of your studies will center on quality assurance, be it structural mechanics, various methodologies, regulations, or industry standards. Bear in mind that these regulations represent merely the baseline. In other words, in your future endeavors, you must never fall short of the standards you have learned. Do you understand? I sincerely hope that none of you will later be associated with a design or construction project that suffers from quality issues after a few years of use, such as a building collapsing under the weight of the next snowfall, floors giving way due to excessive occupancy, homes being swept away by floods, or an entire structure crumbling in an earthquake. At this moment, the classroom atmosphere lightened considerably, no longer bearing the weight of initial solemnity, as bold students began to raise their hands, eager to pose questions. Liu Xu was genuinely surprised that anyone wished to inquire, primarily because he had never taught others before. Nevertheless, he acquiesced to their curiosity. "Teacher, what you mentioned are all natural disasters. Can they be avoided?" Liu Xu first gestured for the student to take a seat before responding. "Indeed, they can be avoided." "Why not?" "The structural mechanics you study are precisely aimed at preventing such occurrences. The design of any standalone building must consider the local geological and climatic conditions. For instance, when designing a building's roof load, how should one account for a once-in-a-century snowstorm? Shouldn't the design load be increased? Someone might argue that these meteorological disasters can be anticipated, but what about earthquakes? I assure you, there are also indicators for them. Now, let's watch a short film. Upon Liu Xu's cue, Zhou activated the film projector. The students displayed expressions of astonishment, pleasantly surprised by the prospect of watching a movie. At that moment, the screen descended in front of the blackboard, the classroom lights were dimmed, and the curtains were drawn. Liu Xu screened a documentary titled The Formation of the Earth, intending to elucidate the genesis of earthquakes. At that time, the theory of tectonic plates had yet to emerge. It was not until 1968 that two French geologists proposed it, gaining gradual recognition and public dissemination in the 1970s. The people of that era were profoundly impacted by the vivid, full-color representation of the Earth. When they witnessed the colossal Indian plate colliding with the Asian plate, the cinematic-like effect left everyone awestruck, their mouths agape, culminating in a freeze frame of a world map depicting all earthquakes that had occurred prior to 1950. Now, you all comprehend the formation and distribution of earthquakes, correct? These seismic events predominantly occur along the boundaries of tectonic plates, creating distinct zones known as seismic belts. Understanding the distribution of these seismic belts allows us to make necessary adjustments in building design. I have provided you with materials detailing the seismic belt distribution in our country, and it is imperative that you memorize the 16 cities listed therein. Furthermore, any structure in these cities and their surrounding areas must have a seismic resistance rating of 8 or above, as elaborated in the documentation. Liu Xu meticulously cataloged the 16 instances of earthquakes registering above magnitude 5 that resulted in casualties and damages since 1950. He refrained from divulging the reasons behind these stipulations, instructing only that they should be memorized and adhered to. These individuals, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would emerge as key figures in the industry in the coming decades. When they eventually encounter these principles in practice, they will realize the precision of their education, compelling them to implement it without fail. Now, I shall proceed to discuss design aspects. You have all excelled academically to gain admission to university, particularly in computational skills, which sets you apart from your peers. I aspire for you not only to become designers, but also architects. Next, let us view another short film. This segment was a compilation of promotional videos from various cities, meticulously edited by Liu Xu, aimed at providing an intuitive understanding of diverse architectural designs. Before the presentation, the names of each city were prominently displayed, showcasing a total of 49 first- and second-tier cities. Everyone gazed in astonishment, as if fearing that a mere blink would cause them to miss out on a fortune. Familiar names adorned the screen, yet the imagery evoked tears in the eyes of all, who dared not wipe them away for fear of missing even a single frame. As the short film concluded, Tears streamed down the faces of everyone in the classroom, culminating in a few audible sobs, while many silently brushed away their tears. Teacher, can we truly transform our nation into this? One student asked. Yes, the teacher replied. I firmly believe that day will come, and it shall not be long in arriving. I assure you, our Chinese nation is the most industrious in the world, without exception. During your years in school, it is vital that you lay a solid foundation and master these essential skills. Our country, including county towns, boasts nearly 500 cities, with an abundance of skyscrapers awaiting your development. The film highlighted numerous aspects, from urban planning and transportation layouts to the specifics of individual buildings. There is still much for you to learn. Now, tell me, do you have the confidence to build our nation? Yes. A resounding and vigorous chorus echoed throughout the classroom. Chapter 76. The real-life Chen Shimi. Liu Xu spoke for an entire day, instilling considerable confidence in everyone. The impact of this lesson was significant, particularly the vivid imagery of the envisioned construction across the 49 cities. The towering skyscrapers and the incessant flow of vehicles left all who beheld them in awe. Despite their ignorance of the creation process, none doubted that they too could achieve such levels of accomplishment in the future. In recent days, Liu Xu had been closely collaborating with the architectural firm to formulate a comprehensive learning plan, largely neglecting the trading company. Currently, the trade volume was modest, primarily due to the frigid weather, which rendered new construction nearly impossible. The most that could be managed was the replacement of some machinery, providing Liu Xu with a much-needed respite. Today, while relaxing in the office with a cup of tea, Zhang Shun rushed in, appearing somewhat breathless. Mr. Liu, I encountered a woman downstairs. Take your time. No need to rush. Come, have a cup of tea first, Liu Xu replied. Zhang Shun promptly grinned and nodded, then gulped down the tea Liu Xu had poured for him. Mr. Liu, I met a woman at the entrance, accompanied by her two daughters, one 7 years old and the other 5. She claimed she was looking for her husband, who apparently no longer want her. She just wanted to inquire if there was any truth to it. What? Did you ask her husband's name? I didn't ask that. Should I go back and inquire? No, don't bother. Here's what you'll do. Please bring her up. I'm curious to see if our future company is about to witness the emergence of another real-life Chen Shimi. All right, I'll go, Zhang Shun replied. Before long, Zhang Shun returned with a middle-aged woman and her 2 little girls. Liu Xu quickly rose to greet them, taking a couple of steps forward. Hello, madam. You must be freezing. Please take a seat. Shun, bring 3 cups of tea. Observing the trio, Liu Xu noted their tattered clothing, which seemed to be patched together in various places. Despite their ragged appearance, they were surprisingly clean. The woman appeared to be around 40, though Liu Xu suspected her true age was less than that. The older girl curiously leaned against her mother, while the younger one hid behind, clutching her mother's pant leg, peeking out shyly. No, sir, we don't need to sit. I just came to find my children's father. A few days ago, a pillar from the nearby village visited and told me that my husband no longer wants me or our daughters. He said we could stay if we wished, or leave if we wanted. He wouldn't be coming back, she lamented, bursting into tears. Liu Xu felt a mix of anger and helplessness. He had little experience dealing with tears, especially from a woman of her stature. Madam, please sit down and have some warm water. You may be fine, but the cold is unbearable for the children, he urged sincerely. Seeing the genuine concern in Liu Xu's voice, the woman cautiously took a seat. Commander, is my husband here? I would like to inquire about him in person. My dear lady, please refrain from addressing me as commander. I am merely a private enterprise owner. You have yet to mention your husband's name. All right. His name is Geng Yongqiang. Geng. Liu Xu pondered for a moment, but could not recall anyone by that name in his circle. Just as he was about to ask if the lady had made a mistake, Zhang Shun interjected, Mr. Liu, I know him. He is the company commander of the 2nd platoon. Upon this reminder, Liu Xu remembered seeing several company leaders during meetings, although the name had temporarily escaped him. To his astonishment, Geng Yongqiang indeed belonged to their ranks. Liu Xu contemplated for a moment before moving to his desk to pick up the phone. Old Kong, please bring the political commissar and the instructor to my office. Hearing the uncharacteristic tone in Liu Xu's voice, Kong Jiqiang felt a pang of apprehension. Liu Xu had always shown them respect, extending kindness even to the soldiers on guard duty. What could have transpired today? In less than 10 minutes, the three men arrived at Liu Xu's office. Liu Xu did not offer them a seat, but instead pointed at the trio and said, "This is the original wife and two daughters of your company commander, Gung Yongqiang." He sent word back that he no longer wants them, not even the children. You three are his direct supervisors. How do you propose we handle this matter? Dear lady, these gentlemen are your husband's direct superiors. This is Commander Kong. This is Political Commissar Li. And the remaining one is Instructor Yu. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, especially that it involved one of their own, Kong Jiqiang's anger flared. His eyes reddened as he exclaimed, "Damn it! I will return and shoot him." Startled, Liu Xu quickly followed him out, exclaiming, "Wait, that's unnecessary." The remaining individuals in the room exchanged glances, and Political Commissar Li finally struck up a conversation with Gung Yongqiang's wife. "Old Kong, how do you intend to address this?" "Well, there's no precedent for this. Do you have any good ideas?" Liu Xu shot him a glance, thinking, "If you have none, how can I?" Yet he continued, "What I suggest is that you go back and intimidate him a bit, try to change his mind. There's a saying, better to dismantle 10 temples than to break one marriage, especially when children are involved. However, Old Kong, if the scoundrel is resolute in abandoning his wife, then I'm afraid there's nothing to be done. I do not wish to harbor a chin shimmy. Let him go where he pleases." "Understood. I know how to proceed. I will call him over." "Forget it. I will first have a word with him." The audacity to aspire to be a chun shimmy. After Commander Kong departed, Liu Xu returned to his office. "Dear lady, please do not worry. Commander Kong has gone to summon your husband. He will be here shortly. By the way, have you had breakfast yet?" "Mr. Liu, we are fine. We ate yesterday." Liu Xu sighed, "Soon. Please head to the cafeteria and bring back some warm food for Commander Gung's wife and children." "Understood. I will do that," Zhang Shun replied before hastily exiting. An hour later, Captain Kong entered with Company Commander Gung Yongqiang. Upon their arrival, Gung noticed his wife and child ravenously devouring their meal. Perhaps stirred by a pang of conscience, he unexpectedly shed tears. Observing this, Liu Xu thought, well, this man still has hope. In truth, Liu Xu found it somewhat perplexing. Gung Yongqiang had been surrounded by 20 to 30 charming female university students, engaging with them in study and teaching them literacy and cultural subjects. This had stirred something within him. Moreover, the other company commanders each had their own private rooms, complete with heating and modern conveniences, and Liu Xu's generous salary had led him to believe such a lifestyle was deserved. Yet, the saying about warmth and companionship was not mere rhetoric. Once this thought took root, he began to perceive that only such university students were worthy of him. Coincidentally, a villager from the nearby area had taken a family visit leave, and in a moment of impulsiveness, Gung sent a message back home. Upon his wife's arrival, she was unable to eat, the frustration she had endured recently finally erupting into heartfelt tears. Witnessing this, Liu Xu swiftly called for the others, ensuring to close the door behind him. "Gentlemen, please arrange a private room for old Gung and add an extra bed. His wife and child shall not return." "Mr. Liu, you need not worry. The company commanders already have private rooms. Adding an extra bed is a simple matter." After nodding in agreement, Liu Xu remarked, "I have always envisioned that once we construct our own dormitory building next year, our soldiers will be able to bring their families here. After all, you have all transitioned from military life. Long-term separation is not feasible." Chapter 77. The first reception of foreign guests upon hearing Liu Xu's words. Kong Jiqiang initially intended to decline, but then suddenly realized that he could no longer impose military regulations now that they had transitioned. Moreover, Liu Xu's intentions were entirely for their benefit. So he replied, "Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Liu." "What trouble?" "To ensure that employees devote themselves wholeheartedly to their work. It is imperative to resolve such matters, alleviating any concerns that may hinder their performance. By the way, Old Kong, Old Li, and the instructor, your construction company will undoubtedly expand next year. It is essential to nurture more managerial talent, not solely from the military, but also to consider recruiting from society. Next year, as all construction sites commence, the number of workers we will require may reach tens of thousands. We should begin preparations now, starting with training operators for machinery, as we cannot rely solely on our personnel. I intend to cultivate the over 500 individuals we currently have into technical management roles, distributing them to various subsidiaries next year. Those who are less capable can take on machinery operation positions. The three nodded solemnly. I will do my utmost to bring back all the machinery needed for next year and will also construct a significant number of temporary dormitories for the workers. Thus, you must clear a space, ensuring we do not encroach upon the designated land, as we will need it later. All right, I will make arrangements in the next couple of days. After their discussion, the three departed. Shortly thereafter, Gung Yongqiang's family emerged. Mr. Liu, I apologize for the trouble. Sister, if this brat causes any more trouble, you come to me, and I will deal with him. Thank you, big brother, Mr. Liu. It's fine. Just call me big brother. Then we shall take our leave, Mr. Liu. Go on, return, and live well. If I hear you've abandoned your wife again, you'd best be prepared to leave yourself. That 1T happened at 1T. Once they departed, Liu Xu called Mr. Yuan, informing him that the samples intended for export had arrived. That is splendid news. We shall come over tomorrow. That evening, Liu Xu requisitioned 3 classrooms to serve as an exhibition hall, setting it up overnight. He also prepared a batch of shelves and thoughtfully had the electrician rearrange the spotlighting. The next day, Comrade Yuan arrived with a group from the Trade Department, along with several individuals from the neighboring country. Liu Xu arranged for numerous vehicles to meet them at the train station. In the subsequent years, he acquired over 100 vehicles, including the popular models of Passat and Jetta, for transportation purposes. Once the vehicles arrived, he mandated that everyone must learn to drive. Regardless of whether they were from the trade or construction company, even members of the security team were required to acquire driving skills. Students from nearby who wished to learn were also welcome. The vehicles were constantly in use, with individuals practicing in a vacant lot. Liu Xu did not go to greet them himself. Instead, he arranged for Zhou Ziyang and Zhang Shun to take on the task, while also sending his own team to receive the guests. Liu Xu waited patiently at the entrance. By 9 a.m., the convoy returned. However, upon seeing several foreigners alight from the vehicle, he could not help but furrow his brow, only to remind himself that they were likely the clients. He was reluctant to engage with foreigners, as he harbored numerous secrets that he preferred to keep hidden from their gaze. Mr. Yuan, I appreciate your effort in making this trip, Liu Xu greeted. Mr. Liu, it is no trouble at all. Allow me to introduce you. This is Minister Yi Yonyan from the Trade Department. Liu Xu hurried forward to shake hands and offer his greetings. After you mentioned it last time, I relayed the information upwards, and coincidentally, the trade delegation from the Bear Country was still here. They decided to keep them around for a while. Today, I have brought a few representatives. You may not know this, but the people from the Bear Country do not believe there is anything here that they need, which is why most of them were unwilling to come. Only 4 have arrived. Let me introduce them to you. Liu Xu nodded in acknowledgement as Mr. Yuan led him towards the group of Bear Country representatives. This is Mikhail, Vyshinsky, Grimiko, and Rosen. Hello, I am Liu Xu. He greeted them in impeccable Russian. Incredible. Liu, your Russian is outstanding. Have you lived in the Bear Country? Not at all. I understand all the languages of the world, Liu Xu replied with a casual shrug. Are you joking? This is simply unbelievable. All right, gentlemen, let's proceed inside. As they entered the exhibition hall, Zhou Ziyang and Zhang Shun handed each person a catalog containing images and descriptions of all the products, while the exhibition hall showcased the actual items. The first hall prominently featured home appliances, refrigerators, cathode ray tube televisions, tape recorders, audio cassettes, speakers, washing machines, dishwashers, sterilizers, electric water heaters, electric griddles, household ovens, microwaves, painting machines, and slicers. All who entered were astounded. Any product designed from the future would have been considered a work of art in this era. Each appliance was custom-made, aesthetically pleasing, and ingeniously crafted. Where mechanical structures could suffice, electronics were eschewed, and where vacuum tubes could be used, transistors were avoided. In other words, all these items were stripped-down versions. Yet even so, they were remarkably advanced for this period. Liu, are these all televisions? Indeed, I have both color and black and white models. The color options are 34, 29, 25, and 21 inches, while the black and white models come in 17, 14, and 12 inches. You can find detailed explanations in the catalog. Liu Xu indicated towards the catalogs in their hands. At that moment, the group hastily compared the actual items with the descriptions in the catalogs. Liu, could you turn them on for us? Of course. Liu Xu gestured for someone to come over and switch on all 7 televisions. Then inserted a tape into the video recorder. This was primarily due to the fact that, during this era, there were no television stations in the country. Merely turning on the television would yield no signal. This is a Red Song MV tape belonging to Liu Xu, and as soon as it was opened, the voice of Zhang Mingmin resonated. The mountains and rivers dwell only in my dreams. My homeland has been distant for many years, though I wear foreign garments. My heart remains steadfastly Chinese. A few foreigners were so astonished that they were rendered speechless. Oh my God, it's actually a color screen. This is simply incredible. How is this possible? 34 inches? How did they achieve such a size? Meanwhile, a group of people from the domestic side were equally exhilarated, utterly unprepared for Liu Xu to possess such remarkable treasures. They were unaware of why these foreigners were so animated, considering that many citizens in their country already owned televisions. Unbeknownst to them, the world's first color television was not produced until 3 years later, in 1953, which would elucidate the foreigners' excitement if they were aware. Moreover, the challenge of creating larger CRT screens explains why early televisions were predominantly small, often measuring only 12 or 14 inches. Liu, I believe we have arrived at the right place. The offerings here are magnificent. These televisions have completely captivated us. Let us discuss the pricing. As these are items we must take back, one of them declared. Indeed, such excellent products ought to serve socialist nations, another added. Liu Xu, smiling, shook his head and replied, there's no rush. There are many more items to explore. You can decide after viewing everything, and when it comes to discussing prices, I believe you have approached the wrong person. He gestured towards Mr. Yuan Fong, who understood and spoke Russian, and could not help but chuckle at this moment. Chapter 78. The astonishing exhibition tour. The next highlight of the exhibition was the electronic components, which filled an entire shelf. Due to their diminutive size, Liu Xu had specially commissioned some elegant plastic boxes for their display. Mr. Liu, what are these tiny items? Inquired a staff member from the domestic trade department upon noticing the small objects. Oh, these are all electronic components, including diodes, transistors, multi-pole devices, composite tubes, electron beam tubes, resistors, capacitors, inductors, and various types of toggle switches, rotary switches, electromagnetic relays, electron tube sockets, and wire connectors, Liu Xu replied. What? This is a diode? I've heard of this, but why is it so small? Hee, it's due to differing production techniques. At that moment, 4 representatives from a neighboring country also took notice of the conversation and approached. My goodness, is this an electron tube? How can it be so small? It resembles a grain of rice. It was well known that during this period, the diodes and transistors produced in their country were about the size of a thumb, with even smaller variants comparable to a pinky finger. Liu, what is this composite tube? I've never heard of it before. Oh, you mean this? The composite tube combines different types of electron tubes, such as transistors and pentodes, through a special connection method. That's incredible. What is this? It appears to combine a transistor and a pentode. What a brilliant idea. Liu, is this documented in the materials? Liu Xu note that, Hapfi may see. There is another significant item here. I suspect you will appreciate it. Well, what is it? Is there no physical item to view? With a smile, Liu Xu responded, Mr. Michael Yang. It is an electron tube computer, quite substantial in size, occupying nearly 200 square meters. There's no space for it here. Liu Xu had arranged for 10 units of the electron tube computers developed in 1964 by a nearly defunct state-owned electronics enterprise. This computer achieved a processing speed of 50,000 operations per second, while the first electron tube computer from their country only managed 3,000 operations per second 50 years later. A definitive dimensional reduction. What? There is also an electronic computer? Where is it? They eagerly began to sift through the documentation. Finally, at the end of the electrical appliances section, they discovered it, gasping in astonishment upon seeing the performance parameters. We want this. May I ask how much it costs? Please do not rush. We have yet to explore the entirety of this exhibition hall. Let us complete our tour before discussing purchases. Upon exiting this section, The group proceeded to the second exhibition hall, which was far more visually appealing. This hall showcased food and condiments, and when Liu Xu customized the items, he had one requirement. The packaging should be as exquisite as possible. Consequently, the result left not only the domestic visitors, but also the four foreigners utterly bewildered, reminiscent of the tale of Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Moreover, the occasional sound of someone swallowing could be heard amidst the awe. Liu Xu's primary intention behind these actions is to maximize their added value. When it comes to fruits, transporting them in bulk makes it unlikely for their prices to soar. Currently, they're sold by the box, which also allows the country to earn a bit more foreign exchange. The items here are predominantly packaged as gift boxes, with fruits being the first thing that catches the eye, most of which are tropical fruits not available in the Bear Country. Beneath the exquisite packaging lie durians, mangoes, longans, avocados, coconuts, papayas, dragon fruits, bananas, lychees, rambutan, mangosteen, pineapples, and wax apples, leaving everyone in awe. Many of these items are unrecognizable, even to the locals, and the breathtaking packaging method is something they have never encountered before. The printing is so lifelike, it astonishes the senses. Adjacent to this display are assorted nut gift boxes, featuring pistachios, macadamias, cashews, almonds, hazelnuts, chestnuts, pumpkin seeds, watermelon seeds, chickpeas, and pine nuts. Liu Xu has customized these to cater to the Western palate, where sweetness is embraced rather than shunned as it is in our culture. In the center lies a lengthy row of essential canned foods favored by Westerners, categorized into four types: fruit cans including peaches, apples, lychees, strawberries, hawthorns, pineapples, and oranges; seafood and fish cans such as tuna, sardines, frogfish, mackerel, anchovies, squid, and crab meat; a plethora of meat cans tailored to Chinese recipes; and finally, various types of congee, such as 8 treasure congee, century egg, and lean meat congee, and pumpkin lotus leaf congee. This 10-meter-long shelf, spanning 5 levels, is filled with an array of canned goods, none of which are identical. The expressions of onlookers resemble those of witnessing a ghost, as they gaze at familiar names, marveling at the inconceivable presence of items like braised pork, stewed ribs, and sesame oil chicken. Turning from this shelf, one encounters another row of beverages, with adjacent shelving displaying an assortment of premium packaged spirits, and opposite that, a lineup of various snacks. The third exhibition hall showcases cosmetics, personal care products, an array of clothing, footwear, and daily necessities. Mr. Yuan and Minister Yi grow increasingly excited as they peruse the displays, repeatedly inquiring Liu Xu whether these items can be transported in large quantities. Receiving affirmative responses, their excitement escalates. The reasoning is quite simple. During this period, the domestic market has a limited array of exportable goods, and acquiring substantial foreign exchange from the few available items proves exceedingly challenging. If we consider the merchandise in Liu Xu's exhibition hall, the potential for foreign exchange income from re-export trade could be immense annually. How could they not be pleased? Upon exiting the exhibition hall, they realized they had missed meal times, prompting Liu Xu to invite them to the cafeteria for a meal. However, Michael Yang and others immediately began discussions with Mr. Yuan. Mr. Yuan, please do not alter anything in these exhibition halls. I need a call for all members of the trade delegation to come over. This matter is beyond the 4 of us to decide, as every single item here is something we desire. Understanding, Mr. Gaoyang, let's first dine, and you may make your call afterward. In the afternoon, a group of 40 to 50 Russians arrived, and Liu Xu, with a sense of resignation, accompanied them to the exhibition hall once more. To his surprise, these visitors exhibited tremendous interest in the container-style houses. A throng of individuals wandered through the office buildings, classrooms, and dormitories, even spending considerable time in the cafeteria. Once they entered the exhibition hall, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted intermittently. Liu Xu took the liberty of ushering Mr. Yuan Fong and Minister Yi into an office for a respite. Mr. Liu, which country do these items originate from? I can't help but feel that these old Russians are even more composed than we are. Perhaps it is best not to inquire too deeply for now. Just know that I can supply in abundance, Liu Xu thought to himself. They were merely captivated by the novelty, unaware of the technological gap at play. Among these Russians, there surely existed those with expertise. Otherwise, they would not still be engrossed in their research. Liu Xu felt no trepidation regarding their potential discoveries. A difference of 1 or 2 generations might yield results through effort, but a more significant disparity would render the technology akin to black magic. Moreover, Liu Xu had already taken measures in this domain, akin to the conflict between vacuum tubes and transistors. If he could lead them astray in their technological pursuits, it would be even more advantageous. He also prepared to implement similar strategies with several Western nations. If conventional channels were inaccessible, he would resort to smuggling. Once a substantial quantity of inexpensive vacuum tubes flooded the Western market, would they still have the inclination to painstakingly research transistors? This approach would not only yield profit, but also stifle Western advancement, which was Liu Xu's ultimate aspiration. Chapter 79. Negotiation of exported materials. This construction company lacked a small cafeteria or similar space for hospitality, and fortunately, their visit was slightly delayed, allowing the internal staff to finish their meals. Liu Xu accompanied a group into the hall, where several long tables were already laden with food. The Russians, whether due to the delicious fare or their hunger, remained silent, each indulging heartily, including the domestic accompanying personnel. Liu Xu had an ample supply of ingredients, with a wide variety of meats, complemented by an extensive assortment of seasonings from the future. After the meal, the group proceeded to the company's reception room to discuss prices, which were now their primary concern. As they walked toward the office building, Mr. Yuanfang detained Liu Xu, saying, "Mr. Liu, we did not have the chance to communicate in advance. We will likely discuss pricing shortly. No one understands the situation better than you. And since you're the provider of these materials, you should take the lead in negotiations." Liu Xu pondered for a moment and replied, "Is that appropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Let us proceed this way." Liu Xu nodded in agreement. After a brief rest in the reception room, Mikhail Yang suggested they negotiate the prices of the items. Mr. Yuanfang glanced at Liu Xu and nodded in affirmation. "Shall we move to the conference room next door?" he proposed. The room had been prepared, but due to the larger number of participants from the Russian side, additional chairs had been brought in to accommodate everyone. On the domestic side, Mr. Yuanfang seated Liu Xu at the head of the table, with Minister Yi on the opposite side. Once settled, Mikhail Yang spoke first. "Liu, I need to know the source of your goods and the transportation channels." Upon hearing this, Liu Xu's expression darkened. The man was indeed quite blunt. "I must respectfully decline to disclose that information, Mr. Mikhail Yang. Do you not consider this behavior rather impolite?" However, this demeanor was typical among the allied nations in their camp, exhibiting an air of superiority. The individuals seated in the front row were momentarily taken aback by Liu Xu's words. No. You may have misunderstood my intention. What I meant to convey is that we need assurance regarding the safe transport of these materials to our country. Additionally, we wish to assess your production capacity to avoid any errors when placing orders." Liu Xu raised the catalog. "I can guarantee both the quantity and safety of the products listed here. This is not a concern for you. In fact, I plan to produce these items domestically in the future. In 3 to 5 years, we will be fully capable of meeting the demands of the entire socialist camp." At this juncture, Vysinski interjected, "In that case, let us discuss pricing. You can surely anticipate that we will be purchasing the electronic tubes for the computers, as well as all electronic components from your inventory. Do you not wish to inspect the actual computer?" Liu Xu asked. "As for the price, I propose $3 million, equivalent to 12 million rubles," he stated without reservation. "No, that is unacceptable. Your price is excessively high. You must understand that we have also developed a vacuum tube computer this year, and this price is beyond our means." Liu Xu scoffed. "Isn't your computational speed merely reaching 3,000 operations per second? You must have used about 6,000 vacuum tubes. So I presume the cost would not be less than 7 million rubles." At this moment, the expressions of the few individuals across the table darkened slightly. How did this fellow acquire such critical information? It seemed they would need to investigate further. "I am also aware that the American Universal Automatic Computer is of the same type as yours, yet its operational speed is only 200 operations per second. With a cost of $1 million, utilizing 5,000 vacuum tubes. Suddenly, Gromyko interjected. Are you implying that the vacuum tubes for the Americans were also supplied by you? Liu Xu smiled, but shook his head. He was contemplating that once things settled down, he would commence smuggling to Western nations, at which point he would be the supplier. All right, my price is non-negotiable. There is no room for discussion. Your computer is incomparable to mine. My operational speed has reached 50,000 operations per second, using only over 800 vacuum tubes, with input via punch paper tape and output capable of connecting to a printer. Several of the old Russians exchanged hushed opinions before Mikhail spoke up. Liu, we agree to the unit price for the vacuum tube computer. What about those electronic components? Diodes at 50 US dollars, transistors at 70 US dollars, multi-pole tubes at 100 US dollars, composite tubes at 200 US dollars, electron beam tubes at 150 US dollars, inductors at 20 US dollars, capacitors at 30 US dollars. Liu, this is hardly the attitude one should have towards allies within the same camp. Liu responded, the value of my goods is set at this price. You have seen the physical products. My vacuum tubes are not only compact, but also boast a long lifespan and low power consumption. I can provide you with a batch for testing, after which you can make your decision. Very well. I hope it is as you say. Liu chuckled. Rest assured. The diodes you produce have a lifespan at least 10 times shorter than mine, with some even reaching 100 times less. Our manufacturing process has required significant investment to overcome challenges, so the research and development costs cannot be reduced. Mr. Mikhail, in fact, the longevity of vacuum tubes translates to cost savings for you, considering your computer utilizes 6,000 vacuum tubes. The savings are quite substantial. A few of the old Russians nodded in agreement, finding his points reasonable. Liu Xu was fervently selling these items primarily because, in modern contexts, such goods are sold by weight, rendering Liu's costs almost negligible. Thus, the profit margin was considerable. Now, Liu, let us discuss the price of canned goods. You must understand that canned food is essential in our daily lives, and it cannot be overpriced. Liu Xu nodded, stating, for any meat-containing canned goods, 500 grams will cost 0.5 US dollars, equating to 2 rubles per can. For fruit and porridge cans, 500 grams will cost 0.25 US dollars, or 1 ruble per can. That is acceptable. After an intense night of spirited debate, we finally covered all the topics at hand. Everyone remained present, and fortunately, the additional dormitories it constructed previously proved to be beneficial. The following morning, after breakfast, everyone departed. Before leaving, Mr. Yuanfang inquired of Liu Xu, are you suggesting that all these items should be produced domestically? Are you planning to establish a factory yourself? Liu Xu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained his composure. What factory would I establish? I can barely manage my current responsibilities. Why would I add a plethora of light industrial factories? I will provide the production equipment for the factories, but who operates them will depend on those willing to take on that endeavor. What if the state were to construct them? Upon hearing this, Liu Xu let out a resigned sigh. To be honest, I do not recommend such an approach. Why not? Isn't public-private partnership or complete state ownership quite viable? Liu Xu was apprehensive about the repercussions of such a decision. Presently, all seems well, but the real peak period is approaching in 1956, after which private enterprises will become exceedingly rare. Mr. Yuanfang, have you ever witnessed a sporting event where an individual serves as both referee and athlete? If all economic activities were to be nationalized, there might be a surge in productivity in the short term. However, have you considered the long-term implications? 20, 30, or even 50 years down the line, I can assure you, society would stagnate into a quagmire. All factories and enterprises would suffer from inefficiency, rigid management, and a lack of vitality. Competition would wane, leading to complacency among workers who would think, regardless of my effort, my salary remains unchanged, whether I excel or falter, whether I work diligently or lazily. Chapter 80. A private enterprise seeks assistance. How is that possible? Mr. Yuanfang exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily lost in contemplation of Liu Xu's words. Could it truly be that in a few decades, the world would evolve in such a manner? Have we ever considered an alternative approach? Next year, my construction company will transform into a construction group, launching numerous new factories. At that juncture, I intend to operate in an entirely different manner. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yuan Fang's eyes lit up with curiosity, prompting him to inquire, what manner might that be? The answer lies in collective shareholding. Every individual within the factory will possess shares in the enterprise. However, it is crucial to note that these shares will confer only dividend rights without any decision-making authority. Furthermore, the proportion of shares held by investors shall not exceed 3 times that of ordinary shareholders. According to the principles outlined in Das Kapital, the factory owner's control over production means that exploitation of others is inevitable. Is not your public-private partnership aimed at preventing the rapid transfer of capital into individual hands? Thus, if a factory or enterprise is collectively owned, such a predicament would be averted. Additionally, this model enhances competitiveness. Under full ownership, everyone becomes a steward of the factory. At year's end, both the owner and the ordinary worker will reap dividends, thereby fostering a stronger sense of unity. When a factory thrives, so too do the incomes of all involved, creating a virtuous cycle. Mr. Yuan Fang remained silent, deep in thought. Liu Xu continued, urging Mr. Yuan Fang, expedite the arrangements for exports to the Bear Country, for in just a few days, the Western world will celebrate the most significant holiday of the year, Christmas, during which these goods are sure to sell like hotcakes. Moreover, to generate foreign currency, we should not limit our strategies to the Bear Country alone. We could also engage agents to facilitate smuggling from the island. With such sought-after commodities, the demand there may rival that of the Bear Country. This conversation elicited laughter among the group, as Liu Xu's supplies were nothing short of astonishing. The sight of a group of Russians eager to carry off any item they could grasp was quite telling. Mr. Yuan Fang departed, his mind swirling with questions. Unbeknownst to Liu Xu, upon arriving in the capital, Mr. Yuan Fang and Minister Yi promptly sought an audience with Mr. Xiaoshan at the Executive Yuan to report on their recent successes. Ah, Comrade Yuan Fang, Comrade Yunyan has returned. What treasures have you brought back from this journey? Mr. Liu inquired with enthusiasm. Indeed, we were taken aback. You should see for yourself. The volume of goods is overwhelming, Minister Yi replied, handing over a thick catalog. Mr. Xiaoshan, taken aback by the sheer thickness of the catalog, quickly leafed through its pages. What do these figures indicate? Are they prices? Indeed, these are the prices agreed upon with our Bear counterparts, came the reply. But these prices seem rather modest, Mr. Xiaoshan observed. Ah, Comrade Xiao, the unit is in meters of gold. For instance, that diode costs 50 meters of gold, which at the current exchange rate amounts to 200 rubles or 119,000 RMB. With Mr. Liu's threefold discount, we stand to gain a profit of 783,300. Moreover, as this product is consumable, I anticipate that once we establish a steady supply, our foreign currency reserves will no longer dwindle. What about the supply? Is there truly such a large quantity? This was a query posed by the individuals from the Northern Territories, to which Mr. Liu confidently assured them of its availability. Subsequently, Mr. Yuan Fang reported on his discussion with Liu Xu regarding the nature of the enterprise. After listening, Mr. Xiaoshan rose and began to pace slowly, pondering the matter. Abruptly halting his steps, he led the 2 men to the office of the senior leader. Not long after Liu Xu returned to his office, Zhou Xiang knocked and entered, stating that representatives from Yuda Textile Factory and Changfeng Textile Factory wished to meet with Liu Xu. Liu Xu was momentarily taken aback, having had no prior dealings with them. Please let them in, he instructed. Moments later, a middle-aged man of modest stature entered, following Zhou Xiang. Greetings, greetings. You must be Mr. Liu. I am Wang Changgui, the manager of Yuda Textile Factory, and this is Chun Wei Xiao, the manager of Baofeng Textile Factory. We have come to seek your assistance. Oh, there is no need for such formality. Please, do share the matter at hand, and I shall see how I can be of service. Well, the country has been facing a cotton shortage this year. It feels as though our 2 factories have been dormant. I learned that the last batch of cotton was procured through your efforts, so I wanted to inquire if it would be possible to arrange for another shipment. Liu Xu was taken aback, recalling that he had indeed procured a significant amount last time. How could it possibly be depleted so quickly? I remember there being 450,000 tons. Manager Wang sighed. While that sounds substantial, the domestic demand is overwhelming. With the harsh winter upon us, the common folk require cotton for quilts, clothing, and trousers. Moreover, the distribution is largely monopolized by state-owned enterprises, leaving us with mere scraps. This year, our factory has only been operational for a couple of months at most, and Old Chin's factory is in an even worse state. We cannot even pay our workers for the new year. It turned out that the supply and marketing cooperatives had allocated a significant portion of cotton to the national market to satisfy public demand, leaving only a fraction for the state-owned textile enterprises, which barely met their needs. Private textile factories found themselves without any recourse. Liu Xu's expression reflected his predicament. If it were any other commodity, it would be manageable, but the overall cotton production in later years is only around 25 million tons, with the last procurement being domestic. Liu Xu began to communicate with the system internally. Shaoxing issued directives to the trading companies across the regions to acquire cotton as much as possible. Understood, master. The main dimensions are limited to a few nations, including the subcontinent, the United States, a football nation, Barbary sheep, and kangaroo country. However, I believe we can amass around 2 million tons. Returning to the conversation, Liu Xu addressed Manager Wang. Do not worry. Grant me 3 days, and I will urgently arrange for a shipment from abroad. What? That would be marvelous. Thank you, Mr. Liu. He had initially come with a vague hope, but to his astonishment, a tangible solution had emerged. Manager Wang, have you considered upgrading your factory? By doing so, you could utilize synthetic fibers, which would be an ample supply. Synthetic fibers? Were those? At that moment, Zhou Ziang knocked and entered, approaching Liu Xu with a low voice. Mr. Liu, there is a person claiming to be the deputy director of the cotton spinning factory number 7 who wishes to see you. Liu Xu was taken aback. Had the textile industry reached such a state? Surely. He must be here seeking cotton. Please let him in. Before long, a tall, middle-aged man entered, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. Upon entering, he immediately noticed Wang Changgue and Chun Weixiao, without acknowledging Liu Xu. Oh, aren't these the two esteemed managers? Your information travels faster than ours, he remarked. Both men turned their faces away, and Liu Xu was taken aback by the situation. It was evident that both parties were acquainted, suggesting a history of unpleasant encounters. With a dismissive scoff, the man finally turned his gaze towards Liu Xu. Observing his demeanor, Liu Xu felt an inexplicable surge of anger. I hear you can procure cotton here? Let us see if this young man can indeed accomplish anything. What is your role? Oh, so you're unaware of my position? Listen closely. I am the deputy director of cotton spinning factory number 7, responsible for procurement. Is that clear now? Get lost. Who do you think you're addressing? Encountering someone tough today. Quite a fiery temper for someone so young. You ought to inquire about who I am. I have no interest in your status. Liu Xu was infuriated, sitting peacefully in his office. He had done no one any wrong. Yet here was this fool causing a ruckus. Unable to contain himself, he shouted toward the outside, Liangzi, all of you come in. The few individuals who had been waiting next door, alerted by the commotion, hastened to the door and entered. I don't know where this fool came from, but give him a slap and throw him out. Chapter 81. The transaction of complete equipment. I'll look at this scene. Today cannot end without resolution. Gulme. Test my patience. Liu Xu's security team, having braved the trials of the battlefield, would not be intimidated by such a ruffian. Team leader Han Yongliang immediately stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap. As the man instinctively raised his hand to block, Han seized his arm and hurled him towards the entrance. Hey, you all stop. Is this a joke? Who starts a fight without provocation? Liu Xu glared at him, remaining silent. Mr. Liu, this man is Tong Hailin, brother of the infamous Tong Haishan, who was part of the Black Flag Troop during the occupation. After the defeat of the Japanese, he failed to mend his ways and ultimately met his demise at the hands of the military intelligence. The remaining thugs like him have since fallen from grace. We prefer to avoid entanglements with such individuals, remarked Shun, the manager of the Baofeng cotton mill. Wait a moment. When did our Bin Hai gain a cotton spinning factory? No. 7? I recall only 6 state-run cotton mills. Is this fellow here to swindle us? Interjected Wang, the manager of the Yudao mill. Upon hearing their words, Liu Xu was taken aback. He had presumed Tong Hailin to be a local tyrant, but it turned out he was merely a fraud. Anger surged within him. Ziyang, call Director Su at the Public Security Bureau and inform him that we have apprehended a swindler. At that moment, Tong Hailin attempted to flee, but the soldiers of the security team swiftly intercepted him. What's going on? Think clearly. Don't bring trouble upon yourselves. I have plenty of brothers. If you provoke us, you will regret it. Ah, even in such a predicament, you still speak bravado. You truly are a piece of work. Liu Xu approached him, disdain evident in his voice. In numbers, I command over 1,000 in my security regiment. Whatever tricks you have, I am ready to receive them. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he signaled his disinterest in further conversation, considering it a waste of time. Ziyang, summon Lin Guanxiang from the textile machinery group. Once everyone had exited, Liu Xu turned apologetically to the 2 managers. I apologize for the inconvenience. Please bear with me while I fetch the person responsible for textile machinery. Before long, Lin Guanxiang entered, carrying some documents. Gentlemen, given the current blockade overseas and the low domestic cotton yield, the operational rates of your mills have suffered. My proposal is to upgrade your machinery, and if we can incorporate synthetic fibers, that would be ideal. Understood, Mr. Liu. Greetings, gentlemen. I am Lin Guanxiang. Just returned from John Bull. My studies abroad focused on weaving. He introduced himself. The 2 men promptly rose to shake Lin's hand, offering their respects. To be candid, I have some understanding of synthetic fibers from my time abroad, but it was only after joining Future Trade that I delved deeper into the subject. At this juncture, Wang Changgue spoke up. Manager Lin, could you enlighten us about synthetic fibers? It would be best if we could have a tangible experience. Indeed, I can provide that. Follow me to my office. I have samples available. After the 3 took their leave from Liu Xu, they arrived at Lin Guanxuan's office. Upon entering, they were greeted by a row of cabinets, one of which housed neatly arranged spools of chemical fibers and finished fabrics. Master Wang, what you're holding is viscose fiber, suitable for shirts, dresses, undergarments, and sleepwear. This one here is polyester fiber, also known as polyester, which can be used for outerwear and home textiles. Wang Changgue and Chen Weixiao exchanged glances, astonished by the sight of these yarns. They realized that these were all high-count and super high-count yarns, which they could assure were beyond the capabilities of most domestic factories. Moreover, such fine yarns were simply not producible by the current weaving mills. Manager Lin, could you introduce us to this spinning machine? They inquired. Certainly, Lin Guanxuan replied with a smile, thinking that at least they had the backing of a bank and must not let this opportunity slip away. He had previously discussed with others, but due to the high cost of machinery and the recent stabilization of the political situation, many were hesitant to take action, especially with foreign blockades. He pulled out a set of documents from the cabinet and began to explain, this is a complete set of equipment used in a spinning mill, including cotton opening machines, carding machines, and drawing machines. Within this set, there are distinctions between coarse and fine yarn, and weaving equipment consists of shuttle looms and non-shuttle looms. I must tell you that the machinery provided by Mr. Liu is indeed the most advanced. I have not seen such technology abroad. Liu Xu had consulted experts to select a batch of machines that covered all aspects of production, boasting a high degree of automation. For instance, the FA002 automatic cotton grabbing machine is a product from the late 1980s, while the FA201 carding machine is from the 1990s. The FA401 coarse yarn machine and the FA506 fine yarn machine also date from around the same period. The advancements in weaving machines are even more significant. Although the non-shuttle loom was invented, it would not enter commercial use until next year, and it would be around 1990 before it was available domestically. This is a jet loom, which operates at 8 times the speed of shuttle loom and can save labor costs by a factor of 10. The 2 men were somewhat incredulous, struggling to believe the reality before them. This is astonishing, Wang Changgue exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. Manager Lin, how much will the entire set of equipment cost? The complete production line is priced at 850,000 gold meters, which, based on the current exchange rate, amounts to approximately 19,230 million. The two men exchanged shocked glances, realizing that, in principle, this price was not exorbitant, as a new factory of comparable quality would typically require between 1.5 million to 2 million gold meters to establish during this period. However, despite this, they were acutely aware of the financial strain they faced, as business had not been prosperous in recent years, and it was likely that even by combining their resources, they could not afford such a production line. A sense of helplessness washed over them. With a heavy heart, Wang Changui expressed, "Manager Lin, we are very grateful for your assistance today, but our financial capacity is limited, and we truly cannot afford it." Lin Guanchuan nodded, but quickly added, "Do not lose hope. Gentlemen, what if there were a loan available?" "A loan?" They echoed in disbelief. The two individuals furrowed their brows, deep in contemplation. "Do not feel pressured. This is our own bank, the Future Development Bank, located in the city center. It may be newly established and lacking in reputation. If you procure equipment from us, the interest rates are remarkably low. Moreover, Mr. Liu has additional terms. If you agree, we can offer interest-free loans with the option for installment repayments." "What? Is that true? What are the conditions?" "Essentially, it entails shared ownership among all employees. Every worker at your factory, even the security personnel, must be allocated shares. Of course, these shares only provide dividend rights and will not affect your decision-making authority. Furthermore, despite being investors, your personal shareholding cannot exceed 3 times the minimum shareholding. If you accept these terms, we will not only provide you with interest-free loans, but also offer comprehensive support for your operations until you achieve profitability." The two men stared in astonishment at Manager Lin. "Wait, are you suggesting that we must share ownership of our factory equally with the workers? And we cannot hold a greater share ourselves?" Wang Changui exclaimed incredulously. Lin Guanchuan nodded in agreement, though he too found the proposal baffling. However, it was a directive from the various machinery departments of the trading company. "But what do you stand to gain from this?" Chen Weixiao questioned, clearly perplexed. Wang Changui suddenly recalled the shops that had already undergone public-private partnerships and the thriving state-owned enterprises. Having heard rumors of a potential mandatory shift towards public-private collaboration in the future, he weighed the pros and cons in his mind, and after a moment, he slapped his thigh decisively. "I accept your terms. I will apply for an interest-free loan to establish such a production line." Now, it was Lin Guanchuan's turn to be astonished. Chapter 82. The Initiation of Nationwide Shareholding. Old Wang, are you not reconsidering? Can you truly agree to these conditions? Chen Weixiao hurriedly interjected, attempting to dissuade him. However, Wang Changui waved his hand to silence him and turned his gaze to Lin Guanchang. "Manager Lin, may I inquire when the procedures can be completed and when the equipment can be transported back to the country? Please provide me with a time frame so that I may make the necessary arrangements, as it seems your equipment no longer requires so many personnel. I need to devise a plan to accommodate everyone accordingly." Seeing that Wang had made up his mind, Lin Guanchang felt quite pleased and promptly replied, "The equipment is readily available in our warehouse. I shall go immediately to consult Mr. Liu and coordinate with the bank to expedite the process for you. Thank you for your assistance. It is no trouble at all. It is simply part of my duties. Please, both of you, make yourselves comfortable while I attend to this matter." With that, Lin Guanchang swiftly exited, heading straight for Liu Xu's office. Upon entering, he expressed his excitement. "Mr. Liu, the manager Wang has agreed to your terms and is considering obtaining an interest-free loan from the bank for a production line." Liu Xu stood up, exhilarated. "Is that true?" Upon receiving a confirming nod from Lin Guanchang, he burst into laughter. "Mr. Liu, the bank will require your coordination, as this is our first transaction of this nature." "Of course, that is my responsibility." Liu Xu promptly picked up the phone to contact Future Development Bank. "Hello, Mr. Chen. This is Liu Xu. We have finalized an agreement with a client in the textile machinery group, planning to pursue an interest-free loan. I will have Manager Lin reach out to you shortly. This order must be processed swiftly, understood? Old Lin, here is the plan. I intend to promote this contract vigorously. It will be best to schedule the signing for the day after tomorrow or the day after that. Additionally, I will register all the factories we aim to establish next year, so we can publicize them together. I will invite some journalists and city officials to serve as witnesses. Inform Wang Changgue that we may need all the factory workers present to sign the share confirmation agreement. The more Lin Guanchong listened, the more astonished he became. Was it truly necessary to orchestrate such a grand affair? It seemed Mr. Liu was intent on making a significant impact. 3 days later, a grand signing ceremony for the production line transaction commenced, held in a large conference room of the construction company. The event resembled a press conference, attracting over 100 newspapers and media outlets. Liu Xu approached the podium, recognizing the need to deliver the opening remarks. Although he had never spoken before such a large audience, he resolved to proceed. Hello everyone, you may already know me. I am Liu Xu. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the city government officials for witnessing this event and to the journalists present, who will ensure that all you observe and hear is reported. Why have we gathered here for a machinery transaction? Because this transaction holds significant importance. Yuda Textile Factory will become the first factory enterprise in the nation to adopt a nationwide shareholding model. Some may wonder, what does nationwide shareholding entail? It is quite simple. It means that every individual within the factory holds shares. Liu Xu elaborated on this concept in an accessible manner for all present. Industry can indeed save a nation. My return from abroad was driven by this very ambition. However, unlike Western nations, we cannot allow factory owners to be the sole beneficiaries of profits. Wealth should be shared among all. Each individual within the factory should prosper, epitomizing the principle of the affluent guiding the less fortunate, ultimately striving for common prosperity. At present, we must ensure the continuity of production line transactions, followed by the confirmation of equity stakes in the Yuda cotton mill. Finally, I have significant announcements to make. With that, Liu Xu descended from the stage, while Lin Guanchong, Chen Xinwen, and Wang Changge, seated in the front row, commenced signing the documents. Upon completion, they held the documents aloft, prompting a wave of applause to resonate throughout the conference room. Subsequently, Wang Changge ascended to the podium, leaning into the microphone to express his gratitude. I am immensely thankful to Mr. Liu for affording me the opportunity to witness such advanced machinery. Many may not realize that the production efficiency of this newly acquired machinery has surged to 8 times that of previous models, while labor requirements have diminished tenfold. My Yuda cotton mill once employed over 600 workers. Now, I have retained merely over 200. A chorus of astonished gasps filled the room. While they were aware of the machinery's sophistication, they had not anticipated such a remarkable leap in efficiency. Most significantly, this new equipment can spin both coarse and fine yarn, producing ultra-fine yarns up to 80 counts. Moreover, the weaving machines are capable of processing both natural plant fibers and synthetic fibers, allowing for blended weaving. Now, I would like to invite our factory workers to come forward and sign the equity confirmation documents. Following this, over 200 workers lined up, each brimming with excitement, as such a fortunate opportunity had never before graced their lives. Once they learned of this development, they eagerly sought to remain, even learning to write their names, practicing for days until they felt satisfied. Once all matters were concluded, Liu Xu ascended the podium once more, stating, "Now, we shall discuss significant adjustments within our company. First, we will establish a new entity named Future Investment Company, which will oversee Future Construction Group, Future Trade Group, Future Logistics Group, and Future Bank. The Future Construction Group will, in the coming year, inaugurate a future cement factory, future brick factory, future sand factory, future glass factory, future ceramics factory, future paint and coatings factory, and future prefabricated components factory. The existing construction company will be divided into Future Civil Construction Company, Future Industrial Construction Company, Future Road and Bridge Company, Future Installation Company, Future Decoration Company, Future Water Conservancy Company, and Future Port and Navigation Company. Furthermore, both trade and logistics will undergo segmentation. As Liu Xu concluded his speech, the audience sat in stunned silence, mouths agape. Rarely had anyone witnessed such a colossal structure, particularly as the concept of corporate groups had only emerged from humble beginnings, becoming prevalent domestically in the 1980s. All our factories will also implement a model of shared ownership among the populace. meaning that every employee within the future investment company will possess shares in their respective units, regardless of their role, whether they guard the entrance or maintain cleanliness. While our workers' salaries may vary, their dividends will remain equal. Furthermore, there is the matter of the numerous factories and companies that are set to be established. I am earnestly seeking ambitious individuals to join our cause and kindly request my fellow journalists to speak favorably of our endeavors. With that, Liu Xu descended from the stage as the conference room erupted into resounding applause. The following day, newspapers across the coastal regions, the capital, and major cities in Hebei successively reported on Liu Xu's signing ceremony for the production line transaction. Liu Xu felt he had 3 to 4 years to strategize, uncertain if he could withstand the relentless tide of history. This decision was one he had pondered deeply, not made in haste. Upon reviewing historical documents, he discovered that during the 1960s and 70s, private transactions were treated with great suspicion. Even in times of dire difficulty, he was determined to prevent such occurrences from re-emerging. He was unsure how his superiors would classify his method of distribution, but he hoped it would be viewed favorably, as his motivations were not driven by personal gain, but rather an intention to nationalize wealth and distribute it equitably among the populace, aiming to prevent the concentration of riches in the hands of a few. After contemplating this for quite some time, Liu Xu concluded that things could not possibly deteriorate beyond their current state. Chapter 83. Profound influences in the Jinghai Tea House on Shengda Street, District 7 by the Sea. 2 elderly gentlemen perused the newspapers spread across the table while savoring fragrant tea. One, clad in a black long coat, gazed at the paper and could not help but exclaim, "Humph!" Merely attention-seeking individuals, dispersing their wealth among the masses. How can the factory sustain itself? The other, donned in a cotton robe, chuckled softly and replied, "Hee hee, it is not as you perceive. As the reports indicate, it is merely a dividend. What is necessary for the factory must still be ensured." The black-coated elder, unwilling to concede, retorted, "But what are the common people? What place does this leave us? How shall we navigate our own circumstances?" The elder in the cotton robe glanced at him and smiled. "Ah, dear Liu, it is the times and the fortunes. The era has changed. Is not this mannerism precisely what appeals to those in power? Ultimately, it is the populace that benefits." The black-coated elder pondered this for a moment, appearing to grasp the essence, yet he remained discontent with such behavior. To curry favor at the expense of the common folk, how can this be justified? Who would willingly part with their own wealth for the sake of others? The elder in the cotton robe maintained his calm demeanor, responding lightly. Reluctance? What we truly fear is the necessity of relinquishment. The black-coated elder, perplexed, inquired, Why is that? The elder in the cotton robe shook his head with a smile before stating, "The land reform has been over a year in the making, and now the nation is nearing completion. Those who are unwilling to part with their wealth, where are they now?" It was only at this moment that the black-coated elder was taken aback. "You mean, alas, this wretched scoundrel. How could the Liu family produce such unworthy descendants? Are we then left without recourse?" However, the elder in the cotton robe shook his head, not affirming but rather clarifying, "Not at all. We are merely 1 or 2 shops. Our situation is not so dire. The true challenge lies with the large factory owners." He continued, "This matter may not be entirely negative." How so?" the black-coated elder questioned. "Have you forgotten about the public-private partnership? Public-private partnership? I feel that it pales in comparison to the notion of universal shareholding. At least half of the profits would still belong to us. Such a shallow view. While universal shareholding may diminish profits, the decision-making power remains ours. In a public-private partnership, do the capitalists truly hold sway?" Both men fell into deep contemplation, and the elder in the cotton robe added, "I suspect that those in higher authority are equally perplexed by this situation." In Lijiazwang Village, Qingyuan County, Baoding City, Hebei Province, the former landlord Li Maokai appeared as if he had just recovered from a grave illness, seated in the grand hall of his ancestral home. His eldest son, having spent 5 years abroad, had returned home for a year, and each morning, he would bring his wife and child to the main house to pay respects to his father. "Father, how does your health feel today?" "Much improved. I have come to realize, my eldest, had it not been for your counsel, our family would have been lost. The Gao family, 30 miles away, was once a century-old lineage, and now they have vanished, some perished, others imprisoned. When the eldest son returned, he arrived amidst the fervent land reforms. His family, having accumulated substantial wealth through generations of frugality and hard work, was persuaded by the son not to resist. Not only did they distribute all their land, but they also donated their large estate to the village for use as a school and party branch headquarters. The family retained only the ancestral quadrangle courtyard passed down through generations. After relinquishing their property, Li Maokai fell ill, unable to comprehend why their family, who had neither stolen nor cheated, had to suffer the same fate. Consumed by anger, he remained bedridden for over half a year. Father, don't dwell on it. You must take care of yourself and recover first. Yesterday, I bought some newspapers in town and saw an article. I want to go to Binhai. What for in Binhai? Hand me the paper. As the prominent landlord of Lijiazwang, Li Maokai was literate and quickly skimmed through the report. Good heavens! This Liu fellow has remarkable vision and resources. Eldest, do you intend to seek refuge with him? Judging by this report, it seems feasible. At the very least, his character appears sound, and he is establishing numerous factories and companies. Indeed, with only these dozen or so acres left at home and no other income, we can't simply exhaust our savings. From now on, let second brother tend to the land. I'll go earn a living for the family. Hearing this, tears streamed silently down Li Maokai's face. Words failed him as he covered his face with one hand and weakly waved the other in dismissal. The eldest son, equally heartbroken, stepped back, knelt, and kowtowed in farewell. Father, I'm leaving. Turning to his wife, he added, the household is in your hands now. Without another glance, he strode out. In a modest courtyard within Stone Slab Alley of Beijing's 10th district, a young man in his 20s rushed in breathlessly. Brother, I've got news. What news? I heard someone in Binhai has built many factories and is recruiting workers, even construction companies. Shouldn't we try our luck? Not in Beijing. The elder brother deflated slightly. Venturing elsewhere is no small matter. Food, lodging, everything becomes a hassle. Brother, this is different. It's that Mr. Liu from the newspapers a while back. They say he even offers shares with dividends by year end. With our masonry skills, we'd surely make it. The same Mr. Liu who donated supplies to the Peninsula Warfront? Exactly. If it's him, then it's credible. Shares or not, even assisting him would be worthwhile. But if we go, what about your sister-in-law and the children? Well, brother, why not bring them along? Surely with so many hires,